Ah! A sharp pain suddenly shot through her wrist, and Nan instantly collapsed to the ground. At this moment, she was having her hands cut off by the two friends she trusted the most. The jade bracelet on her wrist fell heavily to the ground, but there was no damage at all. Bai Wenbin eagerly picked up the bracelet, a greedy smile spreading across his face. Nan, since you still refuse to be my woman, then you must be eliminated. The woman beside him wrapped her arm around him. Cousin, she deserves to die, she's just too ungrateful. If we had known her father was so ruthless, unwilling to even give her a piece of bread, we should have acted sooner. We wouldn't have been starving for so long. And Nan lay on the ground, staring at them in disbelief. These were the two people who had fought alongside her and struggled to survive during the natural disaster apocalypse. What are you looking at? Xianinger released her grip on Bai Wenbin and walked towards Nan with a bone saw knife, a fierce look on her face. The first time I saw you, I wanted to slash your little face. With that, her knife struck down. And Nan, already losing too much blood, had long since lost the ability to resist. She only felt her life slipping away in tremendous pain. In her dying moments, she heard Xianinger's delicate voice. Brother, today we get to eat meat. At this moment, Nan regretted it deeply. How could she have been so foolish? Why didn't she see through the true faces of these two wolves and tigers earlier? She survived for 4 long years through the apocalypse, only to be killed by a betrayal from her friends in the end. So unwilling. If she could do it all over again, she would never spare them. Ah! Another scream, and Nan suddenly opened her eyes, sitting up from the bed. She looked around, shocked by what she saw. This was the house she lived in before the apocalypse? Wasn't she killed by Bai Wenbin and his sister? How did she end up back here? The temperature around her was comfortable and warm. Since the sudden natural disaster arrived, Nan hadn't experienced such a comfortable temperature for 4 whole years. She picked up the phone beside her in surprise, and the date was July 8, 2039. Wasn't this 3 days before the apocalypse began? What's going on? Didn't she die in 2043? July 11, 2039, a massive rainstorm swept across the globe. In just a few days, the city turned into a sea of destruction, countless people died unexpectedly. At first, people thought it was just a flood disaster, but it turned out to be the prologue of the apocalypse. Heavy rain, floods, extreme heat, acid rain, fog, earthquakes, extreme cold, one extreme weather event after another turned the world into a hell. For 4 whole years, she struggled to survive, and when she died, the natural disasters still hadn't ended. Could this be her rebirth? Reborn 3 days before the apocalypse began? And Nan was overjoyed, then suddenly looked down at the jade bracelet on her wrist. Without this jade bracelet, perhaps she wouldn't have even survived the first year of the apocalypse. She bit her right finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the jade bracelet. The next moment, a flash of white light appeared, and an 800 square meter space appeared in her consciousness. On one side was an empty white space, and on the other side was a small house about 60 square meters. And Nan let out a long breath. Fortunately, the space had been reborn along with her. In her past life, during the natural disasters, she had been injured in a robbery by her neighbors. Blood dropped on the bracelet, and she accidentally unlocked the space. As long as she touched something with her hand, it could be stored in this space. The small house inside the space had water, electricity, and gas. In case of an emergency, she could hide inside, but the time inside was limited to only 1 hour per day. Exceeding the limit would cause her to be kicked out of the space. The outer part of the space could not hold living beings, only items could be stored there through her consciousness. Time inside this part of the space was frozen, keeping stored food fresh. In her past life, whenever danger arose, she would hide in the small house inside the space with Bai Wenbin and Xianinger, which allowed her to survive for 4 years during the apocalypse. This space was truly a cheat for surviving the apocalypse. Unfortunately, in her past life, when she unlocked the space, the end of the world has been here for a long time. Not only does she have no supplies, but almost everyone has also run out of food, leaving nothing to store. She can only search for supplies everywhere with Bai Wenbin and Xianinger, then store the collected items in a space to avoid being robbed by others, barely managing to survive. Xianinger is her university classmate, and after graduation, they happen to live in the same community in the same building. Bai Wenbin is Xianinger's cousin, and through her, he started pursuing Annan fiercely after meeting her. Although Annan clearly expressed her rejection, he still persistently sought her favor. After the disaster struck, the 3 of them, being acquaintances and neighbors, naturally banded together for survival. Gradually, Annan began to see them as partners fighting side by side. Who would have thought that he merely heard about her wealthy background and sought to use her to obtain survival supplies from her father? Unfortunately, her scumbag father was not a loving and caring dad, but a cold-hearted man born from a struggling background. In Annan's senior year, her mother suddenly passed away from a heart attack, and her father, and Xingya, inherited her mother's billions in assets in the company, instantly revealing his true colors. He not only brought home another woman but also had an illegitimate daughter about the same age as Annan. Her grandmother, who suffered from the pain of losing her granddaughter, was so furious that she passed away. Even Annan, his own daughter, was pushed away, completely severing ties and kicking her out of the mountainside villa. Fortunately, while her mother was alive, she bought Annan a house in Phonlinijing community, so she finally had a place to stay. However, while she was still immersed in the sorrow of losing her family, the disaster struck. As the apocalypse descended, the mountainside villa area where her father lived had high terrain, and the Keenrich quickly airlifted many supplies early in the rain, so they were doing relatively well in the apocalypse. Thus, after struggling for a long time and completely running out of food, Annan, accompanied by the Wenben siblings, braved countless difficulties to reach the mountainside villa, hoping to seek help from her scumbag father. To her surprise, her father in Xingye remained utterly scummy, hoarding his new wife and children's food, refusing to give her even a piece of bread. He didn't care at all about her life or death. Seeing that she was of no further use, Wenben and Xianinger immediately revealed their true colors, trying to forcefully snatch the space from her bracelet. They even ended up trying to tear her apart. Unfortunately, they didn't know that once the bracelet was acknowledged with her blood, it was tightly bound to Annan. Even if they stole her bracelet, they could not obtain her space. In this lifetime, she wanted to see how long they could survive without her space, Annan thought with hatred. Though she wanted to take revenge on them immediately, what was more important now was to stock up on survival supplies. The disaster was only 3 days away, and there were many things to prepare. As for the brother and sister, let them struggle in the upcoming apocalypse. That was much more interesting than just killing them directly, and her scumbag father. In her previous life, she had already died tragically, with no gratitude to be had for being born. Annan's heart was cold. In her rebirth, she would not tell him about the approaching apocalypse. Let's see if he can survive a lifetime with the resources in the villa area. In this life, she would only take care of herself, cherish this chance to start over, and live freely and joyfully in the apocalypse. Annan opened her phone to check her bank card balance. Exactly 1 million. Fortunately, when Xingye kicked her out, he did not confiscate all her pocket money. In her previous life, this money had turned into meaningless data and waste paper in the apocalypse. In this life, she aimed to turn it all into supplies, maximizing its value. Chapter 2. Time was tight for stockpiling supplies, and Annan quickly made a list of items to hoard in her phone's memo before rushing out. In the community, elderly people were gathered in small groups chatting about their lives. Young couples were walking hand in hand under the shady trees, their faces full of happiness. Annan couldn't help but feel emotional. How long has it been since I last saw such a harmonious and beautiful scene? Unfortunately, in a few days, such a beautiful picture will no longer exist. Annan quickened her pace and arrived at the car rental shop near the neighborhood, renting a light cargo truck and heading straight to the largest agricultural wholesale market in Linbei City. She first arrived at the grain and oil section to stock up on staple foods. In a disaster, even if you have nothing, as long as you have enough rice and water, you can survive. She bought 500 bags of 50-pound rice, 300 bags of various flours, 1,000 pounds each of potatoes and sweet potatoes, 500 pounds of corn, 500 pounds of various beans, and 500 pounds of oats, buckwheat, and other grains. These staple foods would be enough for a family of 3 to last 70 years. Although Annan was alone, she still bought extra. The surplus could be used to exchange for other urgently needed supplies. In the apocalypse, food is money. In the later stages of the flood, even a bag of moldy rice could be exchanged for a night with a young girl. Vegetables and fruits couldn't be exchanged. After all, with space preservation, taking out fresh vegetables years later in the apocalypse would surely raise suspicions. Having learned from the experience of Inger and her siblings, Annan swore that the secret of her space must never be revealed to anyone in this life. After stocking up on the staple foods, she went to buy oil. She bought 500 barrels of oil, each 5 liters, soybean oil, peanut oil, corn oil, sunflower oil, sesame oil, and olive oil. Next, she went to the adjacent seasoning section. She bought 600 pounds of salt, 300 pounds of various sugars, including brown sugar and white sugar. She also bought 600 liters each of soy sauce and cooking wine, and 600 liters of various vinegars, including aged vinegar, rice vinegar, and white vinegar. Other seasonings included chicken essence, MSG, chili powder, Sichuan pepper, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, fennel, and more, totaling 300 pounds. She also bought various semi-finished seasonings, hot pot base, barbecue seasoning, marinated meat seasoning, sauerkraut fish seasoning, and various sauces. She used her light cargo truck to transport everything to a deserted area outside the city, then avoided the surveillance cameras and stored everything in her space. She made 8 or 9 trips back and forth before finally finishing the task. Just as she was about to continue stocking up on meat and vegetables, her stomach growled. Annan realized that she had been so busy stocking up that she hadn't eaten anything all morning. As someone who had starved during the apocalypse, Annan decisively stopped her shopping and chose to soothe her stomach. She came to a street full of snacks not far from the wholesale market, and for a moment, she was dazzled. There were fried chicken shops, milk tea shops, barbecue stalls, Sichuan restaurants, crab pot restaurants, hand-pulled noodle shops. This wasn't just a restaurant, this was the dream she had longed for during the 4 years of the apocalypse. Annan chose a restaurant with the most variety of dishes and walked in. She ordered 8 dishes and a soup: Beijing roast duck, Sanchuan mapo tofu, Northeast Guo ro, West Lake vinegar fish, dompa pork, garlic baby bok choy, spicy chicken, dry fried green beans, and pork rib lotus root yam soup. The waitress, who was taking the order, looked at her in shock. "Miss, are you really ordering so many dishes by yourself?" Annan replied calmly, "I'm waiting for friends, they're not here yet, please bring the dishes out first." The dishes arrived quickly, with a good mix of meat and vegetables, savory and sweet, and large portions. Half an hour later, Annan, feeling full and content, put down her chopsticks. God knows how much she had missed these delicious dishes during the years of the apocalypse. Not to mention such flavorful and aromatic meals, even a piece of expired bread would have been fought over with bloodshed. For a long time, she could only eat dirt. This wasn't just an online joke about being so poor I ate dirt, she really ate dirt from the ground. She would swallow it dry, and eating too much would cause difficulty in bowel movements, making it very uncomfortable. Many people even died from it. But if you didn't eat, you'd die even faster. Annan knew better than anyone the value of food, so she waved her hand and called the waitress back. "My friends aren't coming anymore, can you pack the food for me?" She took the packed food back to her car and, once no one was looking, stored it in her space. Although she wanted to stock up on more snacks, the wholesale market would close soon, so she decided to hurry back to buy vegetables and return later that night. Back at the wholesale market, Annan went straight to the meat and egg section. She ordered 8,000 eggs, duck eggs, 4,000 goose eggs, 3,000 quail eggs, 500 pounds of pork, 300 pounds each of beef and lamb, 500 chickens, 500 ducks, and 300 geese. All of them are processed and ready to eat. In addition, a large quantity of chicken feet, chicken wings, duck tongues, duck necks, and duck intestines were bought for making marinated snacks in the future. Before the apocalypse, Nan's favorite thing was to watch dramas while eating spicy duck snacks. After being reborn, she not only wants to be full but also wants to live a delightful life. Next, Nan went to the seafood section. She bought a total of 1,000 fish, 500 pounds of various shrimp, and 300 pounds of clams, oysters, and other shellfish, plus some squid and octopus. With the meat prepared, Nan then went to the vegetable and fruit section. 2,000 pounds of various leafy greens like spinach, leeks, lettuce, and celery, 1,000 pounds of various melons like cucumbers, winter melons, and pumpkins. 800 pounds of cabbage to detoxify, and a total of 1,500 pounds of tomatoes, eggplants, bean sprouts, radishes, and green beans. 800 pounds of various mushrooms like shiitake, enoki, black fungus, and white fungus. 800 pounds each of scallions, ginger, and garlic. When she arrived at the fruit section, Nan chose only her favorites: apples, pears, strawberries, blueberries, bananas, oranges, lemons, peaches, grapes, lychees, durians, watermelons, and cantaloupes, totaling 6,000 pounds. The market had a full range of varieties, although some were out-of-season fruits. It was better to buy something than nothing, as she might not get the chance later. For the entire afternoon, Nan was busy buying food, driving it away, and putting it into her space, repeating this over and over. After finishing her food purchases, she immediately rushed to the largest clothing wholesale market in the city. She didn't need to buy too many clothes, her wardrobe was well stocked, just needed a few new items each year. In the apocalypse, style doesn't matter, comfort and convenience are all that counts. She bought 300 pieces each of spring and summer clothes, autumn clothes, pants, and skirts. 300 pairs of various shoes like sandals, slippers, sports shoes, and leather shoes. She mainly purchased warm winter clothing, as thick clothes would be as important as the meat on her body when extreme cold arrives. It was summer, so winter off-season clothes were very cheap, many even half price. Nan stocked up on down jackets, wool sweaters, thick cotton pants, hats, scarves, and cotton gloves. She also arranged for thick cotton shoes, snow boots, and thick socks. Finally, she focused on basic daily necessities. She bought extra toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, body wash, laundry detergent, and other hygiene products. 50 sets each of thick blankets, pillows, bed sheets, and pillowcases. Plus pots, bowls, trash bags, scissors, lighters, disposable containers, and various other miscellaneous items. Nan wandered around, buying everything she saw in bulk. Most importantly, sanitary items like toilet paper and sanitary pads, which she filled an entire truck with. Thinking about the swarms of mosquitoes in the extreme heat, Nan also bought insecticides, mosquito coils, flower dew, and realgar powder. She didn't forget about hand warmers and hot water bottles for the extreme cold either. Nan bought everything she could think of but still felt it wasn't enough. After all, she had to use these few days to prepare for the next few decades. It was hard to cover everything. But by now, it was closing time at the market, so Nan had to stop, feeling unsatisfied. She transported all the goods to an uninhabited suburb in batches and stored them in her space. After a day of hustling, Nan was exhausted and finally had a moment to rest, sitting in the car, closing her eyes to recharge. Buzz buzz. Her phone suddenly vibrated in her pocket. Nan took out her phone, opened WeChat, glanced at it, and frowned. Chapter 3, Go Away, Blocking is a message from Bai Wenbin. Nan, I moved to the place right across from Air. We're neighbors now. I sincerely invite you to come visit us at 801 tomorrow night. I'll cook a few dishes to celebrate. Nan glanced at it, directly deleted the friend, and then blocked him. You all killed me, and now you invite me to a housewarming dinner? Where's your face? Dog thing, you'll end up with your head on the chopping block one day. Nan took a deep breath. Don't let this scumbag ruin your mood. Don't get angry, or you will fall ill with no one to help. Then she started the car and drove toward that snack street from earlier. Dinner was still solved outside. After all, once the apocalypse came, there was no way to eat out. She found a barbecue restaurant and feasted joyfully. Then she packed a lot of skewers to secretly store in her space in the car. After that, she bought a cup of milk tea and started wandering around. Although the food she had stocked earlier was enough for her, after the apocalypse, she would no longer be able to eat these delicious foods. Nan loved to study food, so her cooking skills were pretty good. But many dishes couldn't be made at home with the same flavor. Spicy hot pot, rice noodles, snail noodles, crayfish, pizza, burgers, cakes, pancakes, soup dumplings, milk tea. For all these favorites, she bought 100 of each. She spent all the last money in her card. Nan calculated 540,000 on farmer's market, 280,000 on clothing wholesale, 140,000 on various daily necessities, and the rest went to snacks. Still not finished stocking up, this money really doesn't last. She didn't even buy luxury goods, just buying some basic necessities cost 1 million. However, she was not worried at all, and quickly had an idea to make money. In this world, what is lacking the least is the big houses that can be taken advantage of. Tomorrow, she would go to take advantage of those big houses. Now it was getting late, all the stores had closed, so she went home to rest. She checked the pile of supplies in her space with her mind, and felt a great sense of security. Facing the natural disaster that might last for an unknown time, having plenty of supplies was the greatest confidence. At this speed, before the heavy rain came, it would be enough to buy everything on the list. Nan relaxed a lot, driving her car back home. On the other side, Bai Wenbin was waiting. He waited for a long time but didn't see Nan reply, so he edited a smiley face. After sending it, a red exclamation mark popped up. The other party is not your friend, please send a friend verification request first. Bai Wenbin was stunned. What's going on? Although Nan never accepted his pursuit, thanks to his cousin Qian Inger's relationship, she had always been polite to him. Why did she suddenly delete him as a friend? He quickly tried to re-add her, but found he couldn't add her. Did she block me? Bai Wenbin. What did I do to offend her? He thought for a long time but couldn't come up with anything. His attitude towards Nan had always been gentle and patient. Even though he had never succeeded in pursuing her, he believed that water droplets can pierce stone. Girls are emotional creatures, and eventually, she would be touched by him. So he released warmth towards her while carefully maintaining a sense of boundary, afraid to provoke Nan's dislike. Although it was troublesome, he felt it was worth it. The first time he saw Nan, he thought she was beautiful. Not just an ordinary youthful girl's beauty, but a noble and relaxed air, clearly a rich young lady with a well-off life. He heard from his cousin that the company they interned at in their senior year was in Nan's family's business. Although she temporarily held no shares or position, as the only child, she would eventually inherit the family business. A low-key young lady with delicate features was simply the perfect match for him. The more he thought, the less he could let her go. So he quickly called his cousin, Inger, and Nan blocked me. Can you find out what happened? Blocked? Why? I don't know, so I want you to help me ask. Okay, I got it. Qian Inger hung up the phone, looking annoyed. This Nan is really annoying. Just because she has a bit of money, why be so arrogant? It's true she's pretty, but that cold expression isn't attractive at all. While other girls in college participated in literary clubs, she chose to learn sanda. At 1.70 meters tall, she was already not dainty, and she could throw punches vigorously. Where is she as charming and lovely as Qian Inger? If it weren't for her good family background, how could Nan, an undergraduate, match up to her PhD studying cousin? Her cousin was gentle and outstanding, and many girls in school pursued him. Yet this doesn't know what's good for her. She thought about it, but still honestly picked up her phone and sent a message to Nan. Her cousin had promised that once she was with Nan, she could cross classes and even help her find a rich husband. Otherwise, she wouldn't have put up with the disgust of being Nan's little follower. Once she found a husband richer than Nan's family, she would definitely step on her and crush her. At that moment, Nan had just entered her house and saw the message from Qian Inger. Dear Nan Nan, what are you doing? Looks like she's gathering information for that Mr. Bai. Such deep sibling affection. And Nan scoffed, and without hesitation, pulled her into the blacklist. Dear, how disgusting. During the entire university period, Chen Inger stuck to her like glue, always calling her Nan Nan. If not for hearing those words before her death in the previous life, and Nan wouldn't have realized that Chen Inger had actually hated her from the very first meeting. She's a perfect actress. It's a shame she's not in the entertainment industry. After pulling both siblings into the blacklist, and Nan felt like her phone was a lot cleaner. She was too lazy to waste time on them. The real drama was yet to come. After a busy day, and Nan relaxed with some music, took a comfortable bath, then turned off the lights and lay down on her long-awaited, cozy bed, planning for tomorrow. The most important thing, she thought, was still safety. Once the apocalypse arrives, not only will they have to endure natural disasters, but they'll also need to guard against the madness of their fellow humans. Those neighbors who were usually kind and friendly, as survival resources grew scarcer, would slowly reveal the evil within them. Breaking into homes and robbing. Strong people would team up, while the weak could only be bullied. In her previous life, even though she had learned self-defense and was quite skilled, she was still injured by intruders who broke into her home. This time, she had to prepare in advance. Having arranged her plans for tomorrow, the tired Nan gradually fell asleep. Since the apocalypse was approaching, she had not been able to sleep so peacefully and comfortably ever again. Society was stable, neighborhoods were harmonious, and there was no need to worry that when she closed her eyes, a man with a knife might break into her door. The moonlight gently poured in, shining on Nan's beautiful sleeping face. Thud, thud, thud. Just as Nan fell asleep, she was startled awake by a series of knocking sounds. The vigilance she had developed after 4 years of surviving the apocalypse made her sit up straight in an instant. What was that sound? Listening carefully, it seemed to be coming from downstairs, the sound of bones being chopped. At this time of night, wanting to eat ribs was fine, but why would someone chop them themselves? Just order takeout. And Nan hated this kind of sound. In the later stages of the apocalypse, when food was scarce, many people started eating corpses. The brutal dissection of them made this exact noise. Though it was still a peaceful time now, and such terrifying things shouldn't happen, the noise still made it hard to sleep well. After waiting for a while, the sound continued. And Nan wiped the sweat off her arm, which had goosebumps, put on her clothes, and went downstairs. Had there been this kind of sound in her previous life? She hadn't noticed at all. And Nan lived on the 1402nd floor, and when she reached downstairs, she saw that the door of 1301 was wide open. A man with a buzz cut, wearing clothes, had already started banging on the door of 1302. How long are you going to do this? It's the middle of the night, are you going to let anyone sleep? Instantly, everything inside became quiet. After a long while, just as the buzzcut guy and Nan were about to leave, the door opened a crack. A fat, bloated face peeked out. The chubby middle-aged man smiled apologetically. Sorry, my friend sent over half a pig, and my wife is dealing with it. Sorry for disturbing you. The buzzcut guy waved impatiently. Alright, stop it, deal with it during the day. Okay, sorry for the disturbance, the man said, sweating and looking evasive. Then he quickly closed the door. The buzzcut guy muttered and went back to his home. And Nan glanced at the closed door of 1302, frowning slightly. Why did this fat uncle seem a bit strange? She thought for a moment and then turned around and went home. Survival experience from 4 years of the apocalypse, don't worry about things that have nothing to do with you. This fat man is not a good person. In his previous life, he instigated a few neighbors to cause trouble everywhere while hiding behind to reap the benefits. He was very insidious. The next day, Nan got up early and found a loan company. She needed money, but selling the house would take time, and she couldn't wait. Although the bank could do a mortgage loan, the amount was limited, and it also required time to disperse. Therefore, Nan directly found a high-interest loan company. After all, it was doomsday, she didn't have to pay back the money. Her house was 100 square meters, bought at $30,000 per square meter. In recent years, housing prices dropped sharply, currently down to over $20,000 per square meter. This house was worth about $2.5 million, and the lender said they could offer $2 million. And Nan said, I want $2.5 million. I will borrow for a week, and I'll give you a promissory note for $5 million. She also pulled out a copy of an old household registration book, using her worthless father's name to prove her family's financial strength. The lender's eyes lit up, they mortgaged Nan's property and quickly dispersed the money. They had many ways to collect debts, and they weren't afraid she wouldn't pay it back. They felt secretly pleased, money from rich kids was easy to earn. And Nan took the money and left with a light step, then found a few online loan platforms to borrow $500,000, making a total of $3 million. Then she found a renovation company and ordered bulletproof glass and armored doors. If she added extra money, the installation could be done by noon. The houses in Foam lineaging were 2 households per elevator, with a total of 15 floors. Each family could only access their own floor using an elevator card. There was a lockable stainless steel door between the stairwell and the 2-unit doors on each floor. This meant each floor had an independent stairwell door. Once this door was locked, people could only reach that floor using the elevator. Not long after the apocalypse, the power system collapsed, and elevators couldn't be used, so as long as she locked the stairwell door, no one else could enter her floor. Her neighbor's unit was empty, the previous owner had never returned. Therefore, as a person living alone on the 14th floor, she planned to add another bulletproof door behind the stainless steel door on her floor. She would also replace her room's security door with 2 bulletproof doors. With 4 layers of doors, it was like having 4 insurance policies. In this life, no one would be able to break into her home. After securing the access doors, Nan rushed to a large outdoor supplies supermarket. She bought diving suits and diving gear, sleeping bags, moisture-proof mats, tents, flashlights, radios. She even found gas masks. Then she purchased masks, tactical jackets, cold weather gear, and so forth. Finally, she bought the most important travel tools for a flood: an inflatable boat and a rubber dinghy. And Nan bought a lot of everything to prevent them from being damaged in extreme environments. She was busy until noon and found a small restaurant to eat. While eating, she chatted with the boss's wife and asked about her gas canister supplier. So, she rushed to the suburbs and bought 2 truckloads of gas canisters. Although the house had water, electricity, and gas, there was limited time to enter every day. Moreover, during Doomsday, some things needed to be done openly. She couldn't summon food out of thin air and arouse suspicion. After buying the gas, she bulk purchased 2 truckloads of coal from a nearby factory, which would be needed in extreme cold. Just after coming out of the factory, Nan received a call from the renovation workers saying the doors and windows had been delivered to her home. So she drove back home. When she arrived, the workers were stunned while carrying several armored doors. "Little girl, you live alone? Why such a big deal?" And Nan smiled. "It's not for me, it's for my brother. He has paranoia, and he can't sleep well without this." The workers clicked their tongues but didn't ask further, quickly getting to work. On one side, things were bustling with activity, and on the other side, Jen Inger, sleeping in until late on the weekend, noticed that Nan hadn't replied to her messages. So she sent another one. She received a red exclamation mark back. Why did Nan delete herself too? Jen Inger sat up in disbelief, suddenly feeling a wave of unease. This person was her and her cousin's hope to enter high society. In a hurry, she quickly put on her clothes and went upstairs to find Annan. Jen Inger lived on the 8th floor, and the elevator couldn't swipe to the 14th floor, so she had to take the stairs. Not used to exercising, she was out of breath and exhausted. After struggling to reach the 14th floor, she saw the master installing a blast-proof door in the hallway, and she was stunned. Nan, what are you doing?" After greeting the master, Annan was about to go out again when she saw Jen Inger, sweating and gasping for breath. For a moment, she didn't even recognize her. In her previous life, after the end of the world, people who suffered from lack of clothes and food were all reduced to skin and bones. Jen Inger, who was already very thin, had only dry, yellow skin clinging to her face. When she finally swung a knife at her, her face was so hideous, like a demon from hell. Compared to the Jen Inger in front of her, with fair skin and a delicate, soft appearance, it was like 2 different people. Jen Inger, seeing that she didn't respond, felt a little embarrassed and had to ask again. Nan, why did you add another door behind the hallway door?" Annan wished she could just end it right there. However, the renovation workers were nearby, and the social order hadn't yet collapsed. She didn't want to be in prison when the apocalypse came. So she just glanced at her and said, "Do you need something?" Jen Inger felt a little uneasy seeing her cold demeanor. It had only been a few days since they'd last met, but Annan seemed like a completely different person. Her gaze was cold, filled with no warmth, and even with a hint of disgust. Jen Inger felt confused. What had she done to upset this lady? So she opened her mouth to ask, Nan, why did you block me and my cousin?" Annan said flatly, "I blocked you because I wanted to. Do you have a problem with it?" Jen Inger didn't expect her to say that, and was momentarily speechless. When she saw Annan turn to enter the elevator, she hurriedly followed her in. Nan, is there some misunderstanding between us?" Her eyes glistened with tears as she put on a pitiful look. "Do you find my cousin too annoying?" "Actually, Wenbin is a really good person. Many girls like him, but he only admires you. He's in pain, not knowing why you always avoid him." Ding! The elevator arrived at the 1st floor, the door opened, and Annan stepped out, walking by herself. As she walked, she said, "He's too ugly." "Huh?" Jen Inger was stunned. "Didn't you ask me why I don't like him?" "It's because he's too ugly." And Annan turned around and looked at her, "You are also very ugly. I don't like being too close to ugly monsters." After saying that, she turned and walked away. Chen Inger stood there frozen until Annan walked far away before she realized what had just happened. Aha! This damn woman. She actually said she was ugly. Chen Inger, who always had a good opinion of herself, was instantly furious. She, who hated Annan the most, actually looked down on her face to face? She was so angry she twisted, screaming madly. Chapter 5, Stocking Up on Weapons. Annan, in a good mood after making Chen Inger so angry, left the neighborhood and headed straight to the hardware market. She had stocked up on quite a few things for daily use these past few days, but there's a saying that's true. When neighbors store food, I store guns, and neighbors are my food warehouse. Annan didn't want to become someone else's food warehouse, so she decided to stock up on weapons. Of course, real firearms weren't available for purchase, the control over that was still very strict. But luckily, if she couldn't get them, neither could anyone else. In her past life, when people fought, the most commonly used weapons were household knives, axes, baseball bats, and such. Either they were not very lethal, or they were easy to injure oneself with. Annan planned to get something more suitable for her. A chainsaw. Also known as the thug comber. When the chainsaw is pulled, no one dares approach within 10 meters. Some netizens once jokingly called it the most powerful weapon you can legally buy. Not to mention whether it cuts bones well, just the deafening roar alone could scare the opponent's legs to go weak. But its only disadvantage is that it needs gasoline, so Annan would have to stock up on some gasoline too. After the apocalypse, when the order collapses, she'd be ready. Diesel and gasoline are precious non-renewable resources. Therefore, Annan not only bought 5 gas chainsaws but also prepared 5 rechargeable chainsaws. Anyway, there is electricity in the space, and he can charge them anytime. After buying the gas chainsaws and electric chainsaws, Annan bought 10 nail guns and matching nails. Although nail guns are not as powerful as real guns, they still pack a punch. Targeting the head and heart can take down an opponent in just a few shots. The shop owner repeatedly emphasized the precautions for use, fearing that Annan would accidentally injure someone. After leaving the store, Annan returned to the car and put everything into the space. Sitting in the car, he thought for a moment and then called a partner of his mother during her lifetime. Aunt Chen, hello, this is Annan. Annan? What's the matter? Annan's expulsion from home by Xingye was well known in their circle. Although it was regretful, since Xingye was now in charge of their group, Aunt Chen, as a partner, couldn't be too close to Annan. With his mother gone, Annan understood the truth that people grow cold after someone leaves, so he didn't make small talk and stated his purpose directly. Before, my mother had a collectible that I lent to you for appreciation, and I want to retrieve it. Oh, you mean that triangular bayonet? Aunt Chen was taken aback. This girl had become so desperate that she had to sell collectibles to survive? This bayonet is not very valuable due to its short history, it was purely out of curiosity that she borrowed it, incomparable to the antiques her mother had collected. But it was likely that Xingye didn't give her those items. Thinking about it, the child was quite pitiful. So she readily agreed, come to my house tomorrow to pick it up. Okay, thank you, Aunt. After hanging up, Annan felt a bit more settled inside. The triangular bayonet has 3 grooves on the blade. When it pierces a target, it causes rapid and massive bleeding. The special wound it creates is hard to stitch up. In a world lacking medical resources, once someone is hit, it can be said that only a miracle can save them. That knife from his mother had some years on it and was already a bit rusty when it came into his hands. However, this suited Annan perfectly. Rusty knives are definitely tetanus blades, the damage value is maximized. After solving the weapon issue, Annan wandered around the hardware market and bought some wrenches, hydraulic pliers, oil drums, hammers, screwdrivers, and window breaking tools. He also bought 3 diesel generators, 3 gasoline generators, and some solar panels. Finally, looking at the messy space piled with goods, he bought many shelves to organize the supplies. What else was there to buy? Oh right. Annan smacked his forehead, how could he forget the life-saving items? He quickly opened the navigation app to find a pharmacy, preparing to stock up on some medicines. On the way, he saw a water quality testing company. Thinking about the water in his space, he realized he didn't know what the water quality was like. Given the better conditions in this life, he naturally wanted to be picky. If the water quality was average, he would stock up on drinking water. So he casually took some samples from the space, spending 1,000 yuan for a water quality test, and the results would come out by tomorrow after urgency. After leaving the testing company, he drove for 10 minutes to reach the pharmacy. Hello, my elderly family members have limited mobility, and I'd like to prepare some common medicines for them. The staff, originally playing on their phone, brightened up at the words and immediately stood up enthusiastically recommending anti-inflammatory drugs, cold medicine, fever reducers, painkillers, antidiarrheal, various antibiotics, ointments, medical gauze, band-aids, and so on. Annan bought some of each and carefully inquired about the precautions for the various medicines before leaving. Stockpiling too many drugs all at once can attract attention. Therefore, Annan followed this list of medicines and ran to several pharmacies, buying in batches. He was busy until 5 in the afternoon when he finally stopped after receiving a call from the renovation worker that the job was done. Annan returned home and checked the installation of the doors and windows, feeling very satisfied as he settled the final payment. After sending off the installation worker, she took a deep breath, turned on the air conditioning, and took out a hot and spicy skewer and milk tea from her space. The skewer was still steaming, and Annan happily ate while looking around. The doors and windows were bomb-proof, and there was plenty of supplies in the space, way better than in her past life. She opened her tablet and began downloading her favorite dramas and variety shows. In the end times, when the internet and electricity were cut off and crises lurked everywhere, people's spirits were extremely tense. Therefore, besides the basic survival needs, one also needed to take good care of their mental health to go further. She also purchased many ebooks and video resources. Novels, maps, cooking tutorials, combat tutorials, wilderness survival guides, etc., all downloaded together. With one machine's memory insufficient, Annan planned to buy more electronic products tomorrow. After dinner, Annan tossed her tablet at home to continue downloading and took her car keys downstairs. The most important energy issue had not yet been solved. The generator and chainsaw all needed fuel. She drove the rented truck to the gas station. She filled the truck with gas and then transferred the fuel into storage barrels in her space. After filling up at one gas station, she went to the next, working hard until midnight, finally collecting 3,000 liters of diesel. Feeling a bit tired, Annan found a parking lot, closed her eyes to rest, and prepared to wake up and continue. Before long, she suddenly heard faint noises nearby. She peeked out and saw 2 thin men sneaking by a truck. Is this a pair of oil thieves? Annan had heard that there was a group of oil thieves in Lin Bay City who specialized in stealing fuel from other people's vehicles and selling it at low prices. They were the most hated existence for truck drivers. As the 2 sneaky men prepared to leave, Annan started her car and followed them from a distance. Oil? That's exactly what she needed most. Chapter 6, Hello, let's rob. The 2 men drove a silver van out of the city. Annan followed closely behind and saw the vehicle pull up to an abandoned factory. The factory's main gate was locked, and as their vehicle arrived, a fat man quickly came out to open the door. You guys are the fastest, the other teams haven't come back yet. I've been so bored alone. The fat man's voice was as loud as his size, and Annan parked her car nearby, hearing everything clearly. It seemed that only these 3 men were in the base now. Annan let out a sigh of relief and prepared to get out of the car. Lower your voice, we've been followed, the red-haired man pulled the fat guy. What? You attracted the cops? Not cops, I see in the rearview mirror it's a woman. Pfft, the fat man laughed, what are you afraid of a woman for? Let's see what kind of lady she is. At this moment, Annan walked over, showing a decent smile. Hello, how much fuel do you have? I want to buy some. The 3 men were stunned. Buying fuel? The red-haired one said, at this hour, you followed us just to buy fuel? I'm sorry, I urgently need a large amount of diesel and gasoline. Legal channels are limited, and it's rare to meet you, so I took the liberty. After listening, the fat man sized up the woman from head to toe. They got to the second half of the night. The 3 of them laughed wickedly as they closed in, preparing to make a move. Annan remained calm, skillfully dodging a filthy hand. The red-haired man saw this and swung his hand viciously. Stinking bitch, better behave. If you don't listen, I'll kill you right now. Do you believe no one will notice? Annan raised her hand to block his slap, and with the other hand, pulled out a fruit knife from thin air. With 2 swift puffs, she stabbed the red-haired man to the ground. The speed was so fast that the fat man beside her hadn't even seen how his companion fell before his fists were already swinging towards her. Annan sidestepped, quickly maneuvering behind the fat man, and gave his knee a fierce kick. Annan had training, her strikes steady, precise, and ruthless. With a crack sound, the fat man immediately collapsed to the ground, clutching his dislocated leg, howling in pain. The last man, seeing Annan take down 2 of his brothers so quickly, was stunned. He stepped back a few paces, pulled out a machete from the corner, and charged at Annan with a roar. Oh, going for the killing move? Annan sneered. After all, she had been a desperate outlaw during the apocalypse and had blood on her hands. A few petty thugs from peaceful times thought they could take her life? She swung her arm, and a large amount of flour flew out of the space, spraying toward him. The man was blinded by the flour, choking and coughing, unable to see anything in front of him, swinging his machete wildly. Annan quietly moved in and slit his throat with a knife. The man quickly fell silent. The 2 wounded men on the ground stared wide-eyed, too shocked to make a sound. How did this woman make flour fly out of her hands? And how did that knife appear out of thin air in her hand? The 2 of them were horrified, staring at the eerie woman as she slowly walked toward them. You, don't come any closer. I was wrong, I'm sorry, I'm worse than pigs and dogs, please, warrior, spare me. Annan looked at the trembling two. If I had begged you like this earlier, would you have spared me? Seeing their astonished expressions, Annan added, of course you wouldn't. Not only would they not, but they also planned to enjoy themselves and then directly kill and burn the bodies to leave no trace. There are many missing girls in this world. Who would know that a girl had disappeared from an abandoned factory outside the city in the dead of night? Annan showed no mercy and sent the two of them straight to the realm of ultimate bliss. I told you, I'm buying oil, you won't earn money and want to seek death. After 4 years in the apocalypse, Annan, although still looking like a freshly graduated young girl on the outside, was in fact hardened and weathered on the inside, her heart as tough as iron. She calmly packed all the oil barrels into space, and before the other oil thieves returned, she quickly cleaned up the scene, wrapping the 3 men's bodies in sealed bags and throwing them into the space. After leaving the factory, just as she was about to drive away, she suddenly noticed that the red-haired man's van was still parked there. A Wuling van? This was a great vehicle during the apocalypse. Tough, durable, unobtrusive, and able to carry a lot of supplies. When the official base was set up in the later stages, Annan couldn't possibly walk there, right? The more she looked, the more she liked it. There were still a few barrels of diesel in the van, and the keys were still in the ignition. She directly packed everything into the space. When Annan got home, she was exhausted, her back aching. Looks like my physical strength still needs to be improved. After tidying up, Annan collapsed onto the bed, the drowsiness sweeping over her. At that moment, a sudden thump, thump, thump sound came from downstairs. Hadn't the pork from room 1302 not been dealt with yet? Annan thought groggily. But she was just too tired today, without the energy to care, and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next day, she woke up to the sound of light rain falling outside the window. She picked up the phone beside the bed, July 10, 2039. In her previous life, it was from today that the rain started. The summers in recent years had become hotter and hotter, and this year was especially unbearable, with the first rain of the season only just arriving. People cheered for the rare coolness, not knowing that tomorrow, this light rain would turn into a torrential downpour. Sweeping the world, it became the beginning of the apocalypse. And Nan hurried to get up and wash up. Today is the last day before the end of the world. She has to go to Aunt Chen's house to get back the triangular dagger. As soon as she got downstairs, her phone rang. It was an electronic report from the water quality testing company. And Nan eagerly clicked to check. The water quality met drinking standards. And Nan instantly relaxed, happily heading to Aunt Chen's house. Aunt Chen also lived in a villa area on the mountainside. The villa area was halfway up Luoan Mountain, and getting there required driving along winding mountain roads. The rainy day made the roads slippery, and the rented light truck was difficult to drive on such terrain, but Nan still chose the light truck. After all, the world hadn't fallen apart yet, she couldn't drive the stolen Wuling God car openly. And Nan cautiously controlled the steering wheel, looking straight ahead when suddenly a pitch-black armored car was approaching. She widened her eyes. This is Chapter 7 Loyal Companion. This is the Night 15. A bulletproof armored car worth 16 million. A black steel beast, armed from the body to the glass, even the tires were bulletproof. The whole vehicle can withstand attacks of 15 kilograms of TNT, indeed a doomsday war vehicle. And Nan couldn't help but look back, watching the car of her dreams roar past. I really want it. This car is said to be only 2 in the country, and Nan had only seen Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, and various supercars in the villa area. Why didn't she notice before that someone had such a cool armored car? Lost in thought, she unknowingly arrived at her destination. Aunt Chen had already spoken to the security guard, so she faced no obstacles and smoothly entered the Chun household. This place was just as magnificent as the luxurious mansion she used to live in. Aunt Chen sat on a lavish sofa, handing her the triangular dagger that had been prepared long ago. And Nan took it with both hands and politely thanked her. Aunt Chen examined the well-mannered girl in front of her, who had fallen on hard times, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. It's truly commendable that she manages to stay neat, elegant, and composed while enduring difficulties. So she took out a beautiful jewelry box. This jade pendant was given to me by your mother. I heard that you left home without taking much. I'm returning this to you, as a memento. And Nan was taken aback. Since this is a gift from my mother to you, how can I take it back? I'm telling you to take it, just take it. Aunt Chen interrupted her, directly shoving the jewelry box into Nan's hands, then looked away and went upstairs. Xiao Lu, see her out. The maid of the Chen family immediately approached and gestured to please. And Nan thoughtfully glanced at Aunt Chen's retreating figure, leaving with the pendant and the triangular dagger. She remembered that in her previous life, when she came to find her scummy father, she had also seen Aunt Chen, but at that time she didn't offer any help, coldly watching her being driven away. Yet now, she had kindly given her the pendant. It seems that human nature is indeed complex. When wealthy, one can do help others, but in a world short of resources, naturally, one chooses to care for oneself. and Nan returned to the city and found a well-regarded hot pot restaurant. Rainy days and hot pot are the perfect match. While cooking lamb slices, she checked her stockpile list. Everything was checked off, only one item, spiritual food, hadn't been bought yet. So after the meal, she immediately headed to the computer city, buying several tablets, phones, memory cards, hard drives, headphones, and more, according to yesterday's plan. When she got home at night, she could continue downloading the movies and materials that she hadn't finished downloading yesterday. After putting all the items away, and Nan hesitated for a moment and walked into a pet store. Humans are social animals. Long-term isolation from society can lead to depression. Especially in a world with enormous psychological pressure, and Nan thought that to avoid going mad, she still needed a companion. Her companions in her previous life were Bai Wenbin and Xianinger. Facts have proven that humans are hard to trust. Only dogs can remain loyal forever. The supplies in her space were enough. So, Annan prepared to buy a companion dog, to keep each other company in the dark end of the world. As soon as she stepped into the pet store, the puppies rushed over excitedly, a cacophony of woof woof filled the air. Annan frowned. The dogs were so loud? It was too obvious. If discovered by others, they might be targeted as food. Suddenly, a creamy white ball of fur caught her attention. Among the rowdy puppies, there was one leisurely lying on a mat, its head lazily buried in its paws. Annan walked over and picked it up, only to see its true appearance. Why does this dog look so ugly? It looked like a little pig. As if it heard her thoughts, the dog grunted in displeasure. Annan turned to the store clerk. Does this dog not bark? The clerk smiled. It's a French bulldog, it hardly barks. This little girl is only half a year old, and is a bit lazy, doesn't like to move. Lazy is good. In the apocalypse, it's not convenient to take dogs out. This little one can just run around inside the house. Plus, it doesn't bark, small enough to carry in a bag. Annan looked at its ugly cute face and liked it more and more. That's it. Then she bought a lot of dog food and treats, as well as a dog bed, pee pads, dog clothes, small toys, and so on. Before leaving, she looked at those puppies, thought for a moment, and still told the clerk. My friend at the weather station said it will rain heavily tomorrow, with risks of flooding into homes. You'd better prepare in advance. After saying this, she turned and left. In the post-apocalyptic world, even humans struggled to survive. The fate of these little creatures could be imagined. She wasn't a savior, self-preservation was difficult enough, all she could offer was a reminder. After coming out of the pet store, Annan went to a wholesaler and loaded 2 big carts of pet supplies. While checking out, her eyes caught sight of a pile of cat litter, and suddenly a spark of inspiration hit her. After the water stopped in the apocalypse, toilets wouldn't work. Although there were garbage bags in her space, nothing was as clean and convenient as using cat litter. So she bought another cart of cat litter. After buying the cat litter, the 3 million loan was at its end, leaving only the last 3,000. Annan let out a long sigh. She hadn't let money turn into waste paper in this life. In a good mood, she patted the dog's head on the passenger seat. Let's go, I'll take you out for a drive. The dog responded with a couple of cooperative grunts. In the drizzling rain, Annan drove while opening a paper map, carefully comparing it. In a few days, the phone navigation would no longer work, and later, to go out, she would have to rely on the map to find directions. Annan marked several important landmarks and shopping malls on the map, then compared them to reality, carefully noting the appearance of these buildings' upper sections. The lower parts would be submerged by flood. After circling around, she managed to return the light truck just before the rental company closed, and then rented a motorhome. Although she already had a Wuling Hongguang in her space, for the sake of travel comfort, she still decided to get a motorhome. The interior environment and functionality of the motorhome were far better than the Wuling God car. The rental period was 2 days, and the deposit was covered by the previous truck. Then she paid 3,000 for the rent. There's no need to wait until the return date. The heavy rain would flood the city. This vehicle she didn't take away would also be scrapped in the flood. This opportunity shouldn't be missed. Annan swiped the last of the money from her card without any psychological burden. As the motorhome was also stored in her space, the final bit of space was filled up. For a million sounds like not much, but when converted into supplies, it was actually quite substantial. With an umbrella in one hand and the dog in the other, Annan walked home, feeling quite satisfied. Just as she reached in front of her building, she saw Bai Wenbin standing at the entrance. Annan felt unlucky in her heart. Nan. Bai Wenbin looked at the dog in Annan's arms. Did you buy a little dog? Annan maintained a poker face. Do you have a problem with it? No, I just wanted to ask why you suddenly blocked me. Yesterday, Inger said you called us ugly monsters. I know you're not that kind of person, there must be some misunderstanding between us. Today I specially went to the 14th floor to find you, but you weren't home, so I had no choice but to wait for you here. Nan, There's no misunderstanding, and Nan interrupted him. I just simply think you guys are ugly. Bai Wenbin choked, his face almost unable to maintain its composure. But he still managed to suppress it and said, Nan Nan, I really like you. I hope you can give me a chance, even if it's just to be friends. Why is this man so clingy? After a busy day, and Nan just wanted to hurry home. So she said, I'm tired. If you still have something to say, tomorrow at 12 p.m., at the Locust Tree restaurant in Quancheng district, we can eat and talk. Bai Wenbin was overjoyed when he heard this. The Locust Tree restaurant is a famous couple's restaurant. And Nan suddenly asking him to eat there, does this mean? And Nan stopped paying attention to him, who was already lost in a beautiful dream, and took the elevator upstairs. Let him enjoy it. Quancheng district is the lowest in elevation. Let's see if you can still be happy when you're trapped in the flood tomorrow. Chapter 8, The Storm Arrives. Back at home, and Nan put the little dog on the floor, then took a dog bed out of her space. The little dog, seeing its owner conjure up a bed out of thin air, widened its eyes and cautiously sniffed it. And Nan watched its round, chubby face, which showed a human-like expression of surprise, and almost laughed. Silly dog, this is your bed, it's not poisonous. The little white dog seemed to understand her words, made a small grunt, and wiggled its little butt to climb into the bed. Wow, this dog is quite smart. What should I name it? And Nan looked at it lying in the bed, its plump and lazy appearance. Let's call it Fugwa, fortune. It sounds prosperous and long-lasting. Fugwa and Nan took out a handful of dog food and fed it to the little white ball's mouth. From now on, you'll be called Fugwa. Fugwa made a pig-like grunt, wagging its tail and gobbling down the food. After feeding the dog, and Nan changed into her casual home clothes and went into the kitchen to cook herself a bowl of sour soup noodles. While eating the noodles, she scrolled through her friend circle. Everyone was sighing about the rain that fell today, saying it saved the hard-working people struggling in the heat. Someone had screenshot the temperature. After a month of 38 degrees Celsius heat, it suddenly dropped to 28 degrees Celsius. Someone else said the rain was too light, and if it could rain a bit more, and for a few more days, that would be even better. And Nan looked at this post and thought to herself, Big brother, you really don't know the truth. This rain will indeed last for a long time, but by then, I bet this big brother won't be able to laugh anymore. After finishing her meal, and Nan stretched a bit, did a set of punches, then went to her room to sleep. Originally lying in the living room, little Fugwa immediately got up and followed her inside. And Nan smiled and patted its head. You're quite clingy. She took out a small bed just for dogs from her space and placed it beside her bed. Then she turned off the light. Sleep now. Perhaps because the end of the world was approaching, and Nan had a restless night. In her dream, it seemed like she was back in her previous life, with Bai Wenbin and Qian Inger chasing her with bone knives behind her. She ran wildly when suddenly a shadow blocked her way. She looked up, and it was Xingye, who showed a sinister smile. Good daughter, go ahead. He then gave her a hard push, sending her to Bai Wenbin's side. No! And Nan screamed and woke up with a start. It was already daylight, and Fugwa had somehow climbed onto her bed and was gently licking her palm as if comforting her. And Nan's heart warmed, and she hugged it. The events of the previous life were over, and in this life, they would definitely live well. She drew the curtains open, and it was still drizzling outside. And Nan first mixed the dog food for Fugwa, then busied herself in the kitchen, clanging pots and pans. While the house still had water and electricity, and Nan decided to make some more food to store in the space, so it could be taken out when needed later. She quickly solved her breakfast, then took out all the pots in the house. She set up 2 stoves with pots, plugged in the electric stewing pot, and turned on the oven and air fryer to work simultaneously. And Nan was busy as a bee, and in no time, he had prepared 6 dishes. Each dish was plentiful, divided into small portions and packed in disposable boxes he had bought earlier, then stored while still warm. This cycle continued, and he worked hard until it was just past 11, when the sky suddenly darkened. It was midday, although it had been drizzling, the day was still bright. But now, dark clouds suddenly enveloped the city, and it fell into darkness, while the previous light drizzle ceased. It's here. And Nan looked outside at the pitch-black sky, just like in his previous life. First, it was suddenly dark all around, and then in an hour, a storm would arrive, gradually drowning the city. Inside the house, it was also pitch black. Fugue, his pet, stood up in alarm and nervously edged closer to Nan. And Nan turned on the light, picked up Fugue, and gently comforted it. He also found a chew toy for it to play with, and then casually picked up his phone. Weibo and Moments were already buzzing with activity. Oh my gosh, how did it suddenly become dark in the middle of the day? I've never seen this before, I thought aliens invaded. Is it going to rain heavily? The clouds look dark and low. His phone beeped with a message from the Meteorological Bureau, issuing a yellow warning for heavy rain, advising citizens to reduce outings and suspend outdoor activities and work for the next 3 hours. And Nan put down his phone, and while it was still not raining, he tidied up the kitchen waste and went outside to throw it in the trash bin. After throwing out the garbage and just stepping back inside the elevator, he heard someone shouting. Wait! Don't close the door yet. It was a young man from the 15th floor with his mother. The woman was carrying a big bag full of vegetables and seeds, scolding her son as they entered the elevator. You little brat, why are you causing me trouble? I'd be better off with a piece of char siu. Mom, you're just idling at home, it's better to grow something and cultivate the spirit. Bah! You little brat, you just want to trap me at home as a nanny, making it convenient for you to mess with those junk. Don't say it so harshly, this is called logistical support, contributing to the great cause of scientific research. Zhao Pingyan, you're full of crap. Seeing his mom cursing more and more profanely, Zhao Pingyan awkwardly explained to a Nan beside him, Sorry, miss, my mom has a bit of a temperament issue, she talks like this. And Nan smiled and indicated it was fine. The elevator quickly reached the 14th floor. As Nan stepped out, she could still hear him pacifying his mom. Look at this damn weather, it goes black whenever it wants. Maybe my article will really come true, so you just. The 15th floor was the top floor, housing only their family, with 2 units belonging to them alone. And Nan had a deep impression of them. In her past life, they were the only family in the neighborhood living relatively well. Not only were they not starving and emaciated, but they also weren't robbed by thugs. In the extremely hot later period, they left the neighborhood unharmed, not knowing where they moved to. And Nan got home and opened her computer, curiously searching for Zhao Pingyan's name, and indeed found an article on the 20 possibilities of the apocalypse, authored by Zhao Pingyan. It speculated various probabilities of apocalyptic events, including extreme weather, large-scale plagues, and even researched ways to escape a zombie siege. An imaginative work. At the bottom of the article were numerous comments, some saying he was just delusional from reading too many novels, while others eagerly discussed survival tools for the end of the world. Turns out he was an apocalypse survival enthusiast. No wonder he lived quite well in the last life, it matched his profession. In the Huai Tree restaurant in Quancheng district, Bai Wenbin had booked a window seat on the 2nd floor, waiting proudly for Nan's arrival. Blocked me? No problem, after this meal, won't she just have to add me back? He rubbed the medicine in his pocket, soon he would pour this into her drink. When the raw rice turns into cooked rice. Bai Wenbin thought delightfully. Suddenly, a thick purple lightning streaked across the silent sky, followed by a loud thunderous crash. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap erupted. A gust of wind swept through, rustling the leaves downstairs. Then, heavy rain poured down like a waterfall, the dense raindrops pattering violently against the windows. It seemed the sky had been torn open, and the rain fiercely smashed onto the ground, creating a cloud of mist. Bai Wenjin was startled, what the? Chapter 9, Why is it raining so heavily all of a sudden? Bai Wenjin looked at his watch, it was already the agreed time, but Nan had not yet arrived. Not wanting to miss this rare opportunity, he had no choice but to sit patiently and wait. After waiting for half an hour, Nan still didn't come. Looking at the torrential rain outside, a pang of unease suddenly surged in his heart. Bai Wenjin picked up his phone and called in Nan. It was still in the blocked status. So he could only borrow a phone from the waiter to call her. Hello? Hi. And Nan, it's me, Bai Wenjin. I'm at the Sephora Tree restaurant, when do you think you'll arrive? Oh, I have something going on here, I'll be a bit late. Just wait for me. Okay, Nan. After hanging up the phone, Bai Wenjin felt relieved hearing her tone was still nice, so he waited patiently. As long as today goes well, he could win the beauty and enjoy endless wealth and honor. It's just a matter of waiting, he still had that much patience. The rain outside continued to fall fiercely. Unknowingly, another hour passed. Ding, buzz. Everyone's phones in the restaurant chimed at the same time. Bai Wenjin looked down, it was a text from the Meteorological Bureau. Red warning for heavy rain, reminding citizens to stay at home, stop all outdoor activities and work, cease operations and classes. People in dangerous areas should immediately relocate to safe places. Heavens! Why is that car floating? A woman at the next table suddenly exclaimed. Only then did Bai Wenjin look out the window, seeing the floodwaters on the road soaring past pedestrians' waists, and some small vehicles were even floating. How could this happen? Even the heavy rains during typhoon days weren't this fierce. He borrowed the phone again to call in Nan, where are you? Who are you? I am Bai Wenjin. Bai Wenjin? I don't know you. What a terrible name. After saying that, the other side hung up the phone directly. Bai Wenjin was stunned, dialed again, but this time it was just the busy tone. His face turned dark, is she messing with me? At this moment, the restaurant was in chaos. Some people's cars were swept away by the water, others received notifications from schools to immediately pick up their children, and some ordered rides but no one accepted the request. Bai Wenchen hurriedly left the restaurant, but downstairs he found that in such a short time, the water level had risen again, now reaching his chest. Although the door on the first floor was closed, a lot of water had already seeped in. His car parked by the roadside was also submerged, completely undrivable. Bai Wenchen was furious. Being toyed with by Nan, not only had he sat here for an hour and a half, but he also lost a car. Now he was even trapped here. The road was a mess. The torrential rain came fiercely, and many people simply didn't react in time. Some were trapped in cars unable to escape, some slipped walking through the water and were swept away, and some got injured swimming in the water. And at this moment, Nan was at home watching a TV drama, enjoying a steaming hot pot. The spicy beef fat bubbled in the pot, keeping the damp mist outside at bay. Even the initially restless dog had quieted down, comfortably snuggling at its owner's feet, happily gnawing on a large bone. And Nan chewed on tender bamboo shoots while dipping tripe into the pot, then wrapped it with a spicy sauce before popping it into her mouth. The fragrance wafted around the room. After finishing the meal, Nan tossed the bowls and chopsticks into the dishwasher. She opened WeChat and found that the owner's group chat was exploding. Why is the rain so heavy? The cars are floating. I just got my new car. I feel for you for 10,000 seconds. Luckily my pockets are empty so I couldn't buy a car. This thunder, is it possible some immortal is crossing calamity? When the sudden darkness came at noon, I felt something was wrong, the sky looked like it was leaking. The sky is indeed strange. Could it be the end of the world? And Nan saw this comment and sighed, surprised that someone actually spoke the truth. He clicked on the person's avatar and found out it was a guy from the 15th floor. I'm laughing to death. It's just a heavy rain, not the end of the world. Have you watched too many movies? Our school has announced a day off. Great, just took a break on Monday. Our company is off too. Neighbors, be careful when you go home, I almost fell into a well just now. And Nan exited WeChat and opened Weibo. At this moment, a news article titled Heavy Rain Floods Subway in Hagwong City was trending. It came with a video from the scene. Many people were trapped in the subway, water reaching their shoulders, and some were already crying, calling their families to say their last words. And Nan felt a wave of sadness hit him. In his past life, it was the same. At first, people thought it was just rain, not realizing that disaster and death wouldn't stop. Many netizens commented under the news. Beautiful warrior, so heart-wrenching. Why is Hagwong City getting such heavy rain? Our Lingnan City is also flooded. Contentment is joy, we're the same in Lingbei City. What can't be done, eating first, oh my. Is it raining heavily in the north too? I thought it was just us in the south. Cherry calf, I'm in the beautiful country, and it's pouring rain here too. Is the whole world experiencing heavy rain? The atmosphere online grew more tense. And Nan felt overwhelmed inside, so he put down his phone and decided to play with his dog to adjust his mood. Fugue wasn't by his feet. After searching, he found it on the sofa, digging at it with its paws, rear end up, lively and full of energy. Fugue. No demolishing the house. And Nan walked over and picked up the white fluff ball. Only then did he notice the dog had a necklace in its mouth. This is the jade pendant Aunt Chen gave her yesterday. Little thing, where did you dig this out? And Nan took the pendant away and casually stored it in his space, then lightly tapped Fugue's head. You can't eat random things, or you'll get sick. Suddenly, a flash of white light surged through his consciousness. This familiar feeling. He hurriedly checked the space. The space had unexpectedly expanded. Originally 800 square meters of space was already filled with supplies, and now it had added another 1,000 square meters. The little house that was originally 60 square meters had turned into 100 square meters. And Nan was overjoyed. This space could actually upgrade? He searched through the space and found that the jade pendant had disappeared. It seemed the reason for the space upgrade was the absorption of his mother's pendant. And Nan's eyes burned. Mom must be watching over her from above. She not only brought her back to life but also sent this jade pendant to help her expand her space. Also, she thanked Aunt Chen for returning the pendant to her. After thinking for a moment, Nan walked over to the dressing table and opened the drawer. Inside were her various pieces of jewelry. She stored all the jewelry in space and discovered that a jade ring vanished instantly. Everything else remained. And the space added another 500 square meters, turning the little house into a 2-story building. So jade could upgrade space. What if there were more jade? Unfortunately, Nan previously thought jade accessories looked a bit mature and rarely bought them. So the only jade pieces she had were the jade bracelet on her wrist and this ring. She looked down at the bracelet binding her space, only to find that its quality had greatly improved. It was previously a glutinous type, but now it had become a glutinous wax type, much clearer. It seemed she needed to collect more jade in the future to upgrade both the space and the bracelet. And Nan happily thought. Then she looked at the large empty space left, suddenly feeling a loss of security. The supplies were supposed to be all packed, but now seeing this huge empty area, the supplies weren't much at all. No, this extra 1,500 square meters also needed to be filled. And Nan pulled out a map from the space and suddenly had a new idea. Chapter 10, Zero-Cost Shopping at the Mall. Before returning the car yesterday, Annan specifically brought a map, marking some important landmarks in shopping malls. She remembered that in the higher areas of Jiangbei district, there was a newly built shopping mall, and its opening time was set for just tomorrow. The goods should have all been put on the shelves by now. Today there was heavy rain, and everywhere was suspended work and business, so the mall definitely wouldn't open. Annan planned to go there tonight for zero-yuan shopping. You can't waste the capitalists' profits. Instead of soaking in the water, it's better to benefit yourself. Thinking of this, Annan set an alarm and went to bed. Tonight is going to be a big project, and she needed to recharge her energy first. On the other side, Bai Wenbin had been trapped in the Huai Tree restaurant for 3 hours. Watching the water level rise higher and higher, it showed no sign of stopping. Is he really going to spend the night here? He thought with a dark expression. At this moment, a big brother who loved to fish, with a kayak always in his car, just happened to paddle by Bai Wenbin. Bai Wenbin's eyes lit up and immediately asked the other person to take him along. No way, bro, adding one more person is too heavy, I can't paddle. I'll give you 1,000. Come aboard, bro. It's not about the money, I feel we have a connection. While speaking, he quickly pulled out a payment code from his phone. Bai Wenbin got off the kayak near the community and then got off the boat. The water level here was lower than in the wider urban area, but on his way home through the water, he still got hurt by floating objects. After much effort, he finally arrived at his doorstep, but his hands were shaking. No matter how he tried to align the key with the lock, he could only knock on the door of Qian Inger's place across the street. Seeing her cousin's disheveled appearance, Qian Inger was taken aback. Wenbin, are you okay? Bai Wenbin frowned as he entered the house. Get me some iodine and medical gauze. Qian Inger looked for medicine while asking, why are you back so early, and looking like this? Where's Annan? Did you not succeed? While bandaging himself, Bai Wenbin gritted his teeth and told her about today's ordeal. That scum dared to stand you up? Qian Inger's face darkened, and she sternly said, since she's so ungrateful, let's give her a lesson. What do you want to do? Isn't she self-righteous? Qian Inger suddenly showed a meaningful expression. Then let's find 2 thugs to have some fun with her, let's see if she can still be self-righteous. Bai Wenbin frowned, that's too much, after all, she's your future sister-in-law. Brother, she has no intention of being with you. Once she loses her purity, I'll find a way to help market her well. Qian Inger revealed a vicious smile. When she's disgraced and abandoned by all, we'll go comfort her and let her know that only you don't mind her and are still willing to accept her, won't everything fall into place then? Bai Wenbin's eyes lit up, Inger, you're really smart. After hesitating for a moment, he added, but it feels a bit nauseating. Oh come on, bro. Do you really see her as a wife? Once you take control of her family property, what kind of girl can't you get? At that time, just dump her. That makes sense. Bai Wenbin stopped hesitating, where do you plan to find those thugs? No rush, leave it to me. Qian Inger spoke with confidence. Annan was quite good-looking, and there were plenty of men interested in her. As long as she pushed a little, this matter wouldn't fail. The brother and sister exchanged smiles, as if they could already see their plan succeeding. At this time, Annan was sleeping soundly. At midnight, the alarm went off, and Annan got up on time. Beside her, Fuguei was startled awake, warily opening his eyes and snuggling up to Annan. She stroked the dog's head, you keep sleeping, I'm going to get us some good stuff. Fuguei was very understanding, quickly quieted down, and lazily closed his eyes again. Annan tidied up, put on clothes suitable for movement, and quietly went downstairs. By this time, the water outside had already risen higher than a person. All the first-floor houses were flooded, and the residents had all left in the afternoon. Urgently sought refuge elsewhere. Annan carefully checked, confirming that no one was around, then took out a kayak from the space and slowly paddled out of the community. Although the kayak was quiet, paddling was too tiring, and not long after leaving the community, Annan switched to a speedboat. The water was full of floating obstacles like cars, branches, and signs blocking the way. What was originally a 30-minute journey took over an hour for Annan to reach the new shopping mall. The terrain here was high, with the water only reaching her thighs. She pulled out a glass-breaking tool from the space and successfully entered the interior. Although power and internet would soon collapse, just to be safe, she violently destroyed the mall's surveillance system before exploring freely. As she expected, all the goods in the mall were already on the shelves. The underground parking lot had long been submerged, so Annan skipped over it. The first floor was a large shopping supermarket. Each area's shelves had 6 levels, with only the bottom 2 submerged. Since the soaking time was short, many sealed products were still usable. After checking, Annan began a joyful zero-cost shopping spree. First, she arrived at the snack section. Potato chips, spicy strips, squid strips, beef jerky, pickled chicken feet, ham sausages, seaweed, chocolate, biscuits, canned goods, various nuts. These items weren't in her space, so she took them all. There were also self-heating hot pots, self-heating rice, snail noodles, pasta, and various instant noodles. Braised beef, scallion ribs, pickled cabbage, spicy turkey noodles, and everything in between for cooking and soaking. Not picky about flavors, she stored them all in her space. Then she went to the drink section. Although there was drinking water in her space, bottled water was more convenient and useful for bartering supplies. Grab, grab, grab. There were red wine, beer, cocktails, light liquor, and ergwatu, among various alcoholic beverages. Coke, Sprite, Wanglaji, coconut juice, Red Bull, soda water, and various drinks. And a variety of rich dairy products were also collected. Next was the frozen foods section. There were semi-finished frozen snacks, soup dumplings, sweet glutinous rice balls, brown sugar glutinous rice cake, original flavored chicken nuggets, French fries, and potato cakes. These were convenient and simple, heating up easily to be ready to eat. There were also high-end steaks, foie gras, lobsters, abalones, sea cucumbers, and king crabs. And various balls she hadn't bought before, cuttlefish balls, crab sticks, shrimp paste, beef meatballs, and fish roe bags. Finally, she picked fruits and vegetables, rice, flour, and edible oils. Anything submerged was discarded, while everything intact was stored in her space. After cleaning out the food section, it was time for household goods. Toiletries, cleaning supplies, storage boxes, lunch boxes, desk lamps, clothes hangers. Without even glancing, she stored everything in her space. She didn't even spare diapers and baby bottles in her sweeping spree. Finally, she collected various dog food, canned food, and chew sticks from the pet supplies area. After about an hour, Annan finally emptied the entire supermarket. Not just the items on the shelves, even the stock in the warehouse was not missed. Just as she was about to leave for the second floor, she was suddenly attracted by the cash register area at the exit. New. The third floor is for branded women's clothing. Although she had stocked up on clothes at the wholesale market before, the quality couldn't compare to these branded goods. Especially for intimate clothing like underwear, one should wear better quality ones. After clearing out the third floor, there wasn't much space left, so she skipped the fourth floor's men's and children's clothing. She went directly to the fifth floor's home goods area. Here, there are not only genuine leather sofas, solid wood beds, mahogany coffee tables, and massage bathtubs, but also various types of furniture. Mosquito nets, cooling mats, and bedding sets, among other beddings. There are also air conditioners, refrigerators, washing machines, and various appliances, as well as fans, ovens, blenders, and hairdryers. Although these things were all at home, if she moves again in the future, she still needs to prepare some new home goods for herself. Let alone in a chaotic end times, even in peaceful times, who wouldn't need to move a few times in their lifetime? With so many supplies on hand, she can settle anywhere. The sixth floor is a cinema. After Annan took a tour, there was nothing useful apart from the popcorn machine. Finally arriving at the top floor, the seventh floor. This level is the private space of the mall owner and cannot be accessed. Annan took out a hydraulic pliers and a sledgehammer, forcing the door open. As soon as she stepped inside, the president's extravagance hit her in the face. A supersized office desk and tea table, various priceless teas and tea sets, and not to mention the famous paintings and calligraphy on the walls. Even the random decor in the room is antiques. The most captivating for Annan is the 4-meter-long, 3-ton landscape ornament against the wall. It is made of jade, with excellent quality and exquisite carving. Annan appreciated it for a moment and then decisively put it into her space. In an instant, the space that was already filled to the brim with supplies from a whole mall suddenly expanded by 4,000 square meters. The once gray 2-story small building transformed into a 200 square meter 2-story villa. Why such a significant change this time? As Annan checked it out, she couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the extent of the space upgrade correlates with the quality of the jade. This ornament has good water quality and is large enough to upgrade her space so much at once. The bracelet on her hand also transformed from a glutinous jade to a glutinous ice jade. Annan couldn't help but feel that this trip was truly worth it. After her excitement, she naturally accepted the other supplies from the president. The small fridge contained a 5 Wagyu beef, Boston lobster, caviar, and black truffles. The wine cabinet had fine wines like Dom Perignon Champagne, 1982 Lafite, and Fétien Moutai, all of which went into her space. There were also cigars, tea leaves, golf clubs, and foreign classics. And a box of car keys? Who cares? Collect, 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 anything in sight should be taken. There are also antiques and calligraphy. In the end times, antiques are not valuable. During the extreme cold periods, these paintings and cultural artifacts will be burned as waste paper by people. If not taken, it would be a waste, after all, the space is large. In no time, she had cleared everything out, leaving only a bird-patterned pink ground vase that she couldn't collect no matter how she touched it. What's going on? And Nan directly tried to move it and found it was fixed to the ground. No wonder it can't be collected into the space. Is there some secret about this vase? Curious, and Nan began to examine it and discovered that while it couldn't leave the ground, it could rotate. So she slowly started to turn the vase's body. She saw the bookshelf in front of her slowly moving, revealing a secret door. There was actually a hidden room? And Nan took out her dagger and cautiously walked in. The hidden room was empty, with only a simple bed and a small wardrobe. It didn't match the president's extravagant personality. Could it be that this was just a hiding place prepared by the president for himself? As a child, and Nan had also fantasized about digging out a secret space in her bedroom to hide in when bad people broke into her home. Turns out the president also had a victim mentality like her. And Nan surveyed the surroundings and, feeling bored, opened the ordinary wardrobe. Inside, it was surprisingly packed with gold bars. Wouldn't this be better off in a safe or a bank, rather than in a shabby wardrobe? The president truly has a unique character. Annan unhesitatingly collected everything into the space, then discovered there was a large box at the very bottom of the wardrobe. So she dragged it out and opened it. This is an Uzi submachine gun? Boss, you are really something. Annan stared at the gun and half a box of bullets, dumbfounded. This CEO doesn't have paranoia, they truly must have offended some crime syndicate, right? No need for a handgun, just grab a submachine gun. Ready to shoot 10 enemies at once. How insecure must they feel to hide a gun in the office? Annan clicked her tongue, while putting away the gun and bullets into the space. Thank you for the generous gift, big boss. With the submachine gun, Annan felt empowered. The 7th floor was completely stripped bare, and she felt satisfied as she headed downstairs. After some thought, she returned to the 4th floor and collected men's and children's clothing into the space. Now that the space had increased in size, it didn't matter if it was useful or not, just collect it first. Those rich folks amass so many assets that they can't spend in several lifetimes, yet they never stop making money. After clearing out the mall, Annan headed to the high-rise office building connected to it. The office building had 40 floors and belonged to the mall, just recently put into use. As Annan walked in, she found many areas were still not rented out, with only some floors occupied by companies. Since she was there, she decided to look around and see if there was anything worth taking. Taking advantage of the elevator still working, Annan went straight to the top floor. The top floor was empty, with only a small door on the east side, firmly locked. Experience from raiding the CEO's office told her, the more securely it's locked, the more treasures inside. So she took out her various tools and forcefully broke the door. After a lot of effort, she discovered it was a staircase leading to the rooftop. Why would a staircase be locked so tightly? Annan was speechless. After finally opening the door, she thought for a moment and decided to go up for some fresh air, to rest a bit. After running around all night, she was panting heavily. Once up there, she found that the rooftop actually had a helipad. However, the green helipad was empty at that moment. Annan couldn't help but think, how wonderful it would be if there were a helicopter. In case of an earthquake or tsunami, she could fly to safety. Just as she was feeling regret, she suddenly spotted a black shadow in the distance. Chapter 12, What kind of doomsday battle vehicle is this? It looks like a tank. Annan couldn't help but take a few steps closer to take a look. Sturdy black steel plates, a reinforced bumper, and angular lines. Is this the Night 15? When heading to the villa area, it was the armored vehicle that had made her drool on the winding mountain road. Annan couldn't believe her eyes, wide open in astonishment. This owner is incredible. Not only has a helicopter and a helipad, but even brought the vehicle to the rooftop? The roof has great drainage, and the vehicle is in pristine condition. Annan lovingly touched the tough car body. What a wonderful doomsday vehicle. It could easily knock other cars away and wasn't afraid of grenades even. Too bad she didn't have the keys, she wouldn't be able to store it in the space. Wait, keys? Annan thought for a moment and pulled out the box of car keys she found in the CEO's office. The CEO was so wealthy that he had so many car keys they needed to be stored in a box. After rummaging through, she successfully found a key marked with a K among keys for Bentley, Maserati, Lamborghini, and other brands. She pressed it, and the car lights flashed. It opened. Indeed, once again, it was a big boss's asset. Annan quickly stored the armored vehicle in her space. Thank you again for the generous gift, big boss. Descending from the rooftop, Annan searched through the floors quickly. Compared to the big boss's office, these were nothing, only some simple office supplies, which were useless to her. However, some newly settled companies had plenty of cement, tiles, stone, paint, and other decoration materials. Annan collected a large amount of them. These items would become very valuable later. Once entering the official base, they could be used to exchange for housing. In her previous life, with nothing at all, she never managed to enter the base until her death. With nowhere to wander and escape, in this life, she must plan ahead. Coming out of the office building, it was already 3:30 in the morning. And Nan drove the speedboat back to the neighborhood. On the way, she encountered a pharmaceutical factory. And Nan checked it out and found no one there, so she decisively went in to loot. Not only were there the daily medications she had stockpiled before, but also Chinese herbal medicine and various vaccines. There were even a small number of medical devices. In the apocalypse, the hardest thing is getting treated. Even if you have the chief physician of a top-tier hospital by your side, you could die from a simple infection due to a lack of medicine. With these drugs and equipment, her chances of survival increased a bit. As Nan gathered supplies into her space, she sighed, feeling that tonight was indeed fruitful. Returning to the neighborhood, the water level had already flooded the entire first floor, and soon the residents on the second floor would be woken up by water rushing into their homes. And Nan quickened her pace and hurried back home. When she opened the door, Fu Gue wagged its tail and eagerly rushed up to her. "Fu Gue, don't make a fuss, I'm wet." And Nan first changed out of her rain-soaked clothes before she pampered and cuddled her dog. Holding Fu Gue, she made her way to the kitchen and boiled herself a bowl of hot ginger soup. At this time, she couldn't afford to catch a cold. After drinking the ginger soup and taking a hot shower, she finally returned to bed to rest. Morning. An AW-139 helicopter landed steadily on the rooftop of a high-rise building, unfazed by the heavy rain. A man in a suit stepped out, opened an umbrella, and stared blankly at the empty rooftop. "Where's the vehicle?" He frowned and went downstairs, entering the adjacent shopping mall, only to be shocked to find it completely empty. "Where are the things in the mall?" Rubbing his eyes and looking again. It was still empty. A bad premonition suddenly surged in his heart. He hurried to the 7th floor and saw the open office and the emptied secret room, staring in disbelief. It took him a while to regain his composure, and he dialed the phone. "Boss, the items you wanted are missing. Also, the armored vehicle on the rooftop is gone." "What do you mean?" I mean, everything is gone. The entire mall is empty." The man's voice got softer with each word. "This is ridiculous. The whole city was flooded, travel could only rely on small boats. Who had the power to empty an entire mall overnight?" The voice on the other side showed no emotion. "Investigate." "Okay, boss." The man in the suit hung up, wanting to cry but with no tears. Who was it? Who was so heartless to clear out everything? Investigate? Easier said than done. The damn surveillance was destroyed, and with the city flooded, where could they even investigate? He painfully rubbed his forehead. There's no choice. The boss's order is absolute, employees run until their legs break. Investigate. In Fonglin Yijing neighborhood. When Nan woke up, it was already noon. Outside, the clouds were still dark and heavy, rain pounding on the windows, while the neighborhood was brightly lit. She opened her phone and found new messages in the owner group. Clicking to view, it turned out that the residents on the second floor were asking the neighbors above for shelter. When the heavy rain hit yesterday, the residents on the first floor, whose homes were flooded, had taken the opportunity to leave when the water was shallow. Now the ones suffering the most were the residents on the second floor. They never expected that the accumulated water would completely submerge the first floor and flood up to the second floor. In just one day's time, the water had reached nearly 4 meters deep. The outside was in chaos as the rescue teams were busy saving those trapped in the flood, temporarily unable to attend to the situation in the neighborhood. Thus, the unfortunate residents on the second floor could not leave and had to seek help from their neighbors. However, there was no response. The unprecedented torrential rain cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. The instinct to hoard food made everyone extremely anxious. In such circumstances, everyone felt insecure and wanted to go out to forage for food. Unfortunately, the water was too deep, and the situation in the water was complex. Even the best swimmers didn't dare to venture into it lightly. Getting hurt by floating debris was minor. What if there was an electric leak or if someone got sucked into an unguarded drain? That would be fatal. Still, I don't know how long we'll be trapped in the house by the rain. We have to ration our own food, so how can we take in others? Therefore, after the help request from the second floor was sent out, there was no response for a long time. Neighbors, please help, we have small children at home, can we borrow a place to stay? As soon as children were mentioned, some people immediately felt sympathy. Come to my house, I have a spare room. Thank you so much. Don't worry, we'll leave as soon as the rescue team comes. Seeing the plight of the residents on the second floor, the third floor residents also became anxious, constantly praying, please let this rain stop quickly, and let it not flood my home. But reality would disappoint them, and remembered from her past life that it wasn't until the water reached the 6th floor that the rain finally stopped. And put down her phone, mixed some dog food for Fortune, and went into the kitchen to boil herself a plate of beef dumplings. Fortune smelled the delicious aroma, ran over with bright eyes, and looked at her. "Let me have a taste." And couldn't help but chuckle and gave it a few dumplings as well. After both she and the dog finished eating, and, with nothing much to do, started cooking again. She chose to stir-fry and make dishes with strong flavors. Scallion lamb, spicy crayfish, sauced beef, marinated duck, braised ribs. Taking advantage of the fact that her neighbors still had surplus food, she hurriedly lit the stove. After a few days, when everyone was running low on supplies, the aroma of food would attract unnecessary trouble. Just like this, she had been busy for a few days, when suddenly a loud commotion came from outside. Chapter 13, a bag of instant noodles for 300 yuan, the rescue team has arrived. After a few days, the water level had risen to 9 meters, flooding the 3rd floor. The rescue team, having rescued those trapped outside, began to relocate residents from the lower floors of the buildings. Residents on the 2nd to 4th floors were moved to higher hotels and office buildings. Just as the rescuers were about to leave, they were surrounded by other residents coming down from the upper floors. "Young man, when will this rain stop? Will it flood my house? I saw online that it's raining heavily all over the world. Is the apocalypse coming? Do you have any official news? Can you deliver some food? We're about to run out. Send food to my house first, my kid needs fresh milk every day. And in my house, my elderly can't eat rice, could you send us some whole grains? What's the situation outside? Do you have any spare kayaks to share with us?" A crowd of people became more and more excited as they spoke. The young man's eyes turned red. "I really don't know, the rain came so suddenly, our unit is also flooded. My wife was swept away by the water, and she hasn't been found yet. We've been out rescuing people every day, we haven't slept for several days." Hearing this, the crowd fell silent. The young man quickly took the lower floor residents away. A tense, oppressive atmosphere spread out. A couple of days later, the rain still hadn't stopped. The water level had submerged the 5th floor. The second batch of rescue teams still had not arrived. Residents on the 5th floor could only seek shelter as the previous residents on the 2nd floor had done. But this time, no one was willing to take them in again. Everyone's food supplies had become scarce. "I only have rice left, does any neighbor have some vegetables to trade? Having rice is already good enough, I only have 2 eggs left, I'd be satisfied if someone could give me some instant noodles." Soon someone replied, "I have instant noodles, I can sell them to you for 300 yuan a bag." Instantly, someone became agitated. "You're selling something that costs 3 yuan for 300? A distant relative isn't as good as a nearby neighbor, how could you be so greedy with your neighbor? Exactly, how can you jack up prices like this? You don't really think the apocalypse is here, do you? The rain will eventually stop." Many people criticized him. At this moment, Uncle Fat from downstairs, Unit 1302, suddenly sent a message. "No one wants them, I'll buy as many bags as you have." This stirred up a big reaction. "Brother, are you crazy?" The resident across from 1302, who was the buzzcut guy and had seen last time, also expressed doubt. "Didn't you just deal with half a pig a few days ago? In the middle of the night, chopping non-stop, why still buy instant noodles at such a high price? I have money, I can be willful. If anyone has extra noodles, rice, or anything, I will buy all at high prices." And Nan looked at the messages on her phone and couldn't help but sigh. This is not willfulness, but a realization of the crisis. Person 1302 was quite shrewd, just like in the previous life, he quickly hoarded a lot of food. But this person is not kind, always provoking others to fight, then sitting back to reap the benefits. This tricky tiger, stirring up trouble, is scarier than those thugs. At this moment, people in the group were passionately accusing them of price gouging, while 1302 had already gone downstairs to get his instant noodles. The person selling things to him was overjoyed, truly making a fortune. A few packs of instant noodles exchanged for thousands of dollars. Little do they know how much they will regret this moment in the future. But none of this concerns Nan. At this time, she was sticking privacy film on her windows and replacing them with blackout curtains. The power will soon go out, and although she has a generator, she will not be affected, but she cannot avoid being seen from the opposite building. By treating the windows this way, the outside will not be able to see the situation inside the house. Then, using cement and gravel, she mixed simple concrete to seal all the drains in the house. This can prevent flooding and foul smell from coming up. After heavy rain comes extreme heat, when there will be many snakes, insects, and mice causing disaster. If not sealed with concrete, they will crawl into the house through the drains. Once all hidden dangers were eliminated, she turned her gaze to the small villa in her space. Although there are water, electricity, and gas inside, there are no pots, pans, bowls, or dishes. And Nan planned to tidy it up properly, so that one day if she needed to cook or seek refuge, she wouldn't have to tidy up from scratch. Just as she was about to dash into the villa, she caught a glimpse of Fortune gnawing on a bone. She picked it up and brought it into the space with her. The surroundings changed abruptly, and Fortune was stunned in an instant. After confirming safety, it wrinkled its little nose and looked around. And Nan then used her mind to retrieve various household items from outside the villa. Sofa, big bed, dining table and chairs, refrigerator, washing machine. These items also take up space outside, so it's better to move them all into the villa. And Nan even humorously decorated the second floor room to look like a big boss's office. She really liked the taste of the big boss. So, those paintings, antiques, tea table and tea sets that don't need to be preserved were all placed inside. Finally, she focused on tidying up the bathroom. This will be the place she uses most frequently in the future. The outside drains are blocked, making it inconvenient to take a shower. But the villa can be used for an hour every day. If she uses less than an hour during the day, then before midnight, she will come in to shower and use up the remaining time. It's all about seizing every second, leaving no waste. Just as she finished tidying up, both she and the dog were kicked out of the space. How did an hour pass so quickly? Fortune was still immersed in exploring the new home when it was suddenly kicked out of the space and fell over awkwardly. After struggling to get up, it found itself back in the original home. Owo, 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 owo? Sister Nan. What's going on? Where's my villa? And Nan laughed and picked it up. What are you howling about, silly dog? Just like that, 2 more joyful days passed, and suddenly a piece of news spread online. In Little Notebook Country, it had been completely submerged by surging seawater. Before people could clap in joy, Kimchi Country, Beautiful Country, and others also fell into chaos. Although has always been united, when one side has trouble, all sides help. Unfortunately this time, all sides are in trouble and can't spare the effort. The entire blue planet was shrouded in heavy rain. In just over a week, all cities turned into a sea of. People's food gradually ran low, and they could only frantically call for help. However, the calls they made also sunk underwater. On this day, the tenacious power system finally could not hold on any longer. With a snap, all the lights went out. The internet was instantly severed. Woo woo. The air defense alarm suddenly sounded, as if the city was letting out its last wail. Then the world fell into a deep silence. Buildings swayed like islands on the rippling water. Annan looked out the window, lowering her gaze. It began, the new era of the apocalypse. From then on, the blue planet would fall into its most chaotic times. Chapter 14. After the power outage, the community plunged into darkness, yet voices surged like a tide. The insufficient battery on their phones and the disconnected signals pushed the lingering panic in people's hearts to its peak over these past few days. Everyone unanimously opened their doors and began to discuss wildly. Neighbors, I feel like the sky has collapsed. The emergency call couldn't get through, and now even the internet is down. Do you still have food? This rain won't keep falling forever, right? Voices clashed, and the hallway became chaotic. Finally, someone shouted. Quick, save some water. If the water stops too, we can only drink rainwater. Everyone scattered like birds and beasts, rushing back to their homes to fill any containers they could find. At this time, the water had already flooded up to the 6th floor. The residents on the 5th and 6th floors were most anxious. They could only squeeze into the hallway, regretting not leaving with the tenants on the lower floors. And they couldn't help but resent their neighbors for being so unkind. Meanwhile, Jen Inger from room 802 had already moved to room 801. The siblings groped around in the dark, gathering all the food together, and discovered they only had a bowl of rice and 2 bags of instant noodles left. Wenbin, at this rate, we can't last more than a few days. Wenbin said, how about we go ask Annan for help? She loves to study cuisine and always has plenty of stock at home. Jen Inger bit her lip, but she treated you so poorly before. Even if she has some opinion about me, we've at least met once, right? She wouldn't just watch us die in this situation, would she? Jen Inger thought for a moment. You're right. And if the water keeps rising, it'll soon reach our floor. Why not just move into her place? The 14th floor is much safer. After discussing, the two immediately went out and headed upstairs. When they reached the upstairs, they found that Annan had locked the stainless steel door on the 14th floor, and they couldn't reach the door of 1402 at all. So they could only knock on the hallway door first. After knocking for a long time, no one responded. Jen Inger suddenly had a bright idea. Brother, she seemed to have added an armored door behind this one. An added door? Wenbin frowned. Then she might not be able to hear us, let's knock harder. So the two of them gathered their strength and knocked with all their might. Nan, open the door. It's Inger. Nan, open the door. I know you're home. Until their hands were numb and their throats were hoarse, Annan finally came to the door. In fact, Annan had long heard the knocking, but she was busy studying the generator's manual. The power outage would cause many inconveniences, and a prolonged dark environment could lead to depression. Therefore, for her own happiness and that of her luxurious life, she absolutely could not allow the power to go out at home. After setting up the generator and installing the gas canister for cooking in the kitchen. Once her home was organized, she picked up a kitchen knife and opened the door leisurely. When Bai Wenbin and the others saw the door finally open, they were overjoyed. Looking up, they saw Annan holding a kitchen knife in her hand. Nan, are you cooking? The two were over the moon. Sure enough. As a food enthusiast, she must have plenty of supplies at home. While they could only drink porridge to fill their stomachs, she was still slicing vegetables and meat. Nan, our house has run out of food, we came to borrow some to eat. Or let us stay for a while, I can handle all the chores. Annan looked at Bai Wenbin, who spoke earnestly, and the pitiful Chen Inger in front of her, and couldn't help but sneer. When you guys broke my hands and cut my flesh in the previous life, you didn't have this expression. You want to move in? Chen Inger saw hope. Hastily, they nodded desperately. Sure. Annan looked them up and down, but you have to pay some rent. Bai Wenbin was stunned. Why is she so materialistic? We just met, helped in an emergency, and she wants to charge? Her family is so well off, why is she acting like a money grabber? But he didn't show it, his expression sincere as he said, we don't have cash on us, name your price, once the network signal is back, I'll transfer the money to you immediately. That won't work, what if you guys renege on the deal? Annan shook her head. By then, you'll have eaten and stayed, and if you renege, I can't do anything about it. Chen Inger really thought like this. Her core was poked, feeling a bit awkward, she forced out a smile. How could that be? We've been classmates for so many years, you don't trust me? Seeing Annan unresponsive, she added, Nan, if you don't help me, I'll starve to death. Can you really bear to watch me die? Annan looked at her, fine, I'll let you stay. The two let out a sigh of relief. But the food in my house is running low, if you really want to stay, you have to pay some grain. Chen Inger, Nan, we don't have any grain left. If we had food, would we come to you for help? You do have some. Annan suddenly said something shocking. Each of you lets me cut off one hand, and I'll let you in. The two looked at her in disbelief. She wore a sinister smile on her face. Did you not know? I love braised pig's feet the most. Your feet are so tender and white, after blanching them and adding some seasoning, they must taste delicious. She finished speaking, and suddenly swung a knife at Bai Wenbin. Bai Wenbin was greatly frightened by her words, and before he could react, his arm was slashed. He instinctively covered the wound. Looking at Annan's face splattered with blood, he suddenly felt like she was a ghost coming from hell to collect debts. It made him feel a chill all over his body. Annan didn't care what he was thinking, she raised the kitchen knife and slashed at Chen Inger next. Chen Inger screamed, her survival instinct made her turn and run, not even caring about her injured cousin. Bai Wenbin saw this and quickly turned to run downstairs. Annan didn't chase them. Looking at their panicked retreating figures, she revealed a playful smile. She wasn't going to kill them just like that. It was just to scare the brother and sister, and make them suffer a little. In the apocalypse, living with nothing was the most painful. Killing them with one strike would actually be a relief. After they had tasted the bitterness of the apocalypse, she would send them to meet the king of hell. Only then would she have paid off the debts from her past life. Thinking of their miserable appearance, Annan happily returned home. On the other side, Bai Wenbin and his sister scrambled back home. They originally wanted to freeload Annan's house and food, but unexpectedly, they didn't even make it to the door of 1402, and returned in defeat. They almost got killed by her. Chen Inger screamed like a groundhog in anger. Is this crazy? How dare she threaten us with a knife? At this moment, Bai Wenbin was terrified and covered his wound. Quick, find some gauze to stop the bleeding. After hastily bandaging his wound, the two siblings slumped onto the couch. After a while, Chen Inger suddenly straightened up, her face twisted with anger. This ungrateful. She must be properly taught a lesson. At this time, not only was there a power and network outage in the neighborhood, but the water had also been cut off. Many people had run out of food, and had to swim out to search for supplies. Annan looked out the window, people were jumping into the water like dumplings. But this water was not a swimming pool. The depth of the water had exceeded 15 meters, and the floating debris and the dark currents under the water were very dangerous. Many people, not long after entering the water, were injured by floating debris, facing the risk of waterborne infections. But in order not to starve to death, some people kept jumping into the water. Just a day later, floating corpses appeared in the water. Annan was bathing the rich dog, Fugue, when she suddenly heard many people screaming outside. She pulled open the curtain and looked. A corpse was being carried by the current, drifting closer. The water rippled gently. People who grew up in a time of peace had never seen death, even though heavy rain had trapped them for days. At that moment, fear gripped their hearts, and many were scared. And Nan shook his head. This is just the beginning. Soon, death will be as common as eating. Slowly, people would get used to it and become cold and numb. At this moment, although the corpses in the water were horrifying, some people still desperately swam out to find supplies to survive. Those who couldn't swim took out large bowls and bathtubs from their homes to use as little boats. Of course, there were also those too afraid to enter the water, wanting to take advantage of others' efforts. Old Lady Lou from 701 knocked on door after door. Good neighbors, do you have any food? I haven't eaten for 2 days. No one responded. How can you all be so heartless? My 2 kids are starving. Oh, my poor children. No matter how she cried and yelled, no one opened the door. Someone, exhausted by her cries, yelled back through the door. What kind of children do you have? 2 strong men in their 30s? Big and strong, can't they swim out themselves for food? Why should we share what we risk our lives to find? Old Lady Lou glared angrily. What does their age matter to you? No matter their age, they are my treasures. The water is so deep, what if my children encounter danger when swimming? After scolding for a long time without any reply, she had no choice but to mumble and go home. These young people nowadays, not one shows respect for the elderly or cares for the young. The next night, 2 men quietly opened the door on the 7th floor and tiptoed out. They were Old Lady Lou's 2 sons. The 2 sneaked out of their home, quietly made their way to the 14th floor. On the 14th floor lived a beautiful girl, whom they had noticed long ago. Unfortunately, they never had the chance to strike up a conversation. Today, they heard from the siblings on the 8th floor that this girl had a lot of food stored and lived alone. The brothers agreed, if they could slip into her house, not only would their food problem be solved, but they could also. The brothers exchanged a knowing smile. The neighbors on the 5th and 6th floors, seeing them sneak upstairs, guessed they were up to no good. But they didn't care. None of those neighbors wanted to welcome them into their homes, they were all selfish. Serves them right to be robbed. It would be best if they got into a fight, dog eat dog, then they would feel better. The Lou brothers brought a pile of lockpicking tools to the 14th floor. They had done enough sneaky work before, easily getting through doors and breaking locks without effort. They quickly opened the stainless steel door in the hallway. But they found there was still an armored door inside. What's going on? Why does this girl have a reinforced door too? They had no choice but to keep working. This armored door was not easy to pry open, but Lou had once been a professional locksmith. Although it took several times more effort than the first door, he managed to pry it open. The 2 exchanged smiles, they could finally go in. Standing in front of 1402, their smiles vanished instantly. How did she replace the community's standard steel security door with a bomb-proof armored door? They gritted their teeth and consoled themselves, good things come to those who wait. Let's keep going. So, they put in an incredible amount of effort, using more than an hour to finally pick the lock successfully. As they pulled the door open, the sleazy smile was only half formed when they discovered what lay behind the door was not the girl's home, but another door. Big brother, I'm tired. Should we just go to another place? Her door is like a nesting doll. Stop talking nonsense. We've already forced open 3 doors, if we leave now, all our efforts would be wasted. Lou wiped his sweat. Indeed, after spending so much time and energy, it would be a shame to give up. So they had no choice but to continue. Damn it, why do I feel like this door is playing mind games with us? Trash door. Big brother, do you think after we've been messing around here for so long, the girl won't wake up? What are you afraid of? So what if she wakes up? We are 2 grown men, why would we fear a little girl? That's true. The 2 brothers buried themselves in hard work, their hands shaking from exhaustion, until they finally opened the lock. Lou happily opened the door, but suddenly, his eyes met another pair of eyes, staring directly at them. Ah! He jumped in shock, shouting out loud. Shut the hell up! Lou slapped him and looked into the room. There, standing at the door, was a young beauty from the 14th floor, wearing a pink rabbit pajama, staring at them quietly. At her feet, there was a small white dog, looking like a little pig, baring its teeth and acting fierce. They appeared to be nothing more than 2 harmless little cuties. Lou pulled out a knife from his pocket. Little girl, don't make a sound, and let us in quietly. Annan, with a calm face, looked at them, pulling out a triangular bayonet from behind her. She had been practicing combat skills these days, and was just frustrated with no one to practice on, when 2 fools showed up at her door. Lou saw that not only was she unafraid, but also pulled out a weapon, and immediately, his ferocity showed. Little girl, let me tell you, in the face of absolute strength, weapons will only hurt you. As a woman, how dare you challenge a man? Before he could finish, Annan pulled him over and stabbed him in the stomach with a thrust. Look down on women? Annan sneered and stabbed again, and Lulata's blood flowed everywhere. The little white dog, Fugue, looked up with stars in its eyes. Sister Nan, you're awesome. Seeing its master so fierce, Fugue happily ran to hide behind her. Watch out, don't let the dirty blood stain my beautiful white fur. Lulata first stared in disbelief, then exploded in rage. One hand held his stomach, while the other waved the knife, viciously stabbing towards Annan. Annan dodged with a quick sidestep, and then grabbed him again, stabbing him repeatedly. Each time she pulled the knife out, blood poured out of the wound. After stabbing him 10 times, Annan finally released him. Lulata stared wide-eyed, in disbelief, falling down, and within moments, he had no breath left. Lulaer, standing nearby, was already dumbfounded. He had always been timid, and while he could sneak around, he couldn't handle violence or intimidation. Seeing his boss being killed so easily, he was instantly terrified, his soul nearly leaving his body, collapsing to the floor. You, don't come over here. Help, help me. He looked up at the woman walking towards him. She was wearing an adorable bunny pajama, but her face was emotionless as she held a cold bayonet. There was blood from his big brother splattered on her, and her knife was covered in red. Blood droplets drip falling to the ground. The intense visual shock made him wet himself in fear. Annan slowly walked towards him, pointing the knife at him. Fix the door and make it look like before. Okay, I'll fix it now, I'll fix it right now. I promise it will be as good as new. Lulaer begged for mercy as he trembled, his hands shaking uncontrollably as he fixed the lock. In his fear, he was actually working quickly. Done. Sister, I fixed it. He put down his hands, nervously watching Annan's reaction. Seeing her look down and carefully inspect the lock, Lulaer seized the chance, and quickly ran out. While rolling and crawling down the stairs, he screamed with all his might, help, help. Murder. 1402, murder. Annan raised an eyebrow, not expecting this coward to run so fast. She quickly chased after him with the bayonet in hand, stabbing him as soon as she caught up. Lulaer, running wildly, managed to avoid a fatal blow, only getting stabbed in the shoulder. His survival instinct kicked in, and he ran as fast as he could, dragging his bleeding body back to the 7th floor. The residents on the 5th and 6th floors, hiding in the stairwell, were scared out of their wits, screaming and huddling together. Before Lulaer could open the door to his apartment, Annan had caught up, still holding the knife. No! Don't kill me! Lulaer screamed, his eyes wide with terror. Annan wouldn't show mercy. In a lawless world like this, sparing him would only set her up for an uncertain death later. So, she ended it cleanly. She glanced back at the trembling residents on the 5th and 6th floors, but didn't bother to deal with the corpse. Turned and went straight home. The dead Lulaer was just thrown in the stairwell. Since the chicken was killed, how could the monkeys not be warned? In the last life, none of these neighbors were easy to deal with. Order was about to break down quickly, and it was better to let them know early that one was not to be trifled with. The next day, the other neighbors cautiously opened their doors to check. Last night, Lulaer's screams were deafening, they were all awakened, but no one dared open the door. They still wanted to live. Even though they were mentally prepared before opening the door, the splattered red stains all over the corridor walls still scared them greatly. It was like they had crossed into a horror movie scene. This incident quickly spread throughout the community, and the tales grew more sinister. A heartless female demon had committed murder on the 14th floor of Building 6. She was fierce, wielding a dagger and slicing anyone in her path. It was said she was a fugitive. On the other side, after discovering her son's corpse, Old Lady rolled around in the hallway, shouting to call the police. Unfortunately, there was no signal on her phone, and the police station had long since been submerged underwater. She could only go door to door, hoping the neighbors would help punish the female demon. The girl on the 14th floor has killed someone. Is anyone going to do something? The neighbors all firmly shut their doors. Are you kidding? The bloodstains on the wall are terrifying. Am I tired of living to get involved in your business? Moreover, the Lu brothers were prying open the door to a young girl's room at midnight, who couldn't see their intentions. They just wanted to steal a chicken and ended up losing their rice. Ignored, Old Lady sat down on the ground, starting to curse angrily in all directions. You group of damned beasts! Not a single person is here to seek justice for my son. Why is everyone so selfish? I'm an old lady, and no one will help me. Old Lady shouted for an hour, not the slightest tired, cursing endlessly. Finally, someone couldn't stand it any longer. What are you shouting about? If you're capable, go argue with 1402, why morally bind us to do something? This old lady often used moral intimidation. In the morning, she would rush out to grab discounted vegetables, sprightly and fierce. After getting the vegetables, she'd get on the bus and play the age card. If no one offered her a seat, she would point at their noses and scold them. In the community, she didn't like dogs. If she saw someone walking a dog, she'd just kick it. If the dog owner got mad, she'd lie down on the ground, wailing for sympathy. People had long found her displeasing, so they stoked the flames of gossip. Exactly, whoever killed your son, go find them. If you dare not confront her, why come here to curse us? A bully who fears strength. Do you need help upstairs to chat with her alone? Lou old lady was silenced, awkwardly got up from the ground, and took her son's corpse home. Oh son. It's not that your mother doesn't seek revenge for you, even you couldn't beat her, going would only mean death. Hearing the outside go quiet, everyone sneered, what a selfish, bully-fearing old lady. Meanwhile, Bai Wenbin and Qian Inger, who had been hiding at home, were greatly frightened by last night's events. They thought Annan was just posturing with a knife, but didn't expect her to really dare to kill. Initially, they planned to wait until she was done with those two thugs, then go comfort her. Then they would take the chance to stay at her house. Once they contacted her family, there would be endless riches to enjoy. But unexpectedly, their plans all went to waste. Those two incompetent fools couldn't even handle a girl in her 20s. Food at home had already run out. The siblings were both anxious and angry, unsure of what to do about her. Because Annan had made the first kill in the community, for now, no neighbors dared to take her on. However, the situation with the Liu brothers had opened up new ideas for the residents. In these extraordinary times, breaking in and prying locks was also a way to survive. Residents living on the 5th and 6th floors, who were holed up in the corridor, had long run out of food and lived in terrible conditions, so they discussed and decided. They set their sights on old lady Liu. Everyone knew she was just a lonely old widow, the easiest target. So they forced open her front door. The Liu brothers probably never expected that, relying on their strength, they could openly break into a young girl's home. And now that they're gone, others relied on numbers to openly break into their old mother's home. Old lady Liu heard banging noises from outside and shouted loudly through the door. No one outside paid any attention to her. Before long, the crowd pushed the door open and came in. Once inside, they found a huge bag of rice, 50 pounds of it. This damned old woman, she had so much rice at home and still went begging door to door, lying that she hadn't eaten for 2 days. Shameless. She even tried to rob that young girl. Got killed instead? Serves her right. The crowd gave themselves the excuse of ridding evil for the people, and shamelessly took over apartment 701. There were 4 households on the 5th and 6th floors. After taking over old lady Liu's home, they felt it wasn't enough space, so they went upstairs. When they got to the 8th floor, they found apartment 802 empty, so they moved in directly. Chen Inger, who had moved into 801, saw through the peephole that several strong men had taken over her place. She was furious but dared not say a word. She couldn't call the police now, so she decided not to confront them head-on for the moment. When order is restored, she would drive them out and demand compensation. Treat it like renting out her place. Old lady Liu, who was kicked out, was just as timid. At first, she cursed loudly, but the moment she saw the other side pull out knives, she went silent. Please, let me take some rice. Or I'll starve to death. No one answered her. They directly dragged her out and threw her outside the door. Her 2 sons were also dumped back into the hallway. The residents on the 5th and 6th floors started it, and now others were getting restless too. No food at home? Then go to someone else's. Not everyone could swim. Even if someone risked their life to bring back food, it only lasted a day or 2. So people started sneaking into others' homes to steal. Those who were robbed today hardened their hearts and robbed others tomorrow. Chaos broke out quickly. Evil started spreading among the crowd. The neighborhood soon fell into madness. Every day there were sounds of crying, screaming, and smashing. But everyone had one silent agreement: never mess with the female demon on the 14th floor. Old lady Liu disappeared without a trace. The bodies of the Liu brothers were thrown into the flood by everyone together. By the time they lifted them, they were already rotting. Chapter 17, The Vanished One. And Nan's life returned to peace. Though all kinds of noisy sounds disturbed the neighborhood, at least no one came to bother her anymore. So she focused on training her body and practicing fighting skills at home. She often sweated all over from intense workouts. When she got tired from training, she studied cooking. That evening, and Nan was skewering meat at home, getting ready to have a barbecue with Fugue. Suddenly, she heard a scream from the 13th floor. Ah! Murder! And Nan froze. In her past life, there were only petty thefts at this point. No one had killed yet. Who was this vicious, that they killed so early on? Since she was reborn, everything had gone step by step just like in her previous life. Her biggest advantage was that after being reborn, she had some knowledge of the future. So this sudden change caught her attention. She went downstairs to take a look. And Nan arrived below and found the one shouting was the buzzcut guy from 1301. The buzzcut man knew that the chubby uncle across the hall had bought half a pig before the storm and stocked up on instant noodles and dried noodles at high prices. So he sneaked into his home to steal. There weren't many instant noodles left, but there was a lot of dried meat in the kitchen. Since the fridge had lost power, the meat couldn't be kept fresh, so it had all been made into dried meat to last. The buzzcut man was thrilled and stuffed the dried meat into his bag. Finally, he wouldn't go hungry. Halfway through packing, he suddenly spotted an ear. A human ear. The buzzcut guy was shocked. Looking again, he clearly saw several fingers among the dried meat. This meat was human? Terrifying fear struck him, and he screamed in horror. The scream immediately woke the fat uncle who was sleeping soundly. The fat uncle sat up startled from his bed, running towards the kitchen following the sound. "What are you doing?" When the buzzcut man saw the homeowner coming, he shivered in fear again. He had originally thought that this man, chubby and silly looking, was a decent person, but unexpectedly, there was a corpse hidden in the house. Earlier, he had mentioned that he and his wife were chopping pigs at home, but now it seemed that it wasn't pigs at all, it was clearly a body being dealt with. Thinking that he had even knocked on their door earlier to warn him not to disturb the neighbors while they were dismembering the body, it was terrifying. At this moment, the buzzcut man looked at the fat uncle's face and felt an eerie chill. At that moment, a woman with sleepy eyes walked out from the bedroom. "Brother son, what's going on?" The woman appeared to be about 10 years younger than the fat uncle, with a curvaceous figure. The buzzcut man focused and saw that this woman wasn't the homeowner's wife either. How arrogant! The mistress had directly entered the house? Impossible. This man was clearly known as a well-behaved husband. Wait, could it be? The buzzcut man suddenly realized who that pile of dried meat was. His wife? A chill ran through his body, and he grabbed the kitchen knife on the cutting board, swinging it wildly. "I warn you. Don't come any closer. You two cannibals. I'll fight you to the end." The two of them were too afraid to approach, and the woman was so scared she screamed. So, he successfully rushed out the door. When the fat uncle chased after him, he had already run back to his own house. The woman nervously said, "Brother son, what should we do? We've been discovered." The man embraced her. "It's fine, he can't report us to the police now. In a little while, the meat will all be gone, and there'll be no evidence." "True," the woman sighed in relief. "If the police really show up, we'll just say your wife went out looking for supplies and went missing. After all, there's no surveillance now." "You're still clever, Xiaoyu," he said. Let's go home and sleep." To be fair, these two were shameless. The man's name was Sun Pang. He was originally an ordinary person, but his luck was good. He married a business-savvy wife with his sweet words. With his wife's wealth, his social status also rose. But his mind wasn't pure, and soon he had an affair with a new female colleague, Wang Xiaoyu, and brought her home. After being caught by his wife, who came home early, he kneeled and begged for forgiveness. In a fit of rage, his wife insisted on divorcing him and demanded he leave with nothing. So, he became red-eyed and, during the argument, killed her. He had originally planned to dismember her and throw the body in the mountains in batches, but before he could do so, a natural disaster struck, trapping the bodies inside the house. Fearing the body would smell, they had to dry it out. As their food supplies became scarcer, the dried meat started to smell more delicious. As the outside situation worsened, the two of them finally couldn't resist the evil idea. What's the difference between this meat and beef jerky during a famine? It could solve the hunger problem and also help them better destroy the evidence. Thus, today's events unfolded. Annan, hiding around the corner of the staircase, listened to the whole process. She didn't react as strongly as the buzzcut man. In her past life, she had seen too much darkness in people's hearts, even to the point of cannibalism in the later stages of the apocalypse. Rather than criticize the morality of others, it was better to stay away as soon as possible. In the lawless world after the apocalypse, such people would only become more reckless. As Annan walked home, she thought to herself. In the previous life, she only knew that the man in 1302 liked to sow discord, but no one knew he had also killed his wife. How did the buzzcut man find out in this life? What Annan didn't know was that this was actually the butterfly effect caused by her rebirth. In her previous life, she had not fallen out with the Bai Wenbin siblings and had even taken them in. As a result, the Liu brothers never came to 1402 to pry open the locks, and the neighborhood hadn't gone into chaos so quickly. When the door was pried open, Sun Peng's dried meat had already been almost finished. And in this life, the buzzcut man had caught them red-handed. He panted and ran back home. He sat down heavily on the sofa. A woman groggily came out of the bedroom. "Honey, what was that sound just now? Why are you sitting on the sofa instead of sleeping?" "Wife." Cun2 saw his wife Chu Peipei and suddenly rushed at her with tears in his eyes. Wife! You scared me to death. He trembled as he recounted what he had seen and heard in room 1302. Chu Peipei's eyes widened in shock. Is there really such a thing? She was only 3 months pregnant, experiencing early pregnancy lethargy, and had slept deeply all night. She only noticed her husband was not beside her when she got up in the middle of the night. Honey, I told you, you shouldn't learn from them how to sneak in and pick locks. How dangerous. Thankfully you're okay. We don't steal or rob, we rely on ourselves. Tomorrow we'll continue to paddle our basin out to look for supplies. Cun2 said, but you're still pregnant. What's there to be afraid of? It hasn't shown yet. My child is not that delicate. After thinking for a moment, she added, now that the order is chaotic, keep what happened at 1302 in your heart and don't spread it everywhere. Remember to keep your distance from him and stay alert. Cun2 nodded. Okay, I got it. And so a few days passed. The neighborhood finally quieted down. After all, no matter how much they robbed, there was only so much food in the community, and soon, there was not much left to take. Everyone was equally hungry. However, fortunately, after the rain flooded the 6th floor, it finally stopped, the dark clouds dispersed, and the sky brightened. After it got light, although the city was still submerged in flood, people seemed to see hope, and they hurried outside to look for supplies. At that moment, the water was filled with plastic basins and bathtubs carrying people. Some found floating potato chips, while others scooped up waterlogged watermelons that may or may not be edible. Some even found many kayaks from outdoor deer companies in the offices outside. They brought back the extras to sell to their neighbors, no money, just food in exchange. Human survival ability, though not as strong as cockroaches, was still quite sturdy. And Nan had been watching for 2 days, observing the hustle and bustle outside, thinking it was time to go out for some fresh air. Chapter 18, The Jade Stone is always closed at home, representing a rich reserve, easily attracting others' attention. Although no one bothered her right now, life was still long ahead, people could do anything when they were starving. Therefore, Nan prepared to go out for some air. To prevent others from breaking in, she took her dog along. Although the explosion-proof door was very sturdy, who knew if there were any lockpicking experts like Lu Lao Er in the community? It wasn't safe to leave Fu Gue alone at home. Luckily, he was small and didn't weigh much when put into a backpack. Fu Gue had never been in a backpack and resisted a little as he tried to climb in. And Nan frightened him, if you don't hide well, people will catch you and make dog stew. Oh whoa! Fu Gue's eyes widened, and he darted into the open bag. He turned around and pointed at the zipper with his paw. Sister Nan, help me close the door. What a clever little guy. And Nan smiled as she zipped it up, leaving an air vent, and set off with the bag on her back. She took out the motorboat from her storage space and carried it, then went to the 7th floor. Since the 6th floor was flooded, the 7th floor became the 1st floor, and everyone was entering and exiting through the windows of the 7th floor corridor. When she went out, she happened to catch the residents of the unit leaving in groups. Now that the world was in chaos, there were often people fighting over supplies outside. To protect the supplies they had gathered, most people formed cooperative teams based on the buildings to search together. In the beginning, people still had misunderstandings due to previous sneaking and lockpicking incidents. But after a few solo adventures where people got robbed clean by outsiders, everyone temporarily made peace and formed a team to collectively look for supplies. Except for Nan, who had not gone out, and Zhao Pingyan and her son on the 15th floor, everyone else was present. The motorboat in Nan's hand stood in stark contrast to the various basins and jars of the others. This group only had one kayak, while the others were all hodgepodge transportation tools. Everyone was originally envious of the speedboat, but when they saw it was in the hands of Nan, and remembered the bloodstains on the hallway walls, they lost all desire. The chubby uncle from Unit 1302 approached with a smile. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and his face was very friendly. Hello, I'm Sun Pang, the temporary leader of our unit. You must be Nan? Welcome to join our team to search for supplies. And Nan took a look at him. Everyone else had become skinny from hunger, but this Sun Pang still looked plump and greasy. It seemed that his home store jerky really helped him solve his hunger problem. And Nan decisively rejected his invitation. No need, I'll go out by myself. She had no intention of mixing with them. Not only would it be inconvenient to use the space, but this group also wouldn't find anything valuable. In her previous life, Nan was in the team, and every time they found just a few scraps, it was never enough to share with everyone. Bai Wenbin and Qian Inger were also in the group. Bai Wenbin wanted to say something, but Qian Inger pulled him back, quietly observing Nan. And Nan caught their gaze and chose to ignore them directly. What surprised her more was that the buzzcut guy from Unit 1301 was also there. He was holding his wife, hiding at the back of the crowd, keeping a distance from Sun Pang. It seemed the outside situation was really bad, otherwise, this buzzcut guy wouldn't have teamed up with Sun Pang. After all, the last time, he had been utterly terrified. And Nan thought, the apocalypse really opens one's eyes, murderers and witnesses can team up to find food together. Sun Pang observed in Nan's expression and once again extended an invitation. It's chaotic outside, teaming up with us will be safer. He smiled honestly, looking sincere, thinking to himself, if I could ride in her speedboat, it would save me so much effort. And with her combat skills, having her in the team would be a huge boost. What's there to be afraid of, just killing 2 people? Look at how scared this bunch of losers is. I've killed before, they just don't know it. And Nan coldly refused again, thanks for the reminder, but I'm not teaming up. Saying this, she ignored the crowd with different shades of expressions, stepping boldly out the window, driving the speedboat away. Sun Pang felt embarrassed and a bit angry for being publicly rejected. But he still greeted the neighbors with a friendly face. Since she's not joining, let's set off too. Bai Wenbin and Xian Ying watched in Nan's back, their gazes deep. Brother, look at her, she hasn't lost any weight at all, and her skin looks better and better. Xian Ying looked at her angrily. Why is that? I'm being tormented to the point of looking haggard, while she is still fair and rosy. Bai Wenbin thought for a moment and said, her food supplies must be abundant. The siblings exchanged glances, greed showing in their eyes. No matter what everyone thought, and Nan quickly drove the speedboat out of the community. There were many people outside, mostly grouped in 3s and 5s, breaking windows to enter high-rise buildings upon sight. And Nan steered away from the crowd, heading toward quieter places. The supplies in her space were enough for her to eat for a lifetime, so her purpose for this trip was different from everyone else. And Nan was here to find Jade. Since her space could be upgraded, she obviously wanted to level it up to the highest. Although the area was currently sufficient, she always felt there were more wonders to be discovered in this space. Now that all the malls were submerged, searching through each jewelry counter for jade products would be too exhausting. She had diving gear, but without systematic training, repeatedly diving up and down had certain risks. So she planned to find a place to gather enough in one go. This year, Quancheng District held a stone gambling event, and the activities hadn't finished before the heavy rain came. Many raw jade stones must still be unsold in the square. And Nan headed straight for Mingxing Square in Quancheng District. The journey was long, and the water was filled with debris. It took several hours to reach the vicinity of the destination. In Quancheng, the terrain was low, and it was also the earliest developed old city, with most residential buildings being old 6-story houses, so the entire Quancheng was almost submerged underwater. No one came here to look for supplies, and the water surface was silent all around. Annan found the approximate location of the square, leaving Fuguei on the boat while she outfitted herself and jumped into the water. Once submerged, she realized there was still a street away from the square. So, she hurriedly swam over. To the east of the square was the site of the stone gambling event, complete with a ticket booth and security. Annan swam directly from above to the place where the raw stones were displayed. She usually didn't study jade much, so looking at these gray stones, she felt they were no different from the stones piled at the bottom of the river, unable to analyze the jade inside based solely on their appearance. Thus, she chose not to look and directly packed them into her space. If the jade inside had good quality, the space would expand a lot. If the quality was poor, the change in space would be minimal. There were also many stones that didn't contain jade at all and were not absorbed by the space. And inside, it seems that gambling on stones carries risks. One must be cautious with money. She didn't throw away the stones that the space didn't absorb, thinking they could be kept for throwing at people in fights later. Surprise was the main tactic. Annan collected all raw stones without leaving any behind. The space's area grew larger and larger, directly surpassing 1 million square units. The quality of her bracelet also became increasingly transparent. Annan was overjoyed, exclaiming that this trip was really worthwhile. However, while she was collecting, the space suddenly stopped changing. What's going on? Chapter 19, she has diving gear now. The space was boundless, and Annan could no longer estimate the actual area. The small villa had also turned into a luxurious estate. Only 3 raw stones remained in the square, and there was no further change in the space. Could it have already reached its peak? Collecting more jade won't upgrade it anymore? After thinking for a moment, Annan decided to put the remaining 3 raw stones into the space as well. Then she found that, although the space showed no change, the jade was still being devoured. After the jade disappeared from the space, the quality of her bracelet continued to improve, now reaching a high ice texture. With all the raw stones collected, Annan had also become a bit fatigued from being underwater for too long, not wanting to ponder further, turned around to swim back. She would study it when she got home. Fuguei was still on the boat. At this moment, Fuguei stood at the bow of the boat, vigilantly looking around. Upon hearing movement in the water, it immediately became restless, sniffing wildly. Seeing its master's surface and take off her mask, it became ecstatic, wagging its tail like a propeller, paws eagerly clawing at Annan's face. Annan frowned. Fuguei, get off. You hit my face. She avoided the enthusiastic dog and climbed onto the boat to rest. After a while, she took out a few steaming buns from her space, simply sharing lunch with her dog. After finishing the buns, Annan started the speedboat, planning to explore other areas. After driving for a while, she suddenly heard the sound of a motor. She saw an inflatable speedboat approaching not far ahead, splashing water, dragging a kayak behind it. Together, the two boats seemed to carry about 7 to 8 people. Annan immediately became cautious. Fugue, get in the bag. Fugue nimbly dove into the open bag. Annan slung the bag on her back and pulled out a nail gun to keep watch. They were about to exit Quanshang, and ahead in Zhongguan district was a large cluster of office buildings, where many people were searching for supplies. The submachine gun was her trump card for survival. Unless absolutely necessary, she wouldn't take it out to attract attention. Honey, look, there's a speedboat ahead. How could anyone come here? Has all the supplies in the technology building been searched? No way, that boat seems to have only one person. The leading man said, let's drift closer to take a look. A group of people slowly moved towards Annan's speedboat, revealing greedy looks as they got closer. She was wearing a diving suit. Not just that, she also had an oxygen tank. She had a full set of diving equipment. With this, we can go underwater to search for supplies. Her inflatable boat is also better than ours, it's made of fiberglass. A few people couldn't hide their excitement, chattering all at once. And there's a dog, I just saw that dog go into her bag. People are starving to death, and she's still raising a dog? Annan frowned, watching as the two small boats drew closer and closer. There were 7 people in total, 3 couples plus an old lady. They looked like a messy crowd, but the real troublemakers were those 3 men. Annan took the initiative to speak, you're blocking my way. The man at the front, holding a fire axe, showed a malicious smile. Little sister, meeting here is fate. How about we become friends? Annan, become friends? What benefits would I get from being friends with you? The man frowned, little sister, you can't be so materialistic. Annan scoffed, what, you're not materialistic? Don't you want my inflatable boat and diving equipment? Big brother, don't waste time talking to her. Little girl, be smart. Leave everything behind, and we'll let you go. Leave the dog too. Ever since we ate our big yellow, we haven't had any meat. Seeing only one person in front of them, their tone was full of arrogance. A cold glint flashed in Annan's eyes, what if I don't? The man's expression turned fierce, then leave your life behind too. After that, their inflatable boat suddenly accelerated, heading straight for Annan, and the man at the front swung the axe. Annan reacted swiftly, firing a few shots at their boat. Their inflatable boats and kayaks were both inflatable, and after being hit by Annan's shots, they quickly began to leak. The women panicked instantly, the boat is leaking. The man at the front yelled, what are you shouting for? Just get on her boat. With that, he tried to board Annan's boat. Before he could reach it, Annan fired a shot at his head. Due to the close distance, Annan's shot drove the nail deep into his temple. The man quickly fell, and the fire axe slipped from his hand. The people behind him instantly went into chaos. Hubby. The woman behind him was furious. You little b**********. How dare you kill my husband? With that, she picked up the fire axe and swung it at Annan. Annan dodged, and with a quick movement, fired a nail gun that hit her eye directly. She screamed in pain, ah, you little b*********. I will kill you, then dig out your eyeballs and put them in the pot, watching me eat your dog. Eat my rich dog? Annan sneered, just because of you? Without hesitation, Annan fired a few more shots at her head and heart. The woman waved the axe wildly, but soon lost her voice. At this point, the leaking kayak, loaded with supplies, quickly sank, and the 3 people on board all fell into the water. The 3 couldn't swim and floundered in the water, shouting for help. The front inflatable boat also started leaking. Besides the fallen couple, there was 1 man and 1 woman left. The man hurriedly reached out to pull the elderly woman from the water. Mom, come over. The woman tried to board Annan's boat and was immediately kicked back into the water by Annan. Annan looked at the last man on the inflatable boat and slowly raised the nail gun. It's you, the one who just said you ate your own dog? Proud of it? The man, terrified, no longer cared about his mom, quickly pulled his hand back and reached for a kitchen knife from behind. Unfortunately, their close combat weapons were no match for Annan's nail gun. He hadn't even gotten close before Annan shot him in the wrist. The kitchen knife instantly slipped from his hand. Just as Annan was about to fire again, Fugue suddenly jumped out of the bag. It nimbly leaped onto the opposite inflatable boat and immediately sprang into action, biting the man's egg. Ah! The man screamed in agony, already injured, and the pain made him break into a cold sweat. He collapsed into the water. Annan didn't expect Fugue to suddenly charge out. Startled, she quickly shouted, Fugue! Come back! At that moment, the speedboat on the opposite side completely sank, and Fugue also fell into the water.
Annen's heart tightened.
She was about to fish it out, but saw it floating on its back, its forepaws calmly paddling in the water. As it swam, its face was full of pride. Bad people.
Let me make you eat dog meat. I'll bite you to death.
Annen couldn't help but laugh and quickly scooped it up. You silly dog, you really can understand human words. At this moment, only 2 people who could swim were still struggling in the water. The woman desperately swam away, while the man, injured, tried to climb onto her boat. Annen remained expressionless, grabbed the man's head, and shoved him into the water.
Chapter 20, Sweeping Through a Building.
The man kept struggling. His consciousness grew faint, and suddenly, he thought of his dog. If Big Yellow were here, that little white dog wouldn't be able to bite him at all. Its teeth were sharp, its body strong and flexible, and this woman definitely wouldn't be its match. Apart from himself, its master, it feared no one. Even when it was knocked unconscious by him, it never bit back. If only it were still here. His consciousness grew blurrier, and he seemed to see Big Yellow running toward him. Annen saw the man sinking further and started the speedboat to chase after the last woman.
The woman, hearing the engine behind her, desperately swam forward, pleading, "Spare me. I know I was wrong." Annen remained silent and drove the speedboat directly into her.
When there were many people, they bullied her, trying to steal her equipment and eat her Fugue.
Now that they've lost, they say they've done wrong?
Sorry, it's too late. The water quickly returned to calm, as if these people had never existed.
Annen took out a towel and dried the wet dog.
Fugue, you can't bite eggs randomly in the future, how dirty.
You're a little girl, you need to be a lady, got it?
Fugue obediently leaned next to Annen, grumbling.
Got it.
After drying the dog, Annen let it back into her backpack, then took off her diving suit and put it into her space to avoid causing more trouble.
Annen started the speedboat, changed direction, and headed deeper into Quan District.
Earlier, she had heard that group of people talking about going to the tech tower, and suddenly realized that there was still a high-rise building in Quan District. However, the building was located at the far edge of the city, almost at the outermost part of Quan District. Without a speedboat, it would be impossible to reach there with just a kayak or a plastic basin.
So it was very likely that the area hadn't been searched yet.
Those people probably thought of this too, which is why they specifically came over from Zhongguan District.
Annen drove the speedboat straight toward the tech tower.
After 2 hours of driving, she finally arrived and saw the lone tower standing in the vast flood. At the top of the building, the sign of Taiyu Technology Tower still shone brightly. Taiyu Group was the second largest group in the province, mainly making electronic products, but in recent years, it had ventured into various industries. This building was the headquarters of their group in Linbei City. Annen slowly approached, and seeing no one around, she put the speedboat into her space and walked into the building with her backpack. Quan District was low-lying, and the first 11 floors of the building were submerged. Only the top 6 floors were still above the water.
Annen entered directly through the window of the 12th floor. The 12th floor was the city construction company of Taiyu Group.
No one had searched it yet, and everything was neatly arranged, as if it was still before the disaster. Annen first stored the coffee machine and ice machine from the tea room into her space.
Then, she swept around, collecting all sorts of snacks, cookies, chocolates, beef jerky, and other items from the employees' desks.
She didn't even spare the office supplies that were still in good condition. After all, her space was endless, and it was empty anyway, so she might as well store it. Who knows, these things might come in handy later.
The male employees' tea, the female employees' humidifiers, small refrigerators, and so on were all stored in her space.
The various bidding documents, archive contracts, and so on in the filing cabinet were useless, so she dumped them out and also collected the empty cabinet into the space.
She was all about picking things up wherever she could, not even sparing the cleaning lady's disinfectant tablets. The 13th floor housed a renovation company.
Besides the office supplies and snacks at the employees' workstations, there were many renovation materials. All kinds of beautiful sample tiles, removable flooring, paint thinners, waterproof coatings, and so on were all collected into the space without missing a single one. In addition to these, she also found explosion-proof glass and 5 armored doors.
These were great items. Annen checked them out, they were brand new and looked no worse than the quality of those in her own home.
Collect, collect, collect. Going up another floor, she found an innovative technology company that had just been established for 3 years. Annen had seen them in the news. They were researching a new high-tech fabric that was said to be not only body-hugging and comfortable, cut-resistant and stab-resistant, but also able to maintain a constant temperature.
She was very interested in this.
If such a magical fabric really existed, then she wouldn't have to suffer in extreme heat or extreme cold. Annen carefully rummaged through the R&D department but only found some researched failures.
The whiteboard in the meeting room was filled with many erroneous data and corrected thoughts.
It seemed that this magical fabric was not yet successfully developed. Annan felt a bit disappointed. You haven't even started, and you're already making news, just creating hype. She walked out of the R&D department and continued forward. Another department's items suddenly brightened her eyes. A brand new drone worth 300,000. With strong endurance and equipped with ultra-clear cameras, there were 3 in total. Annan smiled and accepted them all, then collected all the relevant parts into the space as well. After strolling around, there was nothing else of value on this floor. Annan went up to the 15th floor again. This was a seed company. There were small samples of various grain seeds, fruit tree seeds, flower seeds, etc., all categorized and stored. She didn't understand what high-tech seeds they were developing, she only knew that any seed represented hope. So, with a wave of her hand, she collected all the seeds into the space. After the floods, almost all crops were destroyed, but as long as there were still seeds, Blue Star had a chance to revive. After finishing with the seeds, Annan went to the 16th floor, where Taiyu Group's newest automotive R&D department was located. Annan couldn't help but exclaim, Taiyu Group was really broad in scope, having dabbled in all kinds of industries. But recalling, it seemed that besides electronics, Taiyu hadn't made much of a splash in other industries. Their overall financial strength was also overshadowed by the Gu Group in their province, ranking only second. However, this was not something Annan could judge, her own industry couldn't compare to theirs. Besides, she had even lost her own industry, directly kicked out of her home by her useless father. She wandered around the 16th floor, didn't see their concept cars, but found quite a few stored auto parts. Annan didn't care whether these parts could be used for her own car, she simply collected them all into the space. In addition, she also found 10 boxes containing a total of 400 bottles of maintenance oil, which she included as well. In the company's warehouse, there were also car mats, safety seats, and various other auto supplies, likely prepared as benefits for the company's employees. Unfortunately, these unfortunate workers would no longer have a use for these things. Annan took all of them in for the sake of the workers. After finishing searching this level, only the top floor, the 17th floor, was left. She approached the staircase and was just about to go up when she suddenly heard a lot of noisy footsteps coming from below. Annan's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly stopped, someone was coming. Chapter 21, Who Cleared Out the Cleaning Room? In order to avoid causing unnecessary conflicts again, Annan directly slipped into the space. This building had already been thoroughly searched by her, only the top floor remained. Others didn't have this cheating artifact, so they wouldn't be able to take everything like she did. Just looking for the snack stash of the employees, it surely won't take long. As long as I stay in this space for a while, I can avoid them. Annan entered the space and began to survey her new home. It started as a small 60 square meter flat, but later upgraded to a small villa. To her surprise, the jade rough stones she collected today at Minxing Plaza turned her little villa into a luxurious estate covering 5,000 square meters. In addition to the 4-story main villa, there is also a vast lawn, various rare green plants, and a clear spring. She released her dog, Fortune, from her backpack. Fortune's dog face froze, not understanding what kind of magic its owner had performed again. Our new home, go run around, Fortune. Fortune truly lived up to its name, destined for wealth. Although she had a little Fortune in her home, she had never lived in a manor. Little Fortune had only been with her for a month, yet they already had a manor. Though they could only enjoy it for an hour each day. Fortune burst out of the exquisitely decorated 4-story villa, excitedly sprinting across the lawn. While running, it suddenly bumped into an invisible wall and fell to the ground. Oh woo oh woo. The dog tilted its head and cussed. Annan laughed, silly dog. We can't enter that space over there, and isn't this big lawn enough for you to play? Fortune stood up, seeming to understand, and patrolled the edge of the lawn. Sure enough, an invisible wall surrounded the estate, and it couldn't pass to the other side. Annan explained to it that places like our big warehouse, there's nothing fun there, you can explore this estate. After saying that, she didn't bother with it anymore and used her mind to find a massage sofa from the space, placing it in the first floor of the villa, before going in to rest. Today involved diving, fighting, and clearing buildings. It was exhausting. The comfortable full-body massage made her feel completely relaxed. Fortune, on the other hand, was more interested in the world outside the villa. It ran wildly on the lawn, circling around a few trees, and finally ran to the clear spring behind the villa. After running for a long time, it panted with its tongue out, bowing down to drink the water eagerly. Inside the building. This is really strange. This place is rarely visited by people, not even a bird is around. How come everything is gone? Could someone have arrived before us and taken all the supplies? Who is so ruthless, taking not only the food but even the tea table from the leader's office? Could it be that Taiyu Group moved everything away? As a few of them explored floor by floor, they discussed among themselves. The entire building was empty, with nothing but some scraps of paper. They quickly reached the top floor, only to find it tightly locked. Brothers, there must be something on this floor, the lock hasn't even been tampered with. After searching the entire building, they finally saw a shadow of supplies and immediately got excited, smashing doors and picking locks. After a lot of effort, they finally opened the door. Inside, there were no windows, and it was pitch black. The leader hurriedly turned on the flashlight he always carried. What the hell is this? What appeared before them was a large laboratory filled with various instruments and reagents. They rummaged through the entire floor, every room was a laboratory of different sizes. Besides various experimental equipment and chemical reagents, there wasn't even a strand of hair, let alone food. A group of them were left disappointed. The leader crazily knocked on the head of a younger brother nearby. You idiot, you said there were abundant supplies here, we burned so much fuel to get this far, and came up empty. The younger brother frowned, looking aggrieved to the point of tears. I thought no one had come to Quancheng. Others chimed in to defend, forget it, we've already found quite a few supplies in Zhongguan district. This isn't entirely his fault, who would have thought Taiyu Group moved everything away? How can you be so sure that Taiyu Group took everything? It must have been their group that moved it. It can't be some crazy person, taking even the tables and chairs, right? They even emptied the cleaning room. No matter who took it, anyway, there's nothing here. Let's not waste time here. A group of people argued for a while, then left dejectedly, cursing. In the space, Annan was enjoying a moment on the massage sofa with her eyes closed. She looked at her watch, calculating that it was almost time to go out and take a look. Fukue. Let's go. As Annan walked outside the villa, she called for her dog. The lawn outside was empty, and there was no sign of Fukue. Annan searched around in surprise, finally finding him by the pond at the back of the villa. There he lay with his eyes closed, belly round and exposed, tongue sticking out. What a sleeping posture. Annan walked over and called out to him, Fukue, wake up. Fukue lifted his head, swayed from side to side, and gave Annan a silly smile, then whimpered and snuggled against her feet. Annan was both amused and helpless. Why did this guy look like he was drunk? She looked around but didn't find anything suspicious, then squatted down and scooped a handful of spring water, taking a sniff. No scent of alcohol, huh? What could make this little guy drunk like this? Fukue, are you drunk? Fukue grinned while touching his round belly, signaling that he was fine. It had been almost an hour since entering the space, so she had to go out. She observed Fugue's condition for a while, confirming that he was safe, and simply packed him into her backpack before slipping out of the space. As soon as she exited the space, she found herself on the stairs, almost tripping over her own feet. What's going on? Wasn't I entering the space from this spot? Annan scratched her head. She remembered being on the landing. How did I end up on the stairs? Not bothering to think too much, she tiptoed upstairs to check. The door on the 17th floor was already open, and it was silent inside. Looks like the people have already left. Annan cautiously explored, confirming that no one was there before feeling relieved to wander around. This floor had a lot of chemical reagents, red and green, none of which she understood. Only some simple ones like concentrated sulfuric acid and hydrochloric acid were familiar to her, the others were mysteries. It didn't matter, she put everything into the space. All the experimental equipment, too, went into her bag. Since the apocalypse began, everything she saw felt like irreplaceable treasure, as if it could be useful any day. Anyway, the space is big enough, just collect it all. In an instant, the Taiyu building was completely emptied, and Annan left the building with a light step. After exiting the building, she drove her speedboat home. Unexpectedly, just after going a little way, she suddenly heard a commotion ahead. Chapter 22, Little Lamb Skewers, Where to Escape. Hurry! Catch them! Ha ha! Although the building was empty, this trip wasn't in vain. For sure, these are 2 live sheep. Quick, grab their hooves. Annan stopped the speedboat and didn't move forward, watching from a distance. It should be the group of people who came to the building earlier. She saw the water ahead boiling, as several people surrounded 2 sheep swimming in the water, full of excitement. Annan had stocked up on beef and lamb in her space, she wasn't interested in stealing theirs. She was just a bit curious, how did these sheep end up here? Looking at the direction the 2 sheep were swimming, a bright idea suddenly struck her. Beyond the wide urban area was the suburbs, where there was a mountain. Unlike the semi-mountain villas of Luan Mountain, this mountain was a completely undeveloped wild mountain. Surely these 2 sheep came here because they had nowhere else to go in the city. Sometimes animals are smarter than we think, they have their own survival instincts and skills. Annan turned the boat around, driving the speedboat towards the outskirts. Since these 2 sheep could find their way here, there must be other animals on the mountain. Let's go see. Quickly, she arrived at the mountain outside the city. And Nan saw that there was no one around and brought the speedboat into the space. Suddenly, there was a commotion behind her backpack as Fugue struggled to get out. And Nan opened the backpack and let it out. Its eyes were much clearer now, no longer in a drunken stupor, but filled with excitement.
As soon as it landed, it happily spun a few circles at Nan's feet before running off.
And Nan looked at the little creature with a motherly affection. Even a lazy dog like her Fu Gue loved to run in nature. It was quite a challenge for it to stay in the room with her all this time. There was no other option, the post-apocalyptic world was harsh. Who among humans could live as comfortably as before, let alone dogs? Fu Gue, don't run too far. And Nan reminded it and began to observe the surrounding environment. Although the terrain here in the wide urban area was low, the elevation of this mountain was still high, so most of it was still exposed above the water. Fu Gui's figure had already disappeared. Worried it might encounter some wild beast in the mountains, she hurriedly followed up the mountain. This place was not like a tourist area, there were no man-made paths, so it was quite difficult to walk. And Nan took out a hiking stick from the space and carefully climbed up, calling out for the dog that had vanished. After climbing for a while, she finally reached a flat area. She looked into the distance, but everything was a blank white, and she couldn't see clearly. It seemed her dog had run over there. And Nan had no choice but to call out loudly. Fu Gue! And Fu Gue, hurry back! After several shouts, she saw a white mass quickly moving toward her. As it got closer, she was surprised to find that it was a herd of goats. There must have been around 200 of them. And Nan was overjoyed, and upon looking again, she saw her dog Fu Gue right behind the herd. Wherever it ran, there was a gap in the herd, and all the goats were being chased in her direction. Occasionally, when one lagged behind, Fu Gue would even jump up and nip at its rear. And Nan couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't Fu Gue a bulldog? It could still herd sheep. Fu Gue's 4 little legs were moving quickly, panting as it ran to Nan's feet, its little tongue hanging out. And Nan bent down to pick it up. You usually don't exercise much, yet you dare to run like this? She said while holding it in her arms and patting its head. The little creature was impressive, even though it hadn't grown up yet, it knew how to help its owner herd sheep. She pulled out a steaming Orland-style roasted chicken leg from the space, poured it some water, and placed it beside her. Fu Gue quickly ran over to enjoy it. And Nan then turned to look at the group of little kebabs munching on grass. If only she could raise them in the space, not only could she eat them, but they could also reproduce. Unfortunately, the space couldn't hold living creatures, and even though the manor could accommodate them, they could only stay for 1 hour each day. It seemed her dream of raising livestock was destined to remain unfulfilled. She could only take all of them to space. After some thought, she pulled out an electric baton. She had found this thing earlier in the mall's security room and didn't expect it to come in handy here. She quickly moved forward, stunning a few goats nearby with the baton. The other goats nearby sensed danger and hurriedly ran away, so Nan had to chase after them with the baton. At this point, Fu Gue had devoured the big chicken leg and quickly ran over to help its owner herd the goats. Little kebabs, where do you think you're escaping to? The fleeing goats were soon rounded up by Fu Gue back to their owner, and then Nan swiftly took action to stun the goats. The pair of man and dog worked beautifully together, and before long, all the goats were knocked out. Fu Gue, with its short nose, was quite tired after this effort, so Nan quickly poured some water for it and let it rest nearby. Camping directly in the mountains, slowly handling these hundreds of sheep. She first collected all the sheep into her space, then called the dog and left this mess they had created. After walking a bit further up the mountain, she found a flat piece of land. And Nan took out her camping gear and successfully set up a tent according to the instructions. Then she picked up some dry wood and built a campfire. Tonight we will have roasted whole sheep. Saying this, she took out her tablet and found various videos she had downloaded earlier. Then she pulled a sheep out of her space and slowly removed the sheep's skin according to the video tutorial. The complete sheepskin was thrown into the space, and after processing the meat, it was placed over the fire to roast. While roasting, she brushed oil and sprinkled seasoning on it. The aroma quickly spread, and Fu Gue excitedly ran around the fire. Sister Nan! When will we eat? And Nan laughed at its impatient look. Little greedy dog, it still needs to roast for a while. While the whole sheep was roasting, she took the opportunity to deal with the other sheep. She kept all the sheepskin, which could be sold to others later for making sheepskin coats and bedding in the extreme cold. Some of the sheep meat was placed whole in the space, while some were broken down into lamb chops, legs, and spine bones. The various sheep innards, such as sheep intestines, liver, and tripe, were collected separately for making sheep offal soup later. The more Nan worked, the happier she felt. With so many sheep, she could host a whole sheep feast any time. Plus, with the lamb she stockpiled before the end of the world, she would never run out of sheep to eat in this life. Oh woo oh woo. Suddenly, Fu Gue called out to her. And Nan turned to look at it and saw it stomping its feet eagerly while looking at the fire. She smiled. I know, I see you're yearning for it. Dinner is ready. The aroma spread everywhere. Chapter 23, Danger, Run. The roasted whole sheep was ready, and Fu Gue was in a hurry. And Nan quickly paused her butchering work and moved over to eat the sheep. The lamb was roasted until sizzling with oil, and waves of delicious fragrance filled the air. She first cut a big piece of leg meat for the dog, not forgetting to kindly remind, "Eat slowly, don't burn yourself." Seeing Fu Gue eating with its tail wagging like a propeller, a wave of warmth surged in Nan's heart. In her previous life, she had struggled and starved, with 2 wolves by her side always ready to betray her, living each day in turmoil. In this life, she was free from worries, with steaming roasted sheep in this cruel world, and a loyal Fu Gue accompanying her. How fortunate she was! She gnawed on the lamb chops while her eyes misted up. Fu Gue sensed her emotional change and stopped eating the meat, quickly coming over to comfort her. It clawed at her and licked her palm with its tongue. Licking her palm? Fu Gue. You're covered in grease, and you're getting it all over my sleeve. And Nan suddenly came out of her mixed emotions, looking at her smeared sleeve with helpless laughter. Oh. Are you okay? If you're fine, I'm going to eat the meat now. Fu Gue shook its head and happily returned to its food bowl, enjoying its meal. So, the one person and one dog spent a warm dinner time together. After the meal, and Nan stored the leftover roasted lamb in her space, leaving a piece of bone for the dog as a chew toy, and began to take care of the remaining sheep. Her techniques went from being awkward at the start to becoming increasingly skilled. If it weren't for the end of the world, I could make a living as a sheep butcher. Soon, she processed dozens of sheep, and seeing that it was getting late, she stopped and returned to the tent to rest, planning to finish the rest tomorrow. The moonlight was bright, the mountain air was very fresh, and many stars could still be seen in the sky. The campfire outside the tent crackled, and the person and the dog relaxed under the starry sky, feeling unprecedentedly at ease, and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next day, and Nan was awakened by the sound of a rooster crowing. She first opened her eyes in confusion, then suddenly sat up. Rooster crowing? She put on her coat, opened the tent, and ran out. Sure enough, she saw several big, red-crowned roosters not far away, stretching their necks and crowing, with a few hens beside them that were not making a sound. Are there chickens here? It seems the flood has really gathered many creatures here. Fu Gue ran out following her voice, and as soon as he saw the chickens, he immediately dashed over, performing a real-life scene of chaotic chicken and dog chasing. Annan couldn't help but join the fray with a wry smile. Although there were already plenty of chickens in the space, who would ever complain about having too much of a good thing? The person and dog quickly caught all the more than a dozen chickens, and even collected some eggs. However, Annan's hair had turned into a chicken coop style. With experience in slaughtering sheep, these chickens were very easy to handle. Annan quickly managed them, took Fu Gue back to the tent to have breakfast. She took out some soybean milk and fried dough sticks from the space, and after both the person and the dog were full, they packed up the tent and continued on their way. After walking for a while, a snake appeared by the roadside. Annan shivered and immediately took out the arsenic powder she had stored, sprinkling it on herself. She had no feelings for such slippery creatures and hurriedly quickened her pace up the mountain. The path got tougher as she climbed higher. After some time, just as she was about to stop and rest, her dog suddenly became excited again and dashed forward. Annan followed closely behind, realizing that there was a herd of cattle ahead. About 30 big yellow cattle were there, grazing with their heads down. Annan's eyes lit up. One cow could provide 450 pounds of meat, and these cows could probably yield about 15,000 pounds of beef. She had already stocked up quite a bit in her space. It seemed that her freedom of beef in this life had been realized. There are indeed a lot of treasures in this mountain. If it weren't for the extreme heat and extreme cold later on posing a risk of being left for dead, she would really want to settle down here. Looking at the sturdy yellow cattle, Annan was afraid that Fu Gue would run over impulsively and get hurt, so she quickly called him back. Fu Gue, come back. It was as if Fu Gue knew that these cows were not as easy to handle as sheep, stopping and carefully watching them. Little guy, do you really think you are a bull terrier that can take on an old cow? Annan was worried he might be gored or kicked by a cow. You're still a baby, don't be impulsive. Saying this, she hurried over to stop the little guy while cautiously approaching the cattle herd. The big yellow cattle had steady temperaments, not paying them any mind, still leisurely eating their grass. Annan carefully moved closer and turned the cattle prod's power to the maximum. With one zap, she soon took them all down. Still not reassured, she zapped each one again, and then began to bleed them out. After handling these 30 or so cows, the scene was in complete disarray. After storing all the cows in her space, Fu Gue suddenly growled lowly, his fur standing on end. What's wrong? Following Fu Gue's gaze, Annan looked towards the grass clump not far ahead, and saw the grass tip swaying back and forth, accompanied by slight sounds. Then, a gray-black wild boar slowly walked out. It must have been drawn here by the smell of blood. Its massive body was muscular, and its bristles stood upright like needles. Its fierce eyes met Annan's, and it immediately bared its tusks, roaring as it charged at her. In a moment of panic, Annan shouted, Fu Gue, run!
The person and dog turned and ran. This was not a domesticated little pig, it was not a chicken, duck, cow, or sheep, this was a true wild beast. An 80-kilogram wild boar could even easily knock down a 150-kilogram tiger. Annan was not reckless enough to kick a tiger or punch a wild boar. She dashed away with her dog, but the raging wild boar was getting closer and closer behind them. In a moment of desperation, Annan scooped up her dog and darted into the space. Sitting on the soft, comfortable sofa, both the person and the dog breathed a sigh of relief. The wild boar's pressing presence had been too strong, and their first reaction was simply to run. Almost forgot about the space, this life-saving artifact. After a while, calculating that the wild boar should have run far away, Annan left Fuguwe behind and took a knife to check the space. As soon as she came out, she faced a pair of fierce eyes. Why hasn't this wild boar left? Annan was startled and quickly returned to the space. The furious wild boar watched the human who disappeared from its sight again, snorting angrily and rooting its head on the ground. That fragile biped, how could it vanish again? Annan returned to the space and pondered, realizing that this wild boar was not easy to handle. It was smart and knew how to wait for others. Hiding in the space all the time wasn't a solution. If time ran out, they wouldn't have anywhere to escape. So she took a deep breath, held the triangular knife, and once again exited the space. The pig is gone? But why are my feet not touching the ground? Annan looked down and was stunned. Oh my! She was riding on the wild boar. Chapter 24, The buzzcut is gone. The wild boar hadn't moved from its previous spot, but for some reason, Annan's exit position had shifted forward, landing her right on the boar's back. The wild boar was furious, trying to shake her off by bucking its body. She tightly clung to its round body. If she were thrown off and hit, her ribs would probably break. But staying on it like this wasn't a solution. Annan was dumbfounded, realizing what it meant to be riding a tiger, difficult to get off. The wild boar bucked a few times and seeing this biped still arrogantly riding on it, became even angrier and started jumping wildly. In desperation, Annan raised her triangular knife and plunged it into its eye. The wild boar howled in pain and violently shook its body. Annan was thrown off and quickly rolled to the side, avoiding the wild boar's chaotic charge. She glanced and saw the dagger still stuck in the boar's eye, not having come out. It couldn't see clearly and instinctively charged at Annan using its sense of smell. Annan immediately took out an Uzi submachine gun from the space and sprayed bullets at it. As it rushed to her feet, the raging wild boar suddenly collapsed, convulsed for a moment, and completely lost its breath. Annan let out a long sigh of relief and transferred Fuguwe out from the space. As soon as Fuguwe came out, it anxiously ran towards its owner. Only after seeing she was alright did it relax, turning to look at the lifeless gray-black beast on the ground. Another moment of starry eyes. Sister Nan is powerful. Annan smiled and rubbed its head, standing up. While breaking down the wild boar meat, she couldn't help but exclaim, "This thing is really tough and thick-skinned, ordinary knives can't penetrate it." If it weren't for that submachine gun, it would have been a fierce battle. She would have inevitably gotten injured, and how could she retreat so easily like this? Again, she thanked the unknown benefactor for the gift of weaponry. The wild boar skin was hard to peel off, Annan spent quite a while before gathering the boar meat. Unlike domesticated pigs, this wild boar had firm muscles, with almost no fat. When she got back, she'd check if there were any special cooking methods. After cleaning up the pig, Annan began to process the sheep meat she hadn't finished before. With over 200 sheep, she had previously only broken down a few dozen. For the next while, Annan stayed in the mountains with her dog to handle the sheep meat. Halfway through, Fuguwe suddenly took off running, and when she chased after it, she found out it had discovered several rabbit nests. The little rabbits were very good at escaping. Annan and the dog teamed up and after much effort, finally caught them all in one net. After processing dozens of rabbits, Annan stored them in the space, then patted Fuguwe's head. "Well done, when we go back, I'll make you spicy rabbit heads." Fuguwe understood its owner's praise, immediately lifting its dog face, squinting its eyes and wagging its tail, looking proud. For the next few days, Annan took the dog and thoroughly searched the entire mountain. They found 4 donkeys, so they could make donkey meat steamed dumplings in the future. And 30 crispy roast ducks. Oh no, 30 adorable little ducks. On the way, they encountered another wild boar. Used the submachine gun for fire suppression as usual. Apart from that, there were no other dangers encountered. Maybe it was because this area was close to the city, and there were no large wild beasts like lions or tigers, just some snakes that were somewhat dangerous. But because they sprinkled realgar powder on themselves, the snakes did not come forward to attack. One person and one dog stayed in the mountains for a total of 4 days, gathering 216 sheep, 38 cows, 4 donkeys, 18 chickens, 33 ducks, 42 rabbits, and 2 wild boars. If it weren't for the sniffing dog helping her, she really wouldn't have been able to find so many livestock. And Nan collected almost everything she saw, only letting go of a few foxes and weasels.
First, she had never eaten this special type of meat. Second, she held a deep respect for various folktales. Most importantly, she had enough meat in her space for herself and Fu Gue to eat healthily. There was no need to kill them. What if, while taking action, it suddenly stood up and asked, "Do you see me as a human or a god?" What would she do then? She didn't believe in such things before, but now that the apocalypse had come and she was reborn, what strange things couldn't happen? If someone came and told her that the world she lived in was a novel, she would believe it. In this vast world, there are no strange occurrences that don't exist. And Nan dealt with all the livestock she had collected, but because the quantity was too great, there were still many left, with over 100 sheep not yet processed. However, she still decided to go home. There was nothing valuable left in the mountains, and if she stayed outside too long, her neighbors might break in and occupy her home, which would be a loss. So, in the afternoon of the fourth day, she called her dog and prepared to go down the mountain. During these few days in the mountains, Fu Gue had unleashed his nature, and upon hearing they were leaving, he felt a bit reluctant. He stood still, tilting his head to look at Nan. And Nan laughed at him. "Did you sleep well these past few days? Don't you miss your warm and comfy little bed?" Fu Gue was taken aback, suddenly thinking of the soft big sofa at home and his pink little nest. His expression became serious, and he immediately dashed down the mountain. Home. A gold or silver mountain cannot compare to his doghouse. This pup hasn't slept in for days. The person and the dog quickly made their way down the mountain and started the speedboat to leave. A group of foxes on the mountain silently watched their departing figures. These two bandits have finally left. If they don't leave soon, they'll have stripped the mountain bare. Upon leaving the wide urban area, and Nan had her dog hide back in her backpack. Passing through the office buildings of the central district, she saw that this place was no longer the former glory. Only half of the buildings were above water, and almost all the glass had been violently shattered. At a glance, it looked like the ruins of a city. Once important commercial secrets and contract documents were thrown out like waste paper, floating on the water's surface. No more well-dressed white-collar workers, sipping iced Americanos, strolling between the buildings. No more KPIs, no more UGC, no more digital economy. Only the cold flood and people going mad for a loaf of bread. As darkness fell, and Nan hurried back home. After all, in such turbulent times, nightfall meant more danger. When she arrived home, her neighbors had just returned from outside and were all crowded in the hallway. She stopped outside the building. After a few days, these people had lost quite a bit of weight. At that moment, everyone's faces were not looking good. How pitiful, still pregnant, and her husband is gone. How is she going to live in the future? It's still her own fault, being strong-willed. What use is it to find so many supplies when she didn't even know her husband drowned? Stop talking, just look at her, she looks like she's going to go mad. A group of people gathered together, whispering, their eyes occasionally glancing at the last one left behind, Chu Pepe. And Nan heard the whispers of the people in the hallway and understood in her heart. So it's the buzz cut that is gone. Her gaze inadvertently moved to Sun Pang, who had once exposed the secret of her wife's death. Sun Pang hid among the crowd. First, he remained silent, then kindly approached Chu Pepe. "Little sister, a person cannot come back to life after death, please mourn in peace." Chapter 25, the neighbor's attitude. Chu Pepe raised her head, her gaze sharp. "Where were you when my husband fell into the water?" Sun Pang choked, "Little sister, indeed, as the captain, I failed to take care of him." The neighbors, hearing this, could not help but think she was being unreasonable. "You are really something, your husband accidentally fell from the building, what does that have to do with old Sun?" "That's right, it might have been his poor mindset, starving, and he deliberately jumped into the flood to end it all. Captain Sun is looking for supplies with us, and he has no salary, he has no obligation to take care of your husband." Seeing the neighbors all speaking for him, Sun Pang's eyes showed a trace of pride, but he said, "Everyone, let's not say that. It's understandable for the family to have bad emotions after such an incident. This was my negligence, and I will definitely take care of every member of the team from now on. Old Sun, you are being too polite. Yes, Captain Sun, you have done very well. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have found this food." Sun Pang felt very proud inside, but his mouth remained humble. Where, it's everyone's effort. Chu Pepe didn't want to hear these people flattering each other any longer. She moved closer to Sun Pang, her gaze sharp. "I know you did it, do you think that killing him means you can rest easy?" Then she suddenly shouted at the others, "This man conspired with his mistress to kill his own wife, and then made dried meat and hid it at home, which my husband accidentally stumbled upon. That's why my husband was deliberately silenced. Now you all know about this, take care of yourselves." After saying this, she glanced deeply at Sun Pang, ignored these people, and turned to go upstairs. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then instantly erupted. Heavens! Captain Sun killed his own wife? And it was discovered by the buzzcut? No wonder the buzzcut couple has been staying at the back of the group, far away from Captain Sunday. Indeed, we haven't seen Captain Sun's wife for a while. I was wondering why there was always a meaty smell coming from his house.
I smelled it too. I thought I was hallucinating from hunger. Are you saying he really ate?
The crowd was in an uproar, taking a few steps back in fear.
Sun Peng's face turned ashen. Everyone, don't listen to Chu Pei's nonsense.
He struggled to control his expression. The buzzcut's sudden death. Little Chu as a family member is deeply saddened, mentally disturbed, and speaks out of turn. I can understand that. He stared seriously into each person's eyes and said in a deep voice, everyone has worked hard all day, please go home and rest. Everyone had their own judgment scale, and naturally, they did not believe Sun Peng's words. But after all, they would still see each other in the future, and now they couldn't report it to the police. Offending Sun Peng would be disastrous if they ended up like the buzzcut. Moreover, they had no ties to the buzzcut. Seeking justice was the police's job, they just wanted to survive. The buzzcut's family was left with only women, and compared to Sun Peng, it was clear who was strong and who was weak. The crowd quickly figured out which side to stand on. Some still had objections, but they were pulled back by their family. What Captain Sun said makes sense. We all understand your character. How could you kill someone, huh?
Exactly, little Chu is indeed too distraught.
Let's all go home and rest. We need to continue looking for supplies tomorrow. The crowd exchanged a few words and hurriedly turned to go home.
The siblings by Wenbin were left at the back, whispering.
This Sun Peng is really ruthless. Cousin, in a chaotic world, only by following the ruthless can one eat.
Qian Inger said nonchalantly. To be honest, I'm really curious, what does the special dried meat taste like?
When the crowd had dispersed, and Nan slowly entered from outside the window, carrying a speedboat upstairs. She felt a bit emotional inside. How ironic, in a prosperous world, people who should be condemned for killing their wives, the cannibalistic perverts, have become the objects of everyone's following in the apocalypse.
Humanity's admiration for the strong.
The arrival of the apocalypse has gradually changed everything. People no longer pursue wealth and power, but instead yield to blood and violence. The transformation has just begun. Back home, tears welled in Chu Pei's eyes, and she couldn't help but cry out loud. She and her husband originally did not join the group to avoid Sun Peng. As a result, they were robbed several times, with nothing gained, and to avoid starving to death, they had no choice but to reluctantly join the neighbors' group. In the group, they were always cautious, trying to stay far away from that pervert Sun Peng. Unfortunately, one careless moment led to her being harmed by him. From now on, she would be all alone, still pregnant, and the road ahead would only become more difficult. Chu Pei's eyes were filled with tears as she clenched her fists tightly. On the other side, Sun Peng had just entered his house when his mistress, Wang Xiaoyu, came up to him.
Brother Sun, how's the harvest today?
Not bad, found 3 packs of instant noodles and 2 bags of millet. Sun Peng said proudly, the most important thing is, I took care of that buzzcut guy across the street.
Really? Wang Xiaoyu's eyes lit up.
Sun Peng pulled her close. Of course, your man can get anything done. We found an office building, and when we divided tasks, I arranged for him and old Wang to search the top floor. When everyone was in position, I snuck up to the top, pushed him down from the window when he wasn't paying attention. That old Wang is a coward, and he's a long-time smoker. He was going crazy without cigarettes these days. I gave him a box of cigarettes, scared him a bit, and he shut up.
Wang Xiaoyu happily kissed him on the cheek. You are awesome, now we can relax.
But there's still a problem.
Sun Peng's face darkened. The buzzcut guy's wife is really clingy.
I got her out of the way because I was afraid of complications. I should have dealt with her then.
Does she know it was you?
Of course. She just spread the word in front of the neighbors.
Ah. Wang Xiaoyu looked nervous. What should we do? Do the neighbors believe her?
It doesn't matter.
Sun Peng said smugly. What does it matter if they believe it?
These cowards are still standing by my side. Now that the world has turned chaotic, it's better for them to have some fear of me. But that damn Chu Pei, she has to be dealt with sooner or later. Oh, brother Sun, she's just a little widow.
It's nothing to take her out.
You're right, baby.
Sun Peng's expression was lewd. Let's go inside and reward your man. Wang Xiaoyu threw him a flirtatious glance. How annoying.
In the building, families closed their doors, discussing what had happened today. But no matter what the truth was, it didn't matter to everyone at this moment. What they cared more about was their own survival. The supplies found outside were getting scarcer. The things they found with great effort each day were simply not enough to share. Many people went out today and only brought back a few bags of snacks, which wasn't enough for their families to eat. Thinking about the road ahead, every household was filled with worry and gloom.
On the 14th floor.
And Nan closed the doors and windows tightly, set up a copper pot, and prepared sesame sauce and chili oil. Having been camping in the mountains for days, she planned to have hot pot to drive away the cold.
The water quickly boiled, and as Nan cooked the lamb, she called out to Fugue. "In Fugue, time to eat." Usually, this dog ran over as soon as it smelled food. But today it lay listlessly in its nest without moving. And Nan noticed it seemed uncomfortable, so she hurried over to check. Picking it up, she found bloodstains in the nest. And Nan's heart tightened. Did Fugue get hurt? Chapter 26, Are you hurt? And Nan looked at the bloodstains in the nest, feeling extremely anxious. Did it get hurt in the mountains without her noticing? She tenderly held Fugue, carefully checking it from head to toe, but found no wounds. However, Fugue's expression was weak, and it looked uncomfortable. While she was puzzled, and Nan suddenly felt warmth in her palm. Looking down, a drop of blood had landed on her hand. And Nan lifted Fugue's little behind to check. Suddenly, everything clicked. This little girl was having her period. Do dogs also have a menstrual cycle? It's good enough as long as it's not hurt. Annan relaxed her heart and began to search in the space. Sure enough, among the mountain of pet supplies, she found dog diapers. She held Fugue and gently wiped it with a towel, then put the diaper on it and dressed it in a warm little outfit, also giving it a clean bed. Looking at its low spirits, Annan sighed. It turns out that dogs can also feel down and lack appetite during their Aunt Flo. Indeed, Aunt Flo treats every female equally. It's probably because it fell into water during a fight a few days ago and caught a chill in the mountains, that it feels so uncomfortable. She went to the kitchen and cooked a bowl of warm millet porridge for Fugue. She added nourishing red dates, appetite-stimulating carrots, blood-replenishing angelica, blood-activating motherwort, and energy-boosting yam. Finally, she mixed in a bit of lamb slices and placed it in front of Fugue. Good doggy, if you get some nutrition and warmth, you won't feel bad. Fugue seemed to understand her words, standing up slowly to eat. This was the first time Annan saw it eating so delicately. Before, it always gulped down food like a little pig. Seeing it able to eat, Annan felt relieved and returned to the dining table herself. There was no hot pot base in the pot, only pieces of green onions and ginger. Using a copper pot to cook meat emphasizes the pure flavor. There was so much lamb in the space that it was impossible to finish, and Annan generously prepared 2 huge plates of lamb rolls. Unlike hot pot restaurants, where meat is laid over ice or vegetables, her 2 plates were just pure meat. Having been hunting in the mountains these days, she really needed to eat more to replenish her strength. Although there was no shortage of food in the mountains, the environment was rough, and she always had to be on guard against wild beasts. It was nothing like at home, where the environment was safe and eating was easy and enjoyable. Annan chewed a big bite of lamb, feeling it was still not tasty enough. She looked at the seasoning bowl and added a piece of red fermented tofu and half a spoon of chive flowers to the sesame sauce and chili oil. After mixing, she dipped in her chopsticks and tasted a bite. This time it's right. She picked up a shaky bunch of lamb, wrapped it in sauce, and stuffed it into her mouth. The aroma instantly burst in her mouth, and Annan enjoyed every moment of it. While eating lamb, she also cooked a plate of spicy tripe. Feeling that eating only meat was too greasy, she added some vegetables and frozen tofu to the pot to eat with it. In the end, she also tossed in a small bundle of handmade noodles, making a bowl of lamb noodle soup. The room was steaming, filled with delightful aromas. Suddenly, Annan felt that this apocalyptic world wasn't much different from before. There were delicious foods, and she had her obedient beloved Fugue. Unlike the comfort of Annan upstairs, the neighbors downstairs were suffering as they divided food. A family sat around the dining table, placing today's rations on the table. Each person received a portion of dry biscuits or expired bread, shoving them into their mouths. They could only eat this one meal a day, and it barely filled them to 50%. They cherished every last crumb, scanning the table for any fall and eating it, not wasting a single bit. Today, somehow, while eating the biscuits, they seemed to smell the aroma of hot pot lamb. Alas, they were so hungry that they started hallucinating. Everyone couldn't help but recall the good days of the past. Back then, their meals were abundant, and leftover dishes were thrown away. Eating hot pot at restaurants, they often left a lot of meat and vegetables uncooked when they left. Now thinking back, they felt their mouths watering. They wished they could travel back in time to scold their past selves for wasting food and eat all that leftover food. For a long time afterwards, Annan didn't go out again. 1. Fugue was on its Aunt Flo, feeling weak. 2. She didn't have anything else she needed to stockpile at the moment. The mountain of supplies in the space also needed her to sort and organize them little by little. Outside, people were still coming and going every day to look for food. And in room 1402, the person and dog lay on their respective beds, eyes closed. Unlike before, Rich was really sleeping, while Nan was organizing the supplies in the space with her mind. Using her mind could also be tiring. At first, she would get exhausted and dizzy after a short time, but now she was able to move things in the space for a long time. Her mental strength was getting better and better.
After organizing everything in the space, and Nan began to process the meat she hadn't finished dissecting earlier. Different livestock required different processing methods. Luckily, she had downloaded all sorts of fragmented knowledge in various fields, so she could follow the tutorial step by step in the kitchen. Whenever she was busy and tired, she would watch downloaded dramas and enjoy delicious food with her dog. Days passed in this harmonious and beautiful atmosphere. Unlike her living environment, the situation outside was becoming increasingly tense. Supermarkets and factories rich in supplies were underwater, with only some high-rise buildings above water for people to search. These buildings were mostly office spaces and didn't have much food, just snacks and instant noodles for workers. With too many people and too little food, these days, everything had been completely scavenged. There were very few supplies left above water, and the supplies underwater couldn't be salvaged without diving equipment. Even for those who could free dive, the soaked food they desperately brought up was not edible. People were starving, growing more and more desperate. The number of deaths began to gradually increase. Previously, the floating corpses in the water were mostly those drowned while searching for supplies, but now many were people who had starved to death, tossed into the water by others. Due to the malfunctioning drainage system, toilets couldn't be used, and people directly threw their waste and trash into the floodwater. For a time, the stench in the water was unbearable. But with the tap water supply cut off, people who wanted to drink could only filter the floodwater and then boil it for drinking. Many weak individuals ended up with stomach problems from drinking it, and their homes didn't have enough medicine. In short, people's living environment was extremely harsh. At moments when life was continuously under threat, the dark side of human nature revealed itself once again. Fewer people were searching for supplies outside, and robberies were becoming more common. One day, while Nan was watching a movie with Rich, a sudden banging sound came from the staircase outside. Neighbors, meeting. 1302 gather. And Nan thought for a moment but didn't go out. People outside were so skinny they looked like skin and bones. She was radiant and healthy, hardly suitable to appear in front of a crowd. She didn't know what they wanted to do. Chapter 27, The Starving Neighbors. Sun Pang from 1302 organized the people in the building to hold a meeting to discuss survival methods. Except for Nan on the 14th floor and Zhao Ping'an and her son on the 15th floor, everyone was present. Hungry people gathered together, looking more haggard than the last. If we don't eat today, we will truly starve to death. What's left? Those office buildings above water have already been stripped bare. I've even eaten my leather belt at home. Sun Pang silently watched everyone discuss until the crowd quieted down, then spoke softly. Have you noticed that the 15th and 14th floors have hardly gone out to search for food? The crowd instantly fell silent. Right. And Nan from the 14th floor had only come out once. Her skin was tender, her complexion rosy, and even her hair shimmered. She definitely lived a good life. Zhao Ping'an and her son on the 15th floor hadn't even stepped outside once. Their food supplies must be very plentiful. So much that they don't need to go out searching. They are too much. We are starving to death, and they have so much food? We should go get some supplies from them. We are neighbors, how can they selfishly enjoy the food alone? But the woman from the 14th floor is a psycho killer. Mentioning Nan, the crowd quieted for a moment. Everyone unconsciously remembered the bloody staircase and the Liu brothers whose eyes remained open in death. The psychological shadow was too great. Why don't we go check out the 15th floor first? Of course, persimmons should be picked when they are soft. You are right, let's go to the 15th floor. He hasn't come out for so long, maybe he has enough supplies for all of us to eat for a long time. Everyone seemed to see hope for survival and immediately rushed up to the top floor with great momentum. Their stomachs that had been hungry for a long time, making their voices weak, were now as excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Go to the 15th floor to divide the food. No need to be hungry anymore. And Nan could hear their shouting in the hallway from her room. She frowned slightly. It seemed that this group of people had gone mad with hunger. However, since they weren't coming for her, she didn't want to meddle. If they dared to break into her home, she would let them know her strength. In her previous life, this group also went to the 15th floor to ask for food, but Nan didn't participate, as she took the Bai Wenbin siblings outside to find supplies. First, she had a conscience back then and did not want to take advantage of her former neighbors. Second, she thought there was a scarcity of food with many wolves. How could one family's supplies be shared among so many people? It was better to go out and try her luck. By the time she returned with a few bags of noodles with Bai Wenbin and Qian Inger, the hallway was already quiet again. Although she didn't know what happened, the mother and son on the 15th floor didn't come out until late in the heat period, leaving healthy and safe. Clearly, the neighbors had failed. While Nan was lost in her memories, everyone had already reached the 15th floor. The stainless steel door in the stairwell was, as expected, closed. A few strong young men rushed to the front and pried it open with a crowbar. Sun Pang was the first to reach the door of 1501, knocking politely.
"Hello, we are the neighbors from downstairs." There was no response from inside. He continued knocking. "Is Zhao Ping'an home? I'm the unit leader from our unit, I'd like to talk to you." A warm male voice came from inside. "Sorry, it's inconvenient to open the door. Just say what you need." Sun Peng glanced back at the crowd behind him. Everyone's hair was like straw, their cheeks sunken, and their eyes shining with desperation. Clearing his throat, he said, "The neighbors have no food at home, we came to borrow some grain." Zhao Ping'an replied from inside, "Sorry, I can't help you. We don't have much food left either." As a doomsday enthusiast, Zhao Ping'an understood the survival rules of the apocalypse: the kind-hearted do not end well. So, he had no intention of sharing his food with others. Hearing this reply, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "You're lying. You and your son have never left the house, you must have a lot of food." "Yeah, why hide the food? Bring it out and share it with everyone. You two are so cruel. Do you want to watch us all starve to death?" The more they spoke, the more agitated they became. Many people pushed to the front and beat on the door forcefully. Seeing this, Sun Peng's eyes flashed with a gleam. He retreated to the back and let the excited crowd rush forward. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from inside, "Get the hell out! Don't come begging at my door. Am I your ancestor, responsible for your hunger? Do you want me to cook shit to feed you? Cough, mother, please mind your manners. Mind your ass. You coward, dogs are already biting at the door, and you're still not helping them." Hearing the curses from inside, the outside crowd became even more excited. The leading few people beat on the door while trying to pry the lock with objects. Suddenly, they felt a strong electric current spread from their hands throughout their bodies. "The door is electrified." The leading few people were instantly shocked and began to twitch. The people at the back, in a panic, tried to drag them away and got shocked too, promptly joining in the dance of jolts. Bai Wenbin saw this and hurriedly used his wooden mopstick to push the people away, finally stopping the chaos. The few people who had been shocked had fainted. The remaining crowd, at that moment, no longer dared to approach. At this time, two middle-aged men stepped forward. "Our hammers have insulated handles. Let's directly smash his door lock." After saying that, he immediately stepped forward and started hammering loudly. Inside the room, "Oh my god. Hutsuilan, don't show my power, and you fools think I'm easy to mess with? Son. Give me the stuff." Then, a hole suddenly appeared on the door. "What is this?" The person who was hammering the door quickly noticed the sudden hole. Before he could finish speaking, a sharp arrow suddenly shot out from the hole and pierced through his arm. "Ah!" The man cried out in pain, and the hammer in his hand fell onto his foot. "Ah!" He screamed even louder, falling to the ground, clutching his foot in agony, with an arrow still stuck in his arm. Everyone was shocked, and before they could react, a series of whistling sounds followed, and arrows quickly flew out, hitting the people in front. Some were shot in the shoulder, some in the thigh, and the unluckiest one had his chest pierced through. "Run! They have crossbows!" Being shot by a crossbow is always dangerous, especially in a time like this, where there are no hospitals or medicine to save you. The crowd quickly became chaotic, everyone running downstairs. Sun Peng, hiding at the back, reacted first and quickly moved to a shooting blind spot next to the front door, his eyes dark as he stared at the door of room 1501. "Everyone, don't panic. Stand on the sides of the door, the crossbow arrows can't reach you." Chapter 28, The Mechanisms. Hearing this, everyone calmed down. Those who hadn't yet gone downstairs quickly hid on both sides of the door. Seeing someone was injured, the crowd became even angrier. The few people hiding near the door began hammering the door more fiercely. "Smash their damn door." A few others used tools to pry open the door of room 1502. The mother and son are both in 1501. 1502 must be empty. Maybe it's all supplies. Mentioning supplies, their strength increased several times. Those who had retreated to the stairs, afraid of being shot by arrows, shouted encouragement from a distance. At that moment, everyone worked together. A furious roar came from inside. "You idiots! If I spared your lives, nobody would want them. I won't be polite anymore." Sun Peng, who was watching the door smashing from the corner, had a bad premonition upon hearing this and hurriedly retreated toward the stairs. At that moment, the shooting hole on the door suddenly closed, followed by the sound of machinery operating. It turned out that a hard, thick tube popped out of the spot where the shooting hole had been. With a hiss, a large amount of liquid sprayed out from the tube. "Ah! Ah! My face! It hurts!" Everyone on the 15th floor was sprayed with the unknown liquid. The moment it hit their skin, a crackle sound was heard, and the skin was instantly corroded, turning into a terrifying black color. Sulfuric acid. It's concentrated sulfuric acid. The crowd became chaotic. Two people near the door were severely burned,
falling to the ground and covering their faces in pain. Others, with lighter injuries, cried while retreating toward the stairs. Those who had already been standing near the stairs saw their tragic condition and couldn't help but feel relieved. Luckily, they didn't stay on the 15th floor. Sun Pang had reacted quickly, running to the stairs before the sulfuric acid was sprayed, and he was fortunate to escape unharmed. His face was pale, and sweat was dripping from his forehead. In just this short time, 1 person was killed by arrows, 4 were injured, 2 were knocked unconscious by severe sulfuric acid burns, and 5 were wounded. Half of the 20-person team had been injured, and they hadn't even gotten through Zhao Pinggan's door. The sulfuric acid spraying pipe slowly retracted, and inside, a shrill voice of the enraged ant was heard. "You fools, if anyone dares to take another step forward, I'll show you what it means to have no one left alive." Everyone's face turned grim, but no one dared to take another step forward. Hunger might allow them to survive for a few more days, but being sprayed with concentrated sulfuric acid is no joke. Not to mention how painful it is to have your skin corroded. The scariest part is that there are no medicines available right now, and they could only wait for the wounds to get infected and slowly rot away, leading to death. The 2 people lying on the ground were quickly helped by their families and rushed back home. Although others were unwilling, they could only leave with a gloomy demeanor. Inside room 1501, Hu Tsuilan smiled and patted her son's shoulder. "You did a good job building this device. Mother gives you a thumbs up." Zhao Pingyan curled his lips. Who was it that said I was slacking off? They even scolded me for reading too many apocalypse novels and messing things up at home. Hu Tsuilan blared, "Stop talking nonsense. Go outside and see if there's anyone left. If not, hurry up and fix the hallway door." "Yes, dear mother." Zhao Pingyan mimicked ancient concubines, dramatically bowing. Hu Tsuilan angrily kicked him. She glanced at the messy doorway and sighed softly. This boy really has a point. Is the apocalypse coming? Looking at those people acting crazily, if they weren't still speaking human, she would have thought it was a zombie siege. These days, the mother and son hadn't stepped outside, just watching the world outside getting messier. Fortunately, her son was a survival enthusiast. Their home not only had generators but also stored a lot of compressed biscuits and drinking water. The 2 secondary bedrooms in 1502 had even been turned into storage rooms, filled with long-lasting food, which they would replace every year before it expired. On the day the heavy rain hit, she coincidentally bought a bunch of vegetable seeds. According to her son, it was called patience with mania should nurture seedlings with patience, refining their character and relieving emotions. Zhao Pingyan even specially customized solar lamps and cultivation boxes for her. Who would have thought they would come in handy? Now their home had her successfully grown vegetables, and plenty of food, they could eat for years without a problem. She looked at her son, who was busy repairing the hallway door, and shouted, "Be serious. Or we might as well electrify this door. Shock these bastards." Then silently thought, in the future, if the child fiddles with his junk or experiments, I won't scold him anymore. This child hasn't wasted effort, he really is useful. Annan leaned against her door, eating chips while listening to the lively commotion outside. In the hallway, there were shouts of archery and sulfuric acid, and she understood a lot from home. Recalling the article Zhao Pingyan wrote online, 20 Possibilities of the Apocalypse, she couldn't help but sigh, this guy really is talented. He actually created so many tactics, turning the 15th floor into a fortress for the apocalypse. It's worth learning from. It's a pity she had a narrow focus. She did well in liberal arts at school but was clueless about physics and chemistry. As for that electrified door, she couldn't handle it, lest she shock herself. They had indeed collected quite a bit of concentrated sulfuric acid in the building, along with many unnamed chemicals. But she didn't know how to create devices. What material was that tube spraying sulfuric acid made of, that it wouldn't corrode? Forget it, when God closes a door, he surely opens a window. She couldn't make any devices, but having space as a golden finger was satisfying enough. Just rough it out, get by. Fugue sat at Annan's feet, watching her with a look of grievance in her expression, wide-eyed. Sister Nan, are you secretly comparing yourself again in your heart? The neighbors who hit a wall returned to Sun Peng's house. The seriously injured and their families had already gone home. The rest were either slightly injured or scared. The atmosphere in the house was heavy. Bai Wenbin and Qian Inger, who had hidden at the back, were unhurt. But their condition was quite poor. Bai Wenbin looked pale, his face covered in stubble, and his spirit was utterly deflated. His stomach, starved for too long, had transformed the once polished and suave Bai Wenbin into someone unrecognizable. Now all he wanted was to devour food heartily. Beside him, Qian Inger was in even worse shape. She originally had beautiful blonde hair, which, with careful maintenance, turned into soft and shiny. Now always hungry, lacking nutrition. With the shortage of supplies, even the haircare products at home have run out. Her hair, like a pile of dry hay, is messy and sticks to her head. She has always been very careful with her figure, originally very thin, and after being hungry for a while, her face has turned pale, her cheeks hollow, and even her period hasn't come this month. Her entire state is like a dried-up mummy. Thinking of the last time she saw Annan, her energetic and radiant appearance, Qian Inger gritted her teeth in hatred. Why does she always get to live beautifully and brilliantly? Why do I always have to look up to her? A ruthless flash passed through Qian Inger's eyes, and she suddenly said, "Neighbors, how about we go to the 14th floor to find Annan?" Chapter 29, Mysterious Note. Qian Inger said loudly, "Do you remember the last time we saw Annan on the 14th floor? She looked so healthy, there must be a lot of food at her home, maybe even meat." Meat? Bai Wenbin suddenly remembered that the day before the heavy rain, while he was waiting at the building entrance for Annan, he saw her holding a white dog in her arms. His eyes brightened. Right, Annan also has a dog. The crowd instantly stirred. Dog? Dog meat? Their eyes sparkled, saliva dripping. They smacked their lips as if they could already taste the steaming dog meat soup. Though they had previously put a terrifying filter on Annan, now they were starving and had nowhere else to turn. They can't just wait to starve to death, right? At this point, even if the other side was a terrifying organization, they would barge in, let alone the 14th floor with just a woman living alone. They are right, let's go to the 14th floor. Go to the 14th floor. Eat dog meat. The crowd became excited. But the few people who had been injured on the top floor remained silent. They understood that although the crowd looked like a mass of people, their hearts were not united. If they fought, only they would be doing all the work. Others were sneakily hiding behind. Against the old six from the top floor, they wouldn't lose their lives, but if they faced the female demon on the 14th floor, one wrong move could cost them their lives. They weren't stupid, so this time, they stayed behind. For a moment, no one wanted to step forward or lead the charge. After shouting slogans for a long time, they still didn't move out of Sun Peng's house. Seeing this, Sun Peng stepped forward and said, "We still need to go to the 14th floor. If we can't find food, we'll all starve to death. But today, everyone really worked hard, and many people were injured. Let's go home to rest and regain our strength. I'll come up with a systematic plan so that no one loses out. Tomorrow morning, we'll go together to the 14th floor to share the food." Hearing this, everyone agreed and returned to their homes. Some were bandaging wounds, some sharpening knives, and others practicing punches, each preparing for the next day, eager to get more food from Annan. That night, Annan was hugging her dog, sitting on the couch watching a downloaded comedy film, and gnawing on duck necks. Suddenly, Fu Guang stood up, looking alert toward the door. Annan followed its gaze to the entrance. She crouched down and listened closely. Outside, there was indeed a rustling sound. Another careless person came to pry the door open? The number of people outside didn't sound like many. Annan took a three-pronged dagger from her space, quietly opened her door, and stepped outside. Through the door to the stairwell, she couldn't hear what was happening outside the hallway. She quickly opened the door and thrust the knife forward. She missed. There was no one outside, only a piece of paper stuck to the wall beside the door. Tomorrow morning, everyone will come and rob the food. She ripped the note off and took it back into the house. Sitting back on the couch, Fu Guang wagged its tail and sniffed around her. Annan patted its head and unfolded the note to examine it closely. The handwriting was messy, with lines flying everywhere, resembling chicken claws. Can there be such ugly handwriting in the world? As she looked at the note, Annan suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She thought for a moment, and her eyes lit up. This was the person who sent her a message in her last life. After 4 years, and Nan almost forgot. At that time, she also received a note like this, in the same special font, but the content was different. The note said, "Be careful of the two siblings." At that time, Bai Wenbin and Qian Inger had just moved into her home not long ago. She found the note stuffed into her bag without knowing when, and indeed became a bit wary. But after careful observation, she didn't find anything unusual. They didn't make any moves to harm her. Instead, every time they gathered supplies, Bai Wenbin would take less and share the extra with the two girls. He maintained his gentlemanly demeanor even in the apocalyptic world. And Qian Inger was always warm and friendly with her, treating her like a sister. So she quickly trusted them completely, thinking the note was just a prank from someone. Looking back now, it seems someone accidentally overheard the sibling scheme and kindly came to warn her. But she didn't know who this person was, and in this life, they had come to remind her again. Note hero. You've got a good heart. With the previous experience, this time she took it seriously. Tomorrow morning, everyone will come to snatch food? After seeing what happened today to Zhao Pingyan and his son upstairs, she guessed that these people would soon shift their target onto her, just not so quickly. It seemed these neighbors were truly starving. She checked her weapons carefully, she felt no fear inside. This day would come eventually. Innocent men bear the burden of possessing wealth. Living comfortably in the apocalypse would surely attract the envy of others. But this time, she was different from her last life. This time, she was well prepared. Not only had she stockpiled weapons early on, but she also acquired a submachine gun. Since the apocalypse began, she had never slacked off, always striving to improve her strength. She practiced her combat skills from her past life repeatedly and learned many other fighting techniques from video tutorials. By integrating the strengths of various styles, combined with her rich battle experience from her previous life, taking down a few desperate thugs was not a problem at all. Against these starving neighbors, she wouldn't even need to use her gun. And Nan locked all 4 doors, set her alarm early so she wouldn't be caught off guard tomorrow. Then she cuddled up with her cat and finished watching the movie. Before bed, she put on a face mask, did a complete skincare routine, and then fell asleep beautifully. The next morning, people in the building gathered early in apartment 1302. Neighbors, I studied a plan last night, for everyone's reference. Sun Pang cleared his throat seriously. I know, after what happened yesterday, none of us want to charge in first. But if everyone stands still, all we can do is wait to starve to death. What we need most now is unity. Becoming neighbors means we are fated to be together, everyone has to trust each other. The food supply in apartment 1402 must be very rich. I propose that we distribute the food according to contribution. As he spoke, he pulled out a chart. We can distribute the supplies according to the priority on this chart. Men first, those who charge in can receive double the food, and those who make outstanding contributions can receive triple. If injured, there will be extra compensation. What does everyone think? With a great reward, there must be brave men. Upon hearing this, everyone agreed. Captain Sun's plan is very reasonable. I'm willing to take the lead. I'll take the lead too. Damn it, we have so many men, why fear a girl in her 20s? Let's charge into 1402. Take down the selfish woman. Chapter 30, the chainsaw maniac watched the spirited crowd. Sun Peng's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he was very satisfied. Last night, he specially devised this profit-sharing plan, aimed at getting these fools to rush in first. He would not be taking the lead himself. That woman in 1402 was exceptionally ruthless, and charging in first would surely lead to misfortune. But no matter how tough she was, even 2 fists can't compete with 4 hands. When she and those idiots end up hurting each other, he can effortlessly take the food. He looked at the excited neighbors and sneered coldly in his heart. It would be best if that crazy woman kills a few more of the food distributors. Twice the supplies? They better have the lives to take them. Once the men are dead or wounded, all the supplies will be his. What do the elderly, weak, women, and children have to compete with him for? Chen Inger stood in the crowd, seeing the barely noticeable smile on Sun Peng's face. She cautiously pulled by Wenbin and whispered, Wenbin Ge, this uncle has bad intentions. The siblings had witnessed Nan's ferocity before, and by Wenbin's knife wound on his arm still hadn't fully healed. He whispered in agreement, let's stay at the back and wait for the food to be divided. Chen Inger nodded, even fly legs are meat. After the food is divided, we can go to the wounded's homes and steal theirs. The siblings hit it off and fell behind the group. The group quickly came out of 1302 and marched proudly towards the 14th floor, as if in just a few minutes, there would be endless food. Meanwhile, Nan, who had gotten up early, had already finished her hearty breakfast. Pan-fried ham, lamb-steamed buns, shrimp porridge, and a serving of egg and milk baked toast. The main focus was on a blend of Chinese and Western styles, nutritious and healthy. How could one guard the city gate without being full? After eating, she changed into a convenient training outfit, warmed up her body, and waited for the clueless neighbors to arrive. A group of people rushed to the 14th floor, quickly prying open the stainless steel door of the stairwell, only to find another explosion-proof armored door inside. What kind of door is this? It looks pretty high-end. Who cares about high-end doors? Pry it open. Yesterday, this group pretended to borrow food on the 15th floor, exchanging a few pleasantries. Today, after a whole day of hunger, they were no longer pretending and charged in recklessly. After struggling for a long time, they realized that this lock simply couldn't be pried open. After all, not everyone had Lu Lauer's superb lockpicking skills. The group grew impatient. Stop prying, just smash it. Hammers and axes came into play, clanging as they hammered at the door. After a while, their hands went numb from the vibrations, but they found that only a few scratches had appeared on the door. This isn't working, this is an explosion-proof door, we can't open it. After working for so long, they still hadn't even seen the people inside. Jianinger, seeing the situation, gently reminded, the door can't be opened, what about the wall? The people leading the charge suddenly had their eyes light up. Little sister, you're smart. They had been fixated on entering through the door, almost forgetting that they could also destroy the wall. No matter how strong the door is, your wall can't be made of copper and iron, right? The group immediately got energized, raised their hammers, and prepared to smash the wall. At that moment, the door that had been hammered for so long was suddenly pushed open from inside. Long, straight legs, a tight, perfect waistline, the figure of a young girl finally appeared,
accompanied by a loud rumble. Vroom vroom.
Before anyone could react, they were suddenly blinded by a mist of blood. And Nan casually walked out from inside the door, holding a huge chainsaw in her hand. The first two people were instantly torn apart by her chainsaw, their blood and flesh flying everywhere.
Ah!
The crowd, their faces splattered with blood, screamed frantically, and instantly, the crowd surged backward. There was the beautiful yet vicious little girl from 1402, holding a rapidly spinning chainsaw, her pale face covered in splattered blood droplets. It was like a killing god had descended. The two people who had been sawed were one without a head, the other with half of their shoulder sawed off, lying unconscious on the ground.
Chainsaw killer! Chainsaw killer! Someone in the crowd shouted.
The hallway was a sea of red, with blood on the walls, the floor, and people's faces. There were even bits of flesh flying around.
The crowd was so terrified by this horror movie-like scene that they were shaking all over.
A middle-aged woman, around 50, was so scared she wet her pants, and her daughter, supporting her, trembled as she questioned, "You? How can you kill people?"
Someone in the crowd echoed, "Yeah, how can you just kill someone without even saying hello?"
Annan laughed angrily, "Did you knock on my door before you came to break it down?" An old man in a tank top cautiously poked his head from behind and said, "Little girl, we just came to borrow some food, please don't get excited."
"Borrow?"
Annan sneered, "The way you broke down my door doesn't look like you're here to borrow anything." The old man saw she was still willing to talk and quickly reassured her, it was those young people who acted impulsively.
"I apologize on their behalf. We're really starving and couldn't bear it any longer, we just wanted to borrow some food." Annan remained unmoved. "Why should I lend you anything?"
The old man smiled awkwardly, "We're good neighbors, of course, we should help each other through tough times."
"Sorry, I don't have that kind of compassion. You can leave now."
She had a lot of supplies in her space, but why should she take them out to share?
She could feed them for a moment, but could she feed them for a lifetime? A group of wolves that could never be satisfied.
She would be crazy to take out her supplies for them.
At this moment, Chen Inger, who had been silent at the back, suddenly snapped, Nan, how can you be so cold-blooded?
I really misjudged you before." Annan gave her a cold glance, "Don't moralize me, I have no morals." Then she curled her lips, "You want to borrow food? Why stand so far away, come over and talk."
Chen Inger dared not approach.
She realized that this woman had no intention of giving out supplies at all. If she went over now, she would definitely meet the same fate as the two on the ground. She hid behind her cousin and tugged at his sleeve. White Wenbin immediately said, "Don't trust her, she just wants to trick us into getting closer so she can kill us one by one." After arguing with them for a while, Annan had lost her patience.
"Stop wasting time, I definitely don't have any food. You can either leave now or leave your lives behind."
The crowd exchanged looks, and no one left.
Would they leave only to starve to death? But they didn't dare approach Annan.
For a moment, the scene froze. Annan looked down at the slightly loosened chainsaw in her hand, frowned and muttered,
"This chainsaw really isn't as fierce as the gas chainsaw."
With that, she placed the electric chainsaw behind her and took out a gas chainsaw. She had planned to save fuel, but the electric chainsaw had gotten stuck too much earlier. Fortunately, after handling chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep these past few days, she had become skilled at judging the direction of bones and muscles, or else she would have easily gotten the chain stuck on a bone. She raised the gas chainsaw, "Let's see how this one does." With that, she pulled the cord, and the machine roared to life with a deafening sound.
Annan remained expressionless. Who's going first?
Everyone stepped back in unison. Talking big was one thing, but when it came to a fight, no one wanted to be at the front. Chapter 31, The Plan Falls Apart. Sun Pang, who had been hiding at the back and watching the excitement, pinched his throat and said, "Everyone, don't be afraid of her.
Even if that gas chainsaw is powerful, can it chop all of us at once?"
Saying that, he pushed forward with force. The people were already crowded together, one next to the other. With his push, many people lost their balance and fell forward. At this moment, a man standing in the second row, inspired by his actions, suddenly turned grim and pushed the person in front of him toward Annan's chainsaw.
"Ah!" A heart-wrenching scream echoed.
He pushed another person forward in one strong movement. Then, taking advantage of the two people blocking the saw, he raised his axe and swung it hard at Annan.
Annan raised an eyebrow. "Big brother, you're quite ruthless."
But she had already prepared. Her other hand quickly drew the nail gun from her waistband, and with one shot, she nailed it into his wrist.
"Ah!"
The man's eyes went wide with pain, and in the agony, his hand lost strength, and the axe immediately dropped to the ground.
Annan didn't hold back, raising her hand and firing two more shots, both hitting the critical parts of his head.
The man stared with wide eyes, unwilling to accept his fate, before collapsing to the ground.
On the 14th floor's landing, 5 people had already fallen, 4 of them were even incomplete. The crowd behind dared not rush forward anymore, the ones at the front turned and desperately squeezed back, wanting to escape. Annan cared not for any of that. Wielding her nail gun, she began to shoot indiscriminately. Tisk, where there are many people, there are many disputes. Today, I'll reluctantly help you thin your ranks. Did they think she would fall short against a large number just because she had a chainsaw? Sorry, she also had a nail gun, a weapon for crowds. With a series of gunshots, chaos erupted among the crowd. A few in the front lost their lives instantly, even those hiding at the back, like Sunpeng and Qianinger, were injured. The dual injuries of body and spirit completely robbed them of their combat ability, causing them to flee home in a frenzy. Annan looked at the suddenly empty corridor and revealed a cold smile. A bunch of bullies who relied on their numbers, easily crushed. She lifted her foot to kick the dead bodies straight down the stairs, not continuing her pursuit. She didn't have the patience to pry open every door. They were starving and crazy, but Annan was lacking for nothing. If they could, it was best they hide from her for a lifetime. As long as anyone dared to strut back in front of her, she would send them straight to the underworld. What by Wenbin, Qianinger, Sunpeng? Let these clowns enjoy this bone-chilling apocalypse to their heart's content. Sunpeng's home was just below Annan's, so he was the first to escape back home. Leaning against the sofa, Wang Xiaoyu saw his arm bleeding and hurried over, surprised, asking, "What's going on? How did you get hurt? What about the supplies?" As his lover, she never worked hard to make money. She just had to wait at home for Sunpeng, her steady source of food, to bring supplies back so that she could eat the ready-made meals. As usual, she hadn't participated in this operation. What happened? So many people fighting over a woman, how could you still get hurt? Didn't I tell you to stay back? Sunpeng's brows furrowed, raising his arm. Quick, find something to help me pull the nail out. Wang Xiaoyu looked at the bloody wound, a bit hesitant, but still gritted her teeth and used pliers to help pull the nail out, then disinfected it with alcohol. Sunpeng cried out in pain as tears flowed from his eyes. Using up the few remaining medical supplies in the house, after a long while, he gritted his teeth and recounted what happened today. Wang Xiaoyu listened in disbelief. There really was such a fierce woman? Her eyes darted, grabbing the man's shirt and acting coy. What are we going to do now? There's nothing to eat at home. Sunpeng impatiently shoved her away, not saying a word. His expression was very dark. 3 people had been lost on the roof yesterday. Today, 8 had been taken out by Annan on the 14th floor. Now, there were fewer than 10 people left in the entire unit who could still be of use to him, and all were injured. Not only did they find nothing, but with a bunch of wounded, even going out for supplies became problematic. This wouldn't do, he had to seek another way to survive. He rubbed his forehead, letting out a long sigh. At this moment, the other residents looked gloomy, especially the siblings in room 801. Ah! How can Annan be so hard to kill? Qianinger, after closing her door, her fearful expression faded, replaced by a face full of hatred. Why? That Annan had a good background and was beautiful, but now everyone was hungry, and she was living so well. So many people couldn't even hurt her. What right did she have? Ah! Qianinger felt a surge of anger building in her chest, difficult to erupt. Kill her. I must kill her. Bai Wenbin looked at Qianinger, whose hair looked. The two became exceptionally cautious. This morning, when the crowd rushed up the stairs, banging on doors, they were immediately jolted awake from their dreams. They thought they were being harassed again, but when they opened the door, they found everyone gathered downstairs on the 14th floor. And Nan's appearance, fierce and unstoppable, truly startled the mother and son. Auntie Gon, furious, admitted defeat. Wow, this little girl is really too fierce. Zhao Pingyan's eyes lit up. This girl is so amazing. Hu Chuilan looked at her son. Aren't you afraid? There are broken limbs flying everywhere downstairs. What is there to be afraid of? Zhao Pingyan idolized her. You forgot, my idol is the killer by Qi. From today on, I'm a fan of this girl too. She actually fought against nearly 20 people, completely unscathed. Mom, only the strong can survive in this world. Hu Chuilan sighed deeply. Alas, this world is really chaotic. 14th floor. Back at home, and Nan began cleaning her weapons, then changed out of her bloody clothes. After seriously taking 2 baths, she still felt a heavy stench of blood on herself. The energetic Fugui rushed to her side, full of life after her period was over. Invincible and Nan always wins. Seeing its fawning manner, and Nan couldn't help but chuckle. Flattering will work, your master is tired today, I have no time to make you tasty food. Saying that, she poured a bowl of dog food. Eat this, kid. Fugui had been spoiled by her over the past few days, and turned its nose up at the food. After sniffing for a while, it didn't eat a bite. And Nan, seeing this, had to add a bone to tempt the dog to start eating. She herself took out a homemade fast meal from her storage, spicy shredded meat, deliciously flavored eggplant, stir-fried big radish, and 2 bowls of rice.
The steam rose, making one's mouth water. In a good mood, she picked up her chopsticks and was about to eat when a knock on the door interrupted her.
Chapter 32, I am really useful. And Nan frowned. Are these people ever going to stop?
If it comes to it, I'll drop the knives. She stormed to the door with her triangular dagger in hand, only to hear a gentle male voice from outside. Missin, sorry to bother you, I am Zhao Ping'an from the floor above.
Zhao Ping'an? That doomsday fan who turned the 15th floor into a fortress?
Her mood calmed a little, and she systematically opened the armored door, looking outside. The man had a fair face, with gold-rimmed glasses on his nose.
What do you want?
Zhao Ping'an stared at the slender girl in front of him, struggling to connect her to the previous girl who was a killer. How could such tender arms, like lotus roots, swing a large chainsaw with such power? He cleared his throat. Well, we met in the elevator before, you should have seen that I bought a lot of vegetable seeds. In fact, he came to win his idol's favor. In a world where strength mattered, even before the disaster, he greatly admired the strong. Seeing the girl opposite him looking seriously at him, waiting for him to continue, he suddenly became nervous. What I mean is, my mother grows a lot of fresh vegetables, and I can give you some. Saying that, he opened the bag he was holding. It contained 2 large bundles of garlic sprouts and lettuce.
And Nan raised an eyebrow. What does this mean? Even in a disaster, neighbors are actively sharing food? She directly declined. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't really need it. She had never trusted gifts falling from the sky. Zhao Ping'an was stunned for a moment. He knew her supplies surely were plenty, but only eating dry rations would get boring. There was no reason for her to reject the fresh vegetables. Could it be that she also grew vegetables at home? And Nan looked at him. Is there anything else?
Zhao Ping'an's brain moved quickly. No, he couldn't give up this chance to impress his idol.
He looked at the stainless steel door in front of him and suddenly had a bright idea. Do you need me to help you electrify the door? And Nan was taken aback. What exactly did he want to do?
It was both delivering vegetables and changing doors.
Could it be that he has taken a liking to her?
Annan shivered. Dude, please don't think about love and the apocalypse.
You are not my type.
Zhao Ping'an observed her expression and realized she must have misunderstood something, feeling anxious.
Idol, I have no bad intentions, I just want to be friends with you.
In these tough times, having more friends means more options.
Idol?
Annan found her calling herself that quite amusing. It turns out this apocalypse fan is interested in her strength and has come to befriend her. Seeing Annan's expression ease slightly, Zhao Ping'an pressed on. I am very useful, I can do research and design mechanisms. I was once a sought-after tech talent by several companies.
Annan couldn't help but laugh at his desperate attempt to advertise himself.
This Zhao Ping'an can indeed be considered a talent. She thought about it, and his electric door at home was quite impressive, so she asked.
What kind of payment do you need for helping me modify the electric door?
Zhao Ping'an immediately waved his hand. No need for payment, I have nothing to do anyway, I'll help you for free. Annan wasn't in the habit of taking advantage of others. Let's use food as payment.
Do you want rice or snacks?
Zhao Ping'an, really, no need, it won't take much effort for me to do this.
Annan frowned. If you don't need it, never mind. I only accept equivalent exchanges. Looks like the idol is quite cautious. Zhao Ping'an quickly said, then let's go with snacks. Annan nodded, thinking this apocalypse fan probably doesn't lack food at home.
After reaching an agreement, Zhao Ping'an excitedly went upstairs to get tools, and Annan turned back to her home to continue eating. If I don't eat now, the vegetables will go cold. Just after taking a few bites, she heard the clatter of work starting outside. Annan didn't go out, letting Zhao Ping'an busy himself. She knew nothing about setting up mechanisms, so she might as well just continue eating. After finishing her meal, she found a stash of snacks in her space. Spicy chicken feet, beef jerky, plum candies, cola, various spicy strips, taking 2 packs of each. Considering there was also an ant at his home, she took out 2 packs of seeds, 1 plain and 1 5-spice. When she stepped out carrying a bag full of snacks, she found Zhao Ping'an had already electrified both doors in the hallway. He smiled brightly. I had extra materials, so I also modified this armored door for you. Just turn this part, and a shooting hole will appear.
While explaining, he demonstrated as well. Annan looked down at the items in her hands. It seemed she had brought a bit too little.
She glanced outside and saw that even the bloodstains on the hallway floor had been cleaned by Zhao Ping'an.
How sincere is this? Things were lacking. She needed to grab. It was enough, and Nan would not easily let others into her home.
Besides the Liu brothers who had already been dealt with, no one knew that her front door also had 2 layers. Although Zhao Ping'an looked sincere, she, having lived again, would not easily trust anyone anymore.
Zhao Ping'an scratched his head. Then I'll head back first, thanks for the snacks.
And Nan nodded, watching him turn and walk upstairs. As he walked, the man suddenly turned back, looking serious. Idol, if you need help, remember to call me.
Not hitting a smiling face, and Nan lightly nodded, watching him leave happily.
She reached out to test the modified door, and indeed it worked well. If anyone dared to bother her again, she would first give them a shock.
Then go for a direct strike. She wouldn't even need to step out, which was quite nice. On the 15th floor.
As soon as Zhao Pingyan entered the house, his mother's loud voice came through.
"How is it? You little punk, did anyone break your arms or legs?" "Mom. My idol is a young lady, not a fierce woman." Hu Tsuilan grinned, "Wow.
Which young lady cuts people like chopping vegetables?"
Zhao Pingyan handed her the snacks in his hand. "What are we having for lunch?" "I'm hungry." "Pa."
Showing off outside, coming home to act like royalty.
"Eat what I make, what are you asking for?" While scolding, Hu Tsuilan skillfully opened the snack bag. "Ah." She brightened up. Chapter 33, Surveillance. Hu Tsuilan took out sunflower seeds from the bag, finally revealing a bit of a smile. "Is this from that girl downstairs?"
As she spoke, she opened the packaging and stuffed it into her mouth. God knows how lonely her mouth had been during this time. Although the house was stocked with plenty of dry food, she wasn't afraid of starving, but eating compressed biscuits and rice every day could get boring as well. These little snacks that changed the flavor were truly sent to her heart.
"Son, keep an eye on it.
If that girl needs help, just lend a hand." Zhao Pingyan was speechless. "Who scared me today, saying I'd get my legs broken?"
Luoan Mountain, halfway up the mountain villa area.
A man in a suit hurriedly walked into the highest villa. Going up the spiral staircase, he arrived at the gym on the second floor.
He saw a tall, muscular man sweating profusely on the treadmill.
He immediately walked over. "Mr. Gu, all the supplies have been moved." Gu Jiyu nodded, his long neck and a few drops of sweat flowed down his smooth cheek, dripping at the collarbone.
The suited man couldn't help but swallow.
Mr. Gu's appearance was too aggressive, really, no matter how long one looked, it was impossible to be immune. He cleared his throat. "Also, the theft case at the mall you asked me to investigate has some clues."
Gu Jiyu pressed the stop button, drinking water as he stepped off the treadmill. "Let's hear it."
The suited man handed him a tablet, pulling up a video from it.
"This is the surveillance found in a building diagonally opposite the mall. Due to the angle, it didn't capture the face. But this is the only surveillance we could pull." Sweat formed on the man's forehead. This was the first time he hadn't completed the investigation assigned by his boss. It was really too difficult. The internal surveillance of the mall and office buildings had been destroyed, and nearby businesses were also buried that night. Society quickly fell into chaos, heavy rain and floods washed away all clues. Only a company on the 5th floor of the opposite building had a camera that could capture outside the mall, allowing him to have something to report. Gu Jiyu took the tablet, sitting on the sofa nearby, his long fingers clicking play. The video first showed a heavy downpour, then a figure driving a speedboat appeared in the frame. From the figure's shape and hair, it was a woman. She was seen using a break window tool, breaking into the mall in just a few swift moves. Unexpectedly, over 2 hours later, she came out empty-handed, driving the speedboat away directly. The man in the suit stood beside, wiping the sweat off his forehead. "This video feels strange no matter how many times I watch it. Boss, I checked, and the surveillance footage hasn't been tampered with." That night, this woman was indeed the only one who entered the mall. The man in the suit thought his own words sounded absurd. Is this logical? She was the only one who went in that night, but she clearly left empty-handed, and everything inside the mall has vanished. Could she have magic? Did she make everything in the mall disappear? The man in the suit was baffled. But this was all he could find out. The camera angles were limited and the quality was low. Although they attempted technical recovery, they still couldn't see the woman's face clearly. Outside, chaos reigned, and finding this woman was like looking for a needle in a haystack. On the sofa, Gu Jiyu looked much more composed. He slowly rewound the video, pinpointed a frame, and hit pause. This was the clearest frame, but it only revealed a very blurry side profile. The woman had long hair casually pulled back, a high nose bridge, and a beautifully contoured chin, showing no excess flesh. But her eyes were hidden behind some stray hair on her forehead, making them hard to see. Gu Jiyu lowered his gaze for a long while and said softly, "Let's leave it at this for now. If it was her who took the assault rifle, there will eventually be a day it's used. We'll follow up then." "All right, boss. What's the current situation with Taiyu Group?" Their Xiaoyu scoffs at the doom and gloom, claiming the flood will pass soon. "They've been throwing parties at home, not affected by anything." The man in the suit sighed as he spoke. "It's truly a sin, so many people outside starving, while that young master is living lavishly at home." Clearing his throat, he continued, "But I took a look at Taiyu building. Everything there has been moved. It seems the Yu family is keeping a low profile on the surface while preparing supplies in secret." Gu Jiyu nodded, "Understood. Prepare for the worst." "Yes.
The man in the suit bowed respectfully. Gu Shiyu stood up, wiping the sweat with a towel as he walked toward the bathroom. Everything's arranged, you don't need to come over.
Take a long vacation first. The man in the suit was taken aback. He understood what CEO Gu meant. If this really was the end of the world, then he wouldn't have to go to work anymore.
Before, he had looked forward to long vacations the most, free from being ordered around by his boss, staying home every day, sleeping until noon. But this time, a feeling of helplessness surged in his heart.
How did the world turn into this overnight?
The man walked to the bathroom door and turned back to ask, how is everything settled at your own home? The man in the suit felt warmth in his heart. Everything is taken care of, thank you, CEO Gu.
The heavy rain came suddenly. If CEO Gu hadn't arranged for him and his family to stay in a vacant villa on Mount Luoan, they might have been like everyone else, scrambling for a piece of bread in the city now. Now, with money, one still can't buy anything.
Thanks to CEO Gu converting all his salary into supplies, his family could eat. The man in the suit felt deeply grateful and called toward the bathroom, CEO Gu, I'll be leaving now. There was no response, only the sound of rushing water. As the man walked out, he sighed, in this world, who else can still use water like this besides his boss?
In a picturesque maple forest. And Nan, wrapped in a towel, opened the television. After just showering, she felt the smell of blood was finally not so strong.
She opened a can of ice-cold cola, then found a travel variety show and started watching from the first season. She had liked this show before, but after the disaster, it felt like a completely different experience now. The screen showed an endless desert, with several beautiful female celebrities sitting in a jeep, racing through the sand.
Excitedly screaming.
Diving fiercely down the sandy slope, the wheels kicked up yellow dust, and the stirring emotions flew high with it.
So happy.
Annan couldn't help but look out the window at the gloomy sky, the cold puddles, and the people struggling to survive in the flood. She fixed her gaze on the sparkling celebrity in the scene. I wonder how these originally glamorous beauties survive amidst the natural disasters.
Chapter 34, Sweet Words to Brother Wang.
Annan stared at the screen for a while, suddenly thinking the windswept hair in the picture looked beautiful.
What color is this? Cold tea brown?
She thought for a moment and felt around in her space with her consciousness. Sure enough, she found the hair dye among the supplies she had previously gathered from the supermarket.
Since she was idle anyway, why not dye her hair?
Following the instructions, she squeezed the dye into a small bowl and held the dyeing brush up to her hair to measure.
What method does teacher Tony use?
Including the 4 years in her last life, she hadn't done her hair for many years.
At the age of just over 20, who doesn't want to be beautiful?
Not long after the disaster struck in her previous life, she cut her hair herself with scissors.
No choice, it was hard to take care of long hair in the apocalypse.
With no water or electricity, and no washing supplies, her hair was oily, sticking to her face and often tangling. When she was just reborn, she even thought about whether to cut her hair short and neat again.
But after thinking it over, she gave up.
She liked her smooth long hair the most. In this life, she would maintain the best quality of life and not deprive herself at all.
Her hair, if she wanted it long, it could be long, if she wanted it short, it could be short. Why cut it?
Hair conditioner and nourishing oil are all ready, it's not like she can't afford it. Upstairs, Annan was excitedly trying to dye her hair, but downstairs in 801, Chen Inger screamed.
Ah! Don't touch my hair!
She covered her messy bird's nest hair, backing away constantly.
Bai Wenbin frowned and shouted at her, what are you being dramatic about?
Look at you, with a head full of straw, how do you look? Chen Inger's eyes were filled with tears. This hairstyle was designed for me by the chief stylist of Phoenix Illusion.
Bai Wenbin held a pair of scissors, previously used for scaling fish, and harshly scolded her, what are you talking about?
Hurry up and cut off this disgusting mess.
He pressed down on Chen Inger, do you want Brother Wang to be disgusted and then starve yourself to death?
Hearing this, Chen Inger bit her lip and quieted down. As Bai Wenbin cut her hair, he reminded her, when you see Brother Wang tomorrow, be a bit sweeter with your words, don't waste your efforts, try to bring back as much food as possible.
Got it.
Chen Inger watched in the mirror as her once carefully maintained hair was unceremoniously cut off by her cousin, like her long-held face and dignity scattering all around. Tears filled her eyes. Brother Wang was a resident of their Building 12. He was an outdoor sports enthusiast and had all kinds of gear at home, including kayaks. So, at the start of the disaster, he went out and stocked up on a lot of food. Later, he found more kayaks in an outdoor supplies company in an office building and rented them out to neighbors in the same building at a high price, exchanging them for more food.
Gradually, their Building 12 became the most well-off in the entire community.
Since there were many young adults in the building and they were united, no one dared to rob them.
Bai Wenbin and Chen Inger met them while out looking for supplies.
Both groups had their eyes on the same office building. Chen Inger, relying on her charm, wanted to use her flirtation to win a share of the supplies.
Naturally, she failed.
In this special period, only a fool would hand over supplies. But when they were parting, Brother Wang looked at her meaningfully. If food really isn't enough, you can come to my house to help with the chores, and I will pay you. As he said that, he winked at her. Everyone is an adult, and Xian Inger has dated a few boyfriends. She's not an innocent little girl, so she naturally understood his gaze. She originally thought that as long as she followed Sun Peng to rob Zhaoping and Nan, she could solve her hunger without enduring such humiliation. Unexpectedly, so many people charged upstairs to fight, yet they still returned empty-handed. Thinking of Nan, Xian Inger wore a face full of resentment. She hated. She really hated. That little hussy, why did she get to live so well? Not only did she live well, but with so much good food at home, she wouldn't even take in her and her cousin to stay over. What a selfish, greedy woman. Ah! Thinking of this, Xian Inger couldn't help but scream. Bai Wenbin frowned and slapped her neck hard. What are you going crazy about again? Don't spoil things tomorrow, at least pretend to be a lady. Wowo Xian Inger nodded while shedding tears. And Nan finished dyeing her hair, washed it, and dried it. Looking at the flowing cold tea brown long hair in the mirror, she nodded in satisfaction. Fu Gue. Come look, is your sister pretty? Fu Gue heard its owner calling and ran over with its wrinkled dog face, half-heartedly sniffing at her a few times before returning to lounge on the sofa. Lazy bum. And Nan was dissatisfied with its indifference, pounced onto the sofa, and started to snuggle the dog. Looking at the dog that had been roughhoused and fluffed up, she smiled happily and turned on the TV to continue watching the variety show. Days passed peacefully like this. Since scaring away the group of neighbors who came to provoke her, no one had come to disturb her again. And Nan began to take care of herself, adjusting her daily routine. She got up at 7 in the morning, first drank a large cup of warm water to awaken her body, then did a set of Baduan Jin on an empty stomach. At 7:30, she entered the kitchen to make herself a nutritious breakfast. The morning hours were used to practice her skills. While strengthening every part of her body, she kept practicing movement techniques and fighting skills. She even made a target to practice her shooting skills. For lunch, she ate some high-protein food to replenish her energy, then stood and watched an episode of a drama until it digested before returning to her room for a nap. The afternoon was her leisure time. When feeling ambitious, she watched tutorial videos to learn various professional knowledge. When she didn't feel like it, she read downloaded novels to pass the time. The only thing a bit unsatisfying was the lack of communication. In the past, she could write reviews on novels and enjoy discussions with book friends. When in a good mood, she would also watch ads to send free little gifts to authors. Now, she was completely enjoying it solo. Fortunately, she still had a small dog at home to keep her company, allowing her to speak and not lose her language ability. In the evenings, she would cuddle with the dog while binge-watching shows or watching movies and variety shows. When her eyes got tired, she explored making various novel foods, slowly enjoying them in her space. Every day at 10:30, she would go to bed on time, allowing her liver to receive the nourishment and rest it needed. And Nan was very satisfied with her current life. She didn't have to go to work or partake in competition. With plenty of food, a happy mood, and increasingly better skin condition, even her period had become regular. Unlike her previous life, where due to long-term malnutrition, she didn't even see her period by the age of 30. Soon, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Nan got up early as usual and practiced Baduan Jin at home. Just when she was practicing the fifth form, she suddenly heard a series of urgent knocks on the door. And Nan walked to her hallway, then opened the shooting hole in the hallway door. Zhao Ping'an helped her improve the shooting hole. Inside, there was a door mirror that could be turned. When the lens was aligned with the hole, it became a peephole. When the lens was turned away, it became a shooting hole. And Nan looked out through the peephole but saw an unexpected figure. It's Chua Peipei, the wife of the man with the crew cut. She furrowed her brows tightly, her features twisted together, and her forehead was drenched in sweat. One hand was on the doorframe, while the other was on her belly, looking unsteady. Is she injured? Missin, are you there? And Nan originally didn't want to respond, but suddenly thought of something. After thinking for a moment, she opened the door, still holding the triangular dagger, staying alert. What's wrong with you? Seeing the door open, Chua Peipei's face brightened, and she hurriedly said. Missin, I'm sorry to disturb you. I am Chua Peipei from downstairs, room 1301. Do you have any antibiotics or motherwort at home? If so, could you lend me some? And Nan looked at her belly. If she remembered correctly, she was pregnant. She had given motherwort to Fugwa before. It was a medicine for promoting blood circulation and regulating menstruation, which pregnant women should not take. And Nan frowned. Could it be that she had a miscarriage? She recalled vaguely that in her previous life, she had not much interaction with Chua Peipei and her husband. She only remembered that her husband had fallen into the water and died while searching for supplies, not long before Chua Peipei was found dead at home. She looked at Chua Peipei, who was holding her belly and looking weak. She probably died of weakness after a miscarriage, lacking medicine and nutrition. Seeing that Nan remained silent,
Chua Pepe's face turned a bit awkward. I know it's sudden to ask for medicine, but I really have no other choice. I can only come to you for help. Life had become even harder since her husband passed away. Every day she was exhausted searching for food, malnourished and overwhelmed. Her pregnancy was already unstable. 2 days ago, several masked men broke into her home to rob her, and during the struggle, they knocked her to the ground, causing her to bleed. She lost the baby, and now without her husband, Chua Pepe had lost the will to live, lying on the floor waiting to die. In a daze, the face of Sun Pang suddenly appeared in her mind. He caused her husband's death, leaving her alone and helpless, and the once healthy baby was gone like that. Yet he was still living well. She was a doctor, her husband was a programmer, their family life was once calm and stable, but now it ended in tragedy. And that murderer Sun Pang, with his hypocritical face, was still living well. Suddenly, a strong desire to survive surged within Chua Pepe. I want to live. I can't just let it end like this. She desperately tried to expel the dead fetus, but without antibiotics and medication to clear the residual blood, she wouldn't hold on for long. In the building, even the entire neighborhood, she could only think of Nan and Xiaoping'an at the top floor, who might still have medicine at home. Mother Word was unlikely to be with Xiaoping'an, so she came directly to Nan to try her luck. And Nan looked at her, expressionless. Why should I lend you the medicine? Chua Pepe lowered her gaze. Yes, why would anyone help me? She did not seek to impose moral pressure, nor did she continue to beg, she simply apologized. I'm sorry, I was really impulsive. There was no need to repeat the plea for help. If the other party wouldn't help, she had no choice. When she came, she didn't hold much hope. Not to mention that Nan, as a person, almost never showed a good face to anyone who came to her door. Even if someone was kind to her, what right did she have to ask them to take out their medicine? In the face of disaster, all supplies became incredibly precious, especially medicines that could save lives. If it really is the end of the world now, whoever has medicine would have to keep it for themselves. She said an apologetic word, then intended to leave. Everyone has their own fate, perhaps her life was destined to stop here. That's okay, at least she tried. But Nan suddenly called out to her, wait. Chua Pepe froze for a moment and turned around. Nan used her clothes to cover up and took out a folded piece of paper from her pocket. Is this what you posted on my door? The note was folded, and its content could not be seen. Chua Pepe, I did stick a note on your door before. Nan stared into her eyes. What did it say? It reminded you that someone was coming to rob your food. Chua Pepe was not involved in the food robbery. After her husband died, she left the buildings group and went out to find food on her own. That day, when she stepped out of her home, she saw the door of 1302 wide open, with neighbors gathered around. Then she heard the girl from the 8th floor suggest they go up to the solo girl's house and rob her food. Perhaps because she was also a woman fighting for survival, she felt a sense of shared struggle, so that night, when the others weren't paying attention, she wrote a note to warn them. Nan had an expression of I knew it. In fact, Nan had a feeling it was her, otherwise, she wouldn't have opened the door today. Almost all the neighbors had come to attack her that day, but the face of Chua Pepe that she just saw in the door peephole had not appeared that day. So she thought, could it be that she was the note hero? The one who had once reminded her in her previous life with a note. That note was the only kindness she had received in her last life. With this connection between the two lives, Nan's expression softened a bit. Thank you for your reminder back then. What medicine do you need? Chua Pepe was taken aback, not expecting that a kind reminder from more than half a month ago had given her a glimmer of hope now. I need antibiotics. Anything like cephalosporin, azithromycin, etc. And also motherwort. If there's no motherwort, then medications that promote residual blood discharge will do. Nan asked with confusion, do you understand about medication? I'm a doctor. Although I'm not an obstetrician, I still understand some basic medications. Doctor? Nan suddenly recalled the messy handwriting on the note. It was indeed a bit like the handwritten prescriptions from when she was a child, a jumble of lines. Nan, wait here for a moment. Then she closed the door and searched for medication in her space. 3 boxes of suffixine dispersible tablets, 2 boxes of motherwort granules. After some thought, she also took out a box of nourishing red dates and donkey hide gelatin and a 5-liter jug of drinking water. Be a good person to the end. She couldn't let her drink water to take the medicine, right? She opened the door and handed the items to her. Chua Pepe's face revealed an expression of disbelief. That she could borrow medicine was already beyond her expectation. She didn't expect to receive supplements and drinking water as well. To Nan, whose supplies were piled high, these things were just small matters, but in this special time when medicine was hard to come by, they were as precious as gold. Chua Pepe's eyes were a bit teary. Thank you. She raised her head, looking seriously at Nan. If I am lucky enough to survive, I will certainly repay you well. Chapter 36, Experimental Field. Nan didn't pay much attention to her words, waving her hand, hurry back and take the medicine.
Chu Pei nodded in gratitude, carrying her things and leaving with a weak step. And Nan watched her back and couldn't help but think, if in her last life, she really believed that Noten had been more cautious towards the two siblings, would the result have been different? After thinking for a moment, she shook her head and closed the door to go home. The last life had passed, she just needed to grasp the happiness of this life well. Now, everything was different. She hoped that this time, with the medicine she gave, Chu Pei could have a different ending and live well. And Nan returned home, practiced Baduan Jin again, then went to the kitchen to cook herself a bowl of hot wonton soup. The wonton skin was thin, the filling was large, and the soup was delicious, topped with seaweed and shrimp. With a bit of chili oil and vinegar, it was simply irresistible. After finishing breakfast, she entered the space with Fu Gue by her side. When she was getting medicine for Chu Pei just now, she suddenly thought, maybe the lawn in the manor could serve another purpose? Fu Gue rushed to the spring to drink water as soon as he entered the space, while Nan took out a shovel. Draw a planting area on the left side of the lawn. Before, she had bought almost all Western medicine from the pharmacy, with only a small amount of traditional Chinese medicine. Later, she did acquire some Chinese herbal medicine from the pharmaceutical factory, but the quantity wasn't large. These days, she had been studying health preservation, and the deeper she delved, the stronger her trust in the profound Chinese medicine culture became. Annan thought, if she could open up a herbal field in the manor and successfully grow Chinese medicinal herbs, then in the future, she would achieve freedom in traditional medicine. Many medicinal materials not only treat illnesses but also promote health and regulate the body. The excess could also be sold to others. In the future, as disasters struck one after another, medicine would become more and more precious. The various medicines in her hands were almost irreplaceable, but if the planting was successful, she could produce traditional medicine continuously. The more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Annan energetically marked out the planting area and began to weed and till the soil. She had never done farm work before, so at first, her hands were clumsy and it was hard for her. But fortunately, she was very smart and had a good understanding of things, so gradually, she got the hang of it. To start planting, she only marked out a 300 square meter experimental field. If things went well, she could later expand the area. Annan was full of energy, however, even though she hadn't finished tilling the entire land, she and her dog were kicked out of the space. Why does an hour always pass so quickly? You can't become fat in one bite. Annan calmed her mind and decided to take it slow. Anyway, even if she couldn't enter, she could use her consciousness to control tools and continue to work in the manor. She turned around and looked at the kicked-out Fu Gue, noticing it had bloated its belly from drinking again. Annan picked it up. "You silly dog, why do you drink so much water as soon as you enter the space?" Fu Gue looked dazed again. With the experience from last time, Annan wasn't in a hurry. She first placed it in the doghouse beside her to let it recover. She then took out her tablet, searched for tutorials, and considered which medicinal herb to plant first to test the waters. After choosing and choosing, she finally decided to plant Banlan Gen. First, among the seeds she found in the building, there just happened to be seeds for Banlan Gen. Second, during the extreme heat period after the floods retreated in her previous life, several small epidemics broke out, and Banlan Gen could effectively treat them. Banlan Gen is bitter and cold, with effects of clearing heat, detoxifying, cooling blood, and benefiting the throat. It has excellent therapeutic effects for poison, fever, and sore throat during epidemics. In her last life, she could only exchange half a box of Banlan Gen powder for 2 bags of rice. Annan suffered greatly because there was no medicine at home. She had a high fever for an entire week, feeling pain all over, vomiting and having diarrhea, and almost didn't survive. Fortunately, she was young, her body was strong, so she managed to endure it. But many people with average physical health weren't so lucky. Many who barely survived the floods and extreme heat later died from epidemics. The growing period for Banlan Gen is about 6 months. By then, it should be just about ready to harvest. Say and do. In the next few days, Annan busily entered the space to plant every day, while Fu Gue always followed in to drink water. Yes, drink water. Annan was helpless. She didn't know what was so good about that spring water that made Fu Gue drink as if it were alcohol. She had carefully smelled it and didn't find anything special. It was just ordinary tap water. She definitely wouldn't drink it without testing the water quality. But that didn't stop the dog. Every time it entered, it went straight to drink until it was full. If she didn't take it with her, it would howl outside with a hoarse throat. When Annan came out, seeing it had shouted itself hoarse, her heart softened, so she just had to keep bringing it along. Annan noticed it had not shown any issues from drinking, so she decided not to worry about it anymore. Previously, she had seen online that dogs inherently know how to seek benefits and avoid harm from what they ingest. Those who suffer from skin diseases or poisoning still know to find herbs to eat. Perhaps this water has some minerals that attract it? The space shouldn't produce anything harmful. For the child that can't be managed, she simply stops trying to control, letting him drink happily every day until his belly is full. She focuses on researching herb planting, learning and exploring through practice. Unlike Annan, who actively fights at home, the atmosphere in the community grows increasingly tense.
Has become the norm. Unlike before, now there are more cries and screams from women.
Starving people gradually begin to realize that women are in an absolutely disadvantaged position. Since ancient times, women have not been as strong as men, having a natural disadvantage in strength. In recent years, as society has developed, it has become less necessary to use brute force to obtain resources. Therefore, women, who are more delicate in thought, have gradually occupied more positions in society. However, when disaster strikes, social order collapses, and people gradually return to primitive ways of interacting. The strong take more food and resources, while the weak can only go hungry, suffering bullying. Every night, Annan can hear the screams and cries of women outside. She ignores it, puts in earplugs, and turns over to continue sleeping. Having experienced the apocalypse for 4 years, she understands better than anyone what is happening outside. But she is not a heroine who eliminates evil, nor a savior with divine powers.
Save others?
That would only put herself in danger. Every corner of this world has evil, and Annan is merely one person struggling to survive in the apocalypse. Not all men possess absolute strength, and not all women are willing to be oppressed. Survival of the fittest. A week passed like this. One day, Annan just came out of the space, lay on her bed to rest, and suddenly heard a knock on the door. She went to the corridor, looked through the peephole in the door, and found it was actually by Wenbin and Qian Inger.
Chapter 37, The Plot Against Annan. Annan frowned.
These two siblings really are like ghosts that won't go away. Bai Wenbin looked emaciated, his cheeks sunken, and he looked like a skeleton standing there. Qian Inger had a bit more flesh than him, but still looked extremely thin, with short hair glued to her scalp, making her look somewhat like a man. She almost resembled how she looked in the last life.
However, it hasn't been a month since she last chased them away. What gave them the courage to come back to her?
This time, Annan had no intention of showing mercy. She directly opened the shooting hole and raised her nail gun to shoot. The two outside saw a shooting hole suddenly appear on the door, just like the one at Zhao Pingan's house, and recalled the scene where they were shot with arrows on the top floor, so they quickly hid in the shooting dead angles on either side of the door.
What's going on? Why does Annan's door have a mechanism too? Bai Wenbin frowned.
He knew Annan was clueless about this, so it must have been Zhao Pingan who helped her. But why would Zhao Pingan help her?
Bai Wenbin suddenly looked up. Could it be that Annan is with that Zhao Pingan? He recalled carefully that before the disaster, he seemed to have seen that kid on the top floor in the community. He was fair-skinned and clean, indeed not bad-looking. But how could he compare to himself?
In terms of education, looks, and figure, he was definitely inferior.
It must be his financial condition. White Wenbin suddenly felt sour in his heart. This Annan is such a gold digger. Her family is so rich, yet she puts on airs. She treats him coldly, but when she meets someone wealthy, she quickly gets together with them. Annan knew nothing of his dirty thoughts. She only felt that the trap designed by Zhao Pingan still had loopholes. The shooting dead angle was too large. The two people hid by the door, and it was impossible to shoot them. It seems that there is still time. I should learn from him and set up a mechanism that sprays concentrated sulfuric acid. Annan closed the shooting hole, took out a triangular bayonet, and decided to go out directly and kill them. At this moment, Qian Inger, who was hiding outside the door, shouted. Annan, don't misunderstand, we're not here to borrow grain, but we have something very important to tell you. Bai Wenbin also reacted and followed up, saying, yes, Nan, open the door, we saw your father. Father?
Annan's mind flashed with the gloomy face of Xingye. He was no longer a father to her. Thinking of how he betrayed her mother, killed her grandmother with anger, robbed the family property, drove her out of the house, and even watched her starve to death without helping, Annan's heart filled with anger again. In her previous life, she had been brutally killed with her bones picked out and her flesh carved away, and the grace of being born had already been lost. In this life, Annan would not treat him as a father anymore.
But how could these siblings have seen in Xingye? Wasn't he holed up in the villa on the mountainside, drunkenly living in indulgence? How could he have come to the city?
These two were probably lying, trying to use news of her family to lure her out. Annan became more vigilant and gripped the bayonet tightly in her hand. She gently unlocked the door and then suddenly pushed it open, aiming directly at Bai Wenbin, stabbing fiercely.
Be careful. On the other side, Qian Inger shouted loudly, holding a can of unknown spray, and quickly sprayed it at Annan.
Annan felt the bayonet in her hand had pierced Bai Wenbin's flesh, but in an instant, her eyes were blinded by a large amount of spray. She instinctively closed her eyes, and since she couldn't see anything, the force in her hand unconsciously loosened a bit.
Bai Wenbin took the opportunity to retreat, and Annan's triangular bayonet was pulled out from his body.
At this moment, Annan didn't care about him anymore because with the spray came a strong chemical smell. Annan accidentally inhaled some and immediately felt dizzy and disoriented. Her mind went into alarm.
This is sleeping powder?
Xian Inger beside her was still spraying continuously, getting closer to Annan while spraying. Annan felt a bit angry, held her breath, and swung the bayonet in her hand, trying to deal with this annoying woman.
But her hand couldn't exert much strength. She realized something was wrong.
If she was drugged and passed out, who knew what would happen next?
Annan held her breath and quickly retreated, going back into the room.
Then, she quickly closed the stainless steel door to the stairwell. She looked at the surroundings in front of her, and her vision began to sway.
The door outside was not secure and could be easily pried open.
She relied on her willpower, struggling to control her hands, and closed the armored door as well. She collapsed onto the ground, her consciousness growing more and more blurry, using her last bit of strength to activate the electrical mechanism and turned it to the maximum. Then, she passed out. Before losing consciousness, she looked at the electrified door, and one thought filled her mind. Zhao Pingyan was right, he was indeed very useful. Outside the door, Chen Inger threw the empty bottle she had sprayed all over the ground and walked over to support Bai Wenbin.
Wenbin, are you okay?
Bai Wenbin clutched his bleeding shoulder, his heart racing wildly. Fortunately, his cousin had sprayed the sleeping powder in time, or else if Annan had stabbed him in the heart or landed another blow, his life would have ended here today. He shook his head, feeling a bit dizzy. This sleeping powder was really powerful, even though he had taken the antidote in advance and held his breath, he still felt a little dizzy. He tore off a piece of cloth from his clothes, tightly tied it around his wound to stop the bleeding, then replied.
I'm fine. Annan should have fainted by now, right?
Chen Inger darkly pressed on his wound. She must have fainted, but it's a pity she ran back inside. She glared fiercely at the tightly shut stainless steel door. The effect of the drug is so strong, she definitely didn't manage to run back home.
It was probably just behind the hallway door. Let's take her out quickly while she's still dizzy.
Bai Wenbin nodded. Right, Brother Wang is still waiting for us, we need to hurry. The drug is all gone, once she wakes up, it will be a hassle. Originally, he didn't want to clash with Nan again, after all, he had seen her ruthlessly killing many times before.
He certainly didn't believe he had the strength to defeat Nan.
Nor did he think she would have any old feelings towards him and his sister. Since he moved here and she blocked him on WeChat, and Nan had changed like a different person, icy and unapproachable. Her attitude towards the two siblings had drastically changed, even killing without any hesitation. Killing people was as easy as chopping vegetables for her, without a hint of emotion. Since the last time she drove away an entire unit of people with a chainsaw, he had decided not to provoke her anymore. To survive, he took Xian Inger to meet Brother Wang from Building 12, where he finally managed to get a meal. Unfortunately, it hadn't even been a month, and Brother Wang was already tired of it, saying that hugging Xian Inger felt like hugging a skeleton, and that she didn't need to come anymore.
Without Brother Wang providing food, they simply couldn't survive.
So the two had no choice but to search everywhere for beautiful women to take to the men of Building 12 in exchange for food. Bai Wenbin, a promising PhD student, had turned into a madam of sorts. However, Brother Wang was very picky, disliking the bony types, insisting they find some normal beauties.
After 2 months of disaster, where could they find any beauties that looked healthy?
In their distress, they suddenly thought of Nan. Wealth seeks to take risks. If they could capture Nan, they not only could exchange her for food with Brother Wang but also get supplies from her home. Chapter 38, as long as I'm here, you can't get in, but Nan's combat power was simply too high. If they weren't careful, they could easily lose their lives. So Chen Inger spent a lot, accompanying a pervert for 2 days just to get a bottle of knockout drug from him. He even included a universal lockpicking set as a bonus. The siblings planned to use the knockout drug to put Nan to sleep, and while she was unconscious, they would sever her tendons, making her unable to resist. Then they would use the universal lockpicking tools to enter her home, take her things, and finally exchange her for supplies. And Nan was so beautiful, even if Brother Wang got tired of her, there would still be many people willing to pay. They could continuously earn food from her. Bai Wenbin instinctively wanted to reach out to pull her, but suddenly realized that doing so would electrocute them both.
He hurriedly looked around, searching for something that could act as an insulator.
But the hallway was empty, and all the tools in his hands were made of metal, with nothing useful in sight. Fearing being electrocuted, he hesitated back and forth for a long time. Only when Chen Inger was smoking from the shock did he suddenly have a flash of inspiration and quickly took off his jacket. He twisted the jacket into a long rope, passed it around Chen Inger's neck, and with a strong pull, finally yanked her off the electric door. Chen Inger's body went rigid and she fell backward, hitting the back of her head heavily on the ground. Bai Wenbin breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over to shake her. Inger, how are you? Chen Inger kept her eyes tightly shut, with no response. Bai Wenbin had no choice but to slap her face. Cousin, wake up. Still, there was no response. He fumbled for a while, then finally remembered to perform CPR. His hands crossed and pressed rhythmically on her chest. After 2 minutes of continued pressure, his shoulder wound, previously injured by a triangular knife, which was already difficult to heal, burst open and blood began to pour out. Bai Wenbin gritted his teeth through the pain, his face pale, as he watched his cousin remain unresponsive. He frowned, about to give up when Qian Inger slowly opened her eyes. Bai Wenbin's face lit up. Inger, how are you? Qian Inger looked at him with a wooden expression, silent. Bai Wenbin spoke to her a few more times, but still no response. He furrowed his brows. Has she been shocked stupid? Or is her brain damaged from the fall? Anyway, she was awake now. Bai Wenbin couldn't care less about her. He thought that once Nan woke up, it would be troublesome. Wouldn't she just tear them apart alive? The urgent matter was to go inside and control Nan first. He helped Qian Inger sit by the side and pressed her shoulder, giving her a warning, sit here and don't move. I'll go find a wooden-handled hammer. The door is electrified, and our tools won't work. With that, he quickly ran back home to grab the hammer. Soon, Bai Wenbin returned upstairs with the new tool and saw that Qian Inger was still standing there, looking like a wooden statue, her gaze blank and expressionless. He sighed, looks like I'll have to rely on myself. He glanced at the stainless steel door and suddenly thought of the thick armored door inside. Without lock-picking tools, a hammer would never break it. So, he changed his target and, like the neighbors last time, picked up the hammer and started smashing the wall beside him. His arm grew numb from the vibrations, and his shoulder wound bled uncontrollably. But he couldn't stop. If he didn't control Nan quickly, they would certainly be hunted to death once she woke up. But if he succeeded in capturing her, he would gain control of the supplies. He swung the hammer, exerting all his strength, his eyes bloodshot. At that moment, a sharp voice suddenly came from behind him. What are you doing? Bai Wenbin quickly turned around at the sound. When he saw the person, he sneered. It was the widow from the 13th floor, Chu Peipei. He glared at her fiercely. What's it to you? Why are you shouting? Chu Peipei frowned tightly. You're smashing Miss N's door, that's what concerns me. She had come to deliver something to Miss N and had arrived only to see someone arrogantly smashing the wall here. As a woman, no matter how kind-hearted she was, she knew that in this world, it was not wise to interfere in others' business. But Miss N was different. If it hadn't been for the emergency medicine she had given her a week ago, she would probably have already passed away by now. In the past few days, her physical condition had improved, and she had always remembered the kindness Miss N showed her with the medicine. Chu Peipei glared at the man in front of her. She remembered that it was this brother and sister who had come up with the idea to attack the 14th floor during the last neighborhood incident. So much wickedness in one heart. Even after being driven away, he still comes back to do harm. Bai Wenbin held a hammer, his face unfriendly. I warn you, stay out of this. Otherwise, I'll deal with you as well. Chu Peipei saw this and placed the bag she was holding on the ground, then pulled out a long filleting knife from her waist. As long as I'm here today, you won't get past the 14th floor. She raised the knife, looking determined not to back down. Bai Wenbin's face darkened. This is really unlucky. 2 electric doors blocking the way is annoying enough, and now another obstacle shows up. His cousin sat there dazed, showing no reaction, being of no help at all. It was truly a bad day with nothing going right. He calculated the time, his eyes filled with cruelty. He had to deal with her quickly. If this dragged on, and Nan would wake up. Bai Wenbin swung the large hammer and rushed towards Chu Peipei. Chapter 39, The Female Demon Awakes. Chu Peipei hurriedly dodged Bai Wenbin's attack. She didn't know martial arts, but luckily, her opponent was injured and bleeding from his shoulder, unable to use much strength in his arm. Plus, he was using a heavy weapon like a hammer, so she managed to avoid the attack quite easily. She couldn't help but wonder what was happening at Miss N's home. Why did no one respond to the banging? Was something wrong? Thinking this, she stiffened and swung her filleting knife at him. There was no technique, just quick and ruthless strikes, not very accurate. This was a skill she had honed over the last 2 months while fighting for supplies. Commonly said, a wild knife can kill a master. She held the filleting knife in front of her, swinging it rapidly in all directions, even creating a gust of wind with the blade. Bai Wenbin took a few steps back, feeling a bit helpless. He originally looked down on women's fighting styles. They often had no skills and no strength, just flailing aimlessly. Either they scratched like a little cat with long nails or they swung their fists for a long time, but it didn't hurt at all. Unlike men, who with a strong force from the waist could land a punch that knocked someone into stars. But he had to admit, once women picked up deadly weapons, their wild dancing was indeed quite intimidating. For instance, right now, he really couldn't get close to Chu Peipei. He tried to grab the knife from her hand, but the knife was too long, and Chu Peipei was swinging it too quickly. As soon as he reached out, he could lose an arm. Bai Wenbin had no choice but to swing the hammer. Although he couldn't hit Chu Peipei, he could block her advance. The hammer collided with the large knife, creating sparks. For a moment, the two wielded their weapons evenly matched. Chu Peipei, hearing no movement inside, felt anxious. While chopping at him, she yelled into the room.
Missin, are you okay? Missin, are you alright?
Wenbin feared she might truly waken Nan, and this time, Nan didn't stay at the door for long, but suddenly, there was no sound. Outside, there was still the sound of banging on the door and the noise of a struggle that didn't belong to the owner. With her sensitive little nose, she sniffed and smelled that her owner was not far away, probably just outside room 1402. But she had not moved from her spot. As smart as she was, she immediately thought something might have happened to Sister Nan. Anxiously, she scratched at the door, wanting to go out and help. While scratching, she anxiously howled, "A woo woo woo." Meanwhile, Nan had managed to hold her breath in time, so the dose of the anesthetic she inhaled was not large, and finally, in the midst of the wealthy magical sound echoing in her head, she gradually woke up. After waking up, she heard Chu Pei shouts outside the door. Not bothering to comfort her dog, she quickly stood up. Cautiously, she took a few steps. Though she felt a bit dizzy, it was more than enough to handle by Wenbin and Xian Inger. She shook her head and found a gas mask from space to wear on her face, preventing them from spraying any more anesthetic gas. "We'll see what tricks you have this time." She pushed open the door and saw Bai Wenbin swinging a hammer, intending to smash Chu Pei. When Bai Wenbin turned around and saw Nan coming out, he was instantly terrified. The female demon who slashes people like chopping vegetables is awake. He no longer cared about Chu Pei, grabbing the hammer and sprinting down the stairs in a panic. In his frantic rush, he even ignored the sitting Xian Inger on the ground, running home alone. Having just regained consciousness, Nan was a bit slow to move and didn't manage to catch him in time. She watched as the man fled in a frenzy, feeling speechless. This man is like a fish in a sewer. He only knows dirty tricks. Once he faces something head-on, he immediately runs away, slippery and hard to catch. She rolled her eyes and quickly walked down the staircase, helping Chu Pei who had fallen on the landing. At this moment, Chu Pei was already exhausted, breathing heavily with a sweaty head, her arms covered in bruises. Seeing Nan, she sighed in relief. "Missin, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Nan took off the mask and frowned at her. "Your body hasn't recovered well, how come you came out?" Chu Pei smiled weakly. "I'm fine now, and I went out to find supplies. I found a lot of cookies and thought I would bring you some to try." Nan was stunned for a moment, then shook her head disapprovingly. "You need to rest in bed after a miscarriage. A month of rest is still a month." "I'm not lacking in these things." Chu Pei gave a bitter smile. "What conditions are there for a month of rest now?" "It's fine, I have a strong body, it won't affect me." Saying this, she picked up a bag nearby. "I know you don't lack food for now, but I owe you a life-saving favor. I also want to express my gratitude. Given the limited conditions, I hope you won't dislike it." Nan looked at her and couldn't help but exclaim, "This woman is truly strong, both in will and body, like an iron person." If it weren't for Chu Pei holding up Bai Wenbin today, that coward would have easily taken advantage and barged in. Gratefully, Nan glanced at her, said nothing more, and accepted her things. "You wait here for a moment, I have something for you too." Saying this, she turned and walked upstairs. Turning back, she suddenly saw Xian Inger sitting in front of her door. She saw her sitting on the ground, staring straight at her with wide eyes. Nan was startled, immediately pulling out a knife in warning. But she heard the other party suddenly chuckle foolishly, raise her hand, and point at her. "Hee, beauty. Big beauty." Nan felt a headache coming on. What on earth is this woman doing? Xian Inger tilted her head, laughing as saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth. "Hee, beauty. Not as beautiful as me, I'm the most beautiful." Saying this, she awkwardly crawled toward Nan using her hands and feet. Nan looked at her with disgust, raised her foot, and kicked her over. Then she turned to ask Chu Pei behind her, what happened to her? Chapter 40. Xian Inger becomes an idiot. Chu Pei shook her head. "I don't know. When I got here..." She saw her brother smashing the wall like he was insane. And she, like a fool, sat motionless on the ground. Xian Inger was still writhing on the ground, staring intently at Nan. After a while, she suddenly seemed to remember something, eyes wide, and screamed. "Ah, ah, ah, ah." She swayed and stood up, lunging towards Nan. Nan reacted quickly, sidestepping her, causing her to lunge into empty space and heavily fall to the ground. Xian Inger lay on the ground, not rushing to get up, but instead started to laugh foolishly again. He, you are Nan. I know you are." Hearing her spout that nonsense, Nan felt a surge of anger rise within her. Although she was already used to her inexplicable malice, she still found it extremely unpleasant. She grabbed Xian Inger's collar and slapped her directly. With a crack, a bright red handprint appeared on Xian Inger's left cheek. "You are giving me sleeping drugs, huh?" She followed with another slap to the right cheek. "Smashing my walls, right?" One smack to the left cheek. "Still daring to insult me?" And another slap to the right cheek. A mouth full of filth. With a series of slaps, Nan struck Xian Inger crazily on the face. Chu Pei stared in shock at Nan's flying arm, which was moving so fast it almost became a shadow. In no time, Xian Inger was slapped unconscious again. Her face was swollen like a pig's head. And Nan let go of her and pulled out a wet tissue from her pocket to wipe her hands. She looked down at the unconscious Xian Inger. I see blood on the back of her head, she must have hit her head and gotten dazed. Chu Pei said, when I arrived, it was just those two siblings. Can they really get injured like this? How bizarre. And Nan smiled, we have electricity on our door, she must have been shocked unconscious and fell. Chu Pei nodded, indeed, evil people get what they deserve. Running to harm others in someone else's home, and instead, she turned herself into a fool. After thinking for a moment, she added, her brother isn't any good either, he's been acting like a brothel owner in the neighborhood. He used to sell his sister's body for food, and now he just ran off and left her behind. Sell her body? And Nan raised an eyebrow with interest. In her previous life, there was no such thing. She never expected that without her, these two siblings had fallen to this extent. Originally, she wanted to get rid of them directly. But now, she suddenly changed her mind. She glanced at the unconscious Qian Inger. Only 2 months had passed since the disaster, and one had turned into a brothel owner while the other had become a fool. She was curious to see what would happen next. How would Bai Wenbin deal with this foolish sister? Would the two of them, who used to get along so well, reach a day where they would kill each other for food? And Nan turned to Chu Pei, you stay here and keep an eye on her, I will go get some things. Okay. Chu Pei nodded. And Nan returned home, and Fu Guo rushed over anxiously, wagging its tail and circling around her. Oh woo. Sister Nan, where are you hurt? It anxiously checked around, sniffing here and there. And Nan picked it up, relax, I'm fine. Fu Guo sniffed for a while, seeing that she really was fine, then gradually calmed down and obediently leaned in her arms. And Nan felt warmth in her heart, good dog, you waited home for me. I'll go out for a bit and come back soon. Fu Guo suddenly perked up. Going out again. It bit in Nan's sleeve, the outside is dangerous, don't go again. And Nan stroked its fur gently, soothing it, it's fine, this time is not dangerous. She put the dog down and found some dry food from her space. Chu Pei had brought her some biscuits. Although they were nothing to Nan, for Chu Pei, they were food that could sustain life. Not to mention, today she bravely fought against Bai Wenbin for herself. After thinking, Nan realized what Chu Pei needed most right now was food. Annan found a bag of millet, 2 bundles of noodles, a box of compressed biscuits, and several bags of bread. These were simple yet filling items. She also took out a bottle of mineral water and several bundles of candles. These could be used to cook porridge and noodles. She carried these things to the door, thought for a moment, and then pulled out a nail gun and several boxes of nails from her space. Fu Guo watched the owner go out again, this time refusing to stay home no matter what, biting her pant leg and insisting on following her. Annan had no choice, since she wasn't leaving the building, she took him along. She pushed open the door and saw Chu Pei quietly watching Xian Inger outside. Annan handed her the food, thank you for today, please go back and rest. Chu Pei saw what was in the bag and quickly waved her hands, no. How can I take your things again? She had originally been grateful for Annan's gifts and wanted to bring something in return, but now Annan seemed to be giving her even more. Annan was too lazy to argue with her, she directly stuffed the items into her hands, just take it, don't talk too much, I have other things to do. By the way, here's this. She said, pulling out the nail gun, in the future, if a nail can solve the problem, no need for close combat. Chu Pei looked at the nail gun she handed over, her eyes widening even more. No. This is too precious, you keep it for yourself, I can't take it. Now the world was chaotic, things like weapons were for saving lives. How could she casually give these to someone else? Annan once again directly forced it into her hands, take it, I have more than one nail gun, this one is yours now. In her past life and this one, Chu Pei had sent her 2 notes, and this time she helped blot Bai Wenbin, equivalent to releasing 3 acts of kindness towards her without reason. Annan felt a connection with her. Moreover, these items she gave away meant little to her. She had plenty of food and more than one nail gun. Although she usually seemed indifferent and stuck to her own business, she thought highly of Chu Pei and was happy to help her. Chu Pei held the food and nail gun, her eyes misty. Missin, thank you so much. The 2 words thank you had come out of her mouth too many times, yet she still couldn't express her gratitude. She simply wrote a note to remind Annan, but in return, she received precious medicine, food, and weapons in this apocalyptic world. She looked at Annan, feeling surrounded by warmth, her trembling lips unsure of what to say. Annan smiled, you don't have to call me Missin, I should be younger than you. Just call me Annan. Chu Pei nodded vigorously, Annan, thank you. As they were talking, a sudden scream came from behind them. Chapter 41, Control Your Eyes.
It turned out to be Qian Inger, who was on the ground unconscious, being bitten by little Fu Gui, who followed the owner out, on her thigh. Fu Gui bared his teeth and viciously bit off a chunk of thigh meat. "It's you, who hurt my sister Nan?" "No." And Nan straightened her back, holding onto Qian Inger's hair, and walked down the stairs. Dragged by her, Qian Inger cried woo-woo in pain, covering her head with one hand, sitting stiffly on the ground. When they reached the 12th floor, they happened to meet Sun Pang, who was hugging his lover, Wang Xiaoyu, going upstairs. These two were no longer hiding, boldly showing affection as they embraced and kissed. This was Wang Xiaoyu's first time seeing Nan in person. She saw Nan looking fierce, wielding a big knife in one hand and dragging the little girl from the 8th floor by her hair in the other hand. Even though she was holding onto a 100-pound adult, Nan looked effortless, as if it were a piece of cake. She was simply a female strongman. Without needing Sun Gu to introduce, Wang Xiaoyu immediately guessed that this was the female tyrant from the 14th floor. The girl on the ground was covered in blood, drooling, looking like she had been beaten into a fool. So rude. So very rude. Wang Xiaoyu shivered, tightening her grip on Sun Peng's arm. Sun Peng's muscles tensed up as well, fearing that Nan would settle scores for their earlier demand for food. But he hid his fear, smiling politely and flatteringly, "Missin, going out?" And Nan glanced at him. What an invincible thick-skinned person, managing to act as if nothing had happened, casually greeting her. Anyone who didn't know would think they were good neighbors who cared for each other. However, she was going to deal with Bai Wenbin now and couldn't be bothered to waste time on them, so she ignored them and continued downstairs. As she brushed past, Wang Xiaoyu finally noticed the dog following her. The white, chubby dog, Fu Gui, wagged its head and followed its owner. Wang Xiaoyu's eyes lit up with a hint of greed upon seeing it. Could it be dog meat stew? A wagging dog meat stew. She seemed to smell the delicious food that she had eaten before the disaster. In the past few years with Sun Gu, she had eaten a lot of delicacies, not just dog meat, but also turtle, snake, goose, and various exotic meats. She had long been accustomed to seeing all living creatures as potential meals. Fu Gui felt her gaze and growled fiercely. Upon hearing the sound, Nan turned her head and looked coldly at her. "Don't covet what you shouldn't have or you'll regret it." Wang Xiaoyu met her icy gaze, feeling her scalp tingle, and quickly shrank behind Sun Pang. Sun Pang also saw the little white dog, pretending not to covet it was a lie. But he knew he was no match for Nan, so being cautious was his life's motto. Thus, he quickly apologized, grabbed Wang Xiaoyu's hand, and hurried upstairs. "Sorry, my wife hasn't seen the world, we'll be leaving now." And Nan felt goosebumps all over. Still calling her wife, what a show-off. That flamboyant woman is your wife? And Nan couldn't be bothered with them and went straight to the 8th floor. To guard against Bai Wenbin possibly having some knockout drugs, she put on her gas mask again. The hallway door was, as expected, closed, but the door was of mediocre quality. She raised her foot and kicked it open with force before walking in. She remembered that in her previous life, the siblings lived together in room 802. So she directly went to the door of 802. Bai Wenbin, opened the door. The room was silent as a grave. "You left your sister in my house." Still no sound. It seemed Bai Wenbin was indeed selfish, or maybe he really had no feelings for Qian Inger. And Nan stopped wasting words and directly took out her door-breaking tools, forcing the door open in a few swift moves. Bai Wenbin crouched in the corner of the bedroom holding a hammer, trembling in fear at the sounds coming from the door. "It's over. Everything is over." He clutched the hammer tightly, sweat forming in his palms. Soon, the front door was opened. He could hear Nan's footsteps stepping into the house, accompanied by strange dragging sounds. "Bai Wenbin, where are you? Stop hiding, come out. Don't you want to see what happened to your sister? Bai Wenbin." The voice sounded like a magic spell in his ears. Bai Wenbin covered his ears in pain, constantly praying that this evil woman would leave quickly. However, things went the other way. The footsteps grew louder and closer, heading toward his bedroom. The bedroom door was locked, and Nan understood at once, and with one kick, the door was kicked open. With a loud bang, the door fell directly to the ground. She walked in, looked around, and saw the room was empty, but the wardrobe door was tightly shut. She slowly walked over and opened the door. Bai Wenbin was curled up in the corner of the wardrobe. When he saw the door slowly being pulled open, a face with a gas mask appeared. "He, found you." In that instant, Bai Wenbin felt like his soul had almost left his body. "Ah! Don't come closer." He huddled in the furthest corner, his heart racing, desperately swinging the hammer in his hand. And Nan had intentionally scared him, but seeing him like this, she was a bit speechless. A grown man, how could he be more scared than a cat? He was curled up in the wardrobe like a little girl. She wasn't some giant thug breaking into his house. Was it necessary? She had no patience, swiftly grabbing the hammer from his hand.
Then she reached out, pulled him out of the wardrobe by the collar, and threw him to the ground. Bai Wenbin stumbled and fell to the floor, then looked up, meeting a pair of dull eyes.
He, a swollen pig face appeared in his sight. Handsome.
A beautiful lady brought me to find handsome. Bai Wenbin was startled. Hearing that familiar voice, he barely recognized the pig-like face as his cousin Xianinger. Her cheeks were flushed, both sides of her face were swollen, and her mouth was deformed from being hit. She looked pitiful. His heart softened, and he quickly shook her shoulder.
Inger, what happened to you? Xianinger didn't respond, just grinning foolishly. Handsome. Handsome. Bai Wenbin furrowed his brows and looked up at Nan.
What did you do to her?
Chapter 42, Crazy Abuse of the Scumbag. And Nan kicked him. Stop pretending to be so loving, weren't you the one who just left her behind? After a pause, she continued, you don't know what happened to her? Stop trying to guilt-trip me.
Bai Wenbin held his sister's head and touched it, his hands covered in blood.
Inger's head was injured?
He suddenly remembered, when he pulled his cousin off the electric gate, it seemed like she did hit her head on the ground. At that time, he was so anxious that he didn't think to check her head.
Had she turned into an idiot because of the knock?
Of course, it was also possible that he didn't administer proper first aid or CPR, causing her brain to be deprived of oxygen during her prolonged unconsciousness. But he would never admit it.
He looked at Nan with deep sorrow. Nan, how could you do this? You actually turned Inger into an idiot.
And Nan was speechless, kicking him away.
Are you playing games with me now?
Stop with the moral kidnapping. And Nan came here specifically to deal with him, so she naturally wouldn't hold back. She quickly took 3 steps and grabbed his collar, slapping him wildly across the face. Bai Wenbin wanted to resist, but he felt like he was trapped by an iron hand, unable to move, only forced to endure. These slaps weren't physically damaging, but the humiliation was far more unbearable. After all, Nan was the woman he had once loved, and now he was being treated like a little chick in her hand. Bai Wenbin felt his face burning with shame. It was as if he had lost all feeling. And Nan slapped him over 30 times. When his face swelled into a pig's head, she finally stopped. The 2 siblings, side by side, looked like a pair of red pigs, indistinguishable from each other. And Nan looked at their miserable state and felt extremely pleased. Although Bai Wenbin was left dizzy from the slaps, his heart was still tense, remembering his cousin's injury.
Fearful of being killed by Nan, he sat on the ground explaining, Nan, you really misunderstood me. That day, I had no choice but to borrow grain with the neighbors. Stop talking nonsense. And Nan kicked him again.
Their grievances were far more than this one thing. The betrayal from the last life, the schemes in this life, the 2 siblings had even devoured her, one by one, and Nan was too lazy to argue with him and settle scores. She simply treated him like a punching bag, joyfully practicing her punches. Only when he was knocked out did she stop. Xianinger saw her beloved brother being mistreated by Nan, and instead of rushing over to stop it, she stood by and clapped her hands to keep rhythm.
The handsome guy is being beaten. The handsome guy is being beaten.
Hearing her curse at herself, Nan turned around and joined in the beating, giving her a good thrashing too. Moments later, the world finally became quiet. After the fight, Nan felt all her muscles and bones were relaxed. She casually threw them on the ground, then looted their home. She found 3 bottles of mineral water, 2 bags of compressed biscuits, a bundle of ham sausage, 5 bags of instant noodles, and a large pile of expired bread. Wow, quite a haul. She directly confiscated everything, leaving not a single crumb for the cheating siblings. Then she tossed the other useful things in the house out the window into the flood,
making sure the home was stripped bare. Afterward, she sat on the sofa with her dog, taking a break.
Before long, Bai Wenbin slowly woke up. He opened his eyes in a daze and saw a slender figure sitting cross-legged on his sofa, holding a white bundle in her arms. His brain froze for a moment.
What was I doing? Why was I sleeping on the ground?
The next second, memories flooded back, and he stared at Nan in fear.
What do you want to do?
As soon as he spoke, he suddenly realized what she was holding.
That little white dog. Bai Wenbin's eyes were glued to it. It has gotten so fat?
The last time he saw it was the day before the disaster, and Nan brought it home, and it was so small, barely any meat on it.
But now, it was plump and round. How much good food has Nan fed it?
People are starving, and she still has enough food to raise a dog.
Fine, raise it then, but she's treating the dog like royalty, turning it into a pig. It's really better to be a dog than a human.
Bai Wenbin felt an overwhelming sense of frustration inside. This Nan would rather feed the dog than let her friend have a share. Fu Gue had been keeping an eye on the 2 people on the ground. Seeing the man get up and stare at him, he immediately stood up and barked at him fiercely.
Woof! Woof 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 woof. Stupid man. What are you staring at?
Bai Wenbin saw that the dog was small but still dared to snarl at him, and anger rose within him. He wanted to punish it and then stew it for dog meat soup. But as soon as he saw Nan behind it, he calmed down.
Can't move. Is it just getting barked at by a dog? Let it bark. It's not like I'll lose a piece of flesh.
Bai Wenbin felt aggrieved.
What does it mean for a dog to rely on its owner? This is it.
Fu Gue didn't care about what he was thinking, barking at him nonstop. Smart as it was, it sensed that its owner had not stopped it, so it barked even more foully. The angrier it got, it jumped off the sofa, leaping onto Bai Wenbin and biting him hard.
Someone who was beaten by the owner must be bitten.
Bai Wenbin cried out in pain, ready to throw the dog off him. Seeing this, Nan immediately stabbed him in the arm with the triangular dagger.
Ah! Bai Wenbin instantly felt the pain and dared not move again.
So Fu Gue displayed its power all over him, biting everywhere, while Bai Wenbin did not dare to fight back. As long as he raised his hand, Nan would immediately stab him again. When the rich finally vented enough emotion and arrogantly walked away, there wasn't a single good spot left on Bai Wenbin's body. Annan stood up, looked at Bai Wenbin, whose face had swelled into a pig's head, his shoulders and arms pierced with holes, and his body devoid of good flesh, and satisfied, left with her dog. Before leaving, she lifted her foot and stepped on his face. Today, I spare your life. If you dare come in front of me and cause trouble again, I'll send you straight to the afterlife.
Do you understand?
Bai Wenbin painfully nodded, watching as she swaggered away with the dog. He clenched his fists and fiercely struck the ground.
Frustrated.
So frustrated. But then he had thought the plan had failed today, and that both he and his cousin would die for sure.
But Annan actually didn't kill them? Why?
This doesn't match her usual decisive and ruthless character.
Bai Wenbin, though temporarily relieved, couldn't shake off a bad premonition.
He didn't have time to think more, he endured the pain and got up to check on Xian Inger's condition.
How could his cousin become a fool just like that? It must be to confuse Annan, probably to survive, right? He shook her body. Inger, Annan's gone, wake up. After a while, Xian Inger slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 43, Put down my things.
Her gaze was vacant, staring at him for a while before suddenly grinning.
Ha ha ha. Handsome. Hello, handsome. Bai Wenbin's mind went blank. Inger, wake up. Annan's already gone. Annan? Xian Inger mumbled repeatedly, Annan. Annan. As she repeated the name, suddenly her expression turned fierce, that Annan.
Bai Wenbin thought she had come to her senses and hurriedly grabbed her hand. Inger, are you awake? But Xian Inger turned to look at him and began drooling again. Ha ha ha, handsome. Bai Wenbin let his hand drop in defeat, sighing helplessly. He helped Xian Inger sit on the sofa, thought for a moment, then decided not to care about her for now and went to fix the broken security door Annan had damaged. At this time, a broken door lock was dangerous. The life-sustaining food could be stolen by others. He had painstakingly gathered a pile of women to trade for the food. Even his cousin, Xian Inger, had paid a high price. Those men were no gentlemen. They were iron men who had gathered food by living on the edge, using knives to scrape by. With natural disasters approaching, the pressure of survival was immense, and the psychological stress had nowhere to vent. So these men were very violent in some ways, just focused on releasing the negative emotions inside them. He had spent a lot of effort finding girls who were willing to follow him. Even his cousin had suffered a lot. Thinking about the hard-earned food, he subconsciously looked towards the kitchen. At that glance, his heart nearly stopped. Where's my food? He rushed over like a madman, discovering that the 20 or so loaves of bread on the stove were all gone. Opening the cabinets, it was the same empty. The 5 bags of instant noodles, 10 sausages, and 3 bottles of mineral water were all gone. These were the things he had counted over and over again, treating them like treasures. He stumbled out of the kitchen and ran to the bathroom. Shaking hands, he lifted the toilet lid. Where are my compressed biscuits? Seeing that the 2 packs of compressed biscuits he had sealed in bags were also gone, Bai Wenbin was on the verge of breaking down. These had been carefully hidden in the toilet tank to prevent anyone from robbing his house. He had hoped that even if the house was robbed, he wouldn't starve to death and would have a few days to survive. But now. He cursed in his mind, this Annan, she's really too cruel. Not only did she break into his house and beat them up, but she also took all their food. These were the things they had saved up, eating only 1 meal a day, enough to last for half a month. She, a person with an abundant supply of resources who didn't need to go out, how could she take away their pitiful meals? He was so angry that his liver ached as he shuffled out of the bathroom. Still reeling from the grief of losing his food, he turned his gaze to the living room's TV cabinet, and was shocked to discover his TV cabinet was also gone. Inside it were his cherished candles and lighter.
He stood there, dazed, looking around. Shoe cabinet, gone. Wardrobe, gone. Hammers, wrenches, and various tools, all gone. Even his lifeline, the kayak that Money Air worked 3 nights to exchange for, was gone. Everything he owned, all vanished. Annan had swept through like a locust, turning everything into nothing. A perfectly good house had suddenly become an empty shell. Those TVs, computers, phones, game consoles, were all that he was left with. But there was no electricity in his house. What use were those things? Not even a single sausage could be swapped back. He sat hopelessly on the floor. The living room still had a sofa that was somewhat useful, at least it could be used to rest. But the bed in the bedroom was gone, and he seriously suspected that this sofa was not left for him, but was actually used by Annan to sit and rest after her chaos. He was so angry he couldn't speak. But no matter how angry he was, there was nothing he could do about her. Displeased. Couldn't get rid of her. A breath stuck in his chest, couldn't go up. Couldn't go down. It hurt too much. He regretted deeply why he had to provoke that ant today. Greed overreaching, he lost both his lady and his soldiers. Regret to death. By Wenbin counted inside, how could this woman be so powerful, moving so many things all to her home? Then he thought, wait, his home was on the 8th floor, her home was on the 14th floor, how could she carry those big cabinets that were useless to her up 6 flights? By Wenbin had a sudden idea, he stood up and ran to the window, peering down. He saw a large pile of random items floating on the shimmering water surface. Sure enough, she had thrown the items out through the window. Although many had already sunk, lighter items were still floating on the water surface. His eyes lit up, and he immediately wanted to go out and fish them back. But at that very moment, the elderly lady who often rummaged through the trash bins in the community came over, paddling a large red plastic basin, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She picked up Bai Wenbin's kayak and sat right in it, then quickly started loading other items onto the boat. Bai Wenbin saw this and shouted in anger, "Put it down. That's my stuff." The old lady looked up at him in response but did not reply. Instead, she silently quickened her pace. "You old thing. I told you to put it down." He rushed down in a fit of rage, but when he got to the 7th floor corridor window, he didn't know how to get across. Whether it was Annan's strength or the flow of water pushing, all the things were far from him, floating far away beside the opposite building's water surface. He had no kayak and wasn't a good swimmer, so he could only rage impotently. "You old thing, are you deaf? If you take my stuff again, do you believe I'll kill you?" The old lady gave him a blank stare and fished out a few pieces of clothing from the water. Even his big shorts and warm cotton socks were not spared. Bai Wenbin felt both embarrassed and angry, his throat hurt from shouting, yet he could not stop her. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as the old lady finished picking up her things and paddled away. Before she left, she flashed him a grin, showing her incomplete teeth, half of which were missing. "Goodbye, fat boy who doesn't know to respect the elderly and love the young." Bai Wenbin was so furious he was about to explode. Fat boy? He had stuck to his fitness routine for years, and had been starving himself lately, how could he be fat? After a moment, he suddenly realized that it was Annan who had bruised his face. In his urgency, he almost forgot that he was still nursing injuries. Now that he remembered, he felt a fiery pain on his face, and his whole body ached terribly. Especially the knife wounds on his arms and shoulders. At this moment, blood was still flowing out. He covered his wound, walking home with his head down, feeling disheartened. What to do? The house was empty, and there were no medicines left. Chapter 44, To Die 10,000 Times, by Wenbin. Bai Wenbin returned home, sitting listlessly on the sofa, too lazy to fix the door. What's there to fix? Even a mouse would disdainfully leave this place. Beside him, Shan Inger kept giggling, making him even more troubled. No. I need to think of a way, I can't just wait to die. He straightened up, sighed at Shan Inger's silly face, "Stop laughing, come out with me." On the other side, after leaving Bai Wenbin's home, and Nan immediately went to Chu Peipei's house. When she knocked on the door, it was very cautious inside. Chu Peipei heard in Nan's voice, first looked through the peephole, and confirmed it was her before opening the door. "And Nan, why are you here? Come in." Although Nan had a good impression of Chu Peipei, she remained alert, tightly gripping a triangular knife, ready for action at any moment. She walked into the room, instinctively looking around, finding that Chu Peipei's home was very cozy. The home was filled to the brim with household items, and there were vases, a record player, and a felt board covered in many photos, all covered in dust now, but it was clear the owner once loved life very much. In the living room, there was a whole wall of bookshelves filled with books. Besides some novels and classics, there were also a large number of medical books. On the wall behind the sofa was a big painting of a baby's eye. Seeing Nan staring at the baby painting, Chu Peipei's mouth showed a hint of bitterness.
She rubbed her slightly sore eyes and turned to close the door. But suddenly saw the chubby little dog from Nan's home. It was so small that she almost didn't notice it was caught in the door gap. Chu Pei quickly held the door, waiting for it to saunter in before closing the door. She smiled and rubbed the little guy's head. "Little fellow, almost missed you." The little dog sniffed with its nose, then gently nudged her hand with its head, and then it ran towards Nan. Animals have a very sensitive perception of people. And Nan noticed that among those who had seen the little dog, Chu Pei was the only one who didn't show a greedy look. She was also one of the few who hadn't been grinded by the little dog. "You've been starving for a long time, aren't you tempted to see it?" And Nan asked very directly. Chu Pei was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Nan to ask her such a question. She looked down at the little dog. "I once had a dog named Nyonyo, a pug. I raised her for 14 years, but she passed away 2 years ago. My husband wanted to get me another one, but since we are preparing to have a child, he feared we wouldn't have the energy to take good care of a dog, so we didn't raise another one. A dog is the most loyal companion to humans. To me, they are just like children. How could I bear to eat one?" Noticing her sadness, Nan didn't continue this topic but handed her the food from Bai Wenbin's home. "Here, this is for you, I just got it from a house search." She and ignorant Bai Wenbin's things, she even found it disgusting to store. But she didn't want to throw it away directly, as wasting food is shameful, especially in this special time. So she simply decided to give it to Chu Pei. Chu Pei thought Nan had come to discuss something, but didn't expect it was to give her things. She hurriedly waved her hand. "And Nan, you have already helped me a lot, I can't just take your things for free." And Nan said, "It's not a free gift. I see you have so many medical books at home, your professional skills must be quite good, right? So consider these things as an advance payment for consultation. If I need medical help in the future, I will trouble you." Chu Pei quickly said, "If you need my help in the future, even without these things, I would still help you without hesitation." Annan saw that she refused to take it and directly placed the items on the coffee table. "I see that after you lost your husband and child, your will to survive is still quite strong. There must be something you need to do, right?" Annan stared into her eyes. "With your current condition, it might be very difficult to achieve your goal. Your body is the essence of revolution. If you have enough food, you can rest well in bed for a while." Chu Pei felt a pang in her nose from Annan's words, and her eyes started to water. That's how people are. When alone, they can be endlessly strong, but as soon as someone shows concern, tears instantly well up in their eyes. These days, she had indeed been holding on, and she could feel her body's energy gradually depleting, ready to collapse at any moment. But she couldn't rest. Without food, it was as good as waiting to die. If she died, how could she take revenge for her husband? With these things from Annan, she could indeed catch her breath and rest for a few days to recover her physical state. She no longer declined. "Thank you, Annan. I will take care of my body and walk on strongly." After a pause, she added, "I hope you will never need my medical skills. But if you truly need me one day, I will do it without hesitation." Annan nodded, no longer engaging in small talk, and left with Fugue. "You rest well, we are going home." Annan was not a saint, nor was she exactly a good person, often standing by watching injustice and not helping when someone was in danger. But she was not just a ruthless female demon either. Chu Pei was not greedy, understood when to advance and retreat, was brave and strong, and was also a doctor who knew how to be grateful. When playing games, a teen usually needs a healer as well. Let alone in a perilous end of the world, having a decent doctor as a friend could definitely bring no harm. After leaving Chu Pei's house, Annan walked to the 14th floor and noticed someone standing at the door. It was Zhao Pingan. Hearing the footsteps on the stairs, he looked back warily. Seeing it was Annan, he finally smiled. "Idle. So you went out, I was wondering why no one answered when I knocked." Annan noticed he was holding something wrapped in a black plastic bag, looking like a large lump. "Aha. I went out for a bit, do you need something?" Zhao Pingan scratched his head, smiling shyly. "I don't have anything urgent. It's just that my home queen, that is, my mom, has eaten enough of her dry rations and really loves those snacks you gave. I just wanted to ask if you have any left?" Zhao Pingan's family had plenty of stored food, but they did not include non-filling snacks like spicy chicken feet and shrimp chips. After stating his request, he hurriedly explained, "Of course, I definitely won't take your snacks for free. I can trade something for them." Saying this, he opened the plastic bag. "I thought you wouldn't lack in food, but you might find this interesting. This is a high-tech fabric. Wearing it as clothing can keep a constant temperature and protect against cuts." Annan was taken aback. Constant temperature? Cut resistant? She suddenly remembered the items she couldn't find while sweeping through the Taiyu building. Chapter 45, High-Tech Fabric. How could Zhao Pingan have something that Taiyu Group hasn't developed successfully? Annan asked him, "Where did you get this?" Zhao Pingan shyly smiled, "I developed this. It took me 3 whole years, and I just succeeded a couple of days ago."
Annan found it hard to believe. You say this is your invention? Yes.
Zhao Pingan nodded. I previously worked at a tech company, involved in product development.
This is my creation. I just left to go solo because I didn't agree with the company's philosophy. He scratched his head. When I left, the fabric hadn't been developed yet. Afterward, they seemed to continue researching it. I don't know if they succeeded. I just figured it out in these past few days. Your company wouldn't be affiliated with Taiyu Group, would it? How do you know?
It's the innovative technology company of Taiyu Group.
Zhao Pinggan's eyes lit up. Idle, do you have some knowledge in this area? And Nan sighed in her heart. Indeed, this is the temperature-regulating fabric she was looking for back at the technology building. How fortunate that what she sought was now delivered right to her door. The thing she was searching for when it hadn't even been invented yet just came to her.
Zhao Pingan really is impressive. He not only worked at Taiyu Group but also seems to be a key player in the business.
Zhao Pingan scrutinized her expression. Idle, do you like this thing? If you don't like it, I'll find something else to trade with you. Like it? How could she not like it?
And Nan coughed. Let me take a closer look. What does this thing look like? She pulled out a piece of fabric from the bag, running her hand over it. The texture felt somewhat like her silk quilt, comfortable and soft. Wrapping it around her right arm, she could clearly feel the dampness being blocked.
Since the city became a water city, people have been enveloped in humid moisture every day.
This fabric made her feel an unexpected comfort immediately. At this moment, Zhao Pingan took out a lighter from his pocket, igniting it to heat in Nan's right arm. And Nan was surprised. I really can't feel the heat. Then, Zhao Pingan pulled out a fruit knife and swung it towards her arm. And Nan was startled and quickly pulled back her hand. Seeing her on high alert, Zhao Pingan was afraid she would retaliate. Idle, don't misunderstand, I just wanted to demonstrate its anti-cut feature.
And Nan let out a sigh of relief. No need. This fabric is quite good, I'll trade with you. She had no intention of testing this feature. What if she really got hurt? Even if she wasn't hurt, what if the fabric got damaged? That wouldn't do.
What she valued most was that it could maintain a constant temperature when worn.
Everything else was unimportant.
She only wanted to avoid suffering when going out in extreme heat or cold.
Zhao Pingan was very happy to hear she agreed to the trade. Idle, you really have an eye.
Although its temperature-regulating feature seems a bit trivial, the anti-cut feature is really amazing.
You can try it out when you go back. Trivial? And Nan thought to herself, how could temperature regulation be trivial? It's incredibly useful. Silly kid, you don't know what the weather will be like in the future. She asked again, this thing is nice, do you have more? Zhao Pingan replied, there's more.
I'm giving you this piece of fabric, which is 10 meters long.
It's enough to make 4 outfits, I probably have about that much left at home. Do you still want more? No need, this is enough.
She wouldn't take everything, she still wanted to leave some for Zhao Pingan.
And Nan put away the fabric. What snacks do you want to trade for? Anything is fine, I'm not picky, just pick something for me. And Nan nodded and headed home with the plastic bag. She couldn't help but lament, such a high-end item, and he's just using a big black garbage bag to carry it around?
This fabric should be elegantly packaged and displayed in a showcase for a high price. She recalled that the rumored price was 70,000 yuan per meter. This piece of fabric, about 10 meters long, is worth around 700,000.
Such a precious item, and he's trading it for snacks?
And Nan felt a bit embarrassed herself. It seemed in these two transactions with Zhao Pingan, she was the one benefiting. Rich and Noble, who had been sitting on the ground following his owner, hurried to catch up when he saw the owner suddenly walking home. Only then did Zhao Pingan notice there was a little dog. He had been so focused on the idol that he hadn't noticed this little thing.
He looked at it with sparkling eyes. You've raised this dog well, its fur is shiny and smooth. He loved adorable things the most. Does it bite? Can I pet it?
As soon as Rich and Noble was mentioned, and Nan immediately watched him cautiously. It wasn't that she didn't trust Zhao Pingan, but in this chaotic year and world, there are simply too many people coveting the dog, leaving no room for her to be careless. For her, Fu Gui is not just a pet, he is the only family by her side. She observes Zhao Pingan's expression and sees nothing unusual. Zhao Pingan carefully strokes the dog's head, and Fu Gui does not resist. And Nan feels relieved and calls Fu Gui to come home. Zhao Pingan probably hasn't gone hungry yet, so seeing her dog doesn't spark any ill thoughts. And Nan carries the fabric home to find snacks, and Zhao Pingan patiently waits at her door, not afraid that she might swallow the fabric without paying. Back at home, and Nan looks at the snacks in the space, feeling troubled.
She really doesn't know how to trade these things. What snacks can be worth 700,000?
Although the snacks she has are worth far more than 700,000, if she takes out too much at once, it will raise suspicion.
Even before the disaster, few people hoarded dozens of boxes of snacks at home.
Moreover, now that it is the end of the disaster era, taking out such a large amount of snacks is too flashy. Letting people know she has abundant supplies is one thing, but if they suspect she foresaw the disaster or has storage space, that would be troublesome.
Zhao Pingyan is quite imaginative.
He probably has read plenty of post-apocalyptic novels. It's possible he might accidentally guess about her space.
So she has to be cautious. Better to take less for now. After all, the price of food is no longer the same as before.
One large gold bracelet can only be exchanged for 2 bags of millet. And Nan finds a large cardboard box and starts stuffing it with things. Potato chips, spicy strips, squid strips, pickled chicken feet, 5-spice melon seeds, seaweed, crispy sausages. Each item gets packed in 3 to 5 bags.
Does self-heating hot pot count as a snack?
Not sure if it counts, but anyway, there's still some space left in the box, so Nan directly puts 2 boxes inside. Once everything is packed, she takes out tape to seal the box. She even thoughtfully wraps some tape to make a handle.
Finally, she takes out a box of Coca-Cola.
To be honest, these things would only be worth a few hundred before the disaster, yet she is getting tens of thousands of temperature-regulating fabric in return, making her feel a bit uneasy.
Zhao Pingyan shouldn't think it's too little, right? And Nan anxiously carries the items outside. Chapter 46, Too Ugly, I Don't Want It.
Seeing her come out, Zhao Pingyan immediately greets her cheerfully. He takes the 2 boxes from Nan's hands, smiling a bit awkwardly.
Idol, why did you give me so much? And Nan is speechless. Is this kid speaking ironically? But Zhao Pingyan weighs the boxes and says, how about you wait a minute? I'll go home and get some more for you.
It feels unfair to take so much food for just a piece of fabric.
And Nan.
Seeing he's not being ironic, and Nan stops him, no need, let it be this way. Zhao Pingyan looks at her, the idol is truly kind.
Idol, next time when my family runs out of snacks, can I come to trade with you?
Hearing him call her idol repeatedly makes Nan have goosebumps. I should be a few years younger than you, just call me Nan.
All right, idol.
Zhao Pingyan carries the items, says goodbye, and prepares to go home.
And Nan stops him. Hey, aren't you going to check what's inside?
Zhao Pingyan smiles openly, no need.
As long as it's snacks, my mom will love them. You wouldn't possibly stuff a bunch of stones in, right? I trust my idol's character, huh?
And Nan watches his departing figure, feeling that this kid seems a bit off. How to say, he is extraordinarily positive and optimistic.
No matter the situation, he can smile brightly.
Sometimes, even she gets infected by it. Zhao Pingyan returns to the top floor with the 2 boxes. Hu Chuilan takes the things from his hands and asks, a piece of rag has been traded for so much food. She thinks to herself, that girl on the 14th floor, although her fighting ability is good, her brain doesn't seem to work well. Someone gave her a piece of cloth, and she handed over all the tasty food?
Zhao Pingyan, what do you understand? My idol is generous and kind-hearted. Besides, that's not some rag, it's a high-tech new fabric. I don't care about any high-tech or low-tech. As long as it can trade for delicious food, it's good technology. Hu Tsuilan said this while opening the box with scissors. Heavens! So much good food?
She tore open a package of spicy strips and chewed on it with great enjoyment. I'm not saying you, hoarding so many rations, why didn't you hoard some spicy strips or snacks?
My dear mother, in which post-apocalyptic survival movie does the main character hoard a bunch of spicy strips in their warehouse?
Zhao Pingyan sighed, having rations to eat is already good.
How many people outside can't even get expired bread?
While eating spicy strips, Hu Tsuilan took out a self-heating hot pot from the box.
Then how did Nan have one?
Stop the nonsense, we are having hot pot today.
My mouth feels like it's dried up.
When Nan was mentioned, Zhao Pingyan stopped arguing. His idol was indeed better prepared than him, he couldn't refute that. Hu Tsuilan twisted open 2 bottles of mineral water and poured them into the self-heating hot pot.
Don't you know to stock up on hot pot base? Isn't that better than compressed biscuits?
After eating this, we can save the soup and cook some noodles next time. Zhao Pingyan nodded, alright, I'll take care of the noodles. Seeing how frustrated his mom was, she used to refuse to eat leftover dishes now, and now she couldn't bear to throw away the soup leftovers. He sighed. This apocalypse was nothing like he had imagined before. At first, the thought of stocking supplies came because the little notebook country kept making reckless moves, provoking everywhere, dumping nuclear wastewater, and engaging in all sorts of foolish acts. Being on the same blue planet with such people truly left one feeling unsafe. So he prepared for various doomsday scenarios like mutated zombies and natural disasters. Back when he was stocking supplies, he thought, if one day the world really did end, he would have prepared supplies and built a doomsday bunker. How cool would that be? But now it seemed, the once ordinary and stable world was truly the most precious and beautiful.
It's a pity time cannot be reversed.
Although the little notebook country had completely disappeared, the remaining humans faced unprecedented challenges. On the other side, Bai Wenbin went to the 13th floor to borrow a kayak from Sun Pang. When he opened the door, Sun Pang didn't even recognize who he was. Bai Wenbin explained for a long time with his swollen face before Sun Pang finally recognized him. Fearing that he might borrow without returning, Sun Pang directly lied that the kayak was taken out by Wang Xiaoyu. But to maintain his good image as the unit leader, he still lent Bai Wenbin the bathtub for the price of 2 boxes of biscuits. Bai Wenbin didn't even have 2 boxes of biscuits now, he was still in debt. With the means of transport acquired, he rushed to Building 12 with Chen Inger and knocked on Wang Ji's door. Hearing the sound, Wang Gu opened the door cheerfully, only to find 2 unfamiliar people. "Who are you?" "It's me. Bai Wenbin." Wang Gu looked at his swollen face and couldn't match it to the delicate Bai Wenbin he knew. Bai Wenbin had to point to Chen Inger, "My cousin, Chen Inger." "Wang Gu, you can't not recognize her." Wang Gu looked at them and frowned. "What happened to you two?" He looked behind them. "Where is that beautiful lady you mentioned?" Bai Wenbin forced a flattering smile. "Wang Gu, the beautiful lady didn't come today. Look, can we make do for now?" As he spoke, he pushed Chen Inger forward. Chen Inger stumbled and fell directly into Wang Ji's arms. She was startled and began to cry loudly. Wang Gu was shocked to see her with a pig-like face, crying while wiping her big runny nose all over her face. Is this woman just not quite normal? He pushed Chen Inger a little further away. What is her situation? Bai Wenbin awkwardly pulled her back. Be honest. Don't cry. Then he turned with a flustered expression to explain. My cousin accidentally hit her head and suddenly became a bit foolish. Brother Wang looked at Chen Inger with disdain. Go away. You're too ugly, I don't want you. Next time just bring that beautiful girl directly. After saying that, he slammed the door with a bang. Bai Wenbin's face was a mix of green and white, but he couldn't say anything. He could only twist Chen Inger's arm and scold her. You behave yourself. Then he dragged her off to another person's home. As a result, they climbed an entire building, but no one was willing to trade with them anymore. Every time someone opened the door, they saw a woman with a swollen face and unreadable looks, giggling with a runny nose. Hee hee. Big handsome guy, hello. Chapter 47, Give You Double Pay. The utterly helpless Bai Wenbin could only take his cousin to find that pervert who had given them the drug before. Going home was definitely not an option. If they didn't get food today, they'd have to go out hungry tomorrow, and their condition would only get worse by the day. So they had to get food today. Bai Wenbin thought that the pervert had heavy tastes, so maybe he could accept his cousin's runny nose. But that guy didn't live in this neighborhood and they had to walk a long way to get there. Bai Wenbin could only squeeze into the bathtub with his cousin, struggling to paddle. Chen Inger couldn't help at all and kept causing trouble. She excitedly looked around. Hee hee hee. Water, so much water. While saying this, she splashed water around, pouring it all over Bai Wenbin. Water. Here, have some water. Chen Inger. Stop it. Can you be more sensible? Bai Wenbin was already exhausted paddling alone, and now he was drenched in filthy, smelly water from her splashing. Especially since he had wounds, getting wet hurt. His eyes stung, and a man over 6 feet tall actually started to cry. Today was definitely the hardest day of his life. He had been humiliated and beaten by his former crush, lost food and all supplies, and now he was having dirty water splashed on his wounds by this suddenly foolish cousin. The most painful part was that he couldn't cover himself with a quilt and cry it all out. Because there was no bed. Annan hadn't even left him a bed. He gritted his teeth, enduring the sharp pain in his shoulders and arms, and paddled forward. When he finally reached his destination, he almost collapsed in the bathtub. At this time, the sky was already darkening, and he took a deep breath, pulling Chen Inger up to the shore quickly. After climbing 5 more floors, they finally reached the pervert's home. The big brother opened the door upon hearing his voice, and what greeted him was 2 pig-faced figures. Bai Wenbin? Bai Wenbin's eyes filled with tears. This was the only person who recognized him at a glance after knocking on so many doors today. He excitedly said, Brother Zhang, it's me. As he spoke, he pushed Chen Inger forward. This is my cousin. He tearfully played the pity card. The drug you gave was very effective, but we still lost. Look at her, she got beaten into a fool. This time Chen Inger didn't call him handsome anymore. Instead, as if she had some psychological shadow, she timidly hid behind Bai Wenbin. Woo woo woo, ugly man. Pervert. I'm scared. Bai Wenbin's face was ashen. He pinched her hard. What nonsense. Quickly say hello to Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang was their last hope. Although he was a bit of a pervert, it was better to suffer a little than to starve to death. Chen Inger cried and hid behind him, refusing to step forward no matter what. The pervert Brother Zhang remained calm, just slightly disgusted. Stop pushing her, she's got tears and snot all over her face, it's quite disgusting. Bai Wenbin felt a chill in his heart. It's over. Even this pervert dislikes his cousin's big runny nose.
The more he looked at her, the angrier he became. Who knew where this girl got so much snot? An endless stream had flowed all the way.
The perverse brother Zhang looked at the two of them, not like others who immediately closed the door, but suddenly grabbed Bai Wenbin's hand.
He revealed a meaningful smile. Little brother, why don't you replace her? I'll give you double the pay.
Bai Wenbin looked at his face, full of pimples and scars. When he smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes all squeezed together, and he suddenly felt a bit nauseated.
He shook off the other's hand, horrified, and said, Brother Zhang, what are you talking about? I'm a man. The perverse brother Zhang winked at him. I know, that's why I said I'd give you double the pay. He had already thought that Qian Inger was not interesting. Not only was she ugly, but she also always held her head high with an arrogant look, not knowing what she was so proud of. Bai Wenbin was different. He looked good, was very aware of the situation, and it was clear he could put his pride aside and serve him well. Who would want to spend money to buy misery? Moreover, he had never tried a man before.
Bai Wenbin felt uncomfortable under the other's gaze that was examining him from head to toe, instinctively covering his backside, feeling his values collapse, and all the hair on his body stood up. He forced out a smile that looked uglier than crying. Brother Zhang, please stop joking. As he spoke, he pushed Qian Inger forward. Look, I've brought my cousin to you. Brother Zhang didn't care what he said. He directly reached out and pulled him inside the room. Come on, little brother, don't be shy, I won't treat you badly. Let go of me. Bai Wenbin was so scared that his soul almost left his body, screaming as he shook him off, dragging Qian Inger down the stairs in a frenzy. Brother Zhang watched his panicked figure flee, did not chase after him, but laughed and shouted. Little brother, walk slowly, don't fall. Remember to come back and find big brother. In a sorry state, Bai Wenbin took Qian Inger home in the bathtub. After a whole day of chaos, he felt a bit drained, also lost too much blood, plus he had been frightened, his whole body felt like it would collapse at any moment. He weakly sat in the bathtub, paddling a little and resting a bit, taking twice as long to return home as he did to get there. When he finally exhaustedly got home, looking at the empty and cold room, he couldn't help but vent his anger on Qian Inger. Bai Wenbin kicked her to the ground. It's all your fault, pushing me to provoke a Nan, and look at how it's turned out now. Qian Inger lay on the ground with no reaction, still staring at him with a blank smile. Seeing this, Bai Wenbin felt as if he had punched a cotton ball. All his anger couldn't be vented. He sat slumped on the sofa, closed his eyes and gasped heavily, his chest heaving violently. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he opened his eyes, sitting up straight. Chu, pay. He gritted his teeth and shouted. In his hurry to find food, he almost forgot about this girl. If it weren't for her showing up and causing trouble, delaying his time, he would have already broken through the wall and dealt with a Nan. How would he have gone through all this? At this moment, he suddenly felt that his pent-up resentment and anger had a release point. It was all Chu Pei's fault. He clenched his fists, his eyes glinting with cold light, and suddenly stood up, walking out toward upstairs. Kill! Wang Xiaoyu was startled, thinking it was her own front door being knocked. Only after hearing Bai Wenbin shout did she realize someone was causing trouble for Chu Pei next door. She hugged Sun Peng's arm. Penggu, someone is smashing the door next door. Sun Peng naturally heard the noise outside. He squinted his eyes. Isn't that just perfect? Someone is helping us deal with her. It's a pity those people last time only stole things and didn't hurt her. All my efforts were wasted. Sun Peng was quite a schemer. Unless he had a chance to plot in secret, he never took action to hurt others and always incited others to do it. He had his eyes on Chu Pei for a long time because of the buzzcut incident. But even though she was just a woman, he never confronted her openly. Instead, he sought opportunities to ambush her. But Chu Pei was very cautious, so he never had the chance to act. So Sun Peng could only, while looking for things outside, talk to others, saying there was plenty of food in 1301, hoping to use them to kill her indirectly. He didn't expect those people to only steal things and cause her to miscarry, but not take her life. He had thought Chu Pei had already died at home, but when he saw her again, she was alive and kicking. What a tough woman. Could it be she's made of iron? Seeing that someone was looking for trouble with her again today, angry and ready to smash the door to pieces. Sun Peng was delighted, thinking to himself, this time she's done for. He happily wrapped his arms around Wang Xiaoyu. Baby, let's go to sleep and let them fight it out. Chu Pei, who was staying at home, naturally heard the banging on the door. She was originally resting on her bed, just entering a dream when she was startled awake by the noise. She patted her racing heart and grabbed the bone saw lying by the bed, getting up to approach the entrance. Looking through the peephole, she recognized the big, swollen face outside as the man who had come to trouble in Nan today. He's actually still alive? And Nan had confiscated the supplies from his family for herself. Chu Pei thought the siblings were dead, but it turned out they were still alive. That's unlike in Nan's style. But in Nan has her reasons for acting the way she does. Chu Pei tightened her grip on the knife, pondering what to do. During the day, if a Nan hadn't shown up in time, she would have been beaten to death by him. There's a natural physical difference between men and women, and she had just miscarried not long ago. Her body was extremely weak. If it wasn't to protect Nan, she wouldn't have summoned such great courage and strength. But now, she was in a state far worse than during the day. After all, she had been running around all day, getting up early to look for supplies and then returning to fight. Now she had no energy left. Moreover, Bai Wenbin was different from the others outside who were stealing supplies. Those outsiders had no grudge against her, they were just after something to eat. If they couldn't find it here, they would go somewhere else to take it. It was not a death feud. But Bai Wenbin was different. Today she had ruined his plans, causing him to be beaten to a pulp by a Nan. Just by hearing him smash the door, she knew he wanted to rip her apart. Chu Pepe thought for a moment and put the bone saw down. In a knife fight, she definitely wouldn't be able to win. She had overexerted herself during the day, her arm muscles were strained, and now it was sore and couldn't lift at all. Fortunately, Nan had given her a nail gun. This thing didn't require much strength. She found the nail gun and nervously aimed at the door. At this moment, someone was already kicking the door outside. Bai Wenbin was angry and full of pent-up energy, even disregarding his still bleeding shoulder. With bang bang bang, he kicked furiously. Chu Pepe watched the shaking door, gripping the nail gun tightly. Her palms were sweaty. She had to hit him in one shot. If she couldn't. It's dangerous to do it alone. She was highly focused, and then suddenly had a brilliant idea. She opened her mouth and shouted loudly. Annan, get up quickly, the man on the 8th floor is back. The banging on the door outside stopped abruptly. Bai Wenbin's face was stunned. What's going on? Annan is sleeping at her house? His mind raced. How could Annan possibly be sleeping at someone else's home? Could it be she guessed he would come for revenge and specifically came to protect Chu Pepe? Or did Chu Pepe just want to scare him with empty threats? His heart twisted and turned. For a moment, he stood there, dumbfounded and at a loss. There was no way. The psychological shadow Annan cast over him was too great. After so many confrontations, not only did he never gain an advantage, but his outcomes were getting worse and worse. Chu Pepe heard the noise outside stop and knew she had hit the jackpot. Look at you, you're not scared to death yet. It seemed he truly feared Annan. During the day, just when he was about to counterattack, upon seeing Annan open the door, he immediately fled home in fear. One could see just how terrifying Annan was in his mind. Seeing him still hesitating outside the door, Chu Pepe thought to give him another push. So she yelled again, Annan, are you up? Come over quickly, he's right outside the door. As she spoke, she carefully retreated towards the bedroom. Then she added more weight to her steps, pretending to be Annan, walking step by step towards the door. At the door, she placed her hand on the doorknob and slowly opened the door. A gamble. She was betting that he wouldn't dare to stay any longer. If he still lingered outside, she would nail him down right away. Nail that little bastard. Chu Pepe gripped the nail gun tightly with one hand, nervously opening the door. Outside, Bai Wenbin heard the two shouts and was already in inner conflict. Hearing genuine footsteps approaching, his heart rose to his throat bit by bit. No way, is it really Annan? At that moment, the door suddenly opened slowly with a ripping sound. A nail grazed Bai Wenbin's cheek and flew past. His pupils shrank sharply. It really was Annan. Annan's nail gun. Bai Wenbin didn't even dare to look back, immediately turned around, and dashed down the stairs. Chu Pepe smiled, she had won the bet. She lifted her hand and aimed another shot at his retreating figure, but unfortunately, her aim was off. Bai Wenbin slipped away quickly, grazing only his ear. It seemed she would need to practice her aim tomorrow. Having the weapon in her hand, she still couldn't make it effective. Chu Pepe saw his figure disappear, closed the door, and went back to sleep. Thought there would be a fierce battle, but unexpectedly, this guy was scared off in just a few moments, fleeing in panic. On the other side, Bai Wenbin was running for his life, madly sprinting home, and fell onto the sofa. He sat there for a moment to catch his breath, then finally couldn't hold back and cried out loud. So much frustration. Frustrated to death. After crying for a while, his brain cried itself into a lack of oxygen, and he unknowingly fell asleep. The next day, Bai Wenbin opened his eyes with a hungry stomach, gritted his teeth and made a decision. Chapter 49, The Deadly Crocodile. Since Chu Pepe had Annan protecting her, he definitely couldn't do anything to her anymore. In case Annan retaliated, that would be troublesome. Bai Wenbin woke up Qianinger, who was sleeping on the floor. You wait at home, don't run around. I'm going out for a bit. After saying that, he left the house alone. Qianinger tilted her head, looking at his desolate back, confused. Ever since Annan dealt with Bai Wenbin and Qianinger, she felt great. But because she inhaled a strong sedative that day, there was still some poison left in her body, and sometimes she would suddenly feel dizzy. The perfectionist Annan naturally wouldn't tolerate a flaw in her strong body.
That was dizziness. If it didn't get better, what would be the difference from that foolish Qianinger?
Chu Pei heard her theory and felt a black line on her face.
The difference is huge, okay. Unexpectedly, Annan, who was so fierce in a fight. How precious life is.
Chu Pei, after helping her, believed that the most effective treatment method was acupuncture through traditional Chinese medicine, to adjust the flow of energy and blood in the body, and slowly eliminate toxins from the body. However, she was a Western medicine surgeon, and although she was very interested in traditional Chinese medicine and had some knowledge, she was merely a beginner in acupuncture. Therefore, she still needed to look at medical books, improve her skills, and then use acupuncture on Annan. And Nan could only take calming and detoxifying medicine while waiting for her to figure things out. Meanwhile, Chu Pei was at home, intensely studying medical books and using herself as a subject for experimentation, repeatedly studying acupuncture techniques and acupoints. Fortunately, Annan's health foundation was quite good. She practiced Bajuanjin and Yabu Jingguangong daily, keeping herself fit and healthy, so her life was not much affected. As the days passed, more and more people outside were starving to death.
In just less than 3 months, human habits and worldviews underwent tremendous changes. Everyone began to get used to death.
Occasionally hearing the sounds of mourning from families who lost loved ones, people merely walked by numbly. Seeing floating bodies in the water no longer surprised anyone, they pushed them aside with a boat paddle or used their hands to clear the way so their small boats could keep moving. Long-term hunger and high-pressure living made people increasingly indifferent. Almost everyone's life had changed drastically. The only one who was not affected much was Annan, who stayed home every day focusing on her health and gardening. One day, she went to carefully tend to the pestle root in her experimental field, drawing water from the pond behind her villa to irrigate the plants. Once she finished, she came out of her space, her belly round and full. As soon as she landed, she heard many people screaming outside the window.
Crocodile! There's a crocodile! Ah! Help! The boat has flipped! Honey, hurry! Get up here! And Nan, upon hearing the commotion, walked to the window to look out.
She saw the waters below boiling with chaos. Several groups of people who had gone out searching for supplies were in a frenzy. Some had fallen into the water, some reached out to pull others up, some frantically paddled their kayaks to escape, while others had their boats completely overturned. The few crocodiles floating in the water were the source of their fear. At that moment, a woman was floating in the water, missing her left hand and left foot.
Several crocodiles. Now such terrifying creatures have appeared in the water again, who would dare to go out to find food?
Not long after, the water surface became calm again, with only crocodiles gnawing on the severed limbs and arms floating in the blood-stained water. Annan pulled the curtains shut, no longer looking outside. At this time in her past life, crocodiles also appeared, injuring many people. In the future, various other fish species would slowly emerge. The long-term accumulation of water had caused some rivers to reverse their flow, allowing the animals in the water to roam freely, even more so than humans.
However, danger often coexists with opportunity.
At first, people who were frightened by the crocodiles quickly realized and started hunting them aggressively.
These fierce beasts weren't even enough to share among everyone.
The title of dominant species of blue star and the position at the top of the food chain were not earned for no reason. Soon, people driven to madness by hunger would eat the crocodiles almost to the point of extinction. In her past life, Annan also survived after eating crocodile meat when she was on the verge of starving to death. However, in this life, she wouldn't risk her life to hunt crocodiles with others. In her space, she had enough chicken, duck, beef, and mutton, all kinds of red and white meats, to last her until the end of her life. There was no need to eat meat soaked in foul water. That water contained not only people's household garbage, urine, and feces, but also decayed corpses.
She didn't want to put any meat pulled from that water into her mouth.
She decided not to take up other people's survival resources. I won't fight for it, all of it is yours. Just like Annan, another person who thought of the crocodiles as food was Chu Pei. She had been staying at home for a while, recuperating her body and not going out to search for food. Every day was spent learning acupuncture and practicing marksmanship. Although her skills in both shooting and medicine had improved, the food that Annan gave her was gradually running out.
She needed to find a way to go out and look for food.
One day, just as she was about to leave, she saw a terrifying sight outside the window. For a moment, she was filled with fear. I'm glad I didn't rush out, or I would be one of them in the water right now. Then, as she stared at the crocodiles chewing contentedly, a thought suddenly popped into her mind. Is it possible that instead of it eating me, I can eat it?
Chapter 50. Why do you only have 3 legs? Think about it, and act.
Previously, to study Annan's dizziness, Chu Pei had carefully retrieved the empty bottle of sleeping pills that she had thrown on the ground.
Now it was just the right time to use it. She added a little water into the bottle and shook it vigorously.
Then she threw the nails that came with the nail gun into the bottle to soak them.
According to Annan, she only inhaled a little, and immediately had a reaction, so soaking them for an hour should be enough, right? An hour passed, and Chu Pei saw that the crocodiles had eaten their fill and were now quietly floating in the water. She then took a bone knife in one hand and a nail gun in the other, heading to the 7th floor window. There was not a single crocodile by the window. They were all gathered on the opposite side of the building in the water. At this moment, both the water surface and the community were eerily quiet. Because of the horrible scene earlier, no one dared to go out to look for supplies anymore. Taking advantage of the relative safety of the environment, Chu Pei stood by the window and slowly extended the arm holding the nail gun, trying to attract the crocodiles. At this moment, most of the crocodiles had eaten their fill and were lazily staying still, with only one still swimming uneasily. This particular crocodile was rather weak and had failed to compete with the others earlier. It had even ended up with its right front leg in another crocodile's mouth during the food fight, only to be bitten and flipped over in a death roll, turning it into a disabled crocodile. It had been dazed at that time. By the time it regained its senses, there were no more human limbs floating on the water. Its companions had eaten to their heart's content, leaving nothing for it. Only one is left still hungry. It was swimming in the water, feeling upset, when suddenly it caught the smell of food. It quickly swam towards it. With one of its front legs missing, its swimming speed was a bit slower. When it reached near the building's window, it saw a human leaning out with an arm stretched outside. What does this mean? Is this person going to feed me? You're surprisingly nice. Knowing this crocodile is missing a front leg, you specially brought food to me? Chu Pei watched as a crocodile swam closer to her, feeling a bit nervous. This was the first time she had ever hunted a ferocious beast. She didn't know if the drug residue on the darts would work. As the crocodile came right in front of her, it opened its huge mouth. Chu Pei immediately pulled her hand back, while shooting several darts at it. These days practice wasn't wasted, not a single dart was wasted, and each shot hit the crocodile accurately. Annan had chosen the most powerful nail gun, and because it shot quickly and had a short range, even though crocodile skin is tough and thick, the darts still pierced the flesh. As it opened its big mouth, 3 darts went straight into its gaping maw. The crocodile also took 2 darts to its body. After feeling pain, it closed its long mouth, causing the last dart to shoot directly into its eye. This unlucky crocodile thrashed around wildly in the water, creating splashes everywhere. Seeing its massive body roaring in the water made Chu Pei feel a bit scared. So she shot it a few more times. Until all the drug-soaked darts were used up, it finally stopped thrashing. Looking at the now quiet crocodile, Chu Pei's face was filled with surprise. Did it really work? She cautiously looked around to ensure there were no other crocodiles nearby before leaning forward to poke at it with a bone knife. Seeing that it had truly passed out, she quickly extended her arm to pull it towards her. The crocodile was bigger than her. Chu Pei used all her strength, gritted her teeth, and finally dragged it through the window. Huh? Why does this crocodile only have 3 legs? Throwing it onto the landing in the corridor, Chu Pei was at a loss. She had seen her grandma slaughter pigs in the countryside when she was little, but she had never seen anyone deal with this kind of thing. How should she kill it? Chu Pei thought for a moment but didn't dare waste too much time. She didn't know how long the drug would last on a beast, and it would be a problem if it woke up. Forget it, since it's an animal like a pig, it's just about slicing its throat, letting it bleed, and skinning it. Chu Pei swiftly took down the wire she had wrapped around her waist before going out and nervously wrapped it around the crocodile's mouth. This step was essential. When she started cutting, it would surely wake up in pain, and she wouldn't be able to handle it then. After wrapping the wire tightly, she still felt uneasy and added several layers of tape as well. Then Chu Pei took a deep breath, stomped her foot down strongly. Then she sat down heavily on the steps. At this moment, a sentence from her teacher's class suddenly echoed in her mind. The biggest difference between humans and animals is the creation and use of tools. The teacher did not lie to me. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, tools. How could she possibly overpower this big creature in close combat? Chu Pei looked at the crocodile meat on the ground, and a great sense of satisfaction surged within her. The last time she felt this way was when she was finally accepted into her desired medical university all those years ago. After years of steady learning and progress in the medical field, she never expected that one day she would have to fight a crocodile to the death. Her fierce battle attracted the neighbors from nearby floors. When they stepped out, they saw Chu Pei wildly chopping at the crocodile's head with a big knife. Everyone was stunned by the sight of her slaying the crocodile. People stood far away, no one dared to step forward to help, but when they saw she truly killed the crocodile and was sitting down to rest, they all gathered around. Chu Pei, you are amazing. Such a big crocodile, you can't eat it all by yourself. Why not share some with us? Yeah. When your husband was alive, I was good friends with him. He used to call me brother. I know you are a doctor, and doctors are the kindest, saving lives and healing the wounded. Please, save our family. Share some meat with us.
Chu Pepe stood up from the steps, raised her nail gun, and coldly looked at them. Step back, don't come any closer.
Chapter 51, Human Punching Bag.
Due to the psychological shadow left by Nan previously, the neighbors no longer dared to underestimate any fierce woman. Especially since this woman had just killed a crocodile.
That was a crocodile.
Everyone stopped in their tracks, speaking sweet words, but their bodies did not draw closer. Chu Pepe understood well the saying, a common man is innocent, but having treasure brings trouble. Once she carried so much crocodile meat home, countless people would want to break into her house. She did not have Nan's ability to withstand a crowd offensive. After all, a crocodile was just fierce. Compared to cunning humans, who possess high intelligence and can use tools, they are much more terrifying than wild beasts.
She would rather fight a crocodile than face a large group of humans.
Moreover, now the electricity was out at home, the refrigerator could not be used, and if she carried so much crocodile meat alone, it would spoil before she could eat it. Therefore, she agreed to share the crocodile meat with the neighbors, on the condition that they trade other food for it. After all, dry food is much easier to preserve than fresh meat. As a concession, she proposed that 1 pound of dry food could be exchanged for 2 pounds of fresh meat. If there was no dry food, they could also trade other supplies like bottled water, candles, gas tanks, etc. People rushed to exchange with her.
Everyone had not eaten meat in a long time.
Except for a few vegetarians, others were nibbling on biscuits, bread, rice, and coarse grains daily, and they had had enough. The crocodile in Chu Pepe's hands was nearly 3 meters long, weighing over 200 pounds, and could yield more than 100 pounds of crocodile meat. Even the remaining bones and entrails were wanted by someone. Within a few hours, everything was exchanged clean. However, Chu Pepe deliberately kept some of the meat aside. And Nan was practicing punching on a punching bag at home when she suddenly heard a knock on her hallway door. She walked over to open the door, surprised to find Chu Pepe standing at the. But unexpectedly, the first to act was Chu Pepe.
And Nan couldn't help but praise, "You're pretty fierce. You actually took down a crocodile by yourself." Chu Pepe felt a bit embarrassed.
"It's not that I'm fierce, it's the weapon you gave me that's powerful. I soaked the nails you gave me in that previous bottle of drug, and then stunned the crocodile with the nail gun.
That crocodile didn't seem too smart. It lost a leg, and I tricked it over here in just a few moves." And Nan. That drug bottle? Damn.
The Bai siblings truly are something. Giving her such a strong medicine, and even a bit of residue could knock out a crocodile. No wonder she still feels dizzy from time to time. If it weren't for having Dr. Chu Pepe by her side, helping her research acupuncture methods, would she still be suffering side effects?
The more she thought about it, the angrier she got.
No way, she had to go downstairs later to beat them up. Chu Pepe handed the crocodile meat to Nan. The other meat was shared with the neighbors, but I saved the best part for you.
And Nan frowned, "They took your crocodile meat?" "No."
Chu Pepe playfully winked at her, "I sold it to them and got a lot of supplies in return."
"That's fine then."
And Nan nodded, selling it to them is the right choice, keeping it at home wouldn't last long anyway, it would spoil.
"Yeah, I thought the same as you."
Chu Pepe said, pushing the meat forward, "This is yours, no charge." And Nan thought for a moment, if she refused free food, it would make her stockpile at home seem too much. 3 months have passed since the disaster struck, if they still lacked nothing, it would be rather strange. So even though she didn't eat it, she accepted the crocodile meat from Chu Pepe. She couldn't take it for free, and as a thank you, and Nan wanted to give her some dry food in exchange.
But this time Chu Pepe firmly refused, "And Nan, I owe you too much.
If it weren't for you helping me in my toughest time, I wouldn't exist now. This meat is just a small token of my appreciation, it's not as precious as the medicine you gave me." After saying that, she dashed back home. And Nan watched her figure, feeling even more appreciation for her.
What a wonderful woman, strong and grateful. Just her handwriting is a bit ugly.
And Nan recalled that note resembling a chicken claw. She smiled a little, took the meat back home, stored it, then changed her clothes to prepare to go downstairs.
Fugui saw her about to go out, clawing at her while barking, "Ow, ow, ow. Sister Nan, what are you going to do again? You haven't finished practicing your punches yet."
And Nan crouched down and patted its head, "You wait nicely at home for me, I'm just going outside to hit a sandbag."
She walked to the 8th floor and ran into Bai Wenbin and Bai Inger returning from outside.
The siblings had gone out early today and were terrified when they saw crocodiles all over the water upon return.
Fortunately, they were all full and didn't attack them. Bai Wenbin paddled the newly acquired kayak, quickly rowing towards their building.
Entering through the 7th floor window, they saw a lot of bloodstains and a few fallen crocodile teeth in the hallway.
What happened?
He felt apprehensive as he led his cousin home. Just as he was about to close the door after entering, he saw Nan had followed him in, and immediately threw a punch. His nose was instantly bloodied.
Bai Wenbin covered his nose, and Nan. "Don't go too far. Where do you get the right to come in and hit people for no reason?
Seeing her raise her hand again to strike, Bai Wenbin hurriedly lifted his hand, trying to block her arm. Unexpectedly, and Nan, with her great strength, made his actions feel like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and his arm was nearly twisted off.
And Nan glared fiercely, "Don't move, be obedient, or I'll kill you." Bai Wenbin dared not move anymore, holding his head with his hands, quietly enduring.
It's not that he didn't resist. He had resisted a million times. It never worked.
This time, and Nan did not use any weapon.
That iron-like fist struck him, as if it had broken his bones directly. He didn't even know why he had angered this lady again. Just when he felt he was about to faint, the other party finally stopped. Bai Wenbin breathed a sigh of relief, raised his head, but saw her turn around and beat Shan Inger again.
Shan Inger was beaten for no apparent reason, her already dazed eyes looked even more foolish. Crying and also dripping snot.
And Nan beat her for a while, then stopped, complaining she was too dirty. She crossed her hands and moved her wrists. Ding, today's boxing session has been clocked in. Chapter 52 Bai Wenbin sells chrysanthemums. Bai Wenbin saw her finally stopped, helplessly asked, "Why did you come to hit us again today?"
Is it just to practice punching?
No matter how hard he tried to think, he would never guess that it was Chu Pei who brought this disaster with a drugged nail.
Stop talking nonsense.
And Nan impatiently pushed him away, directly shoving him onto the sofa.
Bai Wenbin instantly bounced up with a loud ow. His reaction was even greater than when she beat him just now.
And Nan looked at him in confusion.
What happened? Did he grow hemorrhoids?
Seeing the enemy in misfortune was so delightful it could make her live a year longer.
And Nan playfully pushed him again. Ah. Bai Wenbin screamed on the sofa as if being butchered, beads of sweat popping out on his forehead. What's going on? Having hemorrhoids shouldn't hurt this much, right? She turned to look at the still crying Shan Inger. What's wrong with him?
Shan Inger had just been beaten by her, carefully shrank her head back, and replied honestly.
Brother was hit in the butt by a pervert. The pervert didn't hit Inger, but hit brother.
And Nan was stunned upon hearing this, and when she reacted, she looked at Bai Wenbin meaningfully.
Haven't seen you in a while, what have you been busy with lately?
Bai Wenbin's face turned pale with anger when he heard his cousin blabbing everything. Shan Inger is having a mental problem now, don't listen to her nonsense. And Nan curled her lips, putting her hands behind her back and wandering around his house. Not bad, you've bought quite a lot of things.
Bai Wenbin watched her warily. What are you planning to do again? You can hit me, but don't take my food and supplies. Otherwise, I will fight you to the death.
And Nan burst into laughter.
No, I'm a good person, how could I take away the things you worked hard to sell flowers for?
Sell what flowers?
Chrysanthemums, of course. Ah, I'm dying of laughter. Bai Wenbin's face was extremely ugly. And Nan no longer paid attention to him and happily left.
Today she wouldn't throw things, leaving him a way out, seeing how hard he was trying to live, just to see how much worse it could get. In her previous life, relying on her space, they were not starved but at least didn't lose their dignity. Unexpectedly, after leaving her, this was the first disaster, and the siblings ended up in this mess. If the sister had sold her body and became silly, that would be one thing, but even the brother had taken up this line of work.
Life is truly not easy.
The news of Chu Pei's battle with the alligator quickly spread in the neighborhood, opening up new ideas as people began to imitate her, trying to find ways to kill alligators to fill their stomachs.
For a time, things outside became lively again.
One day, while studying acupuncture, Chu Pei suddenly heard a knock on her door. She leaned into the peephole to look outside, and it was a man. He looked clean and handsome, fair-skinned, and even wore golden-rimmed glasses. The knock was very soft, unlike someone looking for trouble. So she spoke up, "Is there something?"
"Hello, I'm Zhao Ping'an from the top floor, Annan on the 14th floor recommended me to come find you."
Annan recommended?
Top floor Zhao Ping'an? The one who, like Annan, had so much supplies he was attacked by all the neighbors?
He probably wouldn't covet the little things in her house.
But out of caution, Chu Pei still didn't open the door and spoke through it. "Hello Zhao Ping'an, what can I do for you?" "It's like this. Annan said you know acupuncture, could you please help take a look at my mother's leg injury?"
When it comes to acupuncture, Chu Pei feels relieved. It seems that it was indeed Nan who recommended her, as only Nan knows that she can do acupuncture.
She immediately opens the door and asks, "What's wrong with your mother?"
"She hurt her knee while dancing at home this morning, and now she's too scared to walk."
"Can you help her?" Upon hearing this, Chu Pei nods her head. Such joint injuries are usually easy to treat.
As long as the needles are applied in time, she will recover in a few days. While saying this, she can't help but think, this family is living quite well. While others are struggling to eat and walk with difficulty, this aunt has enough energy to dance at home. Zhao Ping'an breathes a sigh of relief upon hearing her answer. He was worried about not finding a doctor in time, but didn't expect there to be one right downstairs. Indeed, idols are reliable, surely the person they recommend can't be bad either. Then please follow me upstairs.
Don't worry about the consultation fee, since a Nan recommended you, I definitely won't pay you less.
Chu Pei nods, feeling warm inside, and Nan is really good to her. She didn't expect that knocking on the door for medicine would lead her to a benefactor. She grabs her needles and follows Zhao Pingan upstairs.
Zhao Pingan's home is full of supplies, so he doesn't easily let people in.
Instead, he brings his mother outside to treat her in the space between units 1501 and 1502.
Hu Tsuilan sits in a chair, looking anxious.
Child, tell your aunt the truth.
Does it hurt? Why does this aunt act like a child? Chu Pei smiles gently. Don't be nervous, it won't hurt. You can close your eyes.
After needling the acupuncture points on her knee, and upon hearing from Zhao Pingan that she also has manic depressive disorder, she casually adds a few more needles for calming and soothing. 40 minutes later, as she removes the needles, Hu Tsuilan stands up and finds that although she still can't walk freely, it doesn't hurt as much anymore. She exclaims in surprise, "Young lady, your medical skills are impressive. If you keep getting treated for a week, the effect will only get better.
I can come up every day for the next few days."
After the treatment, Zhao Pingan hands her a bag of potatoes, a bag of greens, and a few bottles of mineral water as payment. Chu Pei looks at the bag of greens, shocked in her heart.
After 3 months of disasters, he still has fresh greens to eat?
Not to mention that this fresh vegetable is worth a lot. As if seeing what she was thinking, Zhao Pingan explains, "My mom has been idle at home, so she likes to grow some vegetables. If you like them, I can give you vegetables for the consultation fee in the future." His family has a generator in seeds, and he has also developed new fertilizers, so they will not be short on vegetables anytime soon.
Chu Pei does not refuse.
Currently, her family has crocodile meat and some dry food and supplies exchanged from neighbors, but they lack vegetables. 3 months without vegetables has made her stomach feel uncomfortable.
After leaving Zhao Pingan's, Chu Pei heads directly to the 14th floor.
Since Nan introduced her to the patient, she naturally wants to share some of what she gets. Especially with these vegetables, they are simply too good. Now, whenever Chu Pei has something good, she immediately wants to share it with her. And Nan opens the door and sees her standing outside with a bright smile.
"And Nan, thank you for introducing me to the patient. I came to bring you some vegetables."
And Nan looks at the things in her hands.
These must be grown by Zhao Pingan's family, right? They are really good things.
But she has plenty in her own space, so there's no need to take hers.
She waves her hand and declines. "It seems that your aunt's treatment is effective."
"I don't need this, just help me treat my dizziness." Chu Pei insists, trying to push it into Nan's hands for a long time. Seeing her insistence not to accept, she has no choice but to give up. The success of the treatments today has greatly boosted Chu Pei's confidence. "I have been doing well recently, I'll start needling you tomorrow."
And Nan smiles, "Good." Just as they are talking, a furious roar suddenly echoes from behind Chu Pei. Little SL*TS on the 14th floor. Bring your life here. Chapter 53, Revenge.
A thin, white-haired old lady holds a kitchen knife. She rushed over in a mad frenzy. Chu Pei had her back turned and didn't notice her, while Nan's view was blocked by Chu Pei, so neither of them noticed when she sneaked upstairs. By the time they noticed her, she had already rushed to the door. The crazy woman looked frail, but somehow had the strength to push Chu Pei down with one shove. Then, she raised a kitchen knife and swung it at Nan. And Nan's pupils contracted sharply, but her reaction was fast. She immediately crouched down, dodging the attack. At the same time, she placed her hands on the ground, shifted her weight to her left leg, and swiftly swept her right leg toward the woman's ankle. With a sweep of her leg, the crazy woman fell to the ground. When she fell, she lost grip on the knife, which fell directly onto her own thigh. Before she could scream in pain, Nan quickly moved forward, pulled the knife out, and then struck down again. Blood splattered all over her instantly, but Nan didn't hesitate. She pulled the knife up and struck again. One strike after another, she continued hacking for over 20 strikes, each one fatal. Thud, 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 it sounded like chopping bones. Until the person on the ground stopped breathing, and Nan finally tossed the broken knife aside. The knife was of poor quality to begin with, and now it was so dull from her slashes. She let out a sigh of relief and slowly stood up, supporting herself on her knee. Can't rush it, the adrenaline was high earlier, and she was afraid of brain hypoxia if she stood too quickly. Chu Pei, standing beside her, was frozen in shock, unable to say a word. From when she was knocked to the ground to when the crazy woman lost her breath, it took less than a minute. In that fleeting moment, Nan had completed a counterattack. The scene was drenched in bright red blood, truly gruesome. Nan pulled Chu Pei, who was still stunned, to her feet. "Are you scared, silly?" Chu Pei subconsciously nodded, then quickly shook her head.
No, no. And Nan looked at her and couldn't help but tease, you, the warrior who fought a crocodile, got scared by such a small scene? This crazy woman isn't even enough to be a toothpick for that crocodile. Chu Pei hurriedly explained, how can it be compared? That time I had your nail gun, and this time you were barehanded, relying on yourself. To be honest, if that crazy woman had attacked her, she would definitely be dead by now. And Nan's reaction was really fast. Not only did she dodge the sneak attack in an instant, but she also used the woman's own weapon to turn the tables. After she regained her composure, Chu Pei curiously asked, who is this person? Why did she try to kill you? And Nan shook her head. I don't know, never seen her before. Who cares who she is? As long as she came at me, she's dead. Chu Pei stared at the person on the ground for a long time, then suddenly said, huh? Isn't this old lady Lu? She squatted down, brushed aside the messy white hair, and took a closer look at the face of the person on the ground. High cheekbones, a face like a shoe insole. Although she was thin and a little disfigured, it was still possible to recognize old lady Lu's sharp, mean expression. It's her. Old lady Lu. Chu Pei explained to Nan, she's the mother of the Lu brothers who used to live on the 7th floor. And Nan suddenly realized. She didn't know old lady Lu, but she remembered the Lu brothers. They came to her house to sneak in and pry open the lock, and ended up becoming her first kill in this life. So, this is their mother? It's no wonder Nan didn't recognize her, since this old lady never dared to come near her. When her sons died, she only cried in the hallway with the neighbors, and never dared to come to Nan's door to cause trouble. Chu Pei looked at old lady Lu and curiously asked, wasn't this old lady kicked out because she lost the house to the tenants on the 5th and 6th floors? How did she survive until now? But she didn't dare to come to find trouble with you back then, so why did she suddenly come to attack today? The person was already dead, and Nan didn't care, she shrugged indifferently. Probably had no other choice, wanted to drag me down with her on the way out? People, no matter how cowardly, always find endless courage when they reach the end of their lives. Even billionaires cherish their lives. Who is afraid of anyone when facing terminal illness? Chu Pei nodded, she was kicked out of her home. It's a miracle she has survived until now. She probably knows she can't hold on much longer, which is why she came to ambush you. Ambush? And Nan curled her lips in disdain. Who ambushes while shouting slogans? Does she think she's acting in a TV drama? She hasn't even struck anyone yet, but is already yelling like a broken gong. How ridiculous. At this moment, Chu Pei had fully recovered from her fright and spat at the person on the ground. Those two Lu brothers brought this on themselves. I say that old lady is not worthy of pity, luckily, she didn't hurt you. As she spoke, she looked at Nan with admiration, you are really impressive, I was so scared just now. And Nan smiled, with time, you can do it too. Chu Pei paused, then quickly waved her hand, no, let's not take too long. I just hope this flood evaporates soon. She clenched her fist, her eyes shining, our lives will eventually return to normal. And Nan did not respond. The flood will indeed evaporate completely, as the scorching heat will take center stage. But she wouldn't crush Chu Pei's confidence. After all, people need hope to have the courage to move forward step by step. The two lifted Lu Grandma's body and tossed it out the window into the hallway. With a splash, a huge wave erupted on the water's surface. Several crocodiles raced over. Soon, another life quietly disappeared from this world. In the days that followed, Chu Pei first went to the 14th floor to help Nan with acupuncture, then went to the 15th floor to treat Hu Tsuilan's leg. A week passed, and both of them gradually regained their health. And Nan quickly did several squats and no longer felt dizzy. She exclaimed in surprise, your acupuncture technique is really good, it cures the illness. Through this treatment, she had more anticipation for traditional Chinese medicine. Sister Pei, keep studying, and in a few days, check my pulse to see if there is any dampness or coldness. If so, use acupuncture to help me adjust. You earn food, and I earn a body that is strong and unbreakable. We'll improve together. Chu Pei smiled brightly and agreed. She thought to herself, this little girl really treasures her life. What Chu Pei didn't know was that for Nan, since she could live again, simply surviving wasn't enough. She wanted to live more freely, more brilliantly, and more strongly. And Nan's dream was simple and unadorned. That was to have both an attractive figure and a body as strong as an ox. With the appearance of the crocodiles, many other fish species soon appeared in the water. People cheered, thankful that they no longer had to go hungry. Everyone thought of ways to catch the aquatic creatures. And because of the familiarity gained from treating illnesses, Zhao Ping'an, Chu Pei, and Nan began cooperating. Chapter 54, Water Market. Zhao Ping'an's home indeed had lots of stored grains and vegetables, but lacked meat. The frozen meat they had bought earlier was already gone.
Both mother and son were meat lovers, and during this period, they relied entirely on snacks like spicy chicken feet swapped from a nan to satisfy their cravings for meat. Thus, once the various fish appeared in the water, they immediately became Zhao Ping'an's target. However, his biggest problem was that neither he nor his mother could swim. So he invited the good swimmer Chu Pei Pei to go fishing together. That way, if he fell into the water, there would be someone to save him. No matter if she could save him or not, at least with Chu Pei Pei on the boat, he would feel a bit safer. The situation in the water was complicated. Although Zhao Ping'an's family had a kayak, it was nowhere near as tough and safe as a speedboat, so they went to a nan to borrow one. And Nan was initially not interested in the fishing plan, but they warmly invited her and allowed her to just bring the boat without having to go herself, and finally, they would all share the catch. After thinking it over, Nan agreed. However, since she didn't put in any effort, she firmly took the smallest share. Zhao Ping'an made a fishing device himself, equipped with the latest developed strong sedative, and together with Chu Pei Pei, they cooperated to successfully kill many crocodiles. They also caught a lot of other fish. With everyone fishing for aquatic products, people finally alleviated their hunger. They even formed a large water market for trading. The fish caught by everyone were all different and could be exchanged with each other. Those who couldn't fish could also barter grains for meat. For those with no food at all, they could trade some survival supplies for grains. For a moment, the water market was bustling. Annan, who had stayed at home for a long time, also thought about going to the trading market to see if there were any chemical fertilizers. Since she planned to grow medicinal herbs in the space in the future, fertilizers were definitely essential. For now, she used her and the rich man's manure to ferment some farm fertilizer, but she still needed various chemical fertilizers to feel at ease. At the same time, Zhao Ping'an and Chu Pei Pei also wanted to stroll around the market. Besides the crocodile meat they kept for themselves and the fish turned into dried fish, they planned to take the extra to the market to exchange for more useful supplies. So the three agreed to go out together. A few of them sat in Annan's speedboat, dragging Zhao Ping'an's kayak behind. Even so, they couldn't fit all the crocodile meat inside, so they had to leave some at home, planning to make another trip the next day. The location of the water market was on a wide expanse of water in the Zhongguan district. When the three arrived, the market was at its liveliest, with constant shouts echoing. Fresh fish meat. Is there anyone who wants some? Rice soaked in floodwater, low price for those who want it. Knives and axes, we only accept dry food in exchange. The whole market was filled with the most primitive barter, and no one wanted cash. After all, for most people now, filling their stomachs was the most important thing. Cash can't be eaten. The group paddled their boat in a circle and discovered there was indeed everything for trade, although fish types were in the majority. However, Annan had not seen any fertilizer available for trading. After all, no one would carry such a thing back to their homes, it was likely all submerged under the water by now. Annan frowned and thought, if I wear diving gear to retrieve them, would they still be usable? While she was pondering, Zhao Ping'an suddenly pointed ahead in surprise and said, look, there's actually someone selling chicks. Wow, it's amazing, 3 months after the natural disaster, there are still surviving chickens? The few slowly steered the boat closer. They saw a large cardboard box on the other person's boat, filled with chirping yellow chicks. Since these little chicks had barely any meat on them, raising them would take time and food, so there weren't many people checking out this stall. The elderly man selling the chicks immediately greeted them enthusiastically as the group approached. Are you all here to buy chicks? He had been waiting here for several hours, and not a single person showed interest in trading. Seeing their interest, he quickly began to recommend with great enthusiasm. Annan had enough chicken meat in her space, so she didn't need to worry about raising chickens at home. They were already raising a rich man at home. As for Chu Pei Pei, her family had limited food and couldn't spare the energy to raise chickens. On the contrary, Zhao Ping'an was very interested. His family lacked for nothing in grains and vegetables, but they were short on meat, especially a continuous supply of it. He looked at these chicks with shining eyes. If the chickens lay eggs, and the eggs hatch into chickens, in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about not having meat to eat. He eagerly inquired, what do these little ones eat? The elderly man replied enthusiastically, just feed them millet every day. If it weren't for the fact that my family has no extra grain, I wouldn't sell them. I tell you, these chickens are lucky stars. If it weren't for my wife enjoying some farming at home, we wouldn't have survived to this point. Zhao Ping'an didn't care about any star of fortune, he only saw fragrant crispy fried chicken, yellow braised chicken, 3-cup chicken, big plate chicken, and salt-baked chicken waving at him in line. After some haggling, he finally exchanged 2 pounds of crocodile meat for 10 little chicks. The group continued to browse the market. There were many people selling fish at the market, but it was very rare to find someone like them who brought 2 boats of crocodile meat. After all, catching crocodiles is very difficult, and their meat is relatively firm, providing a strong sense of fullness. Therefore, the meat in their hands was very sought after, and it didn't take long for them to trade for many items. Chupepe managed to exchange for 100 pounds of various staples like millet, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, as well as 2 boxes of mineral water, 3 boxes of matches, and 2 gas tanks. Zhao Pingyan traded for some hardware parts, 80 pounds of millet, 10 little chicks, and a pair of rabbits. The elderly woman selling rabbits kept patting him on the shoulder.
Young man, you have a great eye. These things breed like crazy. In 30 days, a litter of over 10.
They pass down through generations, you won't eat them all up. Zhao Pingyan nodded vigorously and even urged Nan to buy a pair to raise. And Nan herself didn't particularly enjoy rabbit meat, she had bought some at the farmer's market before and later cleared out a rabbit den on the hill. So she declined, saying, I won't raise them, rabbits smell too strong at home. Zhao Pingyan nodded in agreement. Indeed, not everyone has 2 houses on the same floor like he does.
Even if raising animals is smelly, it wouldn't affect them.
He chuckled and said, that's fine, when I raise them well, I'll bring you a few to eat. After 2 hours of browsing, Zhao Pingyan and Chupepe had traded quite a bit, while Nan, with her piece of crocodile meat, had been unable to make any successful trades. She already had a stock of these items in her space, fresher than what they had, so there was no need to trade. Not finding fertilizer, Nan called for the 2 to prepare to head back home.
They would come back tomorrow to try their luck again.
At that moment, a new trading boat happened to come by. Nan glanced casually and then instantly changed her mind.
Chapter 55, Roadblock and Robbery.
On the boat, a man had set up a small bench with a tray on it, filled with gold and silver jewelry.
If it were before the disaster, who would display so many valuable ornaments so openly on the street? But now, people were not interested in these things at all. A gold necklace? Can it be eaten?
It's worth less than a pound of millet. Although others were uninterested, Nan discovered a treasure inside.
A jade bracelet in excellent condition. This was a good thing for her.
Although the size of her space didn't increase, it still consumed jade, and the bracelet on her hand would continue to improve in quality. Therefore, Nan firmly believed the space was still upgrading, although she hadn't yet figured out exactly what upgraded. Nan called to the man and had the boat come closer.
The man's expression brightened. Someone was coming to trade with him so soon?
He had already traded these items with his neighbors in his own community, but no one wanted to exchange with him. So he thought to come here to try his luck with more people at the market. The 2 bargained for a long time, and in the end, Nan exchanged 4 pounds of crocodile meat to obtain it.
Nan admired the jade bracelet, feeling very satisfied.
This trade was a great profit for her. After all, 1 pound of crocodile meat was worth around 100 yuan before the disaster. 4 pounds of crocodile meat was less than 500 yuan. But this bracelet, with its ample water content, aged quality, and green hue, would have cost no less than 50,000 yuan before the disaster. Most importantly, it could help her upgrade her space. The man on the opposite side was also very happy. Though this bracelet once held a high value, very few people were buying it now. Before, he couldn't even trade a pound of millet with his neighbor, but now he had surprisingly exchanged for a full 4 pounds of crocodile meat. Both parties said their goodbyes with satisfaction. After exchanging the jade bracelets, Annan and the other 2 turned around to head home.
Just as they exited the Zhongguan district, they saw 5 kayaks ahead, lined up horizontally, blocking the way.
Annan cautiously stopped the boat and called to Zhao Pingyan and Chupepe.
There's something going on up ahead.
Hearing this, Zhao Pingyan and Chupepe quickly picked up their weapons. Annan also crouched down and grabbed the chainsaw and nail gun that had been prepared on the speedboat. She had guessed that it would be hard to go out with 2 boats full of supplies, so she took the chainsaw and nail gun out in advance. Fortunately, she had foresight, otherwise, it wouldn't be proper to suddenly pull out such big weapons in front of Chupepe and Zhao Pingyan. At this time, the group on the opposite side was extremely excited. Brothers, I told you that those who can go to the market are big shots.
How many fat sheep have we seen so far?
They stared greedily at the supplies piled up in their boat, cheering with desire. Charge!
More supplies are coming. Quick! Everyone, move forward together.
Several boats moved in parallel, getting closer and closer to them. Chupepe looked at the row of roadblock tigers, gripping her nail gun, sweat accumulating in her palms. Annan noticed her tension and softly reassured her.
Stay steady, don't panic, aim for their kayaks.
Having said that, she took the lead in shooting at the boats opposite. Seeing this, Chupepe hurriedly followed suit. The 2 of them had practiced their shooting skills often, so almost every nail hit its mark. In an instant, the 5 kayaks opposite began to slowly leak air, and several people were also injured by their shots. Seeing their method of attack, the opposite side immediately panicked. Hurry! Get closer! Long-range combat was very unfavorable for them, but as long as they got close enough to their boat, they could easily take out the 3 of them with overwhelming numbers. Several boats quickly moved closer. Annan saw this and tucked the nail gun at her waist and revved up the chainsaw.
Vroom vroom.
The deafening roar rang out instantly, and the sharp saw blade spun rapidly.
The group opposite was dumbfounded. What's going on?
Looking at that terrifying machine, everyone's hearts raced, and no one dared to advance.
Come on, they only had kitchen knives, wrenches, and fire axes in hand. How could they dare get closer to them?
Originally planning to use numbers to overpower them, the group was suddenly confused.
What's going on? Aren't we supposed to fight? Why aren't they following the rules of combat?
But at this moment, their own boats had already begun to leak air, and if they couldn't take down the three, they would be in danger of falling into the water. A few guys with longer weapons had to muster their courage and advance. Others saw this and shrunk back behind them, looking for a chance to sneak attack. Annen's chainsaw wasn't a weapon for mass damage, so it couldn't take down so many people at once. But now, she had partners beside her.
The three of them stood together on the speedboat.
Annen held the chainsaw, defending all sides. Whoever dared to get close was directly mangled by the saw.
With her blocking the intruders, Chu Pei was able to confidently and boldly aim and shoot with the nail gun.
With Annen standing guard, she felt secure, her hand steady, and she rarely missed a shot.
Zhao Pingan was in charge of checking for leaks. He held a homemade spear over 4 meters long, smeared with potent tranquilizers for crocodiles, standing guard beside Annen.
Anyone who crossed the line would get hit by a thrust from the spear.
The three worked together, quickly causing the opponents to panic and flee. 5 minutes later,
Chu Pei saw that all those people had fallen into the water and lost their fighting ability, so she put away the nail gun. She looked at the 20 or so people, unable to believe that they had been defeated by just the 3 of them. For a moment, her confidence soared. On the other side, Annen also put down the chainsaw and took the nail gun that was tucked at her waist back out. She raised her gun.
Aim at the water surface.
A gust of wind blew, lifting the loose hairs at her forehead.
Her voice, gentle, drifted through the wind and fell into Chu Pei's ears. Let me teach you one more move. Leave no one alive.
Saying this, Annen mercilessly shot at those still thrashing on the water's surface, each shot aimed at the temples. Those hit by her bullets quickly ceased to struggle. Chu Pei and Zhao Pingan were momentarily stunned. Then, they quickly reacted, following her and finishing off each one. The water surface gradually returned to calm. The three looked ahead and discovered another boat, unmanned, resting not far away. It was filled with supplies.
It seemed this group had robbed quite a few people before attacking them.
Annen and the others moved closer, gathering up their ill-gotten gains. About 300 pounds of potatoes, various miscellaneous rations, some snacks, boxes of bottled water.
There were even 3 large gas canisters.
Not only the supplies, but they also took the kayak that held them.
After finishing gathering the supplies, Annen drove the speedboat home. On the way, no one spoke again.
This was Zhao Pingan and Chu Pei's first time killing someone with their own hands. In the past, they only chased away those who bullied them, but they had never gone to the extent of leaving no survivors. When they moved just now, there was some tension and a sense of guilt, but it wasn't as terrifying as they had imagined.
They even experienced an indescribable thrill.
A fresh experience never encountered in a peaceful era, the ruthless crushing of the weak by the strong. It felt as if, by getting their hands dirty this time, something inside them had changed. The speedboat soon returned to the community. The originally dazed Chu Pei suddenly exclaimed.
Look, hasn't the water level dropped? Chapter 56, Shocking the Neighbors. The water level had indeed dropped a bit.
Chu Pei clearly remembered that 10 days ago, when she first caught a crocodile, the water was just 2 centimeters below the 7th floor window. Now looking again, the water level had actually dropped to halfway between the 6th and 7th floors.
If it drops a bit more, the 6th floor will be exposed.
Annen recalled that in her previous life, the water would take almost 4 months to completely disappear after the disaster struck. And now, it had been over 3 months since the heavy rain, so according to her previous timeline, the water level should indeed be starting to drop.
Looking at Chu Pei's excited expression, she nodded. The water level has indeed dropped.
Both Chu Pei and Zhao Pingan were thrilled, especially Chu Pei, whose eyes sparkled.
Do you think the disaster is finally coming to an end? Annen glanced around.
I don't know if the disaster is over, but you should wake up quickly.
We are in the community now, not home.
At this moment, the people in the community were eyeing their 3 boats with watchful stares. On the boats were the food that Chu Pei and Zhao Pingan had traded for, along with the crocodile meat Annen hadn't finished exchanging, and the fully loaded boat of stolen supplies. No matter whether it was the people on the water or those leaning out of the windows above, they all fixated on the bountiful supplies they had. Their eyes were filled with greed.
Noticing the strange atmosphere, Chu Pei and Zhao Pingan stood up nervously.
Annen signaled Zhao Pingan to take over the speedboat and continue towards home, while she lifted the chainsaw and revved it up. The roar was deafening.
The people above and below were instantly awakened by the noise. This was a chainsaw?
Seeing the chainsaw, everyone immediately thought of the infamous female demon of the community. The chainsaw murderer from the 14th floor of Building 6. The fugitive rumored to slice through human flesh like vegetables. People shifted their gaze from the supplies to the three on the boat. Only. Look, even the two followers beside her have killing intent in their eyes. Some cowardly ones shrank back and closed the windows. But not everyone feared Nan, there were still a few reckless ones eager to try their luck and rush forward. There's nothing to be done, the temptation of food is too great. At this moment, Nan stood on the speedboat, her gaze cold as she turned off the chainsaw, looking around and shouting. It's not yours, stop being foolish. For those who don't believe in evil, come on. Let me show you what it means to have no survivors. Her voice was strong and loud, echoing endlessly between the buildings. No survivors. No survivors. Those who have killed many have a killing intent in their eyes. Many were intimidated by her momentum, especially those familiar with her in Building 6, who had heard about this fierce woman and quickly avoided her, fearing to catch the eye of this female demon. Occasionally, a few defiant ones only glared at their retreating backs, not daring to move forward easily. And Nan's goal was to intimidate these neighbors with her presence. Once they showed fear, there would be endless harassment, making life unbearable. Of course, even if she couldn't intimidate them, she was not afraid. The reason she dared to speak so boldly came naturally from the Uzi submachine gun in her space. Even if they really attacked her, a hail of bullets from a submachine gun would be enough to scare everyone away. After all, gun control meant that, not to mention the phone lineaging community, even the whole Linbei city couldn't find many people with firearms and ammunition. Even the police only carried a pistol. As long as she didn't attract the attention of some powerful officials and international organizations, she was almost invincible. Of course, in the face of natural disaster, those officials would hardly have time for a small person like her. Thus, she equally despised all the malicious neighbors. The speedboat soon reached the window of Building 6. And Nan held her weapon and stayed on the boat to guard, while Chu Peipei and Xiao Pingon moved supplies into the building together. Once inside, the three of them made several trips to carry supplies upstairs. On the way, someone opened the door, saw Nan, and immediately closed it. As for the people outside, they were temporarily disregarded. The residents of this unit were truly frightened of Nan. It wasn't like they couldn't catch fish, why risk their lives to provoke that female demon? The three of them moved all the supplies to the hallway on the 14th floor and divided them up. The supplies exchanged by Zhao Pingon and Chu Peipei belonged to each of them, while Nan's share of crocodile meat still belonged to her. The looted supplies were split equally among the three. Each person got 1 gas canister, 100 gin of potatoes each, and other dry food and snacks were also divided into 3 parts. Zhao Pingon's family needed snacks more, and Chu Peipei's family needed dry food more, so the two swapped some things. And Nan's space had water and electricity, and she had gotten a lot of mineral water from the supermarket before, so she specifically kept the mineral water for them and only took a few bottles as a token. Seeing this, Zhao Pingon and Chu Peipei gave her a few more of the other items. No one took advantage of anyone. After dividing the things, Nan pondered for a moment and said to Chu Peipei, "Today, we brought back so much supplies, it might not be peaceful in the future. If you're willing, you can stay in 1401, which is across from my house. That unit has been empty for a long time." The hallway door on the 14th floor had a mechanism designed by Zhao Pingon. If Chu Peipei moved into 1401, her safety would be better secured. Living on the same floor meant they could look after each other. Of course, Nan had also considered her own safety. Even if, hypothetically, Chu Peipei developed a second thought about her, her 1402 still had 2 layers of explosion-proof doors. But if she ignored Chu Peipei, she might be forced into her house tonight. After all, people tend to bully the weak. Compared to the copper walls and iron bastions of Zhao Pingon's house and her own, the anti-theft door at Chu Peipei's home was as fragile as cardboard to the robbers. Upon hearing Annan's suggestion, Chu Peipei's eyes lit up. Really, can it be done? After thinking for a moment, she hesitated, but if the owner comes back, won't they accuse me of trespassing? Chu Peipei had always hoped that when the flood receded, the disaster would come to an end. Naturally, Annan couldn't tell her that the disaster would go on forever, and that family had not returned. As for whether they hadn't returned, or whether they would never return, no one knew. Chapter 57, Moving. Annan smiled and comforted Chu Peipei. "It's okay, just stay here until the flood recedes. If they really come back, I'll help you explain." Chu Peipei thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. After all, nothing was more important than her own life. Before Annan spoke, she had already been worried. Those neighbors' glares were truly terrifying. She gratefully looked at Annan. "Annan, thank you." Zhao Pingon listened nearby, also happy for Chu Peipei. "That's great. Living on the 14th floor is much safer. It's still my idol, beautiful and kind." Annan was too lazy to hear his flattery and told him to hurry and move his things home. Then, she said to Chu Peipei, "Wait for me here." She turned and went back home, taking out the universal lock-picking tools that the Bai siblings had brought. Together with Chu Pei, they pried open the door to room 1401. Inside the room were only a few pieces of furniture, all covered with dust sheets. Chu Pei tried her best not to touch their things as she moved supplies inside. Then she went downstairs to her own home, moving other supplies and medical books she often read to this new place. Sitting in her new house, she carefully counted her supplies. 2 pots of dried fish, over 100 pounds of leftover crocodile meat awaiting trade. 100 pounds of potatoes, over 150 pounds of various other dry goods like noodles, millet, and sweet potatoes. Plus 2 boxes of mineral water, 3 boxes of matches, 2 gas bottles, 1 gas tank, and a bundle of candles. Chu Pei couldn't help but marvel, now she could also be considered quite wealthy, right? Looking at the supplies in the room, she thought of the 2-layered doorway outside and Annan who lived across from her, and her sense of security greatly increased. Ever since she met Annan, every day has been filled with good things. On the other side, Zhao Pingyan had just arrived at his doorstep when he saw 2 corpses lying in front of his house. He was stunned at first, then felt a bit amused. These 2 guys must have thought it would be easy to rob his home since his mother was alone. Please, it was me who left, not the traps at home that left, alright? Although his mother was not as strong as the young ones, she could be even more ruthless with these traps than he was. The 2 were directly shot through with poison arrows, becoming like hedgehogs. Zhao Pingyan tossed them into the flood and opened the door to go home. Mother! Come help! It still needs to be raised for a while. Let's take it slow, little by little. Hu Tsuelan, I know. The chicken lays eggs, and the eggs hatch chickens. She happily took the little chickens and rabbits to the next room. You can rest now, I will make a cozy nest for the new members. While she opened the door with the key, she mumbled, life will be fulfilling this time. Zhao Pingyan smiled as he watched his mother's back, then moved the other supplies into the house. Unlike the joyful harvest of these 2 families, Nan returned home with a calm demeanor, casually tossing all the supplies into the space. There were so many things that it felt like there was no end, adding a little more did not change anything. Fu Gui saw its owner return home and excitedly dashed over, wagging its tail. Seeing the enthusiastic little one, Nan finally felt cheerful and hugged it affectionately. Once it quieted down, Nan pulled out a roasted lamb chop from the space for it to chew. Then, she went inside to change clothes, wash her hands, and took out a bowl of snail rice noodles for herself. The snail rice noodles were steaming hot, just like when she bought them at the store, still soaked in a rich, flavorful broth with fried eggs. Nan found a drama called Huan Huan Zhuan to watch as she happily slurped up her noodles. Fu Gui, who was chewing on the lamb chop at her feet, caught a whiff of the special aroma and widened its eyes in surprise. What are you eating? Is it poop? It glanced at her sideways, silently moving its lamb chop away to a distance. Nan looked at its behavior, speechless, and Fu Gui. What kind of expression is that? Fu Gui turned its back to her, avoiding her and continuing to chew on its lamb chop. Respecting others' hobbies, enjoying one's own life. And Nan. You're a dog, you have no taste. I won't hold it against you. She lowered her head and slurped her noodles even louder. After a full meal, both the person and the dog cuddled on the sofa. And Nan dug into her clothes pocket and stored the jade she collected from the market into the space. As expected, it was swallowed up again. She looked down at the bracelet on her wrist. Its quality had improved again. But the space dimensions remained unchanged, so where exactly had it upgraded? After thinking for a moment, she decided to explore the manor thoroughly. She picked up Fu Gui. But she couldn't lift it up. She carried Fu Gui and quickly entered the space. Fu Gui! How did you get so fat? As soon as Nan entered the space, she hurriedly placed the dog down on the lawn. She hadn't observed it closely before, but now she could see it had grown so much. Its body was almost twice as long as when she first brought it back, and its weight had increased significantly, making it impossible to lift as easily as before. And Nan squeezed its body and found it to be exceptionally solid. Other dog breeds appear round because of their thick fur, but they actually have little meat. Fu Gui, being a French bulldog, was different. Its fur was short, so the size reflected its meatiness. What you see is what you get. And Nan looked down and educated it. Fu Gui, you are a little girl. Eat less, or you will become a little pig. Fu Gui ignored her, holding its head high and wandering off to drink water by the pond. And Nan. Chapter 58, is this considered a superpower? And Nan didn't pay Fu Gui any more attention and wandered around the manor. The villa remained unchanged. The lawn remained unchanged. The medicinal field remained unchanged. The pond remained unchanged. She observed everywhere, not missing a single detail, yet discovered nothing. Where exactly had this space upgraded? She had swallowed a high-quality jade, but there was no change at all? That shouldn't be the case. And Nan, feeling frustrated, roamed around again but still found no changes. So she checked her medicinal field, found its growth was decent, and flashed back out of the space with the dog. The next second, both the person and the dog stood on the coffee table of room 1402. Fu Gui was just at the edge of the coffee table, and with a slight movement, it teetered and fell to the ground. Awah! 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 Although she couldn't understand, and Nan could tell Fu Gui was barking harshly. She glanced down. What happened? Weren't they sitting on the sofa to enter the space? How did I end up standing on the coffee table after coming out? I had moved a full meter. And Nan looked puzzled, and again flashed into the space, then came out again. Wow! I moved forward another meter. This time I stood in the empty space between the coffee table and the TV. She kept experimenting and her heart leapt with joy. Finally, she understood what the space upgrade was about. It was the position where she came out of the space. And Nan entered and exited many times, finally figuring out the pattern. If she didn't intentionally control it, when she came out of the space, she would default to appearing 1 meter ahead. But if she consciously used her thoughts to control it, she could still come out at the same spot. In fact, as long as she wanted, she could control the distance she came out at. For example, at 30 centimeters, 80 centimeters, as long as it didn't exceed 1 meter, it was all possible. Isn't this instant teleportation? No wonder when she was at Taiyu building, she clearly entered the space on the stair landing but came out standing directly on the steps. And that time on the mountain facing the wild boar, she came out and directly landed on top of the pig. Turns out the space had already been upgraded back then. The last few pieces of rough stones collected at the gambling stone square, although they couldn't make the space keep expanding, weren't without effect. It was just that the in and out distance only upgraded by about 30 centimeters, not much longer than her foot. So she never noticed it. This time she bought a good quality jade at the market, which instantly upgraded the distance to 1 meter, making her finally discover it. And Nan couldn't help but sigh in her heart, good people are rewarded. If it weren't for lending the speedboat to Zhao Ping'an and Chu Peipei, she wouldn't have received so much crocodile meat. Without that extra crocodile meat, she wouldn't have thought to trade for fertilizer at the market. This was almost a jade she got for free. And Nan roughly and bluntly calculated, I lent out a speedboat and unlocked my instant teleportation superpower. Just as she was feeling happy, her mind suddenly sparked and she thought of something. She pressed her wildly beating heart and stood in front of the wall between the living room and bedroom, entering the space. When she came out, she indeed stood in the bedroom. What? This is no different from wall passing technique? As long as the wall thickness does not exceed 1 meter, she could completely enter the space from one side of the wall and come out from the other side to pass through. And Nan was so excited she could barely breathe. In her previous life, she only regarded the space as a storage room and a temporary shelter, completely unaware that it could upgrade and unlock such wonderful uses. 1 meter instant teleportation, wall passing technique. If applied in battle, onlookers would think she had awakened some kind of supernatural power. Who would have imagined she was actually relying on her personal space? Earlier she was worried that the time she could enter the space daily was too little. Like that time battling the wild boar, she could only hide in the space for a maximum of 1 hour. If the enemy stayed in place for more than an hour, she would have to come out and face danger. But now it was different. She only needed to enter the space and then quietly come out from another place, like behind the enemy. Then she could instantly mount a counterattack. And Nan was so excited she nearly shouted out. At this time, Fu Gui was already stunned. He shrank in the corner of the living room, watching his master flash all over the room. If accompanied by flickering lights and a white gown, it would be like a scene from a ghost movie. And Nan was exhausted from all the antics, collapsing on the sofa while her mind raced. Now the threshold for entrance and exit in the space was 1 meter, so if she continued to collect jade, could it increase this distance further? What could it upgrade to? 5 meters? 10 meters? 100 meters? It can't be that when she comes out, she flashes straight to another country, right? And Nan stroked her chin in thought. That probably isn't possible. Most likely it's the same as the area of the space. Upgrading to a certain extent, she stopped. Now, having a meter of distance is already enough for her. It's hard to imagine how happy her life would be if she upgraded further. At this moment, she has gained more confidence about her future life. That night, Annan slept exceptionally soundly. The next day, as Chu Peipei just got out of bed, she heard a knock at the door outside. She opened the door and saw Annan standing outside, full of spirit. Sister Peipei. Good morning. Chu Peipei looked at her radiant face, utterly surprised. What happened? She had never seen Annan so happy before. Good morning, Annan, you look pretty good today. Annan naturally wouldn't tell Chu Peipei about the space thing. She blinked and said, oh, nothing much, I had a beautiful dream last night, and I'm feeling particularly refreshed today. Chu Peipei looked at her, her face filled with disbelief. What kind of wild talk is this?
Annan remained calm. Are you ready? If you are, let's set off.
Chu Pei nodded in a daze. Annan immediately went upstairs to call Zhao Ping'an.
Set off. Let's go to the market and see if there are any jade left. Annan was very much looking forward to today's trip. As the three of them went downstairs, they passed by Chu Pei's old home on the 13th floor and took a special look. Sure enough, the door had been pried open, and the house was a total mess. Chu Pei couldn't help but feel lucky. It's good that she listened to Annan and moved to the 14th floor yesterday.
Today, Annan was still driving the speedboat, loaded with a full boat of crocodile meat.
Zhao Ping'an sat on the boat, examining Annan's expression, and asked Chu Pei next to him. What delicious food did you two eat behind my back last night? Annan looks really happy today.
Chu Pei's face immediately turned red. Big man, some questions are better left unasked.
How could she answer that? Saying Annan had an unspeakable dream? So embarrassing. Zhao Ping'an looked confused. What is something that shouldn't be asked?
Annan was originally a person who rarely showed her emotions.
But teleporting. Passing through walls. What was the difference from Wang Duoyu suddenly inheriting 30 billion? 30 billion would be worthless now. Could it buy me superpowers? She just smiled a little more, already low-key enough.
But looking at Zhao Ping'an's curious face, she still cheerfully explained. It's nothing, I just dreamed of 5 handsome guys with 8-pack abs appearing at my home last night.
Zhao Ping'an.
Idle, so it turns out you are this bold.
Chu Pei, I told you not to ask. Chapter 59, The Suit Man Selling Vegetables.
The three of them quickly arrived at the water market again.
This time Annan had a clear goal, looking for jade.
I'll take all the jade on this street.
I absolutely want to try what it feels like to teleport 10 meters.
But she drove around the market, not encountering anyone with jade. However, Zhao Ping'an and Chu Pei quickly exchanged for many items. Their needs were quite simple. Mechanic Zhao Ping'an liked to collect all sorts of strange scraps of iron, anything like iron rods or forks, he wanted to take home.
Also, various snacks and seasonings.
He always kept his mom's complaints in mind, he hadn't stocked up on hot pot base before. So as long as he saw something to exchange for seasoning, he would use meat to trade for hot pot base, marinated meat seasoning, and spicy pot seasoning. After all, there was already enough fish and meat stored at home, the rest were things he took out to trade. As long as it could improve the quality of life, he traded for it. Chu Pei's needs were even simpler, she only wanted the most practical supplies. Easily stored dry food, salt, sugar blocks, and other basic seasonings, energy fuels for cooking. Although, with the water products gradually saturating the market, crocodile meat was no longer as valuable as before, they still managed to trade for many good things with the stock they had.
As Annan helped them load supplies onto the boat, she instinctively looked around.
She didn't see the emerald, but instead caught an unexpected prize. It was the fertilizer she had been thinking about all day yesterday.
Before her was a bustling vegetable stall that proudly displayed 2 large bags of fertilizer.
She hurriedly steered her boat closer to the other. The entire market was filled with kayaks, as well as bathtubs and large plastic basins, but the speedboat was still quite rare. Not to mention that the speedboat was loaded with fresh vegetables. Chives, spinach, bok choy, cucumbers, tomatoes, and peppers. Looking around, almost everything was something that could be planted and harvested in a short period of 1 or 2 months. The city of Lin Bei had been flooded for more than 3 months, yet there were still people with abundant fresh vegetables? At this moment, the speedboat was surrounded by people, all asking questions at once. Brother, where did you get these fresh vegetables?
Is there still a place in Lin Bei that hasn't been flooded? How much are these vegetables?
And the man selling the vegetables was as eye-catching as his produce. He was dressed in a well-tailored suit, with a neatly pressed shirt collar and cufflinks at his sleeves.
Annan looked on in amazement. Is this a new fashion trend? Dressed in a suit selling vegetables?
After a disaster lasting over 3 months, there were still people who dressed so meticulously. The suited man didn't respond to the chaotic questions but simply quoted prices for his vegetables. 1 pound of vegetables in exchange for 3 pounds of coarse grains or 5 pounds of crocodile meat. For other fish, it requires 8 pounds.
Many people heard the prices and walked away in disappointment. That was way too expensive.
1 pound of vegetables isn't enough to fill a stomach, yet it needs so much grain and meat in exchange.
It's better not to have any.
But among those who had caught a lot of crocodiles, there were still some who were willing to trade with him. After all, not eating vegetables for a long time would cause many health problems. So, there were still a few people making deals with him. Seeing that many at the front were discouraged by the prices, Chu Pei quickly spotted an opening and brought her boat closer. Annan, however, had her eyes set on the 2 bags of fertilizer on his boat.
Hello, I'd like to trade for some vegetables. How can I exchange for this fertilizer?
The 2 women asked at the same time. The suited man quickly packaged vegetables for other customers while replying to them. The fertilizer comes in 50-pound bags, a total of 100 pounds can be exchanged for 10 pounds of crocodile meat.
How many vegetables would you like to exchange for?
Chu Peipei had already traded for quite a few things, so she exchanged her remaining 30 pounds of crocodile meat for 6 pounds of vegetables. She specifically picked cucumbers, tomatoes, and peppers, which are easy to keep seeds from.
Taking them home, not only could they be eaten right away, but they could also be used for seeds, planted on her balcony. Annan readily exchanged 10 pounds of crocodile meat for the fertilizer. Do you have more fertilizer at home?
I'll take it all if it's cheaper. The suited man looked surprised.
Are there still people living in the water city who have such a big demand for fertilizer? Zhao Pingyan and Chu Peipei were also curious. Annan, why are you buying so much fertilizer?
Annan replied, oh, I'm growing vegetables at home too.
Zhao Pingyan laughed at her. Growing some vegetables requires this much fertilizer?
Of course, Annan wouldn't tell him that she had a vast piece of land to cultivate, so she just smiled. My vegetable growing skills aren't good, I feel safer hoarding this stuff.
Besides, this thing is hard to come by. What if we can't get it later? Better buy more.
Zhao Pingyan thought that made sense, so he wanted to buy some as well. The suited man scratched his head. I actually have quite a lot of fertilizer left, I can sell you another 1,000 pounds, but you'll have to wait until tomorrow.
Annan immediately agreed to come back tomorrow.
Seeing this, Chu Peipei asked the suited man to bring her some planting soil as well. She curiously asked him, where do you grow all these vegetables? They had traded him quite a lot, making them big clients.
So the suited man answered in a good mood, I live in the mountains, and I casually planted some vegetables. On the mountain?
And Nan thought to herself, that likely means living in the hillside villa area.
Especially with his outfit.
And Nan looked at him, I have a question too. The suit man saw her serious expression and replied, please ask.
Why are you wearing a suit to sell vegetables?
The suit man was somewhat speechless, but Nan still waited seriously for him to answer.
Come on.
It has been over 3 months since the disaster, and there are still people dressed like CBD elites in full suits.
Isn't that curious? How high are the self-requirements here?
It's even more exaggerated than that beauty in the community who has to wear Chanel, carry an LV bag, and put on a full face of makeup just to take out the trash. After all, that beauty is now just throwing on a hoodie and going out looking disheveled. The suit man felt a bit embarrassed. Actually, there's no special reason.
Mainly, I don't have any other clothes besides suits.
As a key member of the group and the most capable assistant by Goose side, assistant. A wardrobe full of suits is the least respect for this job. And besides, dressing like this allows me to always meet my boss in the best possible state. And Nan and her friends were stunned. What kind of ridiculous capitalist is this?
Even after a natural disaster, he still needs to be ready to meet his boss at any moment? It truly makes hearers sad and onlookers weep.
And Nan thought, at least I'm just a good-for-nothing layabout at home. Surely, no easy money in this world is worth earning. As they were talking, suddenly, a proud voice came from far away.
Oh, Long Tsongan, now you're not just farming, but also selling vegetables?
And Nan turned her gaze in the direction of the voice and unexpectedly spotted someone.
Chapter 60, and Xiao Bei.
A speedboat was approaching on the water.
On it sat one woman and 2 men.
The woman wore sunglasses and a high-end brand's latest suit, holding a half-drunk bottle of Perrier. The 2 men seemed to be her bodyguards, one driving the boat, the other watchfully scanning the surroundings. Besides the snacks and drinks the woman was enjoying, there was nothing else on the boat, clearly not there to exchange supplies. It looked more like a picnic with treats.
Upon seeing this woman, and Nan's brows instantly furrowed. And Xiao Bei.
She is the illegitimate daughter raised by that scumbag father of hers. Not long before the disaster struck, her mother had just passed away, and Xingyi took Xiao Bei and her mom into his home.
That was the first time Nan encountered her.
At first glance, she was incredibly irritating. Her features bore some resemblance to Nan, but her fashion imitated Nan's style entirely, even their names seemed to clash.
Nan and Xiao Bei. Is there a need to add an east and west to form a mahjong table? So unlucky.
Beside her, the clueless Chu Peipei looked at Xiao Bei with a "I'm the most noble here" expression and couldn't help but exclaim. Rich princesses really are fortunate, even in the face of disaster, their lives aren't as tough as ours common folks.
Chu Peipei had the most ordinary kind of background.
She worked hard, studied, went to university, entered a hospital, and steadily fought her way up, finally buying a house and car, earning a place of her own in the city. Although she was burdened with a mortgage and car loan, life was steadily getting better.
But who would have thought that overnight, everything would reset to zero?
Yet looking at others, it seemed that this disaster didn't impact her wealthy life at all. And Nan watched Xiao Bei flaunting herself and felt disdain in her heart.
Did a country chicken really think it had become a phoenix? What kind of princess is she?
Everything in Xiaobei enjoys now is earned by her grandparents, and has nothing to do with the family at all.
If it weren't for Xingyi, this phoenix man, snatching away the business left to her by her grandfather and mother, what would Xiaobei have to do with anything?
Her mother was just a village woman from the same village as Xingye, who became a wealthy lady after being a mistress.
She wasn't even worthy of carrying in Nan's mother's shoes.
She comforted Chu Pepe, "You won't be stuck in water and fire forever," neither can she guarantee her current wealth.
Who can say what the future holds? Rich people always have stronger resilience to sudden changes than ordinary folks. For example, even after 3 months of natural disaster, Xiaobei could still afford bodyguards and a driver.
But as the disaster continued, even the rich would gradually find it hard to survive. She knew that during the extreme cold, Xingye's family could only barely eat enough.
Life was bound to get worse. Hearing this, Chu Pepe nodded, "And Nan, you're right. I shouldn't be so down. Life will get better."
Not long ago, she could barely eat a few pieces of cookies, and her life was almost lost. Now she had food, meat, and supplies, and even met someone like a Nan. Heaven still treated her well.
And Nan looked at Chu Pepe, who was full of energy, and couldn't help but smile. What a strong little woman she was. Always positive, full of fighting spirit, and incredibly resilient.
On the other side, Xiaobei quickly steered the boat next to the suited man.
"Long Tsongan, how did a peculiar person like you end up in the half-mountain villa area? Planting cucumbers beside precious trees is one thing, but now you're selling vegetables too?"
The suited man, Long Tsongan, instantly frowned at the woman who came to pick a fight.
"What I plant is none of your business. If I want to sell vegetables, who are you to stop me?"
"Humph. I really don't understand why President Gu would lend you a villa. Lower class people are just lower class, even moving to a villa, you still plant vegetables inside." The two clearly knew each other and must have clashed frequently before.
Long Tsongan was quite angry at her relentless attitude. And Nan saw Xiaobei's arrogant appearance and felt disgusted, so she sneered. "If you're calling someone lower class, what kind of superior person are you?"
And Nan's figure had been blocked by Zhao Ping'an, so Xiaobei hadn't noticed her from the start. Now that Nan spoke up, she leaned over to take a look and discovered a familiar beauty standing on the boat beside her. And Xiaobei froze for a moment, then her eyes widened in shock.
And Nan?
Even if this woman turned to ash, she would recognize her. Especially since her appearance hadn't changed at all, while everyone else looked emaciated from hunger, she still looked radiant. And Xiaobei had hidden many times in dark corners to spy on Nan. She was an illegitimate child who couldn't see the light. Each time she missed her father, she had to wait long to sneak a meeting. As a child, she couldn't ride on her father's shoulders to the amusement park like others, and as she grew up, she couldn't even ride in her father's car for a joyride.
She couldn't even tell any friends who her father was. But Nan was completely different from her.
She was a girl living in the sunlight, a glamorous little princess, the apple of her family's eye. And Xiaobei sometimes secretly followed her like a mouse hiding in a drain, peeking at her glittering life. Watching her stroll through the mall with her father's arm around her, grabbing countless pretty little dresses. Watching her live in a half-mountain villa that she could only dream of, owning an entire floor of private space. Watching her hold a grand and bright coming-of-age ceremony at a 5-star hotel when she turned 18. Yet on her 18th birthday, she only received a transfer from her father because at that time, he was on vacation abroad with Nan and her mother. If you were to ask Xiaobei who she hated the most in this world, it would definitely be Nan. And Xiaobei stood up, her muscles taut, full of fire.
"Oh, isn't this my dear sister? Long time no see. Have you fallen from grace?"
She took off her sunglasses, looking Nan up and down. "You used to wear a full set of custom suits, why are you running out in sportswear now?" And Nan scoffed and cast her a disdainful glance. Only people who can't afford good things stare at what others are wearing every day.
"So, you put on some clothes you've never worn before, and you think you've become a fairy?"
Before Xiaobei could retort, she continued.
"Besides, who is your sister?"
"I'm an only child, so I have no sisters or brothers."
"Oh, I almost forgot, you're the illegitimate daughter that Xingyi has kept outside, who has lived over 20 years without even seeing her real father that often?"
And Nan always knew exactly where to stab to hurt the most.
Chapter 61, Unbearable Blow.
And Xiaobei was so furious she nearly exploded. "Pfft.
So what if your family has a bit of money?"
As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something, covering her mouth and laughing.
"But now all your money belongs to me. Dad wants me, not you." And Nan showed no change in her expression, not angered at all. "Being treasured by trash, what's there to be proud of? So you know that all the money you're using is mine? No need to thank me, just consider it a few coins to let you see the world."
And Xiaobei and she exchanged a few words, without gaining any advantage. Instead, Xiaobei grew even angrier. She stomped her foot, instructing the 2 bodyguards beside her, "Go. Tear her mouth apart." At this moment, Chu Peipei and Zhao Ping'an were already shocked by the content of their conversation.
And Nan is actually a rich girl? This woman is Nan's father's illegitimate daughter? They even snatched Nan's family business? So this is a true rich girl colliding with a fake phoenix.
Seeing that the two were shamelessly about to take action, they immediately stood behind Nan, unwilling to show weakness, brandishing their weapons. Chu Peipei, angry at herself for having envied this fake phoenix earlier, took action first, shooting a few nails at the two bodyguards. The two bodyguards, naturally skilled, but the distance between the boats limited their abilities. They only had two small daggers which could neither deal with Nan nor were they a match for Chu Peipei, who accurately shot their wrists, causing their weapons to drop immediately. The two of them immediately tried to jump onto her boat for close combat. However, Zhao Ping'an followed closely behind, viciously poking at the two with his 4-meter harpoon.
Still wanting to tear apart my idol's mouth? I'll poke you to death.
The speedboat had limited space, and with the two men needing to consider in Xiaobei, they had nowhere to hide, getting solidly stabbed by Zhao Ping'an.
That harpoon had been smeared with a powerful anesthetic. Even the strongest bodyguards were no match for an alligator's thick skin.
Soon, they rolled their eyes and fell into the water, never to be seen again. And Xiaobei watched as her two bodyguards were easily defeated, clinging to the edge of the boat and shouting angrily.
Ah! What's wrong with you?
Chu Peipei, while retracting her gun, cast a disdainful glance at her.
Yesterday, we took down 20 people, do you think we can be afraid of just your two subordinates?
In less than a minute, and Xiaobei couldn't believe how easily her two bodyguards had been defeated.
And Nan stood there with a calm expression, not even making a move. She trembled all over and shouted, Nan! How can you hurt people? You broke the law. I will have you all thrown in jail. And Nan seemed to hear a joke. Oh? Then come and catch me. But Xiaobei shrank back. You bully me. I'm going to tell Daddy. Chu Peipei looked at her darkly, whispering to Nan, should we take care of her? And Xiaobei was horrified. What are you saying? I heard you. You vicious woman. I am her half-sister.
And Nan did not acknowledge this cheap sister in her heart.
But she was not a demoness who killed anyone on sight.
She leaned in, grabbed Xiaobei's collar, and slapped her hard twice.
Since you are spending my money, you must speak politely when you see me. This is the rule I taught you.
Then she leaned close to her ear, but believe it or not, you haven't enjoyed this money for long, you won't need it again in the future. And Nan thought of natural disasters coming, turning all wealth into fleeting smoke, she simply had no fortune to enjoy it. But Xiaobei thought she was going to kill her, scared to the point that her pants slowly wetted.
Seeing this, Nan sneered. Go back and tell your cheap dad something.
Today, I spared your life, which counts as a repayment for 20 years of his nurturing.
From now on, roads will be roads, bridges will be bridges, I, and Nan, will always look down on him.
And Xiaobei was released, her legs went soft, and she collapsed on the boat. Stunned for a moment, she hurriedly rolled and crawled to try to start the boat. She couldn't care less about the two unconscious bodyguards who fell into the water. There were crocodiles in the water, she dared not go down, and besides, those two might have already drowned by now. And Nan watched her flee in panic, scaring her from behind. Dressed so stylishly, with mountains high and roads far, be careful not to get sullied by anyone. And Xiaobei felt extremely angry in her heart but dared not explode. She certainly knew that the world was chaotic now, with robbers and bullies everywhere. If it weren't for being suffocated at home and bringing two bodyguards, she would not dare to wander around. Trembling, she started the speedboat and cried as she ran away. It was a stark contrast to her previous arrogance and spiritedness when she came. The suited man, Long Tsong'an, watched her flee in panic and felt a surge of anger in his heart. The enemy's enemy is a friend. He happily gave the last bit of vegetables left on his boat to Nan and her friends. Beautiful lady, your name is Nan, right? I can tell at a glance that you are extraordinary, truly a heroine. Nice to meet you, I am Long Tsong'an. Tomorrow at this time, I will on time bring the fertilizer to you. And Nan nodded, took the vegetables from his hand, but suddenly noticed he was wearing a ring.
And Nan stared for a moment, is this thing made of jade? Long Tsong'an nodded, yes. And Nan was delighted in her heart, is this for sale? Long Tsong'an was taken aback, is there still someone willing to trade food for jewelry now? It seems this girl, even though she is down and out, still has some strength. But he shook his head, this is not for sale. It was given to me by my boss as a reward for completing my first task. It has special meaning to me. And Nan extended her finger, 20 pounds of crocodile meat. Long Tsong'an shook his head. And Nan added another finger, 30 pounds of crocodile meat. Long Tsong'an still shook his head. And Nan frowned. The bracelet she had collected last time had a better appearance, but it was only 4 pounds of crocodile meat. If it weren't for seeing him make quite a bit of profit selling vegetables, she wouldn't have offered such a high price for less crocodile meat. £50. No more, as it would attract too much attention. Long Sung-in still shook his head. Missin, I need to go home now.
This ring really cannot be sold, it would be bad if my boss finds out. And Nan had to give up, thinking, it looks like this big brother is really not hungry. This thing can't be eaten, and if it were someone else, it would have been traded long ago. However, she didn't feel discouraged. Jade stones can't be ruined or burned, there will always be opportunities to obtain them in the future. In these 2 trips to the trading market, she had received both the jade bracelet and the fertilizer, which was already a big profit. After all, the crocodile meat used for exchange was all caught by Zhao Ping'an and Xu Peipei, she only provided a speedboat. After agreeing on tomorrow's trading time with Long Song'in and Nan and the others also started the speedboat to leave. Chapter 62, The Blessing of Life. Today, the supplies on the boat of the 3 were even more than yesterday. Just the broken copper and iron collected by Zhao Ping'an took up a lot of space. On the way home, Xu Peipei curiously asked, no one came to rob today? And Nan chuckled, are you addicted to black eating black? Xu Peipei blushed, not exactly. Who would want to be robbed by others like a fat sheep? But the boat of supplies collected yesterday was truly delightful. Not to mention that 100 pounds of potatoes alone would last her a long time. She definitely could not bring herself to rob others. But if someone robbed her, and she conveniently took their supplies, isn't that doing something good, right? Xu Peipei stopped talking and carefully looked around, holding her nail gun. Let me see. Is there anyone reckless enough to come rob? As the saying goes, what one thinks of constantly will surely resonate. Indeed, Xu Peipei spotted a few people stopping others to rob. However, the target of the robbery was not her. 3 people driving a speedboat had not left the water market long when they heard a quarrel not far away. Brothers! That guy who transported a boat of rotten vegetables in the morning really exchanged a lot of dry rations and meat. Got it. Let's take him down. Little white face, flaunting in his shabby suit. If you know what's good for you, hand over all your supplies, and we might generously spare your life. Shabby suit? And Nan heard the voices, looked out, and saw indeed it was the suit guy, Long Song'in, whom they had traded with. At that moment, Long Song'in was surrounded by 3 kayaks, over 10 people on them shouting at him with weapons. He frowned and negotiated with them. Let's talk nicely, I can pay a bit of a toll. But giving you everything is impossible. This was Long Song'in's first time going out to trade, and he didn't expect to be targeted so quickly. The items on the boat were for his wife and children, so he naturally couldn't just hand them over. He gripped his weapon, a large sickle, tightly with unease. Toll? The leader burst out laughing. Did you hear what this little white face said? He said he would pay part of the toll. Dream on. Why would we want only part of something we can take all of? Don't waste time with him, just kill him and take all the supplies. Long Song'in knew a big fight was unavoidable. Seeing the other side charging at him, he quickly swung his sickle. He was quite skilled, injuring 2 people right off the bat, but 2 fists could hardly fight 4 hands. Before long, he was at a disadvantage and took several hits. Seeing the situation, Xu Peipei quickly turned to Nan and asked, should we help? Help! And Nan unhesitatingly maneuvered the speedboat over there. How could they not help? She still had 1,000 pounds of fertilizer waiting for her. The sound of the motor roared as the speedboat raced forward, splashing water and catching the attention of all the robbers. Long Song'in, who was being beaten by more than 10 people, suddenly felt the pressure lessen and looked over. He saw the girl steering the speedboat with one hand while holding a nail gun with the other, speeding towards them. With a beautiful tailspin, she splashed water all over everyone's faces. Following closely was a barrage of nails that knocked down all 4 people who had jumped onto Long Song'in's boat. Long Song'in, who had been pressed and beaten, instantly let out a sigh of relief, looking at Nan with gratitude. Xu Peipei quickly followed, shooting at the robbers' kayaks, puncturing them in no time. Seeing an unexpected guest, the robbers immediately shifted their target. Hurry! First, kill these 3 newcomers. They have nail guns. The trio would not give. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you so much. Annan looked at his body, covered in deep knife wounds, and blood was still pouring out. At this point, due to excessive blood loss, Long Song'in's lips had turned pale. We must stop the bleeding immediately, or it will be dangerous. Annan said, using his backpack as cover, and took out a hemostatic bandage from his face to help him stop the bleeding. My 1,000 pounds of fertilizer, you must hold on, don't collapse. Long Song'in gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, while Annan roughly tied the wound. After a long while, he finally managed to catch his breath. These people are too ruthless. Not only did they rob me, I think they really wanted to take my life. Annan looked at him as if saying, now you understand. There are always these kinds of highway robbers, getting things without working for them. If you carry so many things, it's best to travel with a companion. Long Song'in nodded.
I owe you my life, and I can't repay you. He then took off the jade ring from his hand and handed it to Annan. I can see how much you like this ring, so take it as a thank you gift. Annan raised an eyebrow. Aren't you worried your boss will be unhappy? Long Tsongan, no, you are my lifesaver. My boss will understand.
Annan didn't refuse, and took the jade ring. I won't take it for nothing, I'll trade it with crocodile meat.
Long Tsongan quickly shook his head. No, no, no.
I told you, this ring is not for sale.
It's a gift to thank you. This person is quite stubborn. Annan didn't say anything more and put the ring into his pocket.
It's impossible for it to be for nothing. I did contribute my labor, so it's not truly free. When Long Tsongan regained his strength, the group said their goodbyes and went home.
In the hillside villa area, Long Tsongan, exhausted, returned home. His wife, who was cooking, quickly ran out when she heard the sound. Seeing him covered in blood, she was startled. Tsongan, are you all right? It's nothing, I just encountered a few robbers. I was lucky, a kind person saved me.
Li Shurhan's eyes immediately turned red, and tears fell. I'm so glad you're fine.
I should have gone with you.
Long Tsongan, seeing his wife upset, quickly hugged her.
Don't cry, darling. I'm fine, don't worry.
I promised to take care of you for life, and I will keep that promise. Saying this, he took her hand. Come on, let's go bring the stuff in.
There's so much, I can't carry it all.
Li Shurhan followed him down the hill and saw their inflatable boat and the full load of supplies hidden in a secret thicket.
She widened her eyes. Those vegetables, and they exchanged for so many things? Chapter 63, The CEO Who Watches Dramas. Of course. My wife is smart and beautiful, and the vegetables she grows must be extraordinary. We couldn't help but trade for more meat and dry goods.
Li Shurhan smiled through her tears. You smooth talker, she said, pushing him to go rest.
You don't need to help with this. I'll call Xiao Bao to come help me move it. You go rest and don't move.
The hillside villa area was still relatively safe, so Long Tsongan didn't push himself too hard.
Alright, I'll leave it to you.
I'll take some and pick some fresh vegetables to send to Mr. Gu. If it weren't for Mr. Gu lending him a villa and giving him much support, he wouldn't be where he is today. Although Mr. Gu doesn't need the little things Long Tsongan has, he still should show his appreciation.
The hillside villa area was built along the mountain. Long Tsongan's villa was the second to last one on the lower part of the hill.
To reach the highest point, where his boss's villa was located, you had to walk to the top. It was the highest and most luxurious villa. In the past, there were many servants and security guards, but now they had all been sent home, and the villa was peaceful and quiet. Long Tsongan swiped his face to enter through the grand gate, walking inside while thinking about the arrogant expression of Xiao Bei.
Pa, what are you pretending for?
The boss's business at home is the largest in North City, not as high profile as you are. He walked into the villa and vaguely heard a woman's voice from the media room, filled with a sobbing tone.
What a mistake to trust.
Long Tsongan first put his things in the kitchen, then followed the sound to the media room. Pushing the door open, there was only one man inside, wearing a black home outfit, the cuffs loosely rolled up, the collar slightly open, lazily lounging on a leather sofa.
It was their own brilliant and heroic General Gu. He was elegantly holding a glass of red wine, watching Legend of Jinhuan. Long Tsongan. What does the president usually pay attention to at home? Financial news? Current affairs news? Global warming?
No, it could also be a 76-episode Grand Palace battle drama. Long Tsongan actually understood this well. After all, General Gu wasn't like him, with a wife and children at home. He was a single young man, alone in a villa of over 1,000 square meters. How lonely. Watching Legend of Jinhuan was perfect, with beautiful concubines appearing one after another, competing and fighting, so lively. Long Tsongan stood there waiting for a while, and seeing that he was really engrossed, had no choice but to break the silence.
President Gu, I came to bring you something.
Gu Jiyu lifted his eyes, noticing Long Tsongan standing at the door, covered in blood and looking disheveled.
He paused the TV series and frowned, asking, what happened?
Long Tsongan forced a smile. President Gu, I'm fine, just went out to sell vegetables and ran into a few robbers.
Selling vegetables? Gu Jiyu tightened his brows even more. Did you find a part-time job outside? No, President Gu.
It's that my wife grew some vegetables at home, and I went out to trade for some fresh meat and dry food, saving a bit more supplies for peace of mind.
By the way, I brought you some too. Gu Jiyu said, no need to give it to me, keep it for yourself. After thinking for a moment, he asked, what's the situation outside now?
Long Tsongan replied truthfully, chaos everywhere. It's like two different worlds compared to our Luan mountain here. He pointed to his wounds. Robbery and murder have become common.
If I hadn't met my savior today, I wouldn't have made it back. Savior? Yes. My savior. She took out 4 people in an instant. Talking about Annan, Long Tsongan had a face full of admiration. She is so beautiful and kind-hearted. She spoke up to help me at the market and later saved me from a dozen robbers. It's possible you might have seen her. Her name is Annan, and she used to live around Half Mountain Villa. Annan. Gu Jiu lightly opened his lips, repeating the name. Never heard of her. Long Tsongan, there are many people in the villa area. She has already moved away, so it's normal you don't know her. Anyway, I'm really grateful to her and her friend today. As soon as Long Tsongan mentioned Annan, his face was filled with admiration. Gu Jiu looked at him, completely smitten, with some surprise. After all, in the past, he would only have that expression when talking about his own boss. By the way, boss, Long Tsongan cautiously looked at his expression and said, the ring you gave me, I also gave it to Miss Annan. She just loves that thing. If I gave it to you, it's yours, no need to ask me. Long Tsongan nodded, feeling relieved. He knew the boss was generous and wouldn't care about such small matters. Gu Jiu didn't mind, but a hint of curiosity grew in his heart. Long Tsongan used to treat that ring like it was his lifeline, bragging about it to everyone, saying it was the boss's recognition of him, wearing it even while bathing and sleeping, letting no one touch it. Now he had willingly given it away. You said that woman took down 4 people in an instant? That's quite fierce. When mentioning the situation at that time, Long Tsongan immediately became animated. You don't know, at that moment over 10 people were attacking me with knives. It was truly precarious, my life was at stake. Just as I thought it was over, the heroine appeared, single-handedly making a sharp turn and swooping down from above. Long Tsongan vividly described what had happened at that moment. Midway through speaking too excitedly, the injury suddenly burst open, and he stopped, gritting his teeth in pain. Gu Jiu looked at his pained expression as he pressed on his wound and said dismissively. Since the supplies have been safely brought back, go home and take care of your injuries. Long Tsongan scratched his head, there are still some supplies that haven't been exchanged yet, so I need to go out again tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Gu Jiu seemed to think of something and fell into contemplation for a moment. I'll go with you. Long Tsongan was taken aback. Has he really gotten this much status in the boss's eyes? Is he worried about him running into danger? Long Tsongan had tears in his eyes. Boss Gu, you don't need to accompany me specially, I can go by myself. Gu Jiu raised his eyes, you think too much. He had only stayed at home for a little over 3 months, feeling a bit bored and wanted to go out for some fresh air. Besides, he needed to see for himself what the outside world was like now. Before leaving, Long Tsongan reported on the recent movements in the villa area. As you expected, those restless servants and security guards are becoming more and more common. Most families have temporarily sent their servants away, only the Yu family is still business as usual. Each family's supplies are still relatively abundant, and for now, there are no signs of disorder in the villa area. The water outside has decreased a little, and there may be a possibility of improvement. Gu Jiu listened to him silently, nodded, and reopened the legend of Huan Huan. Long Tsongan said, Boss Gu, I'll head back first, and come to pick you up tomorrow. When he got home, his wife had already moved all the supplies back. His 5-year-old son, Long Xiaobao, was busy helping mom, looking quite serious. Seeing dad come home, he immediately cried and rushed over. Dad. Mom said you got hurt? Chapter 64 Meeting. Long Tsongan picked up his son. Let me see, which little man is crying here? The little boy immediately held back his tears. Xiaobao was not crying. In no time, he was teary-eyed again. Dad, don't go to dangerous places anymore. Good son. Dad will go out once more tomorrow, and after that, I'll stay home with you every day, okay? Li Shirhan, who was tidying up things, heard his words and immediately came over. You're going out again tomorrow? She looked disapproving. It's too dangerous outside. We have enough supplies, you should just take care of your injury at home. Long Tsongan replied, no way, I promised my benefactor, I can't go back on my word. Saying this, he recounted today's events in detail to his wife. After listening, Li Shirhan thought for a moment. Alright then, I'll go with you tomorrow. I'm not at ease if you go alone. Long Tsongan hugged her. Don't worry, dear, Boss Gu will go with me tomorrow, you don't need to. You and Xiaobao just stay home and wait for me to return. Boss Gu? Li Shirhan was a bit surprised. Why would he go with you? He's worried about me. Li Shirhan. Do you think I'd believe that? Oh, wife, just don't worry, there definitely won't be any danger tomorrow. Long Tsongan is an orphan, now having his own family with a gentle and lovely wife and an obedient child, he cherishes it immensely. How could he bear to let them face even the slightest risk? Seeing his wife still wanted to say something, Long Tsongan leaned into her ear. Don't forget, Boss Gu has the means to protect himself. Saying this, he made a gesture of a gun with his hand. Only then did Li Shirhan nod. Then you all be careful. Xiaobao and I will wait for you at home. The next day, in a picturesque maple forest.
Annan got up early as usual, did her 8-section brocade, had breakfast, then changed clothes to prepare to go out. Fugue saw her changing clothes and instantly stood up from its nest.
Woof woof woof. Woof 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 woof. What's going on, the one who cleans up? Are you going out to play every day and not taking me?
It pulled at her legs, complaining and whining, refusing to let her leave.
Annan soothed it, you stay home and be good, I'll be back soon.
But this time Fugue was adamant about not wanting to stay home.
Aao aao aao. Aao 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 aao.
The round-faced puppy wrinkled its face, crying out with a heart-wrenching voice, as if it had suffered a great injustice.
And Nan sighed, it's dangerous outside. Wait for me at home, and I'll bring you something delicious when I come back.
But Fugue stood proudly at the door, refusing to budge an inch. While guarding the door, it also whimpered pitifully, ing.
It looked quite sad.
And Nan thought for a moment and decided to take it with her. It hadn't breathed in fresh air for a long time, it must be feeling suffocated.
However, Fugue had gotten too fat, the backpack couldn't hold it anymore. And Nan had to put a leash on it and carefully reminded, stay close to me once we go out, don't stray away, understood?
Fugue blinked its big eyes at her, obediently putting on the leash.
Zhao Pingyan and Chu Peipei saw the dog following them out today and couldn't help but come over to pet its head fiercely. Especially Chu Peipei, who was overjoyed and gave Fugue's round face a flurry of kisses. Fugue proudly raised its head, disdainfully turning away its face. Everyone here is female, please show some respect. Chu Peipei asked, and Nan, does your dog seem to dislike me?
And Nan laughed, it's normal, it has a bad temper.
Just now, it was scolding me at home.
They say dogs resemble their owners, but Nan saw that it had a worse temper than her.
It would randomly bark loudly whenever it felt unhappy.
Let it bark, but its voice was incredibly loud.
It was simply like a rowdy street woman.
The three of them and the dog sat in the speedboat, towing over 100 pounds of crocodile meat with a kayak behind them. The speedboat traveled fast, creating a light breeze against their faces. The dog hadn't been out for a long time, and now, facing the wind, it joyfully breathed in the free air. Although this air was mixed with the smell of water and foul odors, it didn't mind at all, sniffing around eagerly with its little nose. And Nan held the leash tightly with one hand to prevent it from falling into the water out of excitement, while steering the speedboat towards the northern district.
Today's goal was mainly to exchange fertilizer.
So when she parted from Long Tsongan yesterday, she didn't arrange to meet in the crowded Zhongguan district market, but instead, in the relatively secluded northern district. The northern district was where Nan had previously raided an entire shopping mall and office buildings. At this time, the mall was flooded, with only the top floor barely above the water's surface. The windows had already been broken by those searching for supplies. But they definitely found nothing. After all the good stuff on that entire floor was now quietly lying in her space. And Nan passed by with a calm expression, as if she had never been to this place before.
Soon, the three of them arrived at the agreed location first.
The speedboat turned off its engine, and the water surface returned to calm, everything quiet, with not a single boat in sight. Now, most boats were concentrated at the water market in Zhongguan district, some robbers had also gathered there. Thus, even though they towed a lot of crocodile meat, they hadn't encountered any troubles.
The few of them waited quietly.
After a while, the sound of an engine approached, and the three of them along with the dog immediately looked over cautiously.
A speedboat arrived, also towing a kayak.
Only 2 people were sitting on the speedboat, too far away to see their faces clearly. But soon, a familiar voice came over, benefactor.
I'm here.
The other party was driving the speedboat while excitedly waving their hand. It was Long Tsongan who had come. He drove the boat over quickly. And Nan thought to herself, this person really listens to advice. Today, he didn't go out alone and even brought a companion.
You're looking good. Does your wound hurt anymore?
And Nan greeted him while instinctively glancing at his companion. At a glance, she couldn't help but be startled. The man leaned lazily on the speedboat, with deep features, high bridge of the nose, and a pair of elongated phoenix eyes peeking through the tousled hair on his forehead.
His aura was like a magnet. There was an extreme allure in the air. It was also quite good-looking.
And Nan had grown up seeing many handsome men, and Zhao Pingyan was also very good-looking. Even Bai Wenbin, who always surrounded her, could also be counted as an 8 or 9 out of 10 in looks. But this was the first time she was so captivated by a man's beauty. It was simply that he looked too aggressive. At this moment, the man seemed to sense something and slightly raised his head. His narrow phoenix eyes met Nan's gaze. Chapter 65, The Infatuated Rich Dog is Discovered. And Nan suddenly felt awkward and coughed, turning her eyes away. Chu Peipei and Zhao Pingyan also stared at the man without blinking, still recovering from the shock. However, Long Tsongan had long been accustomed to his boss's aggressive looks and calmly responded to Nan. Thanks to the timely rescue from my benefactor, I am now completely fine.
And Nan nodded, wanting to say something.
At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The normally well-behaved Fu Gui suddenly leaped vigorously onto Long Songyan's boat. With its short little legs pushing off, it accurately landed on the opposite boat but ended up headfirst on the ground, making a faceplant. However, it seemed to feel no pain at all and immediately shook its head and stood up, excitedly running towards the man sitting over there. Then it buried its head into his arms. Fu Gui's dog food had never been earned for nothing, its body was quite honest with its meat. Gu Zhiyu let out a muffled sound when it bumped into him. He stared blankly at the little creature in his embrace, clearly not expecting this little fellow to suddenly rush at him. Fu Gui did not care if it was impolite. With squinted eyes, it rubbed its head against him, its paws excitedly scratching, and its tail wagging wildly.
Everyone was stunned by Fu Gui's sudden action.
And Nan held the other end of the leash, also frozen in place. Since adopting Fu Gui, she had never seen it be so affectionate towards anyone.
Could it be that dogs also judge people by appearances?
She saw its big eyes gleaming brightly at the man, accompanied by a whimpering cooing sound.
What is a lapdog? This is it. Gu Zhiyu couldn't help but laugh as he lifted Fu Gui, supporting it under its armpits, looking into its eyes. Little guy, what are you doing? Fu Gui widened its eyes, its tail wagging even more. A droplet of saliva slowly dripped from the corner of its mouth. Gu Zhiyu. Long Tsongyan. Chu Pei Pei. Zhao Ping'an. And Nan, so embarrassing. Fu Gui. Come back.
And Nan's voice had already carried a hint of anger. Fu Gui immediately struggled free from Gu Zhiyu's hold and ran in the direction of its owner. After running a few steps, it looked back reluctantly for another glance. Alas, one cannot have both the handsome guy and the owner. Fu Gui dejectedly jumped back onto its owner's speedboat. Long Tsongyan looked at its animated expression, his mouth twitching. Benefactor, is this your dog? And Nan. I don't want to admit it. Long Tsongyan, very perceptive, quickly changed the subject.
This is my boss, President Gu. President Gu, this is my lifesaver, Miss Nan.
And Nan, embarrassed by the infatuated dog, nodded randomly. The man, who had been sitting still, calmly stood up. He walked to the bow of the boat and slowly extended his hand to Nan.
Gu Zhiyu.
His hand was pale and well-defined, with neatly trimmed nails.
And Nan instinctively reached out to shake. And Nan. The two hands gently touched and then withdrew. Gu Zhiyu turned his gaze to Fu Gui at her feet, chuckling softly, your dog is very cute.
His voice was deep and magnetic.
Ayo ayo ayo. The dog barked excitedly again. Fu Gui. My name isn't Fu Gui.
And Nan gritted her teeth. This alluring creature was nothing like a CEO. And Nan, who had been single for over 20 years, felt the destructive power of a person's appearance for the first time. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart that if this face could grow on her, it would be perfect. Before doing bad things, at least you can numb your opponent for 5 seconds. After greeting each other, and Nan called for Long Tsongyan to hurry and exchange supplies. She thought to herself that after the exchange, she would rush back home. Today, she really disliked the feeling of everything being out of control. She tightly tied the dog to the engine, and a group of people began moving crocodile meat and fertilizer. In addition to the fertilizer, Long Tsongyan also brought some soil for planting vegetables as promised to Chu Pepe. Long Tsongyan had injuries, but President Gu didn't act like a big boss at all, he personally came to help him move. As the two parties crossed each other, and Nan sensitively noticed a bulge at Gu Zhiyu's waist, like he had something there, hidden beneath his clothes. Unable to help herself, she stared for 2 seconds. As if sensing her gaze, Gu Zhiyu raised an eyebrow and glanced at her with his phoenix eyes.
And Nan quickly turned her eyes away.
In her mind, she thought, based on the outline and size, it should be a handgun. Her hands kept moving, but her heart added a bit of vigilance. She thought she was the only one with a hard weapon, she didn't expect to run into another one so soon after facing a natural disaster.
Is gun and ammunition really so readily available everywhere?
But others could boldly wear it at their waist, unlike herself, who had to hide hers away. After all, her peace came from an uncertain source, and making a big show of it would be bad.
What if that unknown big boss discovered it and came to settle accounts with her?
She had emptied his stash and market, after all. While moving things, and Nan thought to herself. The natural disaster has only been 3 months, that big boss must still be alive.
It's better to be low-key.
It doesn't matter, just wait a little longer.
Just like flowing water, the natural disaster will eventually wear him down. He won't last long. Achoo!
Suddenly, Gu Zhiyu sneezed beside her. As Nan was passing by, she noticed and moved away in disgust.
Is he catching a cold?
I hope he doesn't infect her.
With many people around, they quickly finished exchanging all the supplies. Long Tsongan reluctantly said goodbye. Benefactor, where do you live? Can we meet again in the future?
And Nan certainly wouldn't easily reveal her address. No worries, we'll meet again if it's meant to be.
Long Tsongan nodded. You're right. Then let's meet again. I hope everything goes well for you. And Nan, you too.
Having received the supplies she wanted, and Nan and her group left without stopping. Long Tsongan looked at their backs and couldn't help but sigh. They say dogs resemble their owners. The benefactor looks so cold and aloof, but her dog is so warm-hearted. Gu Shiyu didn't respond. He leaned against the speedboat, resting, his long fingers rhythmically tapping the edge of the boat.
President Gu, where are we going next? Just wander around.
Okay. As Long Tsongan started the boat, he quietly grumbled in his heart, married people and single people are just different. He only wanted to hurry home to accompany his wife and children. His wife was at home taking care of the kids and managing the vegetable garden. She must be very tired.
In contrast, President Gu, being alone, didn't even want to go back outside. After all, what's the point of returning to that cold and empty luxury villa? There's not even a person to talk to. So pitiful. Let's keep him company.
Gu Shiyu had no idea that his assistant had already painted him as the most pitiful person in the world in his mind. He leisurely leaned on the boat, looking at the passing scenery.
Not long after leaving the Jianbei district, the deserted waters suddenly became lively.
Chapter 66, the living king of hell looked ahead not far away, where 7 boats gathered.
5 kayaks were circling around a speedboat and another kayak. What the hell? Are they insane?
I thought the boat was full of supplies, but it's all fertilizer? Only 1 dog on the whole boat is somewhat useful, and it's still a small dog.
Not even enough to fill our teeth. Bro. I want that woman, she's beautiful. The woman next to her is fine too. I like that man.
A group of people were loudly discussing among themselves, ignoring everything around them. The 3 people on the assault boat remained silent. It was Nan and her 2 companions. Chu Pei glanced at their empty boat, impatiently spoke up, "Stop talking.
Get out of the way now." There was nothing on the boat. What were they even trying to rob?
Wasting her feelings.
Oh.
Seeing her speak so arrogantly, the others immediately rushed towards her, unable to contain themselves.
Seeing things could not be settled peacefully, and Nan stood up. For some reason today, a fierce anger had been burning inside her.
At this moment, seeing a few of the people across from her showing extremely lewd smiles, her anger flared even more.
What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before?
Worthless. She raised the chainsaw and revved it, grabbing the nearest person and immediately sawed off half of their body.
In an instant, red liquid sprayed everywhere.
The other thugs, holding broken kitchen knives, were instantly stunned by the sight, and those closest instinctively took a step back.
And Nan didn't give them that chance.
She casually grabbed another one, this time aiming directly at their neck.
Was it you who just said you wanted me?
The person trembled all over, their lips shaking as they tried to defend themselves, but in the next moment, their head was severed. The roar of the chainsaw was deafening.
Amidst the spray of blood, several young thieves were scared out of their wits. And Nan couldn't be bothered to scare them anymore. Finding the chainsaw too heavy, she shut it off and switched to a more convenient trident dagger.
1 stab for each, straight into their throats. Not just the robbers, even her teammates behind her were stunned.
Chu Pei and Xiao Pingon looked at her killing spree in confusion.
For some reason, Nan wasn't playing it safe like she used to today, but was acting extremely aggressively. Without hesitation, she jumped onto the enemy's boat, grabbing people like chickens and killing them. Now she was holding the trident dagger, stabbing everywhere, her movements so fast that she became a blur. Almost no need for the 2 of them to do anything. Chu Pei, holding the nail gun, lazily shot a few rounds, then obediently watched Nan kill people.
In her eyes, an envious light unconsciously appeared. Zhao Pingon, do you see Nan? Doesn't she look like one of those martial arts masters in movies? How did she dodge just now? Does she know lightness kung fu? Do you think if I ask her to be my teacher, I could become that strong too?
Zhao Pingon was a little more composed. The reason idols are idols is because it's not easy to imitate or surpass them.
Look at her speed and reaction, it's not something normal people can reach.
Everyone has their own path, and she's never said you should learn medicine from her. Chu Pei nodded in agreement. That's true, I'll just continue to improve my medical skills. On the other side, Long Tsongan recognized that it was Nan and her group, and immediately steered the boat toward them.
Mr. Gu, Miss Nan is being surrounded. Should we go help her? No need.
Gu Jiyu watched the girl who was killing everyone with interest. He saw her, like a fierce tiger, wielding the chainsaw, as if she wasn't satisfied with just that. She turned around and switched to a more convenient dagger, stabbing one person every 5 seconds. There was no sign she needed any help. During the fight, the ribbon in her hair was cut off, and her long, smooth hair fluttered in the wind.
She turned and kicked the last person into the water.
Standing still, a few drops of fresh red blood were on her pale skin, making her look even more enchanting.
Gu Zhiyu's Adam's apple moved, and for a moment, he couldn't look away. He had seen many beautiful women.
Gentle ones, graceful ones, sexy ones, sweet ones. He had long since grown accustomed to them. But a decisive killer, a living Yama, he had never seen before. Seeing Nan efficiently take care of the group, Long Tsongan cheered while steering the boat closer.
Benefactor! Benefactor, you're amazing!
And Nan had just stood still, breathing slightly faster, calming herself, when she heard Long Tsongan shout. She looked up, and sure enough, the familiar assault boat was heading toward them. The boat quickly sailed over, and a few people were just about to greet when the dog, Fugue, suddenly barked again.
Awa! Awa! Ah, handsome brother, are you here to rescue the beauty? It excitedly jumped onto the boat opposite again.
As soon as it landed, it immediately dashed towards Gu Zhiyu and buried its head in his arms, whining, "Woo woo."
Just now, a bunch of bad people. It was so scared.
Gu Zhiyu chuckled lightly, naturally wrapping his arms around it, gently stroking its back to comfort it. The dog enjoyed it, while continuing to woo-woo in a pitiful manner.
And Nan. Sassy dog. That's enough. Her old face didn't know where to hide. Perhaps sensing her discomfort, Gu Zhiyu looked up at her.
His eyelashes were long, half covering his eyes, making it hard for others to see the emotions within.
And Nan's heart inexplicably tightened. Damn it, that strange feeling of losing control came again. It must be because the dog was too naughty.
She looked down at the extendable 10-meter leash in her hand, silently deciding to switch to a short, non-extendable one in the future. This silly dog used to be so fat that it would pant after running a few steps, but now it could nimbly dash into a strange man's arms to be spoiled.
It's really frustrating. Long Tsongan found Fu Gui's appearance quite adorable and couldn't help but reach out to pet it.
The dog immediately turned its head away proudly.
Go away. Don't disturb my reunion with the handsome guy.
Chu Peipei saw him being rejected by the dog and laughed out loud. Just now, I was feeling jealous. Fu Gue was indifferent to me this morning, but now it's so affectionate with you guys.
Turns out, you and I get the same treatment. Ah, really a puppy in love.
And Nan felt utterly helpless and lowered her voice to call it, and Fu Gue, time to go home. Although Fu Gue was flirtatious, it was still loyal to its owner, and upon hearing her, it reluctantly came out of Gu Zhiyu's embrace. With its head hanging low, it returned to its boat, sitting beside its owner and looking up at her.
Sister Nan, aren't we taking this handsome brother home?
And Nan ignored its eager little eyes and calmly said goodbye to Long Tsongan and Gu Zhiyu. After they left, Long Tsongan clicked his tongue at a pile of bodies in the water. Gu, I told you she's not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also very strong.
Quite beautiful. Long Tsongan. You old pervert. Is that what I was emphasizing? Chapter 67, a scene that hurts the eyes. The two of them wandered around for a while again.
Gu Zhiyu had been staying at Luoan Mountain and was personally experiencing the changes outside for the first time.
The two of them encountered a robbery on the road. Gu Zhiyu didn't waste time talking to them, directly taking them down with bullets. The city was full of thin, haggard people.
Living in a prosperous era, Gu Zhiyu had grown accustomed to seeing chubby delivery workers, oily and salty. However, he had never seen people look as starving as this. The streets were filled with skin and bones.
Not the kind of overly thin beauties. But the drop in water levels is indeed a good thing. A few people struggled to carry bags of fertilizer into the building, then took turns hauling them to the 14th floor.
As they passed the 8th floor, they heard an intriguing sound coming from inside. Shall by, louder, don't be shy, I love to listen. Then came a series of filthy noises. The group, just carrying the second batch of fertilizer, was startled by that sound and almost dropped their load.
Hearing the familiar voice of Bai Wenbin, and Nan's stomach churned violently.
Fu Gue, having never seen much of the world, was drawn to the door of 801, standing there to listen closely.
And Nan turned pale, and Fu Gue, don't eavesdrop. Come back.
While calling him back, she thought you would have to give Fu Gue a good bath when they returned. He was standing too close to the door, feeling contaminated by those waves of sound. Several people went back and forth carrying fertilizer, and the noise never stopped. Until 3 minutes later, the sound abruptly stopped. And Nan and the others just happened to be carrying the last batch of fertilizer past the 8th floor when the door of 801 suddenly swung open. Chen Inger foolishly ran out from inside.
He. Let's go play, let's go play. The few people instinctively looked inside the room.
They saw Bai Wenbin sprawled naked on the dining table, with a burly man, over 200 pounds, and sporting a bushy beard, fastening his belt behind him.
It was too shocking, and Nan thought, would he get a sty? At this moment, Bai Wenbin was panting as he looked up, his eyes locking with the three pairs outside the door. He froze in shock. Once he realized, shame flooded over him immensely. He screamed, hurriedly reaching for the pants thrown on the floor, trembling as he tried to put them on. The bearded man also noticed the people outside but didn't care. Instead, he smilingly patted Bai Wenbin on the butt. With a loud smack, it echoed. Bai Wenbin felt as if that slap had hit his face, striking his soul. He blushed fiercely while pulling on his pants, tears welling up in his eyes. The bearded man finished fastening his belt and, with a radiant face, left. He even licked his lips, muttering, Zhang Ji's recommendation is truly good. And Nan didn't care who this Zhang was, she only felt Bai Wenbin's image in her mind had become even more disgusting. Although she had long known he made a living selling flowers, hearing it and seeing it were two different things. It was even more disgusting than she had imagined. But at the same time, a sense of revenge surged within her. She curled her lips, deciding to fan the flames of his fragile nerves even more. Bai Wenbin, your skills in business are impressive. That big brother just seemed very pleased with you. Bai Wenbin was overwhelmed with shame and anger, wishing he could find a hole to bury himself in. He was a doctoral student, an object of admiration for countless female university students, with a bright future ahead. Now, like a stray dog, he was bullied by a coarse man just to get a bite to eat. The most hateful part was that the one person in the world he least wanted to see this had witnessed it with their own eyes. At this moment, it felt worse than dying. He let out a mournful cry from his chest, rolling and crawling to the door, slamming it shut. Then he slid down to the floor, helplessly crying. Listening to the crying sounds from inside, Zhao Pingon and Chu Peipei both rubbed their arms, feeling a chill run down their spines. For some reason, having just witnessed that shocking scene, now hearing his voice reminded them of a royal eunuch from a TV drama. And Nan, on the other hand, was in a good mood. She called for the two to continue moving the items. After they finished moving, they plopped down on the sofa, letting out a long breath of relief. Many times, the ones who understand you best might not be your family, but your enemies. Having lived through two lives, and Nan could be said to have a thorough understanding of Bai Wenbin. He was the type of person who would forget any loyalty for personal gain, full of vanity. He would stop at nothing, yet was very good at disguising it. Ultimately, what mattered most to him was his own face. His good appearance and education allowed him to wrap himself in a false air of nobility. He thought highly of himself, believing he was destined to be superior, and even when pursuing a Nan, he never looked down on her, thinking she was just a stepping stone on his path to success. Such a vain and self-centered person exposed all his weaknesses, revealing his incompetence and fragility to others, as if carving away flesh from his heart. Nothing was more painful to him than this. And Nan thought back to his collapsed expression and, in a good mood, opened a bottle of red wine for herself. Then, she took out eye-watering steaks, French escargot, tomato pasta, and black truffle ham salad from her space. She hummed a tune as she devoured her food. Fugui tilted his head and looked at his master. Master is in such a great mood today. Is it because she met the handsome brother? Fugui recalled Gu Zhiyu's face and stomped his foot in excitement. I really hope Sister Nan, in her joy, will bring the handsome brother back to spend time with us. On the other side, Bai Wenbin, holding his head in his hands, cried for a while before suddenly thinking of something. He raised his swollen eyes and muttered. Qian, Ing, air. He gritted his teeth as he said it, then clenched his fist. The foolish Qian Inger ran wildly in the hallway for a while before finally returning home. As soon as she stepped inside, she saw Bai Wenbin staring at her with red eyes. She sensitively took 2 steps back, forcing a laugh, he, but saw his expression grow even angrier. Chapter 68, Domestic Abuse. Bai Wenbin yelled in rage and suddenly lunged at her, his eyes bloodshot, grabbing Qian Inger by the hair and dragging her into the room. Qian Inger cried out in pain, wah! Bai Wenbin paid no attention, his fists falling relentlessly on her like raindrops. I told you to open the door. I told you to open the door. Did I not tell you not to run around? This is all because of you. He struck mercilessly, as if the frustration he had bottled up for the past 3 months finally had an outlet. Heartless and Nan. The inexplicable natural disaster. Resources that never seemed enough. Perverted Zhang Gu. And those animal-like men. He swung each punch as if he were pounding on this damn world. He beat Qian Inger for half an hour, until he completely ran out of strength, then collapsed, exhausted, onto the sofa to rest. At this moment, Qian Inger curled into a ball, barely alive, lying on the ground. Bai Wenbin gave one final kick before collapsing onto the sofa, still not satisfied, his face expressionless, staring blankly at the person on the floor. It was as if the bloody figure lying there was no longer the sister he once loved. Once, their sibling bond had been strong. Qian Inger had always admired her cousin, who was good at studying and looked great, treating him as an idol and respecting him, which greatly fed Bai Wenbin's vanity. As a result, their relationship had always been very good.
as they grew older, they became even closer, living next door to each other, planning together how to break into high society through a Nan. Although the natural disaster had disrupted their plans, the two of them had supported each other over the past few months, surviving by sharing one loaf of bread between them. Who would have thought that today Bai Wenbin would suddenly turn on her, resorting to fists and violence? Not only that, but he seemed to have discovered a new outlet. From then on, whenever Bai Wenbin felt the slightest bit dissatisfied, he would violently beat Qianing her, treating her as a tool to release his pent-up emotions. After all, she was already a fool. How could a fool feel pain? From then on, the sounds of terrifying abuse would echo every day in Building 6, accompanied by the woman's painful screams. Everyone knew that the pretty boy in 801 had gone crazy. Every day, he was either bringing men into the house to sell flowers. It's about violently beating up that silly sister of his. Just by listening to the sounds, one can tell it was tragic. At the beginning, it was just punches, but later, from the sounds, it seemed he used something hot as well. The more it went on, the weirder it got. People couldn't help but sigh, what a pity. A girl who was originally so beautiful is being beaten into a pathetic state by her own brother. And Nan had heard about it too. However, she would not pity Qianing. No matter what happened to these two siblings, they were both equally deserving of it. She was now too lazy to even spare them a bit of schadenfreude. And Nan's focus in life now was to prepare for the coming extreme heat. The water level kept dropping day by day, and soon it had already fallen to the 5th floor. People cheered as if life would soon return to normal. But only Nan knew that a more terrifying disaster was about to arrive. Once the floodwaters completely disappeared, the extreme heat disaster would follow closely behind. At that time, the temperature could reach as high as 60 degrees and would engulf the people tightly. Unlike the flood, where you could always find ways to survive once you adapted to life in a water city. There would be no crocodiles or other aquatic creatures to eat during the extreme heat, nor would there be dirty water that people could grimace and drink. What awaited people was the unbearable torture of extreme heat and the dire situation of extreme water shortage. It would be like throwing people into a scorching desert without an oasis. And Nan encouraged Chu Peipei and Zhao Pinggan to keep going out to fish in exchange for supplies. After all, having more food in hand would later give them the chance to exchange for the precious water resources needed to survive. However, she certainly wouldn't tell them that she could foresee the disaster. The tragic experience from her previous life made her reluctant to reveal the secrets of her space and rebirth, even to her most trusted friends. Thus, and Nan merely sparked the ambition of the two. You guys haven't improved your combat skills at all during this time, have you? Want to go practice more? This provoked the two to rush out and vent their anger on the crocodiles. After killing so many crocodiles with nowhere to put them and feeling wasteful if they just threw them away, they had to take them to the market to exchange for supplies. As the water level dropped, many people believed that the disaster was almost over, ceasing to hoard food like treasures and were instead more willing to trade for crocodile meat to improve their meals. In no time, the value of crocodile meat surged, and Chu Peipei and the others exchanged for a ton of supplies. Zhao Pinggan's family originally had a lot of supplies, and soon they had no room left, so they generously gave everything to Chu Peipei. And so, Chu Peipei turned into a rich person with a room full of supplies. Until the room could hold no more, and the crocodiles were nearly eaten out, they finally stopped and rested at home. Meanwhile, Nan stayed at home every day, learning sewing skills. That's right, sewing skills. Her home had electricity, air conditioning, food, and water in abundance. The extreme heat was only a bit inconvenient for her when going outside. But luckily, she had the temperature-regulating fabric given by Zhao Pinggan. Once she successfully made it into clothing, the extreme heat disaster would pose no threat to her at all. Since the temperature-regulating fabric was extremely precious and in limited supply, and Nan could only first use regular cloth and follow video tutorials to practice repeatedly. After wasting countless pieces of fabric, she finally learned to make well-fitted clothes and cautiously took out the temperature-regulating fabric. Days passed in a blink, and the water level had fallen to the 2nd floor, and Nan finally succeeded in making her clothes. The flesh-colored fabric was as thin as a cicada's wing. After trying it on, it felt soft and comfortable, as if she were wearing nothing at all. She nodded in satisfaction at the mirror, ready to make another piece for Fu Guwei. French bulldogs, this breed of dog, have short noses, lots of flesh, and are very prone to overheating. Especially this one in her home. Living a life of luxury with her, he had become incredibly pampered. But he couldn't let the little one suffer. She took a soft measuring tape, carefully measuring the delicate body of the dog named Fortune. Dog clothes are different from human clothes, so she thoughtfully studied the pet clothes she had bought before, then began to make it. Fortune watched as his owner, who used to punch every day, changed from her usual fierce self, now sewing at home every day, and he felt incredibly curious. The world outside also became increasingly lively, as he could hear chaotic voices every day. He sensed the differences keenly. On this day, Annan finally finished the clothes and was about to put them on the dog when suddenly he heard a loud cheer from outside the window.
Chapter 69, Has the disaster ended? Following the sound, Annan came to the window.
She saw that the last bit of standing water below had finally disappeared. The ground was still a bit damp, but there was no more accumulation of water. People poured out of their homes in groups, ignoring the trash and decaying bodies on the ground, stumbling and running about,
shouting loudly. This is truly a moment to witness history. The disaster has finally ended. We made it through.
People rushed to share the good news, hugging each other in tears of joy, whether they knew each other or not. Even former enemies, who once fought over resources, didn't care to argue anymore, embracing each other in celebration of the new life. The door to Annan's home was knocked on, and she walked over to open it. It was Chu Pei. Tears glimmered in her eyes as she hugged Annan tightly.
Annan, the disaster is over.
Annan was taken aback for a moment and gently returned the embrace, feeling a bit complicated inside.
Chu Pei must have been so excited at this moment, right? Believing that the days of uncertainty and hunger were finally coming to an end. But she didn't know that all of this was just an empty joy. At that moment, Zhao Ping'an also came down from upstairs. But unlike Chu Pei, he didn't seem excited, instead, he looked worried. Don't you think the water has receded too quickly? I have a feeling of unease.
Pa. Chu Pei quickly said, You jinx, don't talk nonsense.
Zhao Ping'an scratched his head and smiled, okay. I won't say anything reckless.
No matter what, the flood receding was always a good thing.
But Annan then threw a bucket of cold water. I think Zhao Ping'an makes a valid point.
Chu Pei furrowed her brows. Oh.
Annan, why are you also scaring people along with him?
Annan said seriously, Isn't there an old saying? After a great disaster, there will be a great epidemic. Chu Pei suddenly paused at those words. Indeed, after the flood receded, the outside was filled with decaying bodies and garbage soaked for 4 months, making it easy for an epidemic to occur. As a doctor, she understood the terror of viruses and bacteria better than anyone. Chu Pei frowned, suddenly recalling the pandemic that made history decades ago. There were no floods or disasters, no burning or plundering, just a sudden outbreak of a virus that stopped countless lives that year. Even when the healthcare system was still functioning normally, it was terrifying. Let alone now, all medical equipment and medicines had been soaked underwater for 4 months.
If an epidemic broke out. Chu Pei's expression turned grim.
Seeing her expression, Annan knew she had taken his words to heart and continued. So let's not rush to go out for now, to avoid catching any germs.
Let's wait and see at home for a while. Chu Pei and Zhao Ping'an both nodded. Annan sighed in relief. In fact, the so-called Great Epidemic was just a saying. The reality is extreme heat arriving, temperatures rising too quickly and too high, many bacteria hadn't even begun to ferment before being killed by the intense heat.
During the peak of extreme heat, there were indeed a few small-scale epidemics.
But it's not too serious.
The real danger is the sudden surge of high temperatures. Many people, excited to run outside, unfortunately ran too far and could not make it home in time, ultimately suffering heat strokes out there. And Nan frightened Chu Pei to prevent her from dying unexpectedly outside. A few people each said their goodbyes and went home, while Nan continued to dress the dog, Fugue, in a thermal suit.
Put.
She couldn't help but burst into laughter when she saw the dog suited up. The thermal suit was flesh-colored and fitted. When Nan wore it, nothing seemed odd, just like wearing a thin autumn shirt underneath, and she could wear normal clothes over it. But on Fugue, the same fabric looked utterly ridiculous. There stood the originally creamy white and chubby Fugue, now clad in the thin, gauzy thermal suit, resembling a dog that had accidentally raided someone else's sexy stockings. And Nan burst into loud laughter. Confined by the attire, Fugue was already uncomfortable. Upon seeing his owner's expression, he ran right up to the mirror.
Awah! Awah!
The moment he saw his reflection, his fur stood on end, and he began to bark in outrage.
Where did this perverted little dog come from?
After barking for a while, he finally realized that, it seemed, this was actually him. Fugue, furiously snorting through his nose, glared at Nan with accusing sideways eyes.
Awah! 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 Right now! Immediately!
Get this ugly outfit off this dog! And Nan was laughing so hard she could barely breathe. Seeing him so angry, she hurriedly helped him take it off.
Once free from the outfit, the dog scampered back to the mirror, admiring his reflection.
Yes, this is the spotless and incredibly beautiful me. Fugue, when the weather gets hot, don't come begging me to wear this outfit.
And Nan laughed as she placed the suit in his small wardrobe. At 801.
Bai Wenbin was at home doing his daily workout roughhousing with Qian Yinger's hair on the ground. After banging on it dozens of times, he finally let go. He felt as if he'd just had a refreshing aerobic exercise, comfortably sitting on the sofa drinking water, only to suddenly hear cheering from outside. He rushed to the window and saw that the standing water had completely disappeared. Bai Wenbin tightly gripped the windowsill, his heart soaring with joy.
Finally, it's over. No more daily humiliation over food.
He was going to continue his doctoral studies. He would woo beautiful rich girls. He would reach the pinnacle of life. Before he could calm down from his excitement, he suddenly heard a commotion behind him. He turned to look and saw Qian Inger, who was once on the brink of death, staggering to her feet. She lifted her head, blood slowly trickling down her forehead. Bai Wenbin looked at her with impatience, about to take action again, when he suddenly heard her speak.
Cousin? Bai Wenbin was taken aback.
This was the first time she spoke without her dazed, silly smile since she had lost her wits.
Tentatively, he called her Inger.
Qian Inger rubbed her head in pain. Cousin, why does my whole body hurt so much?
Bai Wenbin's expression brightened. Inger, you're back to normal? Then he grew a bit anxious. How do you feel?
Qian Inger frowned. I don't know why, but everything hurts.
What happened?
I clearly remember I knocked out Nan's and was going to break down her door, then.
Qian Inger clutched her head in agony. Cousin. He dragged Qian Inger to the window. Look.
Qian Inger followed his gaze outside, only to see the bustling crowd, and the stagnant water that had troubled them for so long was completely gone.
Her eyes widened. The flood is gone? In Qian Inger's memory, she had just suffered from hunger, tortured by the pervert Zhang Gu for resources and drugs, but suddenly, the natural disaster was over?
She froze for a moment, feeling like this was all a dream. The intense pain on her body reminded her that everything was real.
Qian Inger asked Bai Wenbin in astonishment, Cousin, why do I have so many injuries? What happened recently?
Bai Wenbin's expression was somewhat unnatural. After thinking for a moment, he finally spoke. It was in Nan.
And Nan beat you up.
Qian Inger was furious upon hearing this. It's that and Nan again. Seeing her gritting her teeth, Bai Wenbin was afraid she would go to the 14th floor to cause trouble and suffer again, so he hurriedly advised, Inger, don't be impulsive.
We are no match for Nan.
Last time, with such strong drugs, we didn't gain any advantage, and instead got severely dealt with. Recalling their recent experiences, Bai Wenbin couldn't help but shiver. In any case, don't provoke her for now. The natural disaster is over, and once order is restored, we'll go directly to the police. She killed so many people, the neighbors all saw it. She will definitely serve a life sentence in prison.
Qian Inger nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Imagining Nan being captured and taken away, she couldn't help but laugh out loud.
When that time comes, I must visit her in prison and see her in trouble. In room 1302, Sun Peng was also keeping an eye on the flood changes.
Wang Xiaoyu looked at the cheering crowd outside and couldn't help but clutch Sun Peng's sleeve tightly. Brother Sun, what should we do? The disaster is over.
Sun Peng was smiling as he looked outside, planning how to inherit his wife's estate after the restoration of social order. Confused, he turned to her, isn't it a good thing that the disaster is over? Why do you look like you're on the brink of death? Wang Xiaoyu pouted at him, what I mean is, once social order is restored, what about your wife and that buzzcut guy?
Sun Peng shrugged, indifferent, what about my wife? Didn't she go missing when looking for resources?
As for buzzcut, he smirked, there was only old Wang as a witness when I dealt with him. Old Wang has starved to death recently.
Wang Xiaoyu whispered a reminder, what about?
Buzzcut's wife, Chu Peipei? Mentioning her, Sun Peng's expression darkened. Chu Peipei has no evidence and isn't a witness, but... Thinking of her relentless attitude, he added, however, as a family member of Buzzcut, she could indeed be quite a hassle.
Wang Xiaoyu pouted, yeah.
I saw her gathering so many resources, planning to take revenge, I didn't expect she moved to the 14th floor.
Her friend, and Nan, is not easy to deal with. And Nan?
Sun Peng snorted disdainfully. The past is the past, now is now. The flood is over, she can't keep acting lawlessly. And Nan is nothing like me, the neighbors all saw her when she killed. Sun Peng cunningly smiled, I'll find some trouble for Nan first, make her too busy to bother with us, and then we can deal with Chu Peipei.
Wang Xiaoyu laughed playfully, pushing against his chest, you really have a plan.
The next day, Nan stayed home as usual, practicing her agility. Ever since she received the emerald finger ring from Long Tsongan, the distance she could cover outside has increased by 10 centimeters. After half a month of practice, Nan was now able to use this cheat quite skillfully. Facing Fu Gui, she said in a low tone, go for it, strong warrior. Fu Gui let out a fierce roar from his throat and then leaped towards her at an extremely fast speed.
In the moment before contact,
Annan smiled faintly and vanished into thin air. Fu Gui pounced on nothing and fell to the ground. In the next moment, he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck, as a cold weapon pressed against him.
You lost, brave one.
The fierce-looking dog instantly returned to its harmless and adorable appearance upon hearing this.
It swayed and turned its head back, sticking out its tongue. Sister Nan, have you practiced enough?
I don't want to play this silly game with you anymore. Bored, it yawned and wiggled its little butt back to its nest, then came back with its food bowl. With a bang, it dropped it by Annen's feet. Feed me. Annen smiled and picked up its food bowl, which was as big as a wash basin. That's right, as big as a wash basin. Fu Gue didn't know what was happening. He was growing bigger and bigger, and his appetite was becoming absurd. Normally, a French bulldog of this breed doesn't exceed 60 centimeters long when fully grown. But at just 9 months, he was already over 80 centimeters long and still growing. The most exaggerated part was its appetite. Despite being a small dog, it could eat as much as Annen does in 2 meals in one sitting. At first, Annen consciously controlled its food intake, afraid it would get too fat and have health issues. Who would have thought it would always look pitifully hungry, too weak to move and lying lethargically in its nest? Like it was being abused. Annen had no choice but to compromise, increasing its food amount to let it grow naturally. As a result, not only did it not suffer from any health issues, but it grew stronger and more energetic. So, the food bowl grew bigger each day. Annen poured dog food, vegetable freeze-dried, salmon flakes, trace elements, and paired it with a bowl of pet goat's milk. Fu Gue began to eat joyfully. Inspired by its eating style, Annen also wanted to have something nice to eat. Just as she walked into the kitchen, she heard a knock on the door from outside. How annoying. Someone always comes to interrupt at mealtime. Annen sluggishly walked out, and Chu Pei Pei had already arrived at the hallway door before her, looking out through the peephole. Is anyone inside? Annen lives here, right? Seeing Annen come out, Chu Pei Pei quietly stepped aside to let her use the peephole and said softly. It seems to be the police. The police? Annen raised an eyebrow and leaned over to look through the peephole. Outside was a young and unfamiliar face in a blue police uniform, knocking on the door with a serious expression. Is Ms. Annen home? I am the community police officer, please open the door to cooperate with the investigation. Chapter 71. Please come with me. Annen did not open the door, but asked through it, what's the matter? The person outside, hearing a voice finally come from inside, immediately replied. You are Annen, right? Someone has accused you of intentional murder, please come with me to cooperate with the investigation. Annen still did not open the door, carefully observing him through the peephole. By now, some neighbors had been attracted by the noise and stood on the landing between the 13th and 14th floors, peering in. Oh. It seems a good-hearted person called the police. The cops are here to deal with this female devil. Great. When she gets taken away by the police, we can finally enter her room to see how many supplies she has. Heaven has eyes. Finally, someone can put this arrogant woman in her place. She killed the family across from me, I can testify. Humph. Let's see how she handles it this time. Is she still so bold to go against the authorities? I've disliked her for a long time. She's so young, why does she have so many supplies? Human hearts are like this, they often hate you for what you have and laugh at you for what you lack. Since the disaster, everyone has looked pale and haggard, except for Annen, who still has a rosy complexion and appears to be doing quite well. Moreover, she forcefully chased away all those who coveted her supplies. Recently, seeing her return from the market every day loaded with goods made people envious and resentful. Now, watching her finally stumble. People became excited, and more onlookers gathered to see the commotion. There were even some people standing nearby, gloating and cheering. Officer, you finally came. This female devil has been causing trouble in the neighborhood. Yeah, officer, we can all testify, she's killed a lot of people. We heard she's a fugitive, a psychotic murderer before the disaster struck. Please arrest her. Seeing the police finally arrive, the neighbors who had long resented Annen stopped being afraid and began accusing her. They eagerly waited to see her downfall. The young police officer turned around with righteous indignation and raised his hand to silence the crowd. Please quiet down, everyone. Don't interfere with my investigation. Then, he spoke to the door, Ms. Annen, please open the door immediately and come with me to the station for questioning. Inside, Chu Pei Pei was extremely nervous, anxiously looking at Annen. The disaster has only just ended, why would someone report her to the police? She tried to comfort her, don't be afraid, I can testify that they were the ones who bullied you first, you acted in self-defense. Annen chuckled lightly, what do I have to fear? Then, she shouted towards the door, I'll count to 3. Leave my doorstep immediately, or don't blame me for not giving you a chance. This shocked everyone. Not only the neighbors watching outside, but even Chu Pei Pei behind her was stunned. This woman is so fierce. She really doesn't care about anyone's face. The people outside frowned upon hearing her words. Annen. Resist and you will face severe punishment. Do not resist. 3. Annen ignored them and began counting. The young officer shouted, please open the door immediately. 2. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. 1.
As Annan finished speaking, the mechanism was activated, and the peephole instantly moved, revealing a shooting hole. Annan raised the nail gun and decisively fired. A nail hit the officer right between the eyes. He stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open. Before he could react, more shots came flying. The man was shot in the head with nails, falling backward. With a loud bang, his body hit the ground heavily. Ah! The crowd behind them screamed in shock. The female devil has killed again. She attacked the police. She killed the officer. At that moment, the door to the hallway on the 14th floor suddenly opened. A beautiful girl with a venomous look on her face and holding a nail gun appeared. "Shut up! You're making too much noise." The crowd immediately fell silent. She dared to take on even the police, who would still dare to speak. Annan looked around one by one, and whenever her gaze landed on someone, they quickly turned their eyes away. She coldly said, "What are you still doing here? Do you want to join him downstairs?" Everyone was shocked, pushing and shoving, and all ran away in a hurry. Annan felt that the world had finally returned to peace, and satisfied, she closed the door. At this point, even Chu Pei was stunned by her actions. She trembled and said, "Annan, you've gotten yourself into big trouble." Is Annan crazy? How could she possibly attack a police officer? But Annan had a nonchalant look on her face. "Let me give you some education. Not every person on a white horse is a prince, and not everyone in a uniform is a real police officer." Chu Pei froze, then widened her eyes. "Are you saying he's a fake? How could that be? He had such a righteous and upright appearance." Annan nodded. "A real officer usually doesn't act alone, at least two people should be present. And this guy took forever and didn't even show his credentials." Chu Pei was still somewhat nervous. "With just that, you're sure he's an imposter? What if he's the real deal? That would be a serious crime." "Of course not." Annan pointed to her shoulder. "The biggest problem lies in his poorly made police badge. Let's not even talk about how the lines were crooked, just the rank." She sneered. "A 20-something-year-old first-class police superintendent? What a pipe dream." Chu Pei listened to her and suddenly realized. No wonder. Although Annan is good at killing, he still knows his limits. How could he suddenly kill a police officer just like that? She was scared just now and thought that Annan had really gone crazy. Now, thinking back to that fake police officer and combining it with the explanation Annan gave her. The loopholes are too big, the dead person is not wronged. Although she doesn't know much about police ranks, since Annan was so decisive, he surely wouldn't make a mistake. Chu Pei relaxed and looked at Annan with admiration. "Annan, it's really you. If it were me, I would have definitely been scared by him and followed him. Just thinking about it is chilling. If I had really followed him, who knows what terrible things would have happened." Annan curled his lip. It was impossible to follow him. The only option was to take him away. Take him away for reincarnation. Annan didn't hold back at all. After all, people think the natural disaster is over and order will return. If the other party dared to risk pretending to be a police officer, it meant his purpose was definitely not simple. Perhaps he was coming for her life. Of course he had to be dealt with. Annan said goodbye to Chu Pei and continued home to eat. Chu Pei initially wanted to go out and dispose of the fake police officer's body. But after thinking for a moment, leaving it there to scare those annoying neighbors would be good too, so she turned around and went home. Chapter 72. Angry Sun Pang continued to pay attention to the commotion on the 14th floor and was so furious at home that he upturned the table. Wang Xiaoyu was also next to him, unwillingly muttering, "This Chu Pei is really hard to kill." Hearing this, Sun Pang raised his hand and slapped her. "Shut up. If it weren't for you suddenly bringing this up yesterday, how would my cousin have died?" Wang Xiaoyu covered her face with grievance. What does it have to do with her? It wasn't her idea to find someone to trick Annan away and then take the chance to kill Chu Pei. That choice of his cousin was also decided by him, not her suggestion. Wang Xiaoyu felt wronged and cursed him fiercely in her heart. "Pa! Stinky man, all the same, once they get something, they don't know how to cherish it. If it weren't for the fact that he still has some ability and can get a lot of supplies, she would have left long ago." Wang Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and thought. "Damn old man. Once you get your wife's inheritance, I'll make a big haul with you and then immediately break up with you. With the money, I'll go back to my hometown to do some small business, never looking at a man's face again. I'm also an independent and strong woman in the new era." Thinking of this, she wiped her tears and weakly leaned over. "Brother Sun, don't be mad at Xiaoyu, it's all Xiaoyu's fault." Sun Pang had just slapped her without saying a word, and although he was still a bit angry, seeing her with a mark on her face, yet being so gentle and pitiful, his expression softened a bit. This Wang Xiaoyu is indeed a naturally charming woman, unlike his wife, that tigress. Relying on making a few stinky coins, she yells at him every day, not an ounce of feminine delicacy or beauty at all. He coughed lightly. "All right, stop crying, it's not all your fault.
That Sun Gang was just too stupid. I even found him the police uniform, yet he couldn't scare Annan.
Wang Xiaoyu pretended to wipe her tears. Gang is also pitiful, this Annan is truly hard to deal with. Mentioning Annan made Sun Peng's face cold.
Although Sun Gang was just his cousin, someone he didn't interact with much, but still, he was his own blood relative.
To be harmed like this by Annan really angered him. At this moment, he didn't care about dealing with Chu Peipei anymore, all his anger shifted to Annan.
Being angry was one thing, but he was aware of the other party's situation. No matter how angry he was, he wouldn't be foolish enough to confront her directly. Like his cousin, losing his life would not be worth it.
Sun Peng gritted his teeth. Let her be arrogant for a few more days.
Once order is restored, we must send her in to work the sewing machine.
Wang Xiaoyu reminded him, what's the point of working the sewing machine?
She has already killed so many people, once she goes in, she will definitely be eating peanuts. Hearing this, Sun Peng felt much better.
Yeah. The natural disaster is over, what bad end could she have? It's not worth getting angry with her. Once he understood, he cheerfully pulled Wang Xiaoyu into his arms. Baby, did I hurt you just now?
Wang Xiaoyu pouted. Xiaoyu didn't hurt, Xiaoyu just fears that you are sad. But inside, she rolled her eyes silently. It really is hard to earn money and hard to eat shit.
What true emotions can a dog man have?
Her cousin just died, and he was furious earlier, now he's in the mood to reach out his dirty hands to her.
If he has no true feelings for his own family, how can she expect him to care about her? Bah!
Believing in men means a lifetime of misfortune. But on the surface, she didn't show it, sweetly leaning against him. Sunbro is the best. Seeing Wang Xiaoyu's charming appearance, Sun Peng felt an itch in his heart and wanted to pull her into the bedroom.
However, Wang Xiaoyu didn't have that mood. She just took a slap from him.
She rolled her eyes. Sunbro, the body of the younger brother is still upstairs, should we go help him collect the body?
Sun Peng frowned. If we go now, I'm afraid it will be linked to me by a Nan.
Let's leave it for now, we can move it in a couple of days and just say it smells bad. As the unit leader, I'll go clean it up.
Wang Xiaoyu. Speaking of cruelty, you are the best. To avoid being dragged into the bedroom, she can only keep finding excuses. Then let's go out for a walk?
I haven't been downstairs since the flood receded. Distracted by her, Sun Peng also lost interest and nodded to take her out. The two of them went out, and just as they reached the third floor, they bumped into Bai Wenbin and Qian Inger, who were laughing and chatting as they came back from outside.
Sun Peng and Wang Xiaoyu were instantly stunned. Weren't these siblings at odds?
Just a while ago, the man was beating his sister every day at home.
The sounds that came out were so cruel. How come they are laughing and chatting today?
Seeing them staring at her, Qian Inger subconsciously nodded and smiled, as a greeting.
Wang Xiaoyu saw this and curiously asked, "Oh? You're better?" Qian Inger was taken aback, then realized, pointing to her head, "You mean this?"
She felt a bit embarrassed. I got injured on my head before and was silly for a while. I'm sorry for making you laugh, my brother has already helped me recover.
Her brother helped her recover? How did he do it? Wang Xiaoyu looked at Bai Wenbin with difficulty to speak. Is it through beating and abusing?
What kind of new form of poison to fight poison is this?
Bai Wenbin awkwardly cleared his throat and quickly changed the topic. Are you guys going out?
Wang Xiaoyu collected her thoughts and nodded. Yes, we're going out for a stroll. Sun Peng suddenly interrupted. Oh, and Nan from the 14th floor killed someone again today. She scared Xiaoyu, so I hurried to take her out to get some fresh air. After speaking, he carefully observed the reactions of the two. When a Nan was mentioned, sure enough, the expressions of the two changed, especially Qian Inger, who looked like she had hatred written all over her face.
Sun Peng knew these siblings were not on good terms with a Nan.
To gain the most favorable situation, he understood every person in the building very well.
Especially concerning the powerful and resource-rich Nan.
At that time, the entire neighborhood surrounded the 14th floor because this Qian Inger egged them on, and she even talked to a Nan during the fight. It's obvious that they are familiar with each other. Since they are acquaintances and have not received help from a Nan, surely there must be grievances. These siblings must hate a Nan even more than the others. He is most skilled at sowing discord. At this moment, he mysteriously leaned in. The person she killed today wasn't ordinary. It was a police officer.
Upon hearing this, Qian Inger opened her mouth wide. A police officer? She's so bold? Sun Peng, yes, she even dares to lay a hand on a police officer.
It is clear how crazy it is. If she has a grudge against her, who knows how terrible the outcome would be.
After saying this, he looked at Bai Wenbin's uneasy expression and couldn't help but laugh inside. What should you do when you encounter a strong opponent?
Of course, you should stir the waters first, so you can wait for the right moment to act. Sun Peng casually stirred the brother and sister's uneasiness with a few words, and left happily with Wang Xiaoyu.
Chapter 73, Run Away.
Sun Pang originally intended to provoke the brother and sister to take the initiative against Nan first. He did not expect that Bai Wenbin had already been scared out of his wits, and at this moment felt his legs turning soft. She dared to kill even the police, yet she still kept their lives? A strong sense of unease lingered in Bai Wenbin's heart. His back felt cold, as if something bad was about to happen. Watching Sun Pang and the others leave, he exchanged glances with Qian Inger, and both looked worried. Qian Inger frowned and said, "Wenbin Gu, do you think this Nan has gone crazy? How dare she touch the police?" Bai Wenbin's mind was in a mess right now. How could the police suddenly come to find her? Has she been reported? Qian Inger nodded. It should be. This has offended a lot of people. Thinking of this, she smiled proudly. I think she is going to have bad luck. Killing a police officer is an even worse crime, and soon enough a whole van of special police will come to arrest her. But Bai Wenbin was not as optimistic as she thought. From her attitude, she probably won't easily give in. We better not get dragged into this if she goes crazy. How about we hide out for a while? Why should we? Qian Inger's voice became shrill. I absolutely must see her get into trouble. Bai Wenbin frowned tightly. Wait until she's caught, then go visit her in prison and see the joke. For now, listen to me, we should go out and avoid the storm. Qian Inger replied, if you want to leave, go ahead. I definitely won't leave, I must see her being taken away by the police. Bai Wenbin sighed, then I really will leave. Be careful on your own. Seeing her cousin's cowardly look, Qian Inger was furious. Why are you so scared now? Isn't Nan really that terrifying? Bai Wenbin nodded, terrifying. I cannot provoke her. The two argued all the way home. Bai Wenbin divided the supplies into 2 portions, leaving one for his cousin and taking one for himself, preparing to leave. Qian Inger called out to him, where are you going to hide? I'm going to my old rented place, I still have 2 backup keys. Qian Inger was confused, but you already gave up the lease. Is that place empty? Bai Wenbin replied, I just moved out, and a disaster struck, how could it be rented out so quickly? Qian Inger still wanted to stop him, even if that place isn't rented, who knows if someone else has occupied it during the flood. You can't just rush in. Bai Wenbin thought for a moment. You're right, I can't rule out that possibility. I shouldn't take so much at once. He took out just enough food for a day, I'll only take a little supply first to test the waters. If there are people inside, I'll come back, if not, I'll stay there. If I don't come back, it'll be hard for you to run over tomorrow and help me bring the rest. Qian Inger. Unable to convince her cousin, she had to nod in agreement. While watching him leave, she couldn't help but grumble, this is ridiculous, my cousin is scared stiff by that. Bai Wenbin left with his backpack, thinking that when his cousin came over tomorrow, he would force her to stay, no matter what, until Nan was captured before moving back. Although he had treated Qian Inger as a punching bag and beaten her daily during this time, now that everything was. The reason why she, who kills with ease, kept him and her cousin alive was to slowly torment them. Once she was truly targeted by the authorities and found herself in a desperate situation, she would absolutely bury herself and her cousin, leaving no chance for them to frolic freely. Therefore, going out to avoid the storm was the right choice. At that moment, Annan had just finished eating at home and sneezed twice in a row. Who is talking about me behind my back? Rich quickly heard her sneeze and quietly moved away a bit. Is the owner coming down with a cold? I hope I don't catch it. Annan noticed his little move and felt furious. Oh. You ungrateful little dog, how dare you be annoyed with me? Saying this, she scooped Rich into her arms and showered kisses on his face. Rich tightly closed his eyes, weakly resisting with his paws. After making a fuss for a while, Annan put him down and prepared to bask in the sun by the window for her health. In case she really caught a cold, sweating in the sun could boost her body's energy. Tomorrow afternoon, the temperature would start to rise, and extreme heat would come, making it impossible to bask in the sun later. Just as she walked to the window, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in her peripheral vision. Looking closely, it was actually Bai Wenbin. He was carrying a backpack, taking tiny steps, and walking in a twisted posture as if he was squeezing his buttocks together. Annan found it somewhat amusing. Is this guy too diligent and has developed a work-related condition? She recalled that during the last heat wave in her previous life, Bai Wenbin suffered from heatstroke and went through a lot of pain, barely surviving in the end. But in this life, there would be no such luck anymore. Heatstroke was the last suffering he would endure. They had tortured him enough, it was time to send the siblings on their way. The next day, Annan was once again facing the window practicing Baduanjin when she suddenly saw Qian Inger also carrying a bag downstairs. Not only was she carrying a bag, but she was also dragging 2 suitcases. Annan immediately stopped. What's going on? After Qian Inger became silly, she had been giggling every day, running about in a clumsy manner, completely unable to walk properly. Now, she could actually calmly drag 2 suitcases outside? Annan looked at the person downstairs and quickly realized.
Shan Inger had regained her intellect. And looking at her expression, was she planning to run away?
Yesterday, Bai Wenbin also left the community with a backpack, although she didn't know why the siblings wanted to leave separately and why they handed all the luggage to Qian Inger.
But wanting to escape? That wouldn't do. Originally, these two mice were to be toyed with slowly, but now they wanted to flee from her grasp? Annan raised her head and looked at the exceptionally bright sun today. It was hot, time to send you on your way.
Fortunately, her home clothes had already been changed into workout gear suitable for going out, so she didn't need to change clothes, just put on her shoes by the entrance and rushed out with a dagger.
Shan Inger, still injured and not fully recovered, was not walking quickly.
While dragging her suitcases, she was cursing her cousin in her heart.
So idle.
Clearly, she was about to face great trouble, yet he chose to hide instead of staying in the community to watch the show, making her drag the suitcases so far just to deliver supplies to him.
What if Annan was taken away by the police during this time? Wouldn't that mean she would miss out on a great performance?
Carrying her grievances and hurrying on her way, she didn't notice that someone had quietly followed her from behind.
Chapter 74, Following Along at Kongwan Community.
A black SUV sped down the road, crushing innumerable trash and decaying corpses beneath its wheels. The vehicle came to a stop in front of a residential building, and a man in a suit got out from the driver's seat. He quickly walked to the back seat of the car, opened the door, and welcomed another person out. A long, straight leg stepped out first, followed by a tall, strong man with broad shoulders.
It was Long Tsongan and Gu Jiyu. Long Tsongan closed the car door.
Mr. Gu, thank you for accompanying me on this roundabout trip to my place.
Actually, you could have just waited in the car. I will quickly get the things down. Gu Jiyu adjusted his clothes. It's okay, I will move a bit.
After saying that, he was the first to walk towards the unit door. Long Tsongan, the boss is really interesting. Having played out the treadmill and climbing machine at home, he has come to run and climb stairs in our common area. Just thinking about it, he saw his boss go the wrong way and hurriedly reminded him.
General Gu, it's not this unit, it's the one up ahead.
Gu Jiyu paused, neatly turned around, and walked towards the next unit.
Next time, say it earlier. Long Tsongan.
With those long legs of yours, taking 3 steps at a time, I didn't even have a chance to speak. He quickly chased after. General Gu, please slow down, my home is on the 7th floor, 702. The two of them reached upstairs and found that the front door had been violently opened by someone else. Now it was left in ruins on the ground. There was no one in the house, but it was a complete mess. Long Tsongan had already anticipated this situation. Fortunately, the valuable items at home had long been moved to the hillside villa.
However, in the rush of leaving, some clothes, shoes, and daily necessities were left behind.
Some inconspicuous little things, like a sewing kit, would be missed when his wife wanted to use it. This time, coming out with the boss for an inspection, they happened to be near home, so he was instructed by his wife to bring some things back. There wasn't any tea or drinks at home, so he could only awkwardly say, General Gu, please sit on the sofa for a while, I'll clean up and we'll leave. After speaking, he hurriedly began tidying up the place.
Gu Jiyu remained silent, standing by the window, silently looking out. Why does the sun feel a bit off today?
Usually, the sun is red only in the morning and evening. It's around noon now, it should be white. But the sun in the sky was particularly red at this moment. It was not the ordinary kind of red, but rather an alluring blood-like hue.
Gu Jiyu frowned.
Something unusual must signify something strange. He murmured, Long Tsongan, move quickly, we need to go back early.
Okay, boss. Long Tsongan responded, speeding up his cleaning.
The house was a mess, but fortunately, besides food, no one had taken anything else. As he packed the necessary items into boxes, he made small talk to prevent his boss from getting bored waiting alone.
General Gu, the natural disasters have ended. When will our group resume work?
After saying this, he was stunned for a moment.
Oops. Why was I pushing the boss to return to work?
What kind of worker is in a hurry for their boss to work?
Gu Jiyu in the living room still didn't say anything.
Long Tsongan thought to himself, see, even the boss is stunned by my cheekiness. He regretted it. Wasn't he afraid that his words would cause the boss to have a clever idea and announce that work would start tomorrow? He quickly finished cleaning up and hurried to the living room.
General Gu, I'm all set, let's go.
But Gu Jiyu didn't move, his eyes were still fixed on the outside, his thin lips gently opened, no hurry.
Long Tsongan was a bit confused. Wasn't it just you urging me to hurry up and go back?
Following his boss's gaze, he looked out the window and was taken aback. He saw 2 figures entering through the community gate, one in front and one behind. The person in front carried a backpack and dragged 2 suitcases, their messy hair barely revealing that it was a woman. The person behind was easier to recognize, wearing gray sportswear, with a curvy figure, clearly a beauty. Her long hair was tied up high, and in her hand, she carried a dagger.
This familiar figure and weapon. Long Tsongan widened his eyes, Miss Annan? Why is she coming to my neighborhood? Gu Jiu said nothing, his gaze focused on Annan downstairs. He watched as she nimbly followed the person in front, keeping a distance that was neither too close nor too far. The sound of the suitcase wheels on the ground perfectly covered her light footsteps. The person in front quickly entered the unit they were in. Due to the broken door of this house, the sound of dragging luggage in the hallway could be heard clearly. Annan stood in front of the building, staring intently at the Humvee that was arriving. After a moment, she suddenly reached out and touched it. Gu Jiu raised an eyebrow. What is this woman's expression? Suddenly, the image of the little dog named Fortune she raised popped into his mind. When it jumped into his arms, it had the same expression. He curiously watched Annan downstairs. After she finished touching it, she walked around the car and touched it again. At this moment, the woman dragging the suitcase had reached the 7th floor, and could be heard stopping in front of their neighbor's door, 701. Long Tsungen glanced at his boss after hearing the sound. Gu Jiu extended a finger and made a gesture for silence on his lips. Long Tsungen nodded, standing quietly beside him. Listening to the boss is surely right. He still didn't know what their benefactor was going to do. If they went out now, it might affect her. The house next door had always been rented out by the owner, and he vaguely remembered that the latest tenant was a handsome guy living alone. He didn't understand why a woman would come here. And he had no idea why their benefactor was following her. Long Tsungen perked up his ears, listening carefully to the noises outside. Although their house currently had no door, since the entrance faced the dining room, one had to turn left upon entering to get to the living room. Therefore, unless someone walked inside, even if they peeked in from outside, they wouldn't be able to see him and President Gu standing in the living room. He heard that the woman dragging the suitcase was knocking on the door of 701. While knocking, she shouted, "Cousin! Open the door! I'm here!" After knocking for a while, no one responded. She impatiently pulled her backpack off her back, rummaging inside while grumbling. Where did this person go? Luckily, he left me a key, or would I just stand here like a fool waiting? Where is the key? So annoying. If by the time I go back, Annan has been taken away, I'll really be angry. At this moment, a clear voice suddenly came. Who has taken me away? Qian Inger was startled by this voice, and the key she had just found fell to the ground. Chapter 75, The CEO Likes You. Qian Inger didn't bother to pick up the key on the ground and quickly turned around. She looked at the person on the stairs with a face full of surprise. Annan? How come you are here? As if realizing something, Qian Inger's expression suddenly turned very ugly. Are you following me? Annan did not answer her question and asked again, who do you say is taking me away? Qian Inger looked at her warily. The police. Don't you know what you did yesterday? Annan smirked at her words. She thought this woman was causing trouble for herself again, inviting someone to find her. She didn't expect that she thought she had killed a police officer and was waiting for her to be caught. What a stretch, Annan continued. Since I'm going to be taken away, why are you running? Qian Inger's eyes widened. Who said I ran? I'm here to deliver something to my cousin. Oh? Then why is your cousin running? He? Qian Inger was at a loss for words. What could she say? That her cousin knew Annan was about to be caught but still scared and rolled up his bedding to escape? That would be so humiliating, she weakly shouted. My brother has many houses. He can change places to live. What do you care? Besides, you haven't answered my question yet. Why do you keep asking me instead? Only at this moment did Qian Inger realize that she seemed to have been led around by Annan the whole time. She hadn't answered her question once, but here she was, responding to her every inquiry. She placed her hands on her hips, trying to muster some courage. Why are you appearing here? Are you following me? Annan remained calm. Yeah. Do you have a problem with that? You. How can you be so unreasonable? Qian Inger looked at her, feeling inexplicably frustrated in her heart. You have abused me so badly that I'm covered in wounds, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing arms marked with burns from some unknown source. Annan looked at these hideous scars and raised an eyebrow. Who said I did this? If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Qian Inger's voice was sharp. My cousin told me it was you, taking advantage of me while I was out of my mind. Annan couldn't help but laugh. Bai Wenbin said I did it? This guy really had no shame at all. Domestic violence against his own sister wasn't enough, he still wouldn't admit it, pushing the blame onto others? Qian Inger thought she was mocking her and was so angry that her hands shook. Annan, what right do you have to be so arrogant? You don't really think you can get away unscathed after killing a cop, do you? The natural disaster is over now, and you're going to be in big trouble. Annan looked indifferent. Oh, is that so? Qian Inger. So arrogant. Too arrogant. Aha. Really so angry. Qian Inger felt like she was hitting out with all her strength, but every punch landed on cotton.
Annan watched her get riled up by just a few words, suddenly thinking about what kind of death would suit her best. She smirked inside but suddenly became serious on the outside. The natural disaster indeed has ended, and the official statement says they will give the survivors of the flood disaster financial aid.
What? Qian Inger was taken aback by her sudden remark. When did this happen? Why hadn't she heard about it? But seeing Annan's serious expression, she couldn't help but ask seriously, really? And they are giving financial aid? Annan nodded, really.
And the official said that those whose houses were illegally occupied by others can claim 10 times the rent and compensation for property damage.
Qian Inger's eyes brightened at these words. Annan looked at her as if remembering something. Right, your house 802 was occupied by the neighbor downstairs, right? You must be getting rich soon. Long Tsongan, in the neighboring room, looked puzzled. What nonsense was this benefactor talking? How could the government issue such an outrageous statement?
Qian Inger had just regained her wits, and her mind was never too clear. Now she was completely led by Annan's rhythm. Forgetting past grievances, she really began to calculate in her heart. The house had been occupied for 4 months, and the rent could be over 10,000, 10 times that is 100,000, plus property damage and financial aid.
Her eyes sparkled. I could buy a car now.
Annan watched her excited expression and found it somewhat funny, but she didn't stop talking. Sigh, actually there was a reason why I suddenly cut ties with you before. Qian Inger immediately looked at her. The most curious thing for her was why Annan had suddenly fallen out with their siblings. Annan wore a melancholic expression. Isn't it because I was jealous of you?
Qian Inger was stunned. Jealous of me? Annan? Jealous of me? She couldn't believe it. What was there about her that Annan could be jealous of? Annan, do you know the Gu group? Upon hearing her mention the Gu group, Gu Jiyu and Long Tsongan, who were eavesdropping in room 702, were also taken aback. Why were they being mentioned now? Outside, Qian Inger nodded in a daze.
The leading enterprise in Linbei City, the Gu Group, sitting firmly at the top, she had of course heard of it.
The president of their group is interested in you. Qian Inger's eyes were about to pop out. He likes me?
In the neighboring room, Long Tsongan's eyes nearly popped out too.
He looked in disbelief at his own boss. You like that woman outside?
Gu Jiyu's temple twitched, lips pressed tightly, shooting a cold glance at him. Long Tsongan immediately turned his head back.
Damn, the boss seems like he wants to kill me.
At that moment in the hallway, Annan sincerely nodded. Yes, it seems you caught his eye during that part-time host job at some meeting. Qian Inger stood there dazed, her mind starting to recall. She had indeed done some part-time hosting a few times during college. At the business meeting, I served water.
Could it be that I've caught the eye of some big shot? The dragon in the room was even more excited than in, with a burning curiosity. What meeting? Which meeting? How come I didn't know about it? When has the boss ever gone to a meeting without me? Gu Jiyu. And Nan kept watching Qian Inger's reaction, curling her lips, and continued. The CEO Gu knows you are my classmate and specially sent his assistant to ask my father about you. It said he wants to marry you in style and make you a rich wife. Qian Inger's mouth fell open wide. What? The wealthy elite is just a step away from me. The eavesdropping Long Kongan finally reacted. This assistant has never helped the boss inquire about beautiful women.
Goodness, how could such a steady person like you talk such nonsense seriously? He turned to look at his boss.
He saw him standing there with a blank expression, as if he hadn't heard anything.
But Long Kongan clearly felt the eerie chill in the room.
Yet, Qian Inger was in a splendid mood, seriously asking Nan. How old is CEO Gu? What does he look like? Chapter 76, Qian Inger Fights Sleep. How old is the CEO?
And Nan pondered in her heart. Though her family was wealthy, they were not on the same level as the Gu family, and since she had been studying all along and didn't like attending those business dinners, she really hadn't seen the CEO of Gu's. However, with the strongest company in Linbei City, the leader should be older than her deadbeat dad, right? And Nan imagined a powerful, shrewd old man in her mind. To tell a good lie, one must be believable, she said earnestly. The CEO is 58 years old, has a proper appearance, and no bad habits.
Long Kongan in the room?
He patted his chest. Luckily I didn't drink water, or I would have sprayed it out. Unable to help himself, he looked back at his boss, who was a handsome 28-year-old in his prime.
Gu Jiyu shot him a blank stare. Long Kongan hurriedly looked away. Qian Inger in the hallway frowned. 58 years old? And Nan looked at her and thought, does this young lady still have complaints? She doesn't really think she is a Cinderella character from a TV show, does she? I may be unreasonable and useless, but the young and handsome CEO loves me? What elegance of a suitable match, what independence of an outstanding woman, none of that matters, just uniquely favoring me. Yet the reality is, with Qian Inger's conditions, let alone a handsome CEO, even a wealthy old man would have no chance. To be honest, if this CEO of Gu knew I was spreading rumors that he admired Qian Inger, he would probably be so furious he'd ruin Xingye's business. And Nan's eyes lit up. That would be great. In her mind echoed an old joke. The CEO waved his hand. It's getting cold, let's make Xingye go bankrupt. Seeing Nan lost in thought, Qian Inger waved her hand in front of her, and Nan?
And Nan instantly snapped back to reality, continuing her tall tale.
Isn't a large age gap a good thing? When the billion-dollar inheritance falls on you, you would still be young.
And Nan understood Qian Inger and knew she didn't care about love or handsome men, but rather yearned for wealth and status. Sure enough, after hearing her words, Qian Inger's heart raced, and her dry face became flushed with excitement.
As if she thought of something, but if it's an inheritance, doesn't his child also get a share? And Nan.
This Qian Inger really was insatiable. I just wanted to create a beautiful future for her, but I didn't expect her to have so many demands even in daydreaming.
And Nan impatiently said, he can't.
So he has no children.
In the room, Gu Jiyu only heard one voice repeatedly echoing in his ears. He can't. He can't. He can't.
Long Kongan nervously turned back to look at him, his heart racing.
Are you crazy, benefactor? Which man can stand being told he's no good? He turned around, only to see his boss's mouth curled up in a smile. He rubbed his eyes. Has the boss gone crazy too? Gu Jiyu was laughing because of anger. And Nan, right? Good. Very good. Really good.
At this moment, outside, Qian Inger had been completely fooled by Nan, completely lost.
Official subsidies, 10 times rent, housing damage compensation, the CEO's admiration, and Nan's jealousy, $1 billion inheritance. She felt as if she was being blessed by the heavens, walking the path of a female protagonist in a novel. Her future life was going to be so exciting. And Nan saw that the joke was almost over, so she started to add fuel to the fire.
If it weren't for the natural disaster, you probably would have been a rich man's wife by now.
The Gu family is noble, even I would respect you a little. Now that the disaster is over, I guess CEO Gu will come and pick you up soon, right? Your future is truly bright and dazzling. Qian Inger's eyes sparkled with desire.
It was as if she could already see her brilliant and exciting second half of life. She opened her mouth excitedly. I'm going to be. Before she could finish her sentence, a flash of a blade, and a line of blood shot out from her neck.
Qian Inger stared with wide eyes, slowly falling down. You.
And Nan's lips curled slightly. This world really could be wonderful, but unfortunately, you won't be able to enjoy it. Qian Inger trembled, reaching out her hand desperately, trying to grab something, but it was all in vain. She opened her mouth, making indistinct sounds from her throat, her eyes filled with longing.
She didn't want to die.
She had never wanted to live so badly before. The natural disaster had just ended, all the hardship had been endured.
She was about to marry into a rich family and enjoy a life of luxury. Everything was like a beautiful dream. Why did that damn Nan have to kill her at this moment?
She stretched out her hand desperately, trying to grab at the empty air. She used all her strength.
Soon, her hands fell heavily. Qian Inger lost all breath.
And Nan looked down, seeing that although she had no breath, her eyes were still wide open.
She laughed softly. Actually, the future world is not beautiful at all. Natural disasters come one after another. The human world is like purgatory. Death should have been a relief for Qian Inger. But Nan turned her relief into an inability to die peacefully. Not willing to accept it, right?
Coincidentally, when you stabbed me in the back in my last life, I wasn't willing either.
Now, I'm returning the favor double.
And Nan stepped over her body, picked up the key from the floor, and opened the door to room 701, walking in.
Next door, in room 702.
Gu Jiyu, who had been exuding coldness just moments ago, now had his cold aura withdrawn, and his lips curled into an amused smile.
And Nan. What a ruthless and interesting woman.
She paints a beautiful future for others, then strangles them. She makes them die with extreme unwillingness. If there really are ghosts in this world, that woman who just died will probably be the one with the most resentment.
Next to him, Long Tsongan couldn't help but whisper, "Boss, that woman died so terribly."
Gu Jiyu glanced at him, his thin lips parted slightly.
A pitiful person must have something hateful about them.
Long Tsongan nodded. True, my benefactor is such a beautiful and kind-hearted person, yet even she had to suffer like this, so she must have been really bad.
Beautiful and kind-hearted? Gu Jiyu thought carefully. This is the what time he's heard these words from Assistant Long. And Nan, this person, is certainly beautiful. But kind-hearted, I haven't felt that so far.
She is clearly a sharp-tongued little devil.
701. And Nan walked into the room and looked around.
The house had probably been broken into during the flood. The main door had obvious signs of repair. The floor and furniture were covered in dust, but the bedroom was very clean.
It seems Bai Wenbin had slept here yesterday. And Nan found a note on the dining table.
Inger, I'm going out to take care of something, I'll be back in the evening, wait for me here. The furniture in this house is all complete, and the door has been repaired by me. Very suitable for a temporary stay. You are obedient, let's hide here for a while, and wait until Nan is caught before returning. When that time comes, I will accompany you to visit her in jail.
Visit in jail? And Nan raised an eyebrow. Why are these siblings so fond of dreaming?
Chapter 77, Familiar Faces. And Nan sat in the room for a while, but she never waited for Bai Wenbin.
It seems he really won't be back until the evening.
And Nan went to the window and glanced at the unusually red sun.
I can't wait anymore.
In just over an hour, the temperature will suddenly soar from 15 degrees to 35 degrees, and continue to rise.
She came out in a hurry and wasn't wearing temperature-controlled clothes.
Such a sudden temperature change would be tough on her body.
The most critical thing is that Fu Gue is still home alone. Its physiological structure means it is one of the dogs most afraid of heatstroke.
If the temperature suddenly rises and there's no air conditioning at home, it could be dangerous if it gets heatstroke. And right now, there's nowhere to find a pet doctor.
And Nan immediately decided to go home first.
As for Bai Wenbin, the monk can run, but the temple cannot. Besides, he would soon suffer from heatstroke, running wouldn't help.
She could come back and deal with him any time.
The priority is to take good care of the dog.
To avoid alarming the snake, she dragged Xian Inger's body into the house and stored it in her space.
Then she erased all traces of herself, cleaning up every drop of blood. The supplies in her backpack and suitcase were left untouched, exactly as they were. It looked like Xian Inger had come here, dropped off her stuff, and left. After tidying everything up, she took the keys, locked the door, and left. As she went down the stairs, she happily hummed a tune. Today is a good day, everything I wish for can come true. Today is a good day, I opened the door and welcomed the spring breeze. The two people in the neighboring room 702 were startled by the loud singing that suddenly echoed in the corridor. Long Tsongan covered his ears. My beautiful and brilliant savior, who is so charming and skillful, is not perfect after all.
Clearly, her voice was so enchanting when she spoke, yet she was tone-deaf when she sang. The magical sound continued in the hallway.
If it were an unfamiliar song, it would be fine, but it was a song so familiar. Knowing that the next note should be higher, she could not hit it. Clearly, the notes were stable ahead, yet she took several wrong turns. Gu Jiu could not help but stand up from the sofa, raising his long hand to pinch his brow. A rare crack appeared on his usually calm face. He stood by the window, watching Nan step out of the building with a light and lively pace. The magical sound finally came to an end. And Nan walked downstairs, her attention drawn again to the imposing black Hummer. Other girls usually preferred sleek, beautiful sports cars. But she happened to have a soft spot for rugged off-road vehicles. Especially in the context of the apocalypse, these tough and sturdy models attracted her even more.
She couldn't help but reach out and touch it again. What a cool car.
So good-looking, parked here tempting me. Unfortunately, there was no key, otherwise, I'd have definitely taken it into my space. Thinking of the super cool and stylish Knight 15 in her space, and Nan's restless heart finally calmed a bit. It's okay, my Knight is worth 5 of this car.
One shouldn't be greedy.
As she thought this, she grinned and touched the sturdy rear of the Hummer before turning to leave. Gu Jiu, upstairs, watched this scene with a smile in his eyes. This and Nan, he had only seen twice. But every action she took would always surprise him. A person who never played by the rules. Can't help but think again about her little dog that drools when looking at him.
Dogs really do resemble their owners.
He stared at her departing figure and called out, Long Tsongan, let's go back. Annan carried the bayonet out of the community and walked on the road, feeling increasingly agitated. She had come here following Xian Inger, taking more than an hour to arrive. On the way back, she wanted to drive, but this area was filled with communities, busy with people, making it difficult to just pull a car out of nowhere.
She could only continue walking back. She couldn't help but recall that imposing Hummer from earlier. If only she could drive it away, that would be great.
As she strode confidently forward, she suddenly heard the sound of a car approaching from behind. After the flood receded, all the vehicles were soaked in wet, and there were almost no cars on the street now. So, Annan instinctively turned her head to look. What she saw was that Hummer she had been thinking about. The black SUV sped up to her and slowed down beside her. The driver's side window slowly rolled down, revealing an unexpectedly familiar face.
Long Tsongan?
Long Tsongan greeted her cheerfully, benefactor.
We meet again.
Annan was a bit surprised. What kind of fate was this? She had touched the car several times and the owner turned out to be someone she knew.
She looked at Long Tsongan and asked, Is this your car? How could it be?
This is my boss's car.
Long Tsongan smiled. Benefactor, where are you going? We can give you a ride. We? Annan couldn't help but glance towards the back window. The window was closed, pitch black, and she couldn't see inside. But she assumed that the person who had completely captivated her wealthy home was inside, Director Gu. What was his name again? She remembered the handshake they had shared that day and his gently parted lips. Yes, it was Gu Jiyu. She responded without hesitation. Okay. Then thank you, I'm going to phone Lin Yijing. It's foolish not to take a ride when there is a car. Just a moment ago, she was still thinking about how great it would be to drive home. Walking such a long distance back and in this rising heat was unbearable. It was like being drowsy and having someone come deliver a pillow. Since Long Tsongan spoke up, it was definitely with the boss's permission, otherwise, they wouldn't have stopped to chat with her. She put away the bayonet and was about to walk around to the passenger side to get in, but was called to by Long Tsongan. Benefactor, you sit in the back. Saying that, he got out and opened the back seat door for her. Annan looked inside and indeed saw a familiar figure. The man had an upright posture, his black trench coat opened, revealing a deep gray casual outfit underneath. At first glance, it matched well with the outfit she was wearing. With finely sculpted features, long phoenix eyes, and sharply defined lips. It was still a face that made it hard to look away upon first sight. Annan smiled politely. Hello, Gu Jiyu, nice to see you again. She initially intended to follow Long Tsongan and address him as Director Gu, but since he had voluntarily introduced his full name last time and they appeared to be around the same age. And since she was neither his subordinate nor a business partner, Annan simply called him by his name. Gu Jiyu nodded at her, acknowledging her. Annan got in the car cleanly, sitting beside him. Chapter 78, so awkward, even my toes are scratching the ground. Long Tsongan closed the car door, returned to the driver's seat, and restarted the engine. Annan looked at the scenery rushing by outside the window, feeling in her heart. For wheels really do run faster, with just one push of the gas, she would have to walk for a long time with her two legs. In a good mood, she scanned the interior of the car she had touched so many times. The interior was as sturdy and atmospheric as she had imagined, and the genuine leather seats were very comfortable. Sitting there, she felt a faint, pleasant scent lingering at the tip of her nose. It must have come from the man sitting beside her. This scent was very natural, not like perfume, but rather resembled the scent of some kind of shower gel. Annan couldn't help but glance at Gu Jiyu. Just then, she met his pitch-black eyes. She was startled and hurriedly turned her head away. Again and again, she was caught stealing glances. But soon she calmed down. Why panic? If he doesn't look at me, how could he find out I'm looking at him? If anyone should be looking, it's him looking first. What's wrong? Just because he's handsome, he's not allowed to be looked at? Thinking this, she glanced over again. This time he didn't look at her again, but calmly stared ahead, his long eyelashes casting a shadow under his eyes. And Nan couldn't help but observe him closely. His jawline was so tight it had no extra flesh, his nose was high and straight, and his entire face looked like a model from a game, exquisite and perfect. Long Tsongan grew vegetables in the hillside villa, so this Gu Jiyu probably also lived in a hillside villa. Why had she never noticed before that there was such a stunning man living on the mountain? Could it be because everyone drove their cars when going out? Gu Jiyu felt her direct gaze and swallowed uncomfortably, his Adam's apple moving up and down. And Nan immediately realized. This man definitely knew she was looking at him. He probably thinks she's some lovesick girl. But it really wasn't her fault, he was just too dazzling. Logically, someone like him should have long been used to others staring at him, how could he still be shy? With righteous confidence, and Nan stole 2 more glances before turning her head to look ahead. Watching Long Tsongan drive, she casually asked. I saw this car in Kongwon community earlier. How did you end up here? Hearing her mention his car, Gu Jiyu immediately recalled her looking and touching it, unable to help but curl the corner of his mouth. Long Tsongan didn't see that scene, he replied seriously, my family lives there. I came back to get something. Oh. And Nan nodded, not asking more. Long Tsongan glanced at his boss in the rearview mirror, then at Nan, unable to restrain himself from asking. Benefactor, have you heard of Gu Group? And Nan looked at the scenery outside the car, casually replying, I have heard of it. The #1 group in Linbei City, who hasn't heard of it? Didn't she just bring it up to fool Chen Inger? Long Tsongan drove while stealing glances at her expression through the rearview mirror. Do you know what the name of the group's president is? I don't know. What does his name have to do with her? Besides, it must be something like Gu, whatever. As soon as the words left her mouth, she suddenly thought of something. Wealthy people living in hillside villas. With the last name Gu. She suddenly turned to look at Gu Jiyu beside her. Her mind raced, the Hummer had just parked in front of the building whereby Wenbin lived. Long Tsongan had suddenly mentioned Gu Group. Even a fool would be able to guess at this moment.
These two must have been in that building then, and happened to hear her conversation with Qian Inger.
And this Gu Jiyu was probably the... And Nan's expression became a bit awkward.
It was not too shocking to be caught killing someone, since it wasn't their first time seeing her do it. In the collapsed order of the apocalypse, there was nothing to fear. But her careless words were definitely not good.
And Nan looked at Long Tsongin. Did you just hear my conversation with that woman?
Seeing him nod, she immediately awkwardly fidgeted with her hands. After thinking for a moment, she still apologized to Gu Jiyu. Sorry, I just disrespected your father's reputation.
Your father? Gu Jiyu raised an eyebrow and glanced at her. My father passed away early. And Nan awkwardly dug her toes into the ground. Ah. I'm so sorry. I misspoke. If the president of Gu Group wasn't his father, then was it his grandfather? Or maybe an uncle or something? And Nan, so, you are the president of Gu Group? Long Tsongin feared she would continue talking nonsense, and quickly clarified, benefactor, this person is the main president of our Gu Group. So this is the real deal she was spreading rumors about? Just sitting next to her?
Annan felt like the car's chassis was about to be pierced by her embarrassed toes. She thought that Gu Jiyu's Gu meant the general manager, but unexpectedly, he was actually the president of the Gu Group.
Is this reasonable? A president so young? The leader of such a huge ship as the Gu Group is actually a young man in his 20s? No way. Annan couldn't help but wonder, could it be that he looks good and seems young, but is actually almost 40? May I ask, how old is Mr. Gu this year? Gu Jiyu glanced at her sideways, 58. Annan. This vengeful man. Long Kongan burst out laughing and explained to her, my boss is 28. Annan's pupils trembled.
She is now 22, just a recent college graduate and unemployed.
If you count the 4 years from her previous life, her actual age is already 26, an unemployed person of 26.
And Gu Jiyu is only 28, yet he is already the powerful figure of the first group in Linbei City.
You can't compare people like this. She actually slandered such an excellent person for liking Qian Inger? Pa! Qian Inger isn't worthy of him.
Annan glanced at Gu Jiyu's handsome face, which revealed no emotion. After thinking for a moment, she sincerely apologized, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said you are infatuated with that woman, and I shouldn't have said you are 58.
I should also not mention anything about inheritance.
Mr. Gu, you are young, handsome, strong, and must be healthy, living a long life. While sincerely speaking, Annan tried hard to remember.
What else did she say? It seems there was nothing else.
So she wrapped it up, in short, I was rambling today, and shouldn't have dragged you into my personal grievances.
I apologize to you.
After finishing, there was silence in the car for a while. She raised her eyes to see Gu Jiyu's reaction. But she saw his thin lips slightly open and say, do you really like cars? Why did the topic suddenly change? But she still politely replied, it's okay, it depends on the car.
How about this off-road vehicle?
For some reason, Gu Jiyu's mind kept picturing her like a little hoodlum, touching his car one hand at a time.
It was quite contrasting. Not at all like that cold and fierce little king of hell. In response to his Hummer, Annan honestly nodded, I quite like it. The car looks grand and tough, perfectly fitting my aesthetic.
For women, when it comes to cars, besides performance, the most important thing is appearance. Annan is a typical appearance-oriented person. She insists that a car that looks impressive must have decent performance too. Like the Night 15 she has in her space. It looks like an extraordinary good car.
Its performance is excellent. A definite doomsday war vehicle. It's several times better than his Hummer.
Gu Jiyu saw that enchanting expression reappear on her beautiful face, like a kitten that just saw fish.
Unable to help but chuckle softly.
This woman must be imagining another car she likes.
The car soon arrived at the entrance of Fonglin Yijing community. Annan thanked him and got out of the car in a hurry.
If she had known that the original source of her rumor was in the car, she would have walked back on her own 2 legs to avoid such an awkward situation. In the future, she really can't speak carelessly. You too, take care, safe journey. She politely said goodbye, then closed the door and prepared to leave. But unexpectedly, the backseat window suddenly rolled down, and Gu Jiyu leaned over, his pair of phoenix eyes fixed on hers. He slowly said, let me clarify, it's not okay. Then, the window rolled up, and the Hummer sped away, leaving Annan with a head full of question marks.
What's not okay?
She thought for a moment, then suddenly understood, her face flushed.
This vengeful man.
As she walked home, she couldn't help but slap her mouth, which had blurted out nonsense. What bold words had she said?
Returning home. Richness came rushing up first, happily wagging its little tail, welcoming the owner home.
It joyfully circled around Annan a few times but suddenly stopped. It carefully sniffed her with its little nose, and its tail stopped wagging.
This smell. Richness looked at her in disbelief. Did you go meet my handsome brother? Why didn't you take me with you?
Seeing it suddenly freeze and look at her with a face full of accusation, Annan immediately understood what was happening. You little lovesick dog, your nose is quite clever.
Woo.
Richness transformed back into a little warrior with a crooked mouth, continuously complaining and scolding at its owner. Seeing this, Annan directly gave it a tap on the head. How dare you?
You're scolding me for a man?
Richness immediately looked pitiful and started whining, woo.
At this moment, some melodramatic scenes from Dogblood TV dramas suddenly floated into Annan's mind.
She pretended to look heartbroken. You can't leave a girl behind, just for a yellow-haired guy on a motorcycle. Are you really going to turn against your family?
Richness didn't understand what she was talking about, but it seemed like the owner was angry.
It carefully moved to her feet, scratching at her with its paw. But Annan had already become an actress, continuing her accusations. He didn't even cook you a bowl of plain porridge, just meeting him once, and you want to abandon your mom, abandon this home?
Richness. What exactly are you talking about?
But no matter what the owner was saying, she indeed looked sad, so it quickly became obedient, nudging her with its little head, cuddling and comforting her. Looking at its cute little appearance, Annan immediately softened and laughed, hugging it. All right, my rebellious girl, I forgive you. Richness breathed a sigh of relief, continuing to act spoiled while feeling bitter in its heart.
What's going on? Clearly, it's the owner who met my handsome brother behind my back. Why am I the one apologizing?
It lay in Annan's arms, unable to understand it all. But smelling the owner's scent still made it feel incredibly safe.
Forget it, next time I'll just go out with the owner.
So I won't be left at home waiting stupidly while she secretly enjoys something good outside. After pampering Richness for a while, Annan rolled up her sleeves and took out the solar generator from the space. At first, she thought this thing was not as useful as the fuel generator, but during extremely hot days, the difference would close significantly. Especially since diesel and gasoline are now non-renewable resources, she had stored a lot in her space, but after all, they are consumables, which is certainly not as cost-effective as taking advantage of the sunlight. She set up the solar panel on the balcony to share the burden of running the air conditioning and other appliances with the fuel generator. After everything was prepared, Annan changed into comfortable home clothes and went to the kitchen to cook. After hiking for over an hour today, she decided to be lazy, canceling all other fitness plans, planning to snuggle with her dog, grilling skewers, and watching dramas. Just as she had finished skewering half of the beef and lamb, a wave of stuffy heat suddenly hit the originally cool room. Richness, who had been lying with its eyes closed at her feet, suddenly opened its eyes wide, panting and standing up. Annan wiped her hands and took out the thermometer to check, and just like that, it was exactly 35 degrees. The extreme heat disaster was about to begin. Everything was just like in the previous life. But the difference was this time she was prepared. No matter how harsh the environment, it wouldn't affect her and Richness's happy little life. Annan comforted the dog, calmly turned on the air conditioner, closed the windows, and continued skewering the meat. Richness felt that the room had returned to a comfortable temperature and calmly lay back down. In contrast to the peaceful atmosphere inside her home, the outside was chaos again. In the past 2 days since the flood receded, many people preferred to stay outdoors. Even though everywhere was mud, garbage, and decaying corpses, they still wanted to come out and take a stroll. There's a saying that goes well: people should stay in places without lids on their heads. Long time spent cooped up at home can lead to depression. Especially during these past 4 months, the entire city has turned into a water city, causing many people who are not good with water to stay indoors as much as possible, searching for supplies. Even those who are good with water only go out to find survival supplies, often arguing fiercely over them. People haven't simply gone out for a walk or enjoyed the sun like they have in the last couple of days for a long time. Thinking about the flood receding and the disaster ending, many people happily gathered in their residential area to chat. A few retired old men even speculated about the government's post-disaster reconstruction measures and policies to benefit the people. Unexpectedly, just as they were chatting happily, the temperature suddenly rose, causing everyone to sweat profusely. Everyone's first reaction was to wonder if someone nearby was on fire or if there was an explosion. Looking around, they found nothing unusual. The only oddity was the sunlight, unusually dazzling. Standing in the sunlight felt like suddenly stepping into a sauna, hot and stuffy. Everyone hurriedly took off their jackets. A few young men, full of energy, stripped off their tops completely, sweating and muttering.
What's going on? It's November. It's bad enough that it hasn't been cold, but how can it suddenly heat up? Chapter 80, Ice Beer with Barbecue.
A group of people started discussing back and forth.
What's up with the weather this year? First it's heavy rain, now it's suddenly hot.
Winter is about to come, it hasn't been cool at all, and now it's getting hot again.
Could it be that the beautiful country is bored and has stirred up some weather weapon? Probably not. Before the internet went down, I saw they were suffering too. If they had a weather weapon, how could it harm their own country? Who knows? Isn't there a saying, harming others ultimately harms yourself? There are too many reckless actions, maybe they messed up. Women certainly couldn't continue casually chatting like the men with bare arms, all hurried back home. Once at home, they could also take off their clothes to feel a bit cooler. The men couldn't figure anything out, feeling the heat rising, they didn't want to talk much and rushed back upstairs to their homes. In recent years, global warming has worsened, and summer temperatures have risen higher each year, so 35 degrees isn't that surprising. But what's strange is that this should be the month for snow, yet there has been no cooling at all. Just a moment ago, it was a pleasant 15 degrees, but now it suddenly rose by about 20 degrees, making everyone sweat instantly. For those outside, those close to home were okay, they hurried upstairs to lie down, reassuring themselves that staying calm would cool them off. But those who lived far had it tough. During the flood, many cars were swept away by the water, and most people couldn't even find their cars. Even if a car could be found, it turned into a soaked wreck, utterly undrivable. So most people chose to walk out. These people felt the temperature change, wanting to avoid the blazing sun and rest at home, but they could only walk back under the scorching sun and heat. Bai Wenbin belonged to the unluckiest group. At that moment, he was sweating heavily while walking home, feeling increasingly hot. Even after taking off his jacket and shirt, he still couldn't cool down. Originally, he hadn't planned to go out today, thinking about waiting at home for his cousin, hoping to keep her there. But on waking up in the morning, he suddenly remembered that the pervert brother Zhang still owed him a case of mineral water. That was his hard-earned reward for labor. The food at home was enough for him and his cousin to eat until water and power were restored, but the existing water supply wouldn't last long. Now that the flood had receded, he could no longer make do with boiling floodwater to drink. So he decided to visit brother Zhang one last time. Inevitably, he would have to deal with the rough handling again. Aside from a box of mineral water, he was also given a bag of millet. Bai Wenbin came out from the twisted Zhang Ji's house, already exhausted, and after just a few steps, he was met with a scorching temperature of 35 degrees. It took a full 3 hours to walk from Zhang Ji's house to Kongwan community. He had barely walked for a while when he was already too hot, carrying a box of mineral water and a bag of millet. Before the natural disaster struck, he was still a studious student, never having faced physical hardship. Now, drenched in sweat and struggling with the weight, he painfully took step after step towards home. After walking for a bit, he felt like giving up and wanted to go back to Zhang Ji's place to escape the heat for a while. However, thinking back to the twisted torment he experienced at his house, he couldn't help but clench his legs, grit his teeth, and continue home. On the way, he encountered another person hurrying along the road. That person had dark skin and a strong body. Looking at the delicate Bai Wenbin, couldn't help but say, "Young man, your body is too weak. It's just a bit hot, why are you so exhausted? Do you need me to help carry that water?" This person had been working on construction sites for many years, built solid muscles and strong will. Heat and hard labor were nothing new to him. Bai Wenbin glanced at him warily. These were hard-earned survival resources, how could he easily hand them over to someone else? Thus, he fiercely refused the offer. The person looked at him, shook his head, and said, "Tsk, not recognizing a good heart. You can carry it yourself." Saying this, he quickened his pace, leaving Bai Wenbin far behind. The sunlight beat down viciously. As Bai Wenbin walked, he felt parched, twisting open the mineral water to pour into his mouth. Yet this did little to ease his discomfort. The more he walked, the more tired he became, the more tired, the hotter, the thirstier. Until he was on the verge of fainting from the pain, he finally arrived home. In his hands, the box of mineral water had only 2 bottles left. Bai Wenbin looked around. Money and supplies were already sent by Yanning, but he didn't see her shadow. Surely she left as soon as she dropped the things. He had a bit of a headache. This cousin of his really didn't listen to advice, insisting on staying over there to watch Nan's joke. Hopefully, she gets what she wants. Anyway, he couldn't care less for her now. Bai Wenbin was so exhausted that he collapsed directly onto the bed, feeling dizzy, with scorched skin, along with symptoms like tinnitus, nausea, and dry heaving. He should have gotten heatstroke. He gritted his teeth and thought, damn it. It would have been better not to go out. This trip had him endure a session of torment from Zhang, and the water he brought back was nearly all drunk up. It was as if he had made a wasted trip. He suffered so much on the way, now his whole body felt awful. What the hell is this weather doing? Why did the temperature suddenly spike so high? As Bai Wenbin cursed in his heart, he smacked his lips. After working hard all day, he hadn't eaten anything. But he was too drained to even get up from the bed, so he casually grabbed a handful of the millet he had brought back and stuffed it into his mouth raw. He didn't bother to pick, just imagined it as delicious meat in his mind. Eat, fu gue. And Nan threw 5 skewers of lamb into the dog bowl.
She opened a can of ice beer, holding a large handful of lamb skewers, eating one bite of ice beer and one bite of meat. While eating, she continued to grill pork belly and vegetable rolls. Fu Gui polished off the food in his bowl in just a few bites and looked up at what she was holding. And Nan, these are mine, sprinkled with salt, you can't eat them. Heavy salt is not good for dogs, so Nan specially grilled a salt-free version for him. Here, you eat this grilled quail first. Saying this, Nan placed 2 grilled quails that had cooled down next to him into his food bowl. Fu Gui lowered his head and enjoyed himself, crunching the bones and meat loudly. Beef and lamb skewers, grilled quail, pork belly, soy sauce noodles, pork skin, board noodles, vegetable rolls. After one person and one dog had eaten almost enough, Annan took out the leftover crocodile meat to grill, thinking to send some to Chu Peipei and Xiao Ping'an. They had helped her quite a bit before, and the crocodile they caught had exchanged for many supplies. The origin of the beef and lamb was uncertain, and she couldn't give it away, but grilled crocodile meat was surely something they would like. She prepared the crocodile meat, brushed oil, sprinkled spices, and completed it in one go. The aroma burst forth. Chapter 81, the air-conditioned rich person sat beside, rubbing his belly, coming closer as he smelled the fragrance. Greedy dog. Annan casually threw a piece of grilled crocodile meat to it. After finishing, she knocked on the door of room 1401. Chu Peipei opened the door, wearing only a very short spaghetti strap nightgown, holding an advertisement as a fan, fanning herself endlessly. Seeing the grilled meat in Annan's hand, her eyes lit up, and she quickly took it. Nan, how did you know I was too hot to cook? She tilted her head down to smell. It smells so good. Although Chu Peipei had also obtained a lot of crocodile meat, she mostly sliced it thin and boiled it, cooking in a way to save fuel. It had been a long time since she ate barbecue sprinkled with cumin and spices like this. Nan, wait a moment, I'll get some dry food to exchange with you. Annan stopped her. No need, these are all caught by you and Xiao Ping'an before. I grilled too much and can't finish it. Let's eat together, today is my treat. Chu Peipei thought for a moment. Alright, next time I'll treat. Thanks to you, my family's supplies are now considered ample. Saying this, she looked at Annan's face with surprise. I've been sitting still at home, all hot and red-faced, and you grilled skewers, yet you still look normal? Annan honestly replied, I have a generator, so the air conditioning is on. There was nothing to hide about this. Her house had an air conditioning unit, and Chu Peipei lived next door. She would know sooner or later that Annan had turned on the air conditioning. Chu Peipei had a look of I see and was no longer surprised. Annan's house was rich in supplies. Having a generator to keep the air conditioning running was not surprising. Even she, who had just become well off by catching crocodiles, had a generator in her home. As for why she was still so hot. Good news, she had changed to a generator. Bad news, traded for the air conditioning. Of course, just one air conditioning wouldn't get such a precious item. At that time, Chu Peipei had used a lot of food, plus added an air conditioning, washing machine, dishwasher, and other electronic devices she thought were useless, to trade for that generator and a small amount of fuel to keep the refrigerator running. Who would have thought the weather could suddenly become so hot? Now the air conditioning had become a good thing. Chu Peipei couldn't help but complain, I even have a generator, yet I don't have air conditioning. Annan had extra air conditioning in her space, but she couldn't take it out to give away. After all, not even someone like Xiao Ping'an, who was obsessed with the apocalypse, would equip several air conditioning units at home. She had to be cautious about anything that could leak information about the space. Annan thought for a while and suggested, many households have air conditioning, you can look for it in the neighborhood, it's easy to find. During the flood, many people died, and a lot of houses were abandoned. Just find any house to go into. Wouldn't air conditioning be available? Chu Peipei hesitated a bit, but the temperature shouldn't always be this high, right? Maybe it will cool down tomorrow. Annan replied, everyone thinks like you, so now air conditioning is not considered a hot commodity yet. But what if the high temperature lasts for several months like the floods, then it would be troublesome. In fact, extreme heat lasted for more than just a few months, it was a full 2 years. Let alone air conditioning, even an old electric fan would be fought over. The most sought-after supplies during extreme heat, drinking water, cooling appliances, generators, food. Clothes became unimportant. There are many people on the street who are so hot they're nearly running around naked. Chu Peipei listened to Annan's words, thought for a moment, and felt they made a lot of sense. This temperature rising is already abnormal, just like that heavy rain 4 months ago, sudden and extreme. It might really last for a long time again. No matter how long it lasts, it's always better to be prepared. She said seriously, in a while, I'm going to take a walk around the community and find an air conditioner to install. Annan reminded her, remember to take a weapon. After saying goodbye to Chu Peipei, she went upstairs to find Xiao Ping'an. The hallway was unbearably hot, and after just a few steps, Annan had a thin layer of sweat. As soon as Xiao Ping'an opened the door, a breath of cool air rushed out from inside. It seems his home also had the air conditioning on. Xiao Ping'an came out, immediately attracted by the large plate of fragrant grilled meat in Annan's hand.
Idle, these skewers came at the right time. My mom is complaining about the bland noodles I cooked. Annan smiled, I happen to want to eat barbecue today, so I thought I'd bring you some to try. Zhao Ping'an was first touched, who understands? My idol has become my friend and even brought me delicious food. Then, he looked at her face with concern. Idol, in such hot weather, you grilled at home, right? You didn't get heatstroke, did you? Annan shook her head, no. That's good. Zhao Ping'an breathed a sigh of relief and said, the temperature rose too suddenly today. Luckily, we've all stayed at home, otherwise, it's easy to get sick. Annan nodded, it is very sudden, just like that heavy rain, coming with great force. She intentionally led to the first natural disaster, which could also draw Zhao Ping'an's attention. Sure enough, Zhao Ping'an frowned and nodded, yes, something unusual must be happening, I suspect this disaster hasn't ended at all. We all need to stay alert and be careful. Then, as if he thought of something, his eyes lit up, by the way, Idol, have you made the anti-cut fabric I gave you into clothes? That fabric also has a temperature-regulating effect. You must wear it to prevent heatstroke. Annan nodded, about to say something when she saw another figure peeping out from behind Zhao Ping'an. You must be Annan? Hu Tsuelan looked at her with a smile. I always hear Ping'an talking about his idol. When he was treating his illness with acupuncture, Pei always praised you. It's great to finally meet you. You're such a pretty girl. Annan smiled politely, hello, auntie. Zhao Ping'an said, Mom, you've met before, have you forgotten? In the elevator. Hu Tsuelan's face changed as she slapped his head, you little brat, I say east, you say west. Are you purposely embarrassing your mother? Zhao Ping'an winced in pain, dodging as he said, ouch, Mom. My idol is still here, give me some face. He then turned to Annan and explained, sorry, idol, my mom has a temper like this, she blows up out of nowhere. I'm sorry you had to see that. Annan looked at their playful banter and didn't feel repulsed, instead, she felt it was very warm. Her home was so quiet, if it weren't for her wealth, she might gradually lose even her ability to speak. If only her mother were alive and well. Her mother wasn't like Hu Tsuelan, so emotionally expressive, she was an extremely elegant and gentle woman. But no matter how different their personalities were, the look a mother gives her child always looks the same. Praise or scolding, there is always love swirling in their eyes. Chapter 82, The medicinal herbs have ripened early. Hu Tsuelan retracted her hand that was hitting her son, looking at Annan's somewhat downcast expression, immediately thought of something. She called out loudly to Annan, girl. Come in and eat with us. Annan immediately snapped out of her thoughts, no, auntie, I'm already full. You all go in to eat. As she spoke, she handed the things to Zhao Ping'an and wanted to leave. Zhao Ping'an hurriedly called out to her, idol, wait a moment, I'll trade you something. Annan waved her hand, I didn't take anything from Pei. How can you take it again? You should quickly go back and eat, this meal is on me. Zhao Ping'an was no longer polite, okay then, next time it's my turn to treat. And Nan smiled, Sister Pei said the same thing, it looks like you have to wait in line now. As she spoke, she waved her hand and went downstairs to go home. Hu Tsuelan watched Nan's departing figure and sighed, what a nice little girl. Zhao Ping'an reminded her, Mom, before you said that she cuts people like cutting vegetables, and if it goes wrong, she would take one of my legs. Hu Tsuelan punched him again, you little rascal, do you really want to go against me? After hitting him, she continued walking home and said, when it's time to be ruthless, you must be ruthless, but also have some human kindness, only then can you be called a person of flesh and blood. I believe this girl, she's bound to do well in the future. After Nan delivered the items and returned home, the sky had completely darkened. The temperature had dropped slightly compared to the daytime. But it was only a little bit. She adjusted the air conditioning temperature a bit and took her dog to slip into the space. The dog ran to drink from the spring again, and Nan had gotten used to it, so she ignored it and went to the experimental field to check on the medicinal herbs she had neglected for many days. She carefully compared the images on her tablet and was amazed to find that the Isatis tinctoria she planted had already matured. What is going on? Previously, she had done some research, and the maturation time for Isatis tinctoria was 6 months. It's only been 3 months, how could it have matured already? In disbelief, she took another look, yes, it had indeed matured. Could it be that the time in the estate was different from the outside world and has accelerated? However, she quickly ruled out that possibility. Before sowing, she had specifically conducted an experiment with apples. Based on the oxidation and decay times, the time flow here was completely consistent with the outside. The only difference was that the estate did not have the change of seasons. Even though it was already November outside, the estate was always vibrant and lively. Logically speaking, since the time flow rate was the same as outside, there shouldn't be a situation where the maturation period was shortened. And Nan pondered for a moment and believed the reason should be in the soil or the irrigation water. Either the soil in the estate was exceptionally nutrient-rich, or the spring water brought in for irrigation had growth-promoting effects on plants.
She dug up a piece of Isatis tinctoria to check, and the roots were straight, thick, and uniformly grown, with good quality. Moreover, upon close examination, she found that the Isatis tinctoria she grew as a novice was even better than those sold on the market. Of course, she wouldn't narcissistically think it was due to her exceptional talent. It was likely the space's contribution again. She thought for a moment and took a small sample of the soil and spring water, preparing to find a suitable opportunity to study it with Zhao Ping'an to see if they could figure out why. And Nan looked at her lush experimental field, not expecting her first time planting medicinal herbs to go this smoothly. Excitedly, she began to harvest. First, she harvested the leaves. These leaves are called big blue leaves, which are also a medicinal herb and can be used to treat yellowpox, throat swelling, fever, headache, and sores in the mouth and tongue. After harvesting the leaves, she could then harvest the roots, which were the Isatis tinctoria roots. Just after finishing harvesting the big blue leaves, she was kicked out of the space. And Nan saw that it was still early for sleeping, so she returned to her bedroom, lay on the bed, and continued to use her consciousness to harvest the roots. This mental energy could also be exercised through the use of consciousness, at first, and Nan felt exhausted just moving things in the space with her mind. Now, she could deftly do farm work. After working for 3 more hours, she finally fell asleep out of exhaustion. The next day, and Nan had a simple breakfast, did not continue with physical training, but continued to use her consciousness to dig out the remaining Isatis tinctoria. After working hard for more than 2 hours, she finally finished harvesting all the Isatis tinctoria. She excitedly dashed into the space, touched the fruits of her hard work, and then laid out the harvested Isatis root to dry. This time she harvested a total of 150 kilograms of Isatis root, which was quite a good yield. With one successful experience, Annan prepared to expand the trial field and open up more planting space. Without hesitation, she marked the area and started plowing the land. After half an hour of plowing, she stepped out of the space and decided to use her mental energy to continue. She wouldn't use up all her time entering the space at once. She needed to save some to deal with unexpected emergencies. After all, the space was her reliance for teleportation and wall-passing skills, and it was also the key to her survival. Using her consciousness to work was the same, it was just a bit mentally exhausting. But since it could train her mental strength, why not enjoy it? Annan leaned on the sofa, closed her eyes, and plowed the land in the manner. Fugue thought its owner was sleeping and lazily lay beside her. By the time Annan finished plowing, it was already noon, and the temperature outside had risen to 42 degrees. In just one day, the temperature had almost reached the disaster threshold. The most terrifying part was that this temperature would continue to rise, peaking at even 60 degrees. Annan stood by the window, watching as the outside returned to silence. The residents who had just regained 2 days of normal life were trapped in their homes, not daring to move. After all, every household was short on medicine, and if someone succumbed to the heat without timely medication, in this high temperature, it could easily develop into heatstroke. Getting heatstroke and being unable to seek medical help could lead to life-threatening situations. Annan looked at the land that had been soaked by the flood and was now completely dried out under the sun. She stared blankly for a moment and suddenly felt that heaven had still left humanity a glimmer of hope. After all, it was waiting for all the water to disappear before abruptly raising the temperature like this. If the water, which was more than 10 meters deep, was still here when extreme heat arrived, nobody, including her, could survive. Because the building would become a huge steamer, with them cooked inside like meat, and below them, the water would only get hotter. Before the water dried up, everyone would be done for. Annan recalled those food bloggers who had posted about slow-cooked steaks and couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 83, Scavenging the Machinery Factory. By evening, the temperature had dropped from 42 degrees to 38 degrees, and Annan put on her temperature-regulating suit, ready to venture out for a zero-cost shopping trip. Although the temperature was comfortable a couple of days ago, there were too many people out and about, making it inconvenient for her to act. But now, with the sudden heat, everyone was hiding in their homes, too scared to come out. In a few days, as people began to adapt to the high temperatures, and their stored food ran low, they would risk venturing out in search of supplies. Therefore, if she wanted to quietly go undisturbed, now was the perfect time. After putting on her temperature-regulating suit, she tried turning off the air conditioning. Soon, the temperature in the room began to rise. Fugue, who had been comfortably snuggled in its doghouse, now widened its eyes and stood up, panting. It looked at its owner with a nervous expression. "What's happening? Is there a fire?" The temperature was so high that even a slight movement would make one break out in a sweat, but Annan's body did not feel any temperature change. She couldn't help but joyfully touch her temperature-regulating suit. This Zhao Ping'an is quite something. Seeing the dog's discomfort, she quickly turned the air conditioning back on. However, this time she set the temperature not too low, but to 28 degrees. The dog couldn't stay home forever, it would have to go outside sooner or later. Although the temperature-regulating suit provided protection, it shouldn't become too weak. Out there, survival of the fittest ruled.
the survivors will gradually adapt to the high temperature. This is also the strength of humanity.
Therefore, although she and Fugway did not need to suffer from the heat, they could not always stay in a particularly cool environment, tamed by the comfort zone. Thus, she prepared to adjust the indoor temperature gradually with the outside temperature. As long as she grasped a good balance, they could adapt to the hot weather changes without suffering from heatstroke. Seeing that the temperature felt much more comfortable, Fugway lazily returned to its cozy spot. It was only when it saw Annan preparing to go out that it stood up again.
Owo, owo, owo? What are you going to do? Are you going to meet that handsome brother behind my back again?
Annan looked at its questioning face and found it a bit funny. I'm going out to find supplies.
Are you going to follow me? It's very hot outside. Saying this, she held it to the window and opened it.
A wave of heat hit, and Fugway's features all scrunched up.
Owo, 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 owo.
Fugway cried out like a pig being slaughtered, breaking free from Annan's arms and scampering back to its little nest, calling back twice.
Owo, owo, owo. Owo. Close the window. It's hot. Annan smiled and closed the window.
She once saw an educational post: when a child at home misbehaves, always wanting to put their hands in the door gap, how to effectively stop this. Answer: pin their hand in the door gap once, and they will never be curious about putting their hand in there again. At this moment, Fugway was just like that. It was completely devoid of curiosity, lazily lying in its nest, quietly watching Annan change her shoes at the entrance.
The owner can go wherever she wants. I have no objection to her meeting the handsome brother.
It's too hot outside, this dog will not go out to suffer that torment. After going out, Annan found a secluded corner and took out the Night 15. After getting into the car and turning on the air conditioning, she contentedly sighed. Touching the luxurious interior and the comfortable steering wheel, she hummed a song happily, pressing the accelerator. The strong push in her back instantly made her experience what true power feels like. After so long, she finally had the chance to drive her beloved car. She stroked the steering wheel, speaking cheerfully, "Little darling, I know you love to drink oil, your sister must make sure you're well fed." The main purpose of this trip was to gather more gasoline. The fuel she obtained from the oil rat, if only used for the generator and the wooling, would last her a long time. But now she also had this Night 15. As a powerful, high-horsepower armored vehicle that can withstand 15 kilograms of TNT, it weighs 6 tons, with a top speed of 240 kilometers per hour. Every aspect was so perfect. But it also came with a small drawback: the terrifying fuel consumption. Her Wooling's fuel consumption was about 6 liters per 100 kilometers, the other camper van also consumed only about 10 liters per 100 kilometers. But her beloved battle car consumed 60 liters per 100 kilometers. That's right, a consumption of 60. The fuel she had saved went from decades worth of usage to nearly 10 times shorter, estimating it would only be enough for the Black Knight to drink for a few years. Upon receiving this car, her first thought was to get more fuel. But at that time, the entire Lingbei city had turned into a water city, making operations impossible. Now, there was neither flood nor crowd. This was the best time for her to gather fuel. The road was silent, with not a single living thing around, only trash and corpses littering the ground.
Regular small cars couldn't drive normally on such a road.
But for her Knight, let alone these tiny obstacles, even a small car would be crushed under it. Annan drove the armored vehicle, crushing and rolling over everything easily, reaching her destination, a large machinery manufacturing plant. Before gathering fuel, she needed to find some useful tools. Annan walked through the gate of the manufacturing plant, which was divided into different factory areas.
Entering the first factory area, she discovered her target: an excavator. With the excavator, she could dig up the buried oil tank under the gas station. The factory area was filled with excavators. Although they had all been submerged, they had now dried out under the heat. Nan tried them one by one. Most could not start, but after careful selection, she found one that worked normally. She stored this excavator in her space and began to gather supporting equipment: stone grabbers, rebar cutters, quick connectors, and more. The most important was the breaker hammer. After attaching it to the excavator, she could use it to break the concrete floor of the gas station. After storing both the excavator and the equipment, she hesitated for a moment and decided to store the submerged excavators as well. Zhao Ping'an should be able to repair these things. After all, he always collected scrap metal at the water market to make inventions. Who knows, someday he might fix these items so they can be useful again. After exiting the excavator factory area, she casually entered the next factory area and was surprised to find it filled with agricultural machinery. And Nan's eyes brightened. She had thought her planting methods were too primitive, too labor-intensive and inefficient. If only she could automate agricultural production in her estate. It really came without much effort. Chapter 84: Zero-Cost Purchase at the Gas Station.
And Nan happily walked into the factory area, gathering all kinds of agricultural machinery, including tractors, transplanters, sprayers, and combine harvesters. She couldn't tell which were damaged by water and which were usable, so she decided to store all the machines in her space, planning to study them later when she had time. After coming out of the agricultural machinery factory area, Nan gathered her strength and ran through each factory area, emptying all the machines from the entire machinery factory. Though there were many machines she didn't know the purpose of, and didn't know what use they had. But when she stockpiled supplies before the disaster, she never imagined she would need excavators and agricultural machinery one day. And just like that, suddenly she needed them. So who knows what unexpected devices she might use in the future. She decided to store all these machines in her space. After all, her space was now so vast it seemed endless. After scavenging the entire machinery factory, Nan returned to her vehicle and drove towards a nearby gas station, ready to get oil. This gas station was specifically chosen by Nan. It was located in the suburbs, with no neighborhoods or residents around, making it easy for her to use the space. Upon arriving near the gas station, she drove around in a big circle, checking to see if there were any people around. After confirming there were no idlers, she returned to the gas station and took out the excavator. She first swapped its bucket for the breaker hammer, then filled it with diesel, ready to work. Generally, the underground oil tanks at gas stations are buried directly beneath the vehicle refueling area. Nan prepared to dig a hole in the ground next to the oil tank, then reach in to collect the oil tank into her space. It sounded like a very simple step, but in reality, it was quite difficult to execute. First was the positioning. She could only guess the approximate location of the underground oil tank and couldn't pinpoint it accurately. If she drilled in the wrong spot and hit the oil tank directly, there would be a risk of a huge explosion. Secondly, she had never systematically learned how to operate an excavator, making it difficult for her to achieve her work goals safely and flexibly. Thus, she decided to set her initial operating position at a distance from the predicted location. She planned to start digging from far away and gradually move toward the oil tank until she could feel it through the hole. Cautious action, safety first. Although this method was slower, it effectively guaranteed her safety. Having set her plan, Nan first stored the Night 15 in her space. In case something really went wrong and an explosion occurred, she could hide in the space immediately, but her beloved car would suffer. She quickly decided to put it away first. Everything ready, Nan confidently got onto the excavator. Previously, she had seen a video with over 3 million likes on a short video app, teaching people how to operate an excavator. Since the operation was very simple and easy to understand, the comments were filled with jokes like, "I learned to operate an excavator at the online vocational technical college." Recalling what she had learned, Nan turned the key, lifted the safety lock, and pushed the control handles. After a few adjustments, she quickly mastered the method of use. Day. The breaker started to work and soon created a hole in the cement floor. However, since she chose a position that was quite distant, there was clearly nothing underneath. Nan maneuvered the machine, moving in a bit closer to continue drilling. After drilling a few holes, Nan had gone from being inexperienced at the start to being able to skillfully control the angle and depth of the drilling. Feeling confident, she moved further toward the fuel tank area. Once this hole was completed, a corner of the storage tank was exposed. Excited, Nan reached in and pulled this huge storage tank into her space. The precious fuel resource was finally in hand. Not to mention in a resource-scarce apocalypse, even before the natural disasters, this gasoline would have cost over 8 yuan a liter, but now she was getting tons of it for free. A gas station's storage tank usually contains between 2 to 6 tanks, stored next to each other. After collecting one, Nan repeated the process and continued gathering others. In total, she collected 3 storage tanks, each capable of holding around 20 tons of fuel. However, since vehicles had come and filled up earlier, the tanks were not full, with each having just over half left. Together, the 3 tanks held about 40 tons of fuel, including 10 tons of diesel and 30 tons of gasoline. This gasoline was enough for her Wuling Hongguan to run until it was scrapped. But for the fuel-guzzling armored vehicle, it was still not enough. After nearly 2 hours of busy work, Nan hurried off to the next gas station. There were too many people in the city, so she dared not go in and could only continue out of town. When she arrived at the next stop, she used the old method again, but she was much more skilled than the first time. After just over an hour, she successfully collected 4 tanks, totaling 60 tons of oil. Thus, after a busy half-night, Nan successfully gathered 14 storage tanks from 4 gas stations, bringing the total fuel storage in her space to 200 tons. This was already enough for her, but she had become addicted to hoarding and still wanted to continue. After all, fuel in the apocalypse is worth its weight in gold, so the more she had stored, the better. Nan continued forward, preparing to go to the 5th gas station. Driving along the provincial road, everything around was pitch dark, with only her car's high beams lighting up the road ahead. Just as she calculated the time, thinking she was almost there, she suddenly saw bright lights ahead, accompanied by loud noises. Annan quickly turned off her headlights to hide her presence. Then she quietly drove closer, stopping about 100 meters from the light. In the dark, she observed carefully. The illuminated place was exactly the gas station she wanted to go to, but there were 5 workers doing construction inside. They had also brought a generator, connected to bright lights, illuminating the entire scene magnificently. The loud noises came from a breaker drilling the ground. Like her, they were working late at night, breaking open the gas station's surface. Annan frowned. It seemed they were also collecting oil. However, unlike her, they did not have the space as a golden finger, their methods were riskier and took much more time. Their construction area was large, needing to excavate the entire ground. Separate the oil tanks with professional skills, then use a crane to lift the oil tanks out and load them onto a big truck. Annan watched the group of people working passionately and couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that officials are here to recover these fuel resources for building a base? But then she thought, no, that's not right. The officials only started building the base during the extremely hot period, and when they did, there was a fuel shortage, and they were buying it everywhere. At that time, Annan was with the Bai siblings, looking everywhere to siphon fuel from cars, saving it to sell to the officials for water. In her memory, it seemed that in her previous life, there was an unknown big shot who monopolized all fuel resources, and then, using the provision of fuel as an opportunity, collaborated with the official base, thus controlling more other resources. Could it be that these people are sent by that big shot? Chapter 85, Cooling Soup. Whoever sent them, anyway, this gas station has been taken first by someone else. Annan looked for a while and decided to leave. The road ahead was blocked by several big trucks waiting to transport the oil tanks. Annan put her car into her space, walked off the road, and sneaked around from the dark. When she reached a distance where they couldn't find her, she took out the armored vehicle and drove away. She drove all the way to the next gas station but found it was just an empty pit. Well, that group got there first. She had no choice but to drive further. The next 2 gas stations were already dug out. Annan remained hopeful and continued onward, and at the next stop, finally it was no longer a barren pit. It was a brightly lit worksite. Annan. Why is there another construction team here? She observed for a while and felt that this construction team was with the last group. Although they were all so hot they had their shirts off and it was hard to tell their uniforms apart, their construction methods were very similar. And the dry food and drinking water set out in the corner were all from the same brand. It should be supplied by the same boss. Annan had no choice but to continue driving. She drove all the way to the neighboring city and found the same situation. Either they had already been dug out or they had been taken by someone else. The other side had sent several batches of workers to work at the same time. Along the way, there were 2 gas stations that hadn't been dug yet. She quickly picked up a lot and got 100 tons of oil. While collecting, she couldn't help but sigh, it's a good thing I came out today, if I had come tomorrow, there would be nothing left. The other side seemed to think the same, even the timing to take action was about the same. But these people were digging systematically, leaving not even a single drop of oil for others. How inconsiderate. In a fit of anger, Annan got angry for a moment. Cough, she had already collected 300 tons of oil, that was enough for her, and there would even be leftovers for trading. During such times, being able to hire so many professional workers to work for her, and also being able to bargain with the officials later, showed that this behind-the-scenes big shot was very powerful. There was no need to confront them and disturb her peace. Annan rubbed her sore shoulders. She was really tired after a night of hustle, time to go home. By the time she got home, it was already the early morning, and Annan hurried to bed to catch up on sleep. She slept until noon and was finally awakened by the heat. Fugue was scratching her with his paws. Annan opened her eyes, drenched in sweat. What's going on? The air conditioner malfunctioned? She wiped her sweat, adjusted the air conditioner temperature lower, and immediately felt much cooler. She took out the thermometer, opened the window, and checked the outside temperature. It was already a scorching 49 degrees outside. No wonder it was so hot. The surface temperature must be about 70 degrees, right? Annan got up to wash up, filled Fugue's food bowl, and then took out a bowl of cold noodles from her space, paired with some soda. She slurped the cold noodles while watching a funny variety show. Just as she finished her meal, Chu Pei came to knock on the door. She had no puppy at home, and no companions. Usually, when she wanted to chat, she could only come to find Annan. Nan, it's only been 3 days, and the temperature has jumped from 15 degrees to 50 degrees. It's terrifying. Saying this, she handed the bowl in her hand to Annan. I made mung bean soup, drink some to cool off. Annan did not take it. The extreme heat had arrived, and water resources had become the most scarce commodity. The hot weather made people sweat and dehydrate, and without tap water supply, many were literally dehydrating to death, becoming corpses afterwards. In Annan's villa in the manor, there was a continuous supply of drinking water, and there were still plenty of supermarket stocks, so water was not a problem.
But Chu Pei Pei was different. The material she had saved before were dwindling with every little bit she drank. Anan said, I just finished eating, I can't drink anymore. You keep it for yourself. Oh, this is a cooling drink, how can it be like a meal? It's no joke if you really get heatstroke. As Chu Pei Pei spoke, she unceremoniously stuffed the bowl into Anan's hands. Anan thought for a moment, and without further refusal, took the mung bean soup back to the room and then brought out a 5-liter bottle of mineral water and handed it to her. Chu Pei Pei hurriedly waved her hand, no need. Just a bit of mung bean soup, I saved some for Xiaoping and too, I don't need anything from you. Besides, you treated me to grilled skewers last time. Anan replied, this is different from grilled skewers, it's so hot now, cooling drinks are too precious. Seeing that Chu Pei Pei was adamant about not accepting, she had to say. I'm too lazy to cook soup, just leave the water with you. You boiled the mung beans, just share a bowl with me. You provide the beans and fuel, I'll provide the water, that's fair. Only then did Chu Pei Pei hesitate and accept it. She knew in her heart that Anan was taking care of her. After all, in this situation, water was much more precious than mung beans and fuel. Anan watched her expression and knew she was getting emotional again. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly, if this water was given to someone else, they would have eagerly accepted it, and even if she didn't give it, someone would be scheming to come and grab it. Yet Chu Pei Pei did not want to accept something that was rightfully hers, fearing she would take advantage of others. It showed that this person was truly good. But a kind heart exchanges for a kind heart. Chu Pei Pei felt embarrassed to take it, she willingly gave instead. Others would ask her for it, crying and begging, but she wouldn't soften her heart at all. Anan looked at Chu Pei Pei and asked, did you find an air conditioner? Chu Pei Pei nodded, after chatting with you the night before last, I went out to search in the neighborhood. I found one in less than half an hour, and I also found an extra fan. But? Her face showed distress, turning on the air conditioner indeed made it not so hot, but it uses so much electricity. My generator's fuel won't last long. Nan, when do you think this disaster will end? The high temperature can't last forever, right? Anan thought, and? That would take a whole 2 years. But she didn't show it on her face and replied, I don't know how long it will last. But destiny must be in our own hands. She looked at Chu Pei Pei seriously, rather than praying for natural disasters to end soon, it's better to be prepared and face it calmly. Destiny must be in our own hands. Chu Pei Pei murmured this sentence, suddenly feeling enlightened. Yes, if the high temperature keeps rising, would she just lie at home, waiting for the fuel to run out and literally die of heat? Nan, you're right, instead of praying for divine mercy, it's better to be well prepared. When troops come, troops fight, when water comes, earth dams, I'll find a way to get fuel tomorrow. Anan looked at her excited state and couldn't help but be moved. Sure enough, doctors are very hard-working scholars, just a little encouragement can boost their fighting spirit. She looked at Chu Pei Pei and asked, how do you plan to get fuel? Chu Pei Pei replied, when it cools off in the evening, I'll check the gas station. Anan. Chapter 86, Throwing you a face full of waste is truly a meeting of heroes. But Chu Pei Pei going to the gas station likely won't find anything. Those people were unlike her, only able to sneakily collect fuel in the deserted outskirts at night. Seeing their attitude, it was probably that the city's gas stations hadn't been spared either. From last night until now, there shouldn't be much oil left. But she couldn't tell Chu Pei Pei about this, so she could only suggest. Besides gas stations, there are quite a few abandoned cars on the road that still have fuel. Chu Pei Pei thought for a moment and nodded, then we need a siphon, otherwise, we'd have to suck it out with our mouths. I'll go ask Xiaoping'an, he has all sorts of gadgets. Then she glanced at Anan and asked, Nan, do you want to come with me to find some oil? Anan replied, I won't go, I really hate the heat. The fuel at home is enough for now. If she went too, Chu Pei Pei would have to share some of her portion with her, leaving even less for herself. Besides, she had 300 tons of oil in her space, so there was no need to go out and struggle to find crude oil. The gasoline and diesel collected yesterday would be enough to support 2 more Chu Pei Peis. But Anan wouldn't do that. First, the source and storage of the oil are unclear. Second, the help among friends also needs certain limits. Give an inch, take a mile, no one can be supported forever. Only by advancing together can a relationship be maintained longer. Chu Pei Pei understood, okay then, you should go back and rest. There's still some cooling soup left, I'll take it to Xiaoping'an and Aunt Hu. Anan watched her leave, closed the door, and went back home to spread fertilizer and sow seeds in her space. This time she would plant lobular bluegrass. She had planted a bit less in the experimental field before, and now, having opened up a new piece of land, she would plant it again, it would be enough for use and sale during the plague. After finishing her work, Anan continued to watch the variety show and then went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Just now, the stars ate turkey noodles on the show, making her crave them. She decided to have that for dinner. But she would eat her upgraded version. When she first ate turkey noodles years ago,
she only tasted the spiciness and didn't feel it was that fragrant. It wasn't until she changed the cooking method that she became addicted to it. First, she pan-fried an Orleans chicken steak, a few slices of luncheon meat, and a runny egg. She boiled water for the noodles, poured it out after 4 minutes, added a small amount of milk to bring it to a boil, then added the sauce and stirred until thick. She added the cut-up chicken steak and luncheon meat, turned off the heat, sprinkled seaweed flakes, added cheese slices to melt them, and finally topped it with the fried egg.
Great job done.
This turkey noodle added a rich fragrance on top of the spiciness, making it deliciously rich and more nutritious. Most importantly, the milk creates a protective layer in the stomach, reducing the irritation from the chili oil. After serving the noodles, Annan took out the sole companion of turkey noodles from her space, the fried chicken coated in honey mustard sauce. She had bought it from a very authentic fried chicken shop at a snack street before the natural disaster. Since she had already added quite a few side dishes and her stomach capacity was limited, Annan only added 2 pieces of fried chicken.
However, Fu Gue was drooling, tempted by the tempting aroma.
She simply dumped the remaining 6 pieces of fried chicken into its dog bowl. Of course, it was the version without sauce.
Fu Gue looked at its owner's bowl and then at its own. Woo 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 woo.
Why do you have noodles, while mine is so simple?
Annan realized what it meant as it hesitated to eat. Ha, little thing, you are quite greedy. Annan happily added a bit of noodles for it, then looked at it meaningfully.
Fu Gue, seeing it also had plenty, happily lowered its head to eat. After just 1 bite, it immediately stuck out its tongue, panting, and ran to drink water. It ran too quickly, tripping over its own 4 paws, and it tumbled with a thud.
Annan laughed heartily at it. Silly dog. You want to try everything. After dinner, Annan stood and digested for half an hour.
Sitting for too long after eating would accumulate abdominal fat, while moving around isn't good for the spleen and stomach's digestion.
Walk after a meal, live to 99 is a fallacy.
Direct exercise right after eating would consume qi and blood, harm the spleen and stomach, and not be beneficial for qi, blood, and fluid synthesis. After half an hour, Annan changed into her constant temperature suit, preparing to go out for zero-cost shopping. The reason for having so much for dinner was that she had to work at night. Still driving her Black Knight, she crushed and rolled out of the community. Tonight, the streets were no longer as quiet as yesterday. A few people began to come out searching for supplies. The temperature had risen too rapidly, and some sensitive people had already realized this was the beginning of a new disaster. Therefore, disregarding the sweltering heat, they hurried out at night while it was slightly cooler to find things.
Who knows how hot it will get later?
And Nan drove her car at high speed, and when people saw her, they waved for help.
Give me a ride. It's too hot, I can't take it. Help me, I'm old and can't walk anymore.
And Nan ignored them all and drove straight past.
In 1 second, you let them in, and the next second, they could push you out and take your car for themselves.
Sure enough, seeing that Nan was unmoved, this group of people immediately picked up stones, swore, ran a few steps, and hurled them hard.
Rich people are no good.
What's wrong with letting me sit in such a big car? Cold-blooded guy, you'll face a malfunction someday, and your car will be destroyed. The armored car was bulletproof, the stones hit it without leaving a trace.
However, and Nan was still not pleased, cursing my car?
She decisively shifted into reverse and slammed the gas pedal to back up the car. Several people saw the car coming back and quickly moved to the side to avoid being run over, then watched the car door warily. The car owner must be coming back for revenge because they were cursed and the car was hit.
That would be perfect.
As long as he got out of the car, they could rush him and beat him up, then take his car. A group of people watched the car door closely with greedy eyes. But unexpectedly, the door did not open, only the window came down. Before they could react, a large pile of sticky stuff was poured over them, covering their faces. What the heck? A few felt an unbearable stench, instinctively wiped their faces, and brought their hands to their eyes.
Shit. This is shit. Ah.
A group of people screamed in shock and bent over to vomit endlessly. While vomiting, the stuff on their foreheads and noses flowed to their mouths, making them feel even more disgusting.
They were furious and threw up while cursing. You bastard. How can you throw shit?
I really am at hashtag N% hashtag asterisk and.
And Nan raised an eyebrow, what's all the yelling for? It's just some feces, how could it be that sticky? That was a luxurious mixture of feces and urine, specially kept in space, ready to ferment into organic fertilizer. These are all good things. You're getting a bargain. And Nan snorted lightly and drove away. A few people were both angry and disgusted.
They didn't even get a clear look at whether the person in the car was male or female, nor did they know how the stuff was thrown out.
The Black Knight roared away, quickly disappearing without a trace. Chapter 87, Emerald Zero-Cost Purchase.
And Nan drove her car and soon arrived at her destination.
Jewelry Business Street.
This whole street was filled with jewelry shops, and the people looking for supplies almost never came here, making it especially quiet. After all, no matter how valuable these jewels were before the disaster, now they were useless. They could neither be eaten nor drunk, and nothing could be exchanged for food or water. What was the use? However, for Nan, this place was filled with treasures. She started browsing from the first store at the street corner. This was a somewhat famous brand store. Upon entering, many display cases could be seen, categorized with various gold, silver, jewelry, and jade items. And Nan directly aimed for the emerald counter. There were a lot of emerald bracelets, necklaces, rings, and more displayed here. Although they had been soaked by floodwaters before, many had dirty things hanging from them, and some were even broken in half. However, as long as the material was right, it did not affect the upgrade of space. And Nan took a quick glance at the quality. Almost all were of low quality and medium quality, with only a couple of high quality ones displayed in a separate case. Though these emeralds were generally mediocre. The prices are all very expensive. It seems that there is a saying in the jade circle, the jade in shopping malls and boutiques, if you remove a zero from the price, that is its true value. Just like the bracelet she received at the water market, worth 50,000, if sold here, it would fetch 500,000. To buy truly worthwhile jade jewelry, one must go to places like Wuhui City or Jian City, which are jade distribution centers. In places like Linbei City, if you want to buy jade, you can only be ripped off at malls and brand chain stores, spending tens of thousands, only to bring home a bracelet worth a few thousand. In this room full of jade, the best one is actually the one on her wrist that is spacebound to it. Even the bracelet she received at the water market and Long Tsongan's ring are considered high quality in this shop. However, Annan is not picky. As long as the items are real, the space will collect them. If the quality isn't enough, she can make it up with quantity. After all, there are so many jewelry stores here. She collected all the jade in the shop, then tested it and found that the distance for entering and exiting the space upgraded from 1.1 meters to 3 meters. Annan was overjoyed. The goods from one shop directly upgraded by 2 meters. With so many jewelry stores here, doesn't that mean she could teleport 100 meters away? So she eagerly prepared to go to the next store. Before leaving, she gathered all the other jewelry and different materials from the shop. Since she was there, why not take everything for free? As she collected, she thought, it's a pity gold cannot upgrade the space. If it could upgrade the space too, that would be perfect. In addition to these gold bracelets and necklaces, there was also a whole cabinet of gold bars she received from the big boss's secret room. The quality and quantity of the second shop were similar to the first, Annan still emptied the entire jewelry store. After testing, this time it only upgraded 1.5 meters. Could it be that this shop's overall quality isn't as good as the last one? Annan then went to the third shop. After she collected all the jade from the third shop, she tested it again and found it only upgraded 1.3 meters this time. Annan frowned. It shouldn't be like this? She had specifically examined the jade's quality in this shop, which was indeed similar to that of the first shop. In terms of quantity, there was even an entire countertop more than the first shop. Why was the upgrading distance less than the first shop's? With confusion, Annan continued to collect from several more shops, only to be surprised to find that the speed of space upgrades was getting slower and slower. She stopped to carefully compare. 2 identical high-quality bracelets collected one after the other, and the latter simply upgraded less than the former. Annan suddenly understood, as the amount of jade collected increased, the difficulty of upgrading the space also grew greater. When she first collected Long Tsongan's ring, it upgraded by 10 centimeters immediately. Now collecting another of the same quality only gave her 3 centimeters. Annan thought about it and could understand. It's like when she used to play games. At first, she could level up 7 or 8 levels in a day, but later on, to level up just 1, she'd have to work hard on tasks for a whole month. At that time, there were many gaming experts stuck at 1 level below the maximum level for over a year without moving up. After figuring it out, Annan comforted herself. Slow upgrades are no big deal, we have plenty of quantity. Let's keep collecting. She continued to search one store after another, this time not stopping to test, just collecting with determination. Wherever she went, nothing was left behind. Not just jade, but various diamonds, gold, platinum, K-gold, silver jewelry, pearls, agates, and all kinds of gemstones. Everything she could see was hers. Only after she finished collecting from all the stores did she enter the space to test again. Now the distance for entering and exiting the space could reach 30 meters. Though it was somewhat short of her initial expectation of 100 meters, a teleportation of 30 meters was enough for her to take out enemies 30 meters away in an instant. As for the distant enemies, just dodge a few more times. Ducking and weaving like a ghost, scaring them to death. After working for more than 3 hours, Nan returned to the car, ate a few pieces of biscuit to replenish her energy, and then continued to the next destination. There are about 100 large shopping malls in Linbei City. Among them, there are about 60 malls with jewelry counters. And Nan planned to search each one according to the map. The armored vehicle's speed was fast, and it soon arrived at the destination. The mall was not as quiet as the jewelry street. Inside, there were abundant resources. Although they had all been soaked in water, many people were still coming to pick and choose, taking away sealed items. Even damaged rice, dirty drinks, and bottled water that had become murky were in high demand. Different kinds of products were on different floors. Most people looking for supplies would choose the basement floor where the supermarket was located. The jewelry counters that Nan wanted to find were concentrated on the first floor. The first floor was quiet because it only had jewelry and cosmetics counters, with no food. Only those who had just entered the mall and wanted to go to other floors would briefly pass through here. To be safe, she had specially worn a mask and a hat. This way, even if someone passing by caught a glimpse of her secret, they wouldn't be able to tell who she was. And Nan looked around, seeing no one nearby, and began her work. However, she didn't use her space as openly as she had on the shopping street earlier. If a passerby saw her, it would be troublesome. Therefore, she took a backpack and used it as a cover, stuffing the jewelry into the bag, before storing it in her space. Of course, she didn't take them all. She left some jewelry in the backpack to make it look like it wasn't getting emptier. Though this method was less efficient than before, it was much safer. The quality of jade in the mall was similar to that in the brand stores on the shopping street. There were plenty of low-quality ones but not many higher-end goods. Those high-end items worth tens of millions or even billions would probably only be found in the private collections of celebrities and wealthy wives. Just as she was engrossed in her work, she suddenly heard someone walking this way. And Nan immediately became alert. Chapter 88. Why isn't that woman paying attention to people? Look over there, there's actually a fool who isn't grabbing food and water but is here taking jewelry. She must have never seen something good before. Now that there are so many valuables here, she forgot about eating and drinking. Ha ha ha. This woman must be crazy with poverty. A few people who had just come in from outside were looking for supplies in the basement supermarket. And Nan ignored them and continued to sweep goods into her large backpack. After a while of mocking, the group felt it wasn't interesting anymore since Nan didn't respond, so they hurried downstairs to find items. However, a man and a woman who had just entered the mall were attracted by their voices. The woman, seeing Nan stuffing a large handful of jewelry into her bag, pulled on the man's hand and acted cute. Honey, I want some jewelry too. The man, feeling helpless, said, let's hurry and find supplies first, we can come back later. Otherwise, all the food and drinks will be snatched up. The woman persisted, oh, picking up a few necklaces and rings won't take much time. Saying this, she walked over towards Nan. The man had no choice but to follow. Seeing them approach, Nan quickly stuffed the jade in her hands into her bag. As for the other gold and diamonds, she had plenty in her space already. There was no need to dispute over them with anyone and waste time. She focused on collecting jade. Unexpectedly, the woman wasn't pleased. Hey! You! Why are you taking all the jade? And Nan didn't respond, continuing to gather quickly. Hey! I'm talking to you. Why are you ignoring me? The woman's voice was sharp. The noise gave her a headache. Annan collected her things with a blank expression and said, do you want this gold? If not, I'll take it all. Hearing this, the woman quickly started stuffing gold necklaces into her pocket. As she stuffed, she called to her male companion, what are you standing there for? Come help. The man wanted to quickly find supplies but seemed to fear this woman, reluctantly coming over to help her gather jewelry. Annan glanced over. In her heart, she thought, this must be a young couple or newlyweds. If they had been married for more than 2 years, the man would have given her a smack on the head and shouted, wasting money, go find food. Forced by his girlfriend's insistence, the man had to help collect the jewelry. But it didn't take long before his expression changed. The more he collected, the more addicted he became, his hands moving faster and faster. This was all gold and gemstones. In the past, his hard work for a month wouldn't even be enough to buy half a gold bracelet, and now he could stuff handfuls into his bag. A handful worth 10,000, another handful worth 10,000, this was so thrilling. Meanwhile, the woman was holding a diamond ring in front of her, greedily eyeing Annan. Seeing Annan continuously putting jade into her bag, she couldn't help but say, hey! That woman, don't take all the jade jewelry. Leave some for me. Saying this, she stopped reaching for the diamond ring and hurriedly stuffed several jade ornaments from the nearby counter into her bag. Annan gave her a glance but didn't say a word. What the woman was taking wasn't jade but rather chalcedony. So Annan was too lazy to argue with her. Chalcedony, despite having jade in its name, was actually a type of quartz. It looked somewhat like jade but was worth far less. This stuff was only worth a few dozen bucks, and in a mall, with lighting and brand effects, it might sell for several hundred or even 1,000, but it couldn't compare to the king of jade, jadeite.
Moreover, even if it were some valuable jade, it wouldn't upgrade the space, so it was useless to Annan. The fact that this woman couldn't tell the difference between chalcedony and jadeite showed she didn't really like jade jewelry, she purely wanted to compete with her. Annan felt a bit speechless. What is there to compete over? With so much gold and silver jewelry here, even if everyone split it, they could each get a lot. Did she resent other people taking stuff she didn't even like? Annan silently continued to gather her things. Seeing Annan ignoring her, the woman seemed to take it as a challenge and deliberately chose jade ornaments to grab. But she didn't understand the grades or quality at all, she just grabbed whichever was sparkling and clear. So what she collected were all chalcedony pieces. Annan carefully selected jadeite to put into her bag. Without cotton, there's no jadeite. Jadeite always contains some cotton. Although the better the quality, the less cotton there is. To have almost no cotton while being crystal clear, that would be glass-type jadeite. Such high-quality pieces didn't exist here. Therefore, the clearer and more sparkling the items here, the cheaper the chalcedony would be. Soon, Annan gathered all the jadeite into her bag. She casually grabbed some diamonds and gold too. Seeing this, the woman was anxious to scold but then noticed a crowd coming from the lower floor. Let's go, this supermarket is too small, there's nothing left. Too many wolves and too few pieces of meat. Let's go, find another place. The man, who was collecting the jewelry, suddenly became frantic, it's over. The supplies have all been grabbed by others. The woman finally realized that she should be worried, what should we do then? Seeing Annan still leisurely stuffing jewelry into her bag, she couldn't help but say, hey. That woman. The supplies have all been taken by others, and you're still picking up jewelry? Annan lifted her eyelids and finally responded to her, Madam, calling a stranger that woman is very rude. After a pause, she added, I don't need to find supplies. I have 5 sturdy brothers who are 6 feet tall. They went to look for supplies, and since I had nothing to do, I came here to take the jewelry. When you're out in the world, your identity is given by yourself. If she wasn't afraid of sounding too exaggerated, she would have said she had 108 good men under her command. Seeing the woman's unhappy face, Annan added another jab. It's not like anyone is a fool, who would have no food and just collect jewelry here. After saying that, she calmly collected the remaining jewelry, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and walked toward the door. The woman was furious, pulling on the man's ear and shouting, It's all your fault. Why didn't you stop me? What do we do now? The man also looked bad, how about, we follow her? Doesn't she have supplies? The woman replied, Are you stupid? Didn't you hear her say she has 5 strong companions? Can you fight them off? Annan couldn't be bothered with these 2 fools and walked out on her own. The 2 could have calmly looked for some practical supplies but chose to follow the trend and show off, ultimately bringing home a pile of useless jewelry. Annan shook her head, returned to the car, and drove toward the next mall. Chapter 89 Encounter at the second mall. The second mall wasn't far and she arrived in just a few minutes. This mall didn't have a supermarket, it only had clothing, jewelry, cosmetics, and so on, so there were hardly any people inside. Annan worked fast, quickly emptying out all the jewelry and then hurried to the next place. She busied herself all night until dawn, finally finishing visiting half of the malls in the small city. The distance of her storage space also upgraded from 30 meters to 40 meters. Seeing the blinding sun was up, she felt tired herself. Annan decided to stop, ready to go home. She could visit the remaining malls tomorrow night, it was time to go home and sleep. Near her community, she found a deserted spot to stash the car in her space, then walked home with light steps. As she was approaching home, she suddenly heard a car horn behind her. She instinctively turned to look, seeing a shabby van pull up next to her. The window rolled down, revealing Chu Pei's smiling face. Nan. What a coincidence, I just came back after looking for gasoline. Did you go out to find supplies too? Annan nodded and glanced at her car, nice. You got a car? Chu Pei laughed, not me. I have no key, and the car is locked, how would I manage? This is Zhao Pingan's doing. At that moment, another person in the car leaned over, idle. Zhao Pingan? Annan was somewhat surprised. She had heard Chu Pei mention borrowing a siphon from Zhao Pingan, but didn't expect him to come out looking for gasoline too. In her last life, she had never seen Zhao Pingan go out. Of course, it was possible he quietly left without her knowing. After all, they had never spoken in the last life. Even Zhao Pingan and Chu Pei weren't familiar at all. In the last life, Chu Pei died early during the floods. Now, the two were catching crocodiles and looking for gasoline together, becoming quite good friends. It seemed her rebirth had created some butterfly effects. Chu Pei didn't die, and the 3 originally unfamiliar people gradually got to know each other, becoming good partners. The 2 parked the car and unloaded 3 large barrels of gasoline. Annan looked at the gasoline, you both had a good harvest.
Zhao Pingyan said, I always feel that this disaster won't end easily. Fuel is a precious resource, of course, the more the better. Chu Pei, this is just a little. We already brought back 2 truckloads of gasoline. Annan was astonished, so much? Chu Pei, yes. Everyone outside went to loot the supermarket, and no one robbed us. Except for the time spent looking for cars and metal barrels, the rest of finding gasoline was quite easy. There are plenty of cars outside, and each car usually has over 20 liters of fuel. We just went along collecting, and if we encountered those with anti-theft filters, we simply solved it with force. Annan, sounds pretty interesting. 3 people chatted while carrying oil barrels upstairs. Chu Pei said, Nan, you have no idea, those perfectly good gas stations have all been emptied. Luckily, we brought a pump to siphon some fuel from the car, it's better than nothing. Annan glanced at the 2 and asked, how's your health? You didn't get heat stroke, did you? Chu Pei replied, no. Pingyan gave me a set of temperature-regulating clothing, it's magical. After putting it on, I can't feel the heat. Zhao Pingyan smiled and nodded. He originally made 2 sets of temperature-regulating clothing, one for himself and one for his mother. But since he was going out with Chu Pei to look for supplies, the safety of his teammate was very important. Otherwise, if they were searching for fuel and his teammate suddenly fainted from the heat, that would be a problem. Fortunately, his mother had taken good care of herself over the years. Even though she was a bit older, she hadn't put on a lot of weight and was not much heavier than Chu Pei. The temperature-regulating clothing he made for her fit Chu Pei as well. Therefore, Zhao Pingyan directly gave the set meant for his mother to Chu Pei. After all, his mother was staying in an air-conditioned room and wouldn't be coming out soon. He could make her another set when they returned. Chu Pei was surprised that he had such high-tech gear and initially didn't want to ask for it. Given the current special circumstances, this temperature-regulating clothing was practically a life-saving treasure that people would scramble for. But considering the danger of heatstroke while searching for supplies in temperatures above 40 degrees, it would not only cause trouble for teammates but also pose a risk to life. After a few refusals, she accepted the gift. In exchange, the 2 would split the fuel they found each day, with Zhao Pingyan taking the larger share and Chu Pei getting the smaller. Annan felt relieved to hear that Chu Pei also had temperature-regulating clothing. That was good, she had been thinking of a reason to give her a set. After all, temperatures would continue to rise, even potentially reaching 60 degrees, making the temperature-regulating clothing quite useful. Now that Chu Pei had a set, she wouldn't need to come up with a reason to give it to her. Annan had always been afraid of those kinds of polite exchanges. They could instantly turn her from a social butterfly into a social phobic. Zhao Pingyan glanced at Annan and asked, Idol, what were you looking for? Why are your hands empty? Annan shook her backpack behind her, everything's here. Jewelry. Zhao Pingyan and Chu Pei were stunned. While others were out looking for survival supplies, this sister was looking for jewelry? Annan saw their expressions and laughed, I just love this stuff, when I see beautiful jewelry, I can't resist. The 2 thought back to that time at the water market when she traded crocodile meat for a jade bracelet and a ring. It seemed she really did love these things. But Chu Pei still shook her head, as a woman, I like jewelry too, but in this heat, who cares about gems? Nan, you really value beauty over life. Annan thought, it's not like I can say I'm upgrading my space. Instead, she came up with a random excuse, what if the disaster suddenly ends? If I collect more jade and gold, I could become a little rich lady. She continued, besides, even if the disaster never ends, money would become worthless paper, gold might become the new currency. The 2 thought about it and agreed that there was some truth to it. Throughout history, regardless of how currency changes, gold and silver have always held value. Chu Pei's eyes lit up, Nan, you are always so far-sighted. Once I finish finding fuel, I'll also look for some gold and silver jewelry. Annan. Maybe not, I've already gathered all the jewelry in the city. She cleared her throat and changed the subject, I wonder if the temperature will drop in a few days. Zhao Pingyan responded, based on my analysis, it won't. Chu Pei glared at him, Pa. You're such a jinx. Zhao Pingyan replied, this conclusion comes from careful calculations. During the day, I made analysis charts, and the system predicted that the temperature would rise to around 60 degrees. As for how long the high temperature would last, it would be at least a year. Chu Pei was stunned, 60 degrees? Are you joking? Chapter 90, Heatstroke. Annan was also surprised and glanced at Zhao Pingyan. This person is really amazing. How did he make this prediction? She recalled his paper she had read before the natural disaster. Ridiculous yet a bit rigorous, blending science with a hint of superstition. He was simply a mystic in the scientific world, a theorist in metaphysics. She couldn't help but ask, did you predict that besides floods and extreme heat, there might be other disasters? Zhao Pingyan shook his head, I don't know that, I'm not a fortune teller. How could I just guess? Chu Pei replied, I think you seem to be predicting quite well.
just don't say it out loud. 60 degrees, I can't even imagine. The group continued talking and soon reached upstairs. After a night of tossing and turning, the three said their goodbyes and headed home to catch up on sleep. After entering the extreme heat, everyone automatically adjusted their routines, going out at night and sleeping at home during the day. After all, during the day, there was not only high temperature but also the scorching sun, while at night it was 7 or 8 degrees cooler. Annan returned home, changed into her nightgown, washed up briefly, and fell onto the bed to rest. Just as she was sleeping soundly, she suddenly heard sobbing from outside. Whoa whoa, help! I'm gasping for breath in this heat. It's 53 degrees. This crazy weather is driving me mad. Someone help! My wife and kids have fainted from the heat. The weather was so hot that people left their doors and windows wide open. Even though it didn't cool them much, it was better than suffocating inside. Thus, even though Annan's window was closed, she could still hear some sounds from outside. She turned over and tried to continue sleeping. This kind of crying she had heard too many times before. At first, the oppressive emotion would affect her, but now she could automatically block it out. During extreme heat, the voices of despair only increased. The mortality rate was much higher than in the previous disaster. Temperatures over 50 degrees were something people had only experienced in steam rooms before. Forget 50 degrees, even in steam rooms at 60 or 70 degrees, people could enjoy a pot of hot tea and relax there for a while. But the premise was to stay in there for only a short time. Who could endure being steamed like this day and night? Right now, they still had the energy to yell a few times, but after a while, without water, even opening their mouths would be a strenuous task. Exhausted from the previous night, Annan soon fell into a deep sleep again. Before falling asleep, she nudged her dog. If someone breaks in, remember to wake me. At noon, someone knocked on the door of the corridor on the 14th floor. Doctor! Is Dr. Chu there? Hurry out to save my dad. Doctor! My old man has fainted. I beg you, please save him. Though the temperature outside was high, Chu Pei's fuel was limited, so she didn't dare run the air conditioner too much. She only kept it at over 30 degrees, just enough to avoid heatstroke. She was already sweating profusely and felt uneasy as she slept. Upon hearing the knock, she immediately woke up. She stepped out of room 1401 and peered through the peephole in the corridor door. Outside stood a middle-aged man, supporting an elderly woman. The elderly woman was knocking on the door while crying. I heard there is a doctor living in here. Please, doctor, help us. Chu Pei was puzzled. Who told them that a doctor lived on the 14th floor? As a doctor, her instinct was to open the door and help. But in the next moment, she immediately withdrew her hand from the door and asked from behind it, what is the patient's current situation? When the people outside heard a response from inside, they were overjoyed. The man quickly replied, my dad suddenly fainted. We didn't dare to move him, he's still at home. What symptoms were present before he fainted? He had heatstroke before, and was constantly nauseated and vomiting. Unexpectedly, he suddenly lost consciousness and began convulsing. Has his temperature been measured? It was measured an hour ago. 41 degrees, took a fever reducer, but it didn't work. 41 degrees? Chu Pei frowned. This is no ordinary heatstroke, it is severe heatstroke, also known as heat illness. Heat illness is very dangerous, equivalent to the organs inside being almost boiled by high temperatures. Even with good medical facilities before natural disasters, the mortality rate could reach 80%, let alone now. The patient has already lost consciousness and is convulsing. In this situation, immediate cooling is necessary, moving him to a ventilated and cool place, then sending him to the hospital for emergency treatment. Once at the hospital, intravenous fluids or even blood dialysis can be provided according to the situation. But now, it is clear that these conditions are not available. After thinking for a while, she spoke up. This should be heat illness, we must cool him down immediately. You need to strip him of all his clothes and wipe his body with water. If there is ice, place it on the inner thighs or other major artery areas. In short, we need to bring his temperature down to below 38 degrees. This is the only treatment method given the current conditions. If the temperature comes down, there is hope for survival. If it doesn't come down, and there are no treatment conditions, then it is very dangerous. The man was in a difficult position. We can take off his clothes, but we don't have that much water. We don't have any ice either. Chu Pei replied, use what you have first, and while doing that, fan him to help with heat dissipation. Just find a way to cool him down as quickly as possible. An old lady cried out, Doctor! Our water is running low, we still need to save some for the children to drink. Can you lend us some? Just then, another wave of people arrived, also crying and desperate, also suffering from heat illness. Chu Pei repeated the rescue measures again. But the second group also said they didn't have enough water and wanted to borrow from her. Not only for water, but they also begged her to go to the scene to help. My home is in the next unit, we beg you, doctor, come with us to check. The patient is convulsing all over, and we are afraid to move him. Chu Pei neither opened the door nor lent them water. Her stored water was only enough to last for a while, a life-saving resource, and she had to save it for herself. How could she give it to others? Even if she gave to them today, what about tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? With temperatures this high, more and more people would suffer heat illness. Should she take out water to save each of them? It was impossible to save them all. Unless the one in need of water was in Nan, otherwise, she wouldn't take out her water. Chu Pei said through the door, "I've told you all the methods, I can't help you with anything else. Go back and save your people." The man and the old lady hurried back home, seeing they couldn't get water. The second group, however, remained relentless. "You're a doctor, please help us, lend us some water." Chu Pei remained silent. As a doctor, all she could do was inform them of the rescue methods. As for what they could do, that was no longer within her control. Don't say that this is a natural disaster, even she was barely hanging on. Even before the disaster, facing those with limited economic conditions wanting to give up treatment, she couldn't possibly pay for saving them one by one. She was a doctor, but her abilities were limited, she couldn't be a savior. Chapter 91, Nails on the road outside. After begging for a long time, seeing that Chu Pei remained indifferent, couldn't help but curse. You call yourself a doctor? How can you be so cold-hearted and selfish? A doctor should save lives and relieve the injured. Not to mention being a doctor, you aren't even worthy of being a person. Pah! Heartless and emotionless scoundrel, you will suffer your due punishment. Hearing this, Chu Pei unconsciously clenched her fist. These words hit her sore spot. Her parents passed away early, and after the natural disaster, her husband and unborn child also left her one after another. Now, wasn't she just an alone and lonely person? Her tone turned cold. Instead of insulting me here, why not hurry back to save your own patient? After a pause, she added. Or is it that you are reluctant to take out your precious stored water to save him and can only morally blackmail me here? If you curse longer, you might exhaust the patient, so when you go home, you won't have to feel conflicted about whether to use water or not. Finally, you don't even need to feel guilty. So, you're trying to push all the blame onto me, huh? The other person was caught off guard by her words and couldn't help but get angry. You're talking nonsense. How could we think that? You're a doctor, if you can't selflessly dedicate yourself, fine. But why do you have to speak so harshly? Chu Pei, what's wrong with being a doctor? It's my profession. Now that I'm off work, and you haven't made an appointment, I'm afraid I can't assist you. You? Damn. Before the person outside could finish speaking, Chu Pei immediately opened the shooting hole and shot a nail gun directly at the person who had been shouting the loudest, hitting his left arm. Ah! The person cried out in pain, clutching his arm. From inside, a cold voice came, if you say one more word, the next shot will be aimed at your heart. The person flinched, quickly clutching his bleeding wound, and ran away. The remaining two exchanged a glance, somewhat unwilling, standing still. Chu Pei, what? Don't believe I can send you to the underworld before your patient? Then came the sound of something cutting through the air. The two turned and ran. A nail pierced one of them directly in the butt, scaring the person so much that he covered his behind and ran away. Chu Pei snorted coldly. You'd better be glad you're meeting me. If it were my little Nan, there'd be no survivors. She closed the shooting hole and turned around to go back to bed. Inside the 1402 door, Fugue stood with his ears perked, listening to the noise outside. Sister Nan said if there was a door being pried, call her. This doesn't count, right? It seems like Sister Pei has already dealt with it. He wandered around the living room for a bit, then quietly ran to the bedroom. When he saw his owner sleeping soundly, he silently retreated. He continued to lie by the entrance, guarding the door. This dog must make sure the owner knows I'm not eating for nothing. Annan woke up around 5 p.m. She got up, saw Fugue wasn't around, and went to find him. She found him standing seriously at the entrance. When he heard she woke up, he didn't leave, still guarding the door while wagging his tail at her. Annan smiled and said, "Good dog. You're all set." Fugue then happily ran over. Annan petted his head, then filled his bowl with food, adding 2 big chicken legs. Fugue immediately ran to devour the food happily. Seeing that there was still some time before it got dark, Annan washed up and made herself some food. Last night's harvest was good, and today she had to keep running around the city, so she might as well eat something high in calories. Spicy fried rice noodles with fragrant beef and spicy tteokbokki, accompanied by a cup of milk tea. She was going for a carb overload. After her meal had digested a bit, it was already dark. She put on a thin flesh-colored thermal suit, then casually threw on a short-sleeved t-shirt and shorts, and set off. The temperature outside had dropped below 50 degrees, but the ground was still scorching hot. If she walked barefoot on the ground, it wouldn't take long before her feet were halfway cooked.
Once she left the community, she found an empty corner, took out the Black Knight from the space. After driving for a short while, she suddenly saw a dilapidated van in front of her, surrounded by a group of people armed with sticks and knives. Annan carefully observed and noticed a row of nails scattered across the road ahead. Anyone who drove through would inevitably have their tires blown out. It was a robbery. That van had its tires blown out and was surrounded by these robbers. But her Black Knight wasn't afraid of such nails. These tires, let alone nails, even if someone threw grenades, they wouldn't be scared. Annan raised an eyebrow in contempt, about to step on the gas and charge through when she suddenly thought the van looked familiar. At that moment, the robbers were furiously smashing the car, and it wasn't long before they shattered the windows. The people inside the car didn't just sit still, they pushed the door open and jumped out. When Annan saw the person who jumped out and began to fight with the robbers, she immediately changed her mind. Fong Chang suddenly turned the wheel and changed direction. Charged straight at them. With a sharp brake, the car stopped just a few centimeters from the van, and knocked down 4 robbers in the process. The crowd on the opposite side was startled and hurriedly dodged, fearing they would be hit too. What kind of car is this? A black modified tank? Forget about humans, looking at it, it could crush a small car easily. And Nan rolled down the window, get in. The 2 people who had just jumped off the van were initially on guard, watching the suddenly arriving car. When they saw Nan's face, their expressions relaxed, and they ran over to get in. The group of robbers also wanted to come over. And Nan, holding a nail gun, aimed and fired directly. In no time, she knocked down a few more people. The 2 managed to get into the back seat and immediately greeted her happily. Nan. Idle. It was Chu Peipei and Zhao Pingan, who had come out to find fuel. And Nan said, hold on, and began to recklessly crash into people. She shifted into reverse, backed up, and then slammed on the gas, crashing forward. Those who tried to escape, she swerved the steering wheel and pursued closely. In no time, she had scattered the group, leaving them in disarray. The nails on the ground failed to stop her. Soon, the street returned to calm. Chu Peipei and Zhao Pingan looked at Nan's actions in shock. Chu Peipei said, God! What kind of car is this, so powerful? Zhao Pingan, do you recognize it? Zhao Pingan shook his head, never seen it before. And Nan stopped the car and turned to look at them, are you okay? We're fine. Chu Peipei replied while clutching her chest in fear. This was not like during the floods when shooting at the kayaks could eliminate a whole boat's combat power. Now facing such a large group, it was really a tough fight. From a distance, it was okay, she had a nail gun, and Zhao Pingan also had a crossbow, so winning against more enemies was not a problem. But being too close with so many people was dangerous. If it really came to blows, both of them would surely get hurt. One careless move could even cost them their lives. Chapter 92, Spoiled Kid. Chu Peipei said, Nan, thank goodness you showed up just in time. Saying this, she looked around. It seems we are the first batch of victims. There are no other vehicles here, and nothing to scavenge. And Nan, seeing her somewhat regretful expression, laughed at her. What? Do you want more victims? Chu Peipei blushed, not really, I was just thinking this battle was for nothing, with no gains. She had just gotten addicted to black market dealings. Zhao Pingan looked at Nan with admiration. Idol, you're amazing. Not only are you beautiful and strong, but your driving skills are incredible too. What flaws do you have? And Nan shamelessly replied, I have no flaws. Zhao Pingan and Chu Peipei's car was no longer drivable. Instead of searching everywhere for new tires and fixing the car glass, it was better to find a new vehicle altogether. And Nan asked them, is there anything left in the car? Both shook their heads, we just left, haven't even started looking for fuel yet. We used up yesterday's iron barrel and planned to find a barrel first, now this is great, we need to find a car first. And Nan started the car, no worries, I'll take you, it'll be quicker. After all, she needed to find a mall too, this route should give them enough chance to find a new ride. Thanks, Idol. Thank you, Nan. Chu Peipei sat in the car, admiring the luxurious interior, feeling emotional. Nan really was the daughter of a wealthy family, the car she drove was something she had never seen on the road before. But such a powerful car surely consumed a lot of fuel. The fuel consumption must be off the charts, right? She couldn't afford that, the small van was much more fuel efficient. Just as she thought this, she suddenly spotted a silver-gray Wuling Hongguang by the side of the road. Chu Peipei's eyes lit up, Nan, that car is great. Wuling, the legendary car, sturdy and spacious. And Nan also saw the vehicle. Hearing Chu Peipei's praise, she thought to herself, great minds think alike. The first car she had ever owned was indeed a Wuling. And Nan pulled over and let them get out. Zhao Pingan circled around the Wuling. They checked the inside and outside thoroughly and were very satisfied. This car is in better condition than the one we had before, and there's still over half a tank of gas inside.
And Nan was curious, can you drive it without the keys? Zhao Pingyan replied, no problem. Idle, you can go ahead and focus on what you're doing, leave this to me.
And Nan nodded, then you all be careful. Then she started the car and drove away. Following the map, she arrived at a mall, continuing the work she hadn't finished yesterday.
Today, the mall was clearly busier than yesterday.
More and more people were starting to react, looking for a way to survive as the night cooled down. However, the jewelry counter was still empty. Unlike the bustling food court on the 5th floor, which was packed with people. The food there couldn't be eaten anymore, but there were still many bottles of drinks and bottled water. Although those drinks were sealed, they were not absolutely airtight. After being submerged in floodwater for a long time, dirty water would seep in through tiny gaps between the bottle cap and body.
There were many visible impurities in the bottled water.
But nobody cared.
As long as they could drink something, that was good enough.
They had even drunk floodwater that had bodies in it before. Those who couldn't stand the bacteria were already dead, the survivors must all have iron guts and tough bodies. People searching for supplies were all concentrated in the supermarket on the 1st floor and the food court on the 5th floor.
And Nan was happily gathering items alone at the jewelry counter on the 2nd floor.
In just a few minutes, she had cleaned it out completely. With her efficiency, she searched one mall after another. As she drove past jewelry stores on the street, she would go in and grab what she could. After a busy night, the distance she had covered had increased to 47 meters. Exiting the mall, Nan shook off her slightly sore hands and walked towards where she had parked. Before she reached her car, she saw a thin little boy scratching at her beloved car with a stone. She furrowed her brows and quickened her pace.
What are you doing?
The boy was startled by the sudden voice and quickly turned to look. Seeing a pretty big sister, he immediately smiled, I'm drawing.
Drawing? And Nan's face darkened.
What kind of bear kid is this?
Running up to scratch on someone else's car?
Fortunately, she was driving the Black Knight. If it had been a cheap van or an RV, it would have been badly scratched by now. And Nan reached out to pull him away from her car.
Get away.
She had no patience for kids.
Especially with filthy little brats like this one.
When she saw carefree kids running around, even if they were pretty, she wouldn't take a second look. Unlike puppies, where she would pet any regardless of appearance as long as they wagged their tails at her. Once in the car, Nan took out a few buns, ready to eat lunch to regain some energy. However, she suddenly heard a harsh scraping sound from outside the car. She rolled down the window and found that the little boy hadn't left. With one hand picking his nose and the other scratching her car with the stone.
And Nan frowned, didn't I tell you to get lost? Where are your parents?
The little boy grinned, revealing a mouthful of rotten teeth.
Please don't disturb me while I'm drawing.
As he spoke, he continued to scratch on her car.
Muttering, what a junk car. Why can't I draw on it? Damn it. This is unacceptable.
And Nan angrily pushed open the car door and bumped into the boy hard. He fell down, holding his head and sitting on the ground, crying loudly in pain.
His already pale, malnourished face looked even uglier when he cried. And Nan disdainfully pulled him up and tossed him a little distance away.
At this moment, a voice was approaching from a distance.
Hey! What's wrong with you? Why are you bullying a little kid? A white SUV drove over, the window wide open, and the driver yelled as he parked the car.
A man wearing glasses got out of the car. As he walked over, he said, Madam, please stop your unreasonable actions. And Nan couldn't be bothered with him, she grabbed the little boy to warn him. If you dare come near my car, I'll kill you. The little boy was scared by her cold gaze and cried loudly. And Nan found it annoying and gave him a sharp knock on the head, shut up. The boy immediately fell silent. Only then did Nan let him go and prepare to return to her car. But the bespectacled man was still relentless, stop. What's wrong with you, little girl? You look so pretty, yet you bully a child. Saying this, he reached out to grab Nan, wanting to stop her.
Is this never ending?
Impatient, Nan turned around, grabbed the man's arm, and with a quick move, threw him hard to the ground. The man immediately cried out in pain, ouch, ouch. And Nan kicked him, talk again, and I'll kill you all. After saying this, she got back into the car and continued eating her steamed buns. She hated being interrupted while eating. As she chewed on her bun, she calculated in her mind.
Is her period about to come? Why does she feel so irritated? Chapter 93, Double Standard. The bespectacled man was firmly suppressed by Nan's fierce attitude and did not dare to pursue trouble any longer.
Yet he still protested, how can an adult be so petty, going after a child? After a moment, feeling less pain, he got up to check on the little boy. Kid, are you okay? The little boy rubbed his head, tears still in his eyes. Uncle, I'm fine.
The bespectacled man asked, where are your adults?
The boy pointed at the mall entrance. Dad and Grandma are looking for things inside.
I'm drawing here.
The bespectacled man frowned. The parent is too careless, leaving the child alone outside. What if he gets lost? He said, Uncle also needs to go inside to gather supplies. Why don't you come with me to find your dad, so that mean woman won't bully you again? The boy shook his head. I won't go, I want to draw. The bespectacled man tried to persuade him for a long time, but the boy wouldn't listen at all. He sighed, this kid is really stubborn. Probably the parents can't control him, so they let him stay here. He could only advise, if that mean woman bullies you again, just run into the mall and find your dad, got it?
The little boy nodded.
Seeing this, the bespectacled man returned to his car to grab a few large bags and hurried into the mall to gather supplies. Inside the armored car,
and Nan finished 3 meat buns and was about to drive away.
Looking up, she saw that naughty boy running back to her white SUV to draw. She raised an eyebrow and stopped with interest. She wanted to see what that bespectacled man would do when he came out and saw this scene. And Nan leaned back, closed her eyes, and rested for a bit.
Not long after, a familiar voice shouted, Hey! You little rascal, what are you doing?
And Nan opened her eyes and indeed saw the bespectacled man. He was holding 2 large bags, running angrily towards her car. He dropped the bags on the ground and grabbed the little boy. How can you draw like this on my car?
The little boy was serious. Please don't disturb my drawing.
The bespectacled man was so angry, looking painfully at his already damaged car.
Is the road your home? You can draw wherever you like? How did your parents teach you?
The little boy was being held and struggled continuously, shouting, You're bullying me.
I want to find my dad.
The bespectacled man did not expect that his previous advice to handle a Nan was actually used against him, making him even angrier. He simply pulled the naughty boy over and spanked him. While hitting, he scolded, Little brat.
Bad kid.
The little boy cried loudly.
And Nan watched the scene and couldn't help but laugh. What a double-standard man.
Both wearing glasses, Zhao Pingan looked smart and clever, while this bespectacled man looked dull and foolish. She started the car.
As she passed by the white SUV, she lowered the car window. Hey! How can you, an adult, be so petty? Going after a kid?
After saying this, she raised the window and drove away with a flourish. The bespectacled man was already infuriated by the naughty kid. Hearing her words, which she had said before, echoed back to her unchanged, made her even angrier. How could this woman be so petty and hold a grudge? Looking down at the child who was still crying loudly, she felt even more annoyed.
What are you crying about? It's all your fault. You scratched my car like this, and you still have the nerve?
Unable to hold back her anger, she gave him another slap on the head.
What are you doing? A loud roar came from nearby.
A burly man and an elderly woman rushed out of the mall, one carrying a sack and the other filled with anger. The man directly punched the bespectacled man, knocking him down.
Why are you bullying my son?
This was the second time the bespectacled man had been knocked to the ground.
He felt his face burning with rage. Who is bullying your son?
It was your son who scratched my car with a stone. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at his car, now a wreck. The elderly woman pulled the boy behind her, placing her hands on her hips. What gives you the right to say my grandson did this?
Do you have proof?
The bespectacled man was furious. I saw it with my own eyes.
That can't be false. The elderly woman glared. Just because you say you saw it, it is true? Where's the proof?
If you're capable, bring out the mall's surveillance. The bespectacled man was shaking with anger. With the power out and the internet down for so long, where could there be any surveillance footage? This family was clearly being unreasonable here. He retorted, if that's the case, then what gives you the right to say I bullied your child?
Is there surveillance? Is there evidence?
The burly man yanked him up. I am the proof. Saying that, he threw another punch at his face. The boy, hiding behind the elderly woman, added fuel to the fire. Dad, he just said he would kill me.
Bespectacled man? You little brat. When did I ever say such a thing? That was that woman. Woman? What woman?
I say you're just looking for a fight.
The weather was hot, making people irritable and quick to anger.
Seeing him still rambling about some woman, the burly man's blows became even harsher. The elderly woman fanned her grandson while cheering him on. Hit. Hit hard.
How dare you bully my grandson?
And Nan hummed a melody, continuing to sweep through the remaining shopping mall according to the map. After completing each store, she marked it with a tick on the map. By the time she made the final tick, the sky was fully bright. The distance to the exit space had finally stretched to 50 meters. And Nan stretched lazily, preparing to go home and sleep. On the way, she saw many people scattering, all hurrying home.
During the extreme heat, daylight meant more danger.
In the past, a temperature difference of 7 or 8 degrees at night didn't mean much. But now, in this extreme heat, every degree higher could reach the critical point of bodily endurance, leading to death. Some people might handle 53 degrees just fine, but at 54 degrees, suddenly they couldn't take it anymore. So, once the sun rose, people instinctively rushed home, laying flat in bed without moving. When night fell and the temperature dropped a little, they would come out again to look for supplies. And Nan looked at the slowly rising sun, feeling contemplative. In just 5 days of extreme heat, people had already adapted to a new lifestyle and routine. It really lived up to the saying, the survival of the fittest. On the way home, she saw many people who couldn't withstand the heat, collapsed on the ground. When she got near her home, she stored the car in the space and walked into the community. Not far along, someone suddenly grabbed her ankle. And Nan looked down to see a sunken, dry yellow face. The cracked lips moved. "Help, take me to the hospital." How to help? The person was already delirious. Just as she thought about pulling her foot away, the person let go completely, losing all life. And Nan sighed and quickened her pace towards home.
Chapter 94, Insidious.
As soon as she entered the house, Fu Gue immediately pounced on her. And Nan was taken by surprise and stumbled from the impact.
Fu Gue. You've gained weight again. She picked up Fu Gue and roughly estimated that he must weigh over 40 pounds now.
Generally, a breed like this, its weight is only a little over 10 to 20 pounds, and it won't exceed 30 pounds at most.
You are a small dog, dear. Now your size is looking like a medium dog. If this keeps up, won't you grow to be as big as a golden retriever? Annan examined her dog's ugly face.
A large poodle is still incredibly expensive, but also beautiful.
If you grow into a large dog, you'll just become a big white pig. She shook her dog. You better think carefully.
Fu Gue ignored his owner's yelling and still excitedly snuggled in her arms, sticking his tongue out trying to lick her face.
Annan, go away, silly dog.
Putting the dog down, she went into the house to change into her loungewear. Just as she came out of the bedroom, she saw Fu Gue wobbling over, carrying a food bowl in his mouth.
This was to remind her it was time to feed him. Silly dog. All you think about is eating. Though she said that, checking the time, it really was time to feed him.
Seeing his significantly larger body, Annan thought for a moment and only poured half a bowl of food. Fu Gue tilted his head, looking at her in confusion.
What are you looking at?
It's just this much, that's all.
Fu Gue showed an unbelievable expression. You went out for one night and brought back just this little bit of food?
Seeing he wouldn't start eating, Annan's mouth twitched and added a little more for him.
Whoa.
She couldn't understand what he was whining about, but seeing his expression, it seemed he was quite sad. Annan hesitated for a moment and added a little more for him again. After a lot of back and forth, the amount was almost the same as before. Watching the dog eat heartily, Annan reflected, am I spoiling my child too much? While she was thinking, someone knocked on the door.
Chu Pei's voice came, Nan, are you back? Annan walked over and opened the door.
Chu Pei smiled and said, you're back at last.
I came by just now. She handed over a bowl of mung bean soup. Here, drink this to cool off, then go to sleep. Annan didn't expect her to be so serious.
They had talked about drinking mung bean soup together before, just as a way to get her to accept that bucket of water, but she didn't expect her to actually make and bring the soup.
Annan didn't say anything and took the soup from her hand.
Then she asked, how was your harvest last night?
Didn't run into anything else? Chu Pei, actually, we didn't encounter any more robbers.
We found some metal barrels in an abandoned factory and continued to collect oil. But the yield wasn't as much as the night before, we only pulled less than 2 truckloads of oil.
Annan, what happened?
Chu Pei, a lot of people, just like us, came out looking for oil.
Annan said, that's normal. It seems they've recognized the importance of fuel too.
In the future, there will probably be more and more people looking for oil.
Chu Pei looked a bit nervous, then we need to speed things up.
Annan comforted her, it's okay, just collect as much as you can. The weather is so hot, take care of your health.
Chu Pei, yeah, I know what I'm doing.
Actually, if we save the fuel, we already have enough for several months. But we can't predict how long this natural disaster will last, so we should find more oil, the more, the better. Annan thought for a bit and suggested, you could go towards the outer ring, there are big trucks over there. The fuel tank of a big truck is worth several small trucks.
Chu Pei's eyes lit up, what you said makes sense. I'll change my position tonight.
Annan warned her, be careful with storage safety. Unlike themselves, who can safely store oil in their space, they can only keep it directly in their room. Such a large amount, if it explodes, the whole building would be gone.
Chu Pei blinked, don't worry, I know what's important. At first, we couldn't find metal barrels, so we only had plastic ones. We dared not use those. I guarantee all the fuel is sealed in metal barrels, stored in a specially shaded room, far from any fire sources.
Anna nodded.
Chu Pepe suddenly thought of something. By the way, yesterday at noon, a few groups of people suffering from heatstroke came to knock on the door.
I heard there's a doctor on the 14th floor.
Annan frowned. What's going on? Chu Pepe said, I don't know.
They came up shouting for Dr. Chu. They kept asking me to help with their illnesses and borrowing water, but I sent them away.
Annan said, next time, just ignore them.
If they go too far, just make an example out of one.
Chu Pepe nodded. I've never seen these people before, and I don't know who told them.
They found the place pretty accurately, coming straight to the 14th floor.
Annan thought for a moment. Who in our community knows you're a doctor? Chu Pepe replied, I haven't revealed my job at all.
As if recalling something, she added, my mother-in-law stayed here for a while last year and often chatted with people in the community.
She must have told many.
Annan said, but those who know you moved to the 14th floor should be very few.
Chu Pepe pondered, then it's very likely someone from our building. Suddenly, a person popped into Annan's mind.
Chu Pepe also had a lightbulb moment. Could it be Sun Pang?
Annan nodded, very likely. Chu Pepe was puzzled. What's his purpose in this?
We have a grudge. Why would he suggest to the neighbors to come to me for treatment? Annan, who had lived longer, was more familiar with Sun Pang's tactics. He probably wants to create chaos for you.
In this situation, heatstroke is hard to treat. If you accept patients and cannot cure them, you'll definitely get into trouble.
If you refuse, others will hold a grudge against you.
This Sun Pang is really cunning.
Although he has never targeted her, Annan genuinely disliked his way of dealing with things. Chu Pepe knew she had a grudge against him. However, she wouldn't intervene to seek revenge for Chu Pepe. Everyone has their own heartaches, which must be resolved personally to truly heal.
Chu Pepe frowned. I haven't settled the score with him yet, but he hasn't forgotten me. This person is really sinister and cunning. In terms of scheming and physical strength, I'm no match for him. But I must find a way to take revenge for my husband.
Annan knew that although Chu Pepe was busy looking for supplies, struggling to survive, she still held onto her hatred. She reminded her, this person is deep-minded and very tricky. You must be careful, don't underestimate him.
Chu Pepe nodded. How could she dare to underestimate him? Sun Pang is indeed cunning and extremely cautious. Taking him down is not a simple task.
But it is something she must accomplish. Once I gather enough fuel, I'll think of a way to send him to his end.
Chapter 95, Sun Pang's Guests. The two chatted for a while longer and then went home.
Annan lay on her bed, looking at the piles of various jewelry in her space, and couldn't help but sigh. Before the natural disaster, she would have been considered a wealthy person. Almost all the jewelry in the city was in her space. Even if she wore a different set every day, she wouldn't finish wearing them all. Excitedly, she used her mind to control the jewelry, moving them into the bathtub of the villa to wash them. These pieces were covered in dirt left by the flood, especially those patterned gold items, with black marks in the indentations. After washing, the jewelry revealed its original appearance. They became even more dazzling, shining brightly. Annan looked at the bathtub full of shimmering gold, diamonds, and pearls. She couldn't help but think of the treasure hunting movies she had watched before. The protagonists faced countless difficulties and eventually found a cave filled with gold and silver treasures, excitedly rolling in the pile of gold. That so-called treasure cave is probably just like her space. Annan whimsically thought about laying all this gold and silver jewelry in her bedroom and then sleeping on them. Every morning when she opened her eyes, she would be greeted by a room full of golden light. How wonderful! She glanced around her small room. Better not. It gives a feeling of hanging famous paintings from the world in a grass hut in a slum. And sleeping on diamonds would definitely be uncomfortable. The influence on sleep quality. Annan, lost in thought, continued to control the jewelry as they washed in the bathtub. After washing one bathtub, then another, he didn't know how many bathtubs he had washed before he finally fell asleep with a smile at the corners of his mouth. Before sleeping, he sighed. I really am an ordinary person in this bustling world. Big diamonds cannot be eaten, big gold bracelets cannot be drunk, but they can still bring me joy. 1302. Sun Pang entered the house with a big bag of supplies, and Wang Xiaoyu rushed over to greet him. Pangu, how was your harvest today? She looked at the bulging bag on his back and another one in his hand, her face breaking into a big smile as she reached out to take the supplies from him. With a smile, she said, today's harvest is better than yesterday's. However, Sun Pang's expression was not so good. The supermarkets outside have been nearly stripped bare. Finding supplies will probably get harder from now on. Wang Xiaoyu nonchalantly carried the things into the house. It's okay, what you found in these 2 days is enough for us to eat for a long time. Sun Pang rubbed his brow, feeling less optimistic than her. The supplies they had were indeed enough to last them for a while. But what would they do after that? Wang Xiaoyu didn't see the situation outside, but he had seen it. There was only so much food and water, and everyone was desperately grabbing whatever they could, leaving less and less. Soon, they would likely find themselves out of supplies altogether. That wasn't the scariest part. The worst part was that the temperature kept rising. If this extreme heat disaster didn't end soon, they would face the embarrassing situation of sweating profusely without any water to drink. The final outcome would be dehydration and death. So now was a crucial time. If they could gather enough supplies now, it would be like saving a lot of money, providing more security for the future. But if they just sat and waited, things would only get worse. He watched Wang Xiaoyu organizing supplies in the kitchen, a hint of gloom appearing on his face. This woman truly was unwilling to put in any effort, only thinking about getting something for nothing. If she had gone out with him these past 2 days to find supplies, they could at least have gathered double the food and water. Yet she pretended to be coy and acted dumb, waiting at home for cooked food to be served to her. How much could he carry alone? After bringing it back, it had to be shared by 2 people. In this aspect, she couldn't compare to his wife at all. Most of the money at home used to be earned by his wife, and he never had to worry about it. But Wang Xiaoyu was different, only thinking about how to squeeze him dry. During the flooding, the situation was still somewhat controllable, so he indulged her a bit. But now, the situation was clearly not good, and he couldn't let her remain so carefree any longer. Sun Pang cleared his throat. "Xiaoyu, there will be 2 guests at home tonight." Wang Xiaoyu turned back and asked, "What guests? Do we need to prepare meals?" She looked somewhat reluctant. "There aren't many supplies at home." Sun Pang, "No need. They are friends I met while gathering supplies last night, coming over to bring us things." Wang Xiaoyu's eyes lit up at this. "Bringing things? Pang Gu, you really are capable. I knew that following you was the right choice." Sun Pang smiled. "Then hurry up and prepare something to eat for your brother. After eating, I can finally get some sleep. I'm exhausted from searching for supplies all night." "Okay." Wang Xiaoyu immediately opened a bag of cookies and handed it to him. As Sun Pang took the cookies, he pinched her beautiful face. "You look so good. You've lost so much weight, but you're still very pleasant to look at. Unlike those walking skeletons outside, you can't even tell if they are male or female." Wang Xiaoyu proudly glanced at him. "Even if I'm not good looking, you can't leave me." Thinking to herself, isn't it because of this pretty face that he betrayed his wife and hooked up with me? After finishing their food, the 2 went back to the bedroom to sleep. Now the daytime temperature was hovering above 50 degrees. The heat was so unbearable that people lay motionless on the bed. Even when trying to sleep, they were drenched in sweat, unable to rest peacefully. Sun Pang tossed and turned, too hot to fall asleep, but still forced himself to rest with his eyes closed. Only when the sun set did he finally open his eyes. He looked at Wang Xiaoyu lying beside him and found that she was sleeping soundly. He quietly got out of bed, walked to the kitchen, and hid all the supplies in the house. He didn't want any guests who might come later to see his supplies and suddenly develop malicious intentions, leading to violence and robbery. He hid all the food and water, leaving only a few packs of biscuits on display. Then he found 2 daggers, hiding one at the small of his back and the other in the cracks of the sofa. Lastly, he hid scissors, screwdrivers, and other items that could be used as weapons in every hidden corner of the house. He made sure that in every corner of the house, he could unexpectedly stab someone with a fatal blow. After everything was arranged, he calmly sat on the sofa, waiting for the guests to arrive. Before long, there was a knock on the door. Sun Pang crouched by the peephole to look outside. When he confirmed it was the person he had arranged to meet last night, he opened the door. "Come on, come in." There were 3 people in total, and the leader smiled as he greeted Sun Pang. "In addition to the 2 of us, we brought a friend along. You don't mind, do you?" Sun Pang first glanced at the items they were carrying, then smiled and said, "Of course, I don't mind. Didn't we agree that you'd help me introduce more people? The more, the merrier." He pointed to the bedroom direction. "The person is inside, go ahead." The 3 of them exchanged glances, set down their things, and walked into the house with eager anticipation. Soon, the sound of Wang Xiaoyu's scream came from the room. "What are you doing? How did you get in? Where is Brother Pang? Brother Pang! Help me!" Sounds of intense resistance came from the room. Sun Pang sat on the sofa, his legs crossed, as if he hadn't heard anything. Before long, Wang Xiaoyu became quiet. Unmentionable sounds came from the room. Sun Pang turned a deaf ear, counting the supplies the 3 men had brought. According to the agreement, everything was accounted for. As he placed the items in the cupboard, he thought to himself, "With this, I won't need to worry about running out of supplies anymore." An hour later, the house returned to calm. The three men came out of the room, looking satisfied, and greeted him. Not bad, that was quite exciting. Sun Peng smiled obsequiously. I purposely didn't tell her first, so you could experience something fresh. Since you're satisfied, remember to bring more business for me in the future. The leader patted his shoulder. Don't worry, 2 more friends are coming tomorrow. Sun Peng happily saw them off, then went back to check on Wang Xiaoyu. He found her lying bare on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The nightgown she had been wearing was torn to shreds and tossed on the floor. Sun Peng opened the wardrobe, found a new dress, and walked over to help her put it on. At this moment, Wang Xiaoyu, whose eyes had been blank, finally reacted. She raised her hand and slapped him hard. Beast! She had heard the conversation outside. This shameless man, in order to get something to eat, actually treated her like an object to be sent to others. Her eyes were bloodshot as she glared at him. The slap made Sun Peng's ears ring. He shook his head and his face darkened. This woman had always relied on him for food, shelter, and everything. She had never gone out to find supplies. If it weren't for the fact that she could still satisfy his needs and serve as backup food, he would have kicked her out long ago. Now, all he did was ask her to help him share the burden and earn some food for the house, and she had the audacity to slap her food provider? His face turned dark as he spoke in a commanding tone. From now on, you will entertain guests every single day.